Upon hearing the news of Lin Xue's return, Li Yang, as a school teacher, specifically took leave from work and returned home early to prepare. Being a male instructor teaching theoretical subjects, unlike female colleagues responsible for practical combat courses, his leave approval process proved exceptionally straightforward. While walking home, Li Yang ignored women batting flirtatious glances, tightly suppressing his emotions to prevent any telltale expressions from surfacing. Li Yan's wife Lin Xue had become the hunter core rising supernova in recent years, frequently absent from home while exterminating infected beasts and handling official duties. As a teacher maintaining early departures and late returns himself, the couple had shared fewer than a dozen meetings throughout their 3-year marriage. Hearing this mission concluded Lin Xue's field operations, granting her extended leave from the Corps, Li Yang deliberately purchased abundant ingredients she favored en route. Though normally entrusting meal preparations to household servants, Li Yang resolved to personally prepare this homecoming feast. Under the vigilant watch of servants armed with fire extinguishers, Li Yang toiled for a full hour before ultimately succeeding in ordering takeout. Seated on the sofa, Li Yang alternated between watching the clock and steadying his breathing, careful to maintain an impassive expression. 8 o'clock. Lin Xue still hadn't returned, though Li Yang remained unsurprised having just returned from abroad. His formidable wife would naturally be entangled in numerous social obligations. Frequency had bred indifference to such occurrences. In this matriarchal world, men inherently occupied an inferior position before dominant wives like his. This was society's immutable norm. Though unaccustomed to such dynamics, Li Yang had perfected his performance for the sake of his secret agenda. Their rare encounters required minimal theatrics anyway, their interactions seldom extending beyond necessary formalities. "Sir, shall we reheat the dishes?" a servant inquired, observing Li Yan's untouched meal. "No need. I'll handle the heating myself. You can go back first." The servant didn't inquire further and left directly. Watching the servant depart, Li Yang glanced at the food on the table and muttered, "Hit my ass. Whether she eats it or not is still questionable." After wolfing down a few bites to satisfy his hunger, Li Yang flopped contentedly onto the sofa, gaming while waiting for Lin Xue. It wasn't until 10 p.m., when Li Yang was nearly dozing off, that Lin Xue finally returned. Clad in this world's distinctive women's suit, Lin Xue removed her jacket. The white shirt accentuated her upper body curves, though more arresting was the long sword strapped at her waist, radiating martial prowess. Her exquisite eyebrows and eyes carried an icy detachment that made people shrink back instinctively. Seeing this, Li Yang immediately straightened up, rubbing his face to compose himself before calling out with hesitant delight in his voice, "You're back." Lin Xue narrowed her eyes slightly, taking in Li Yan's tall, straight-backed figure standing under the lamplight. The illumination cast a glow that momentarily dazed her. Even while disliking him, Lin Xue had to admit Li Yang possessed an approachable handsomeness. Yet remembering recent rumors, she composed herself and murmured a terse in response. Undeterred by her coldness, Li Yang continued smoothly, "Hungry? I'll make you some noodles." "Forget it. We need to talk." Li Yang already anticipated her words, barely containing his laughter. Maintaining perfect composure, he reined in his amusement to avoid ruining the plan. Truthfully, as a straight-laced guy, Li Yang admired Lin Xue's decisive nature. Were she male, they'd have been kindred spirits, comrades in arms. But as spouses... "Yeah, right." Lin Xue sat slumped on the sofa, her long legs encased in tailored trousers splayed carelessly across the floor. Rubbing her temples with weary fingers that paused mid-motion when Li Yang approached, she flung a document onto the coffee table with a papery slap. "Read it. Sign if you have no objections." The bold characters divorce agreement glaring from the cover made Li Yan's hands tremble, not from reluctance as Lin Xue assumed, but from barely contained elation vibrating through his bones. Li Yang drew a shuddering breath. Every fiber screamed to whip out his pen and scrawl his signature with triumphant flourish, yet he forced himself to maintain the charade. After enduring 99 bows of pretense, why stumble at the final prostration? "Swear. You want to divorce me?" The words oozed in his most nauseating tone of full anguish. Had Lin Xue possessed romantic savvy, she might have noticed the performative crack in his voice. But the woman whose emotional perception rivaled petrified would remain oblivious to his trembling lips' true origin, not sorrow, but barely leashed triumph. "You know the reason we got married. For 3 years, there's been no affection between us, no marital intimacy. Few even know about our marriage. This arrangement benefits us both now." Though Li Yang understood this was society's norm, Hearing these words from Lin Xue's lips left him with an indescribable unease. After delivering her statement, Lin Xue rose abruptly as if fearing further discussion. You've got tonight to consider. A lawyer will come tomorrow for notarization, she added with a dismissive wave. Lin Xue ascended the stairs without backward glance. Midway, she glimpsed Li Yang's face buried in trembling hands, shoulders shaking violently. The sight weighed on Lin Xue's heart. She knew of his love, yet her own feelings never blossomed beyond physical attraction, if even that remained. Had he not crossed lines at the university recently, she might have endured this charade indefinitely. But the moment she made this decision, it felt like a massive weight had been lifted from her chest. After all, this marriage had been nothing more than forced shackles binding them together, a dead end that would only harm them both. With these thoughts, Lin Xue slowly made her way upstairs. Li Yang picked up the divorce agreement, walked to the bathroom, and locked the door. The soundproof walls ensured Lin Xue wouldn't hear a thing from upstairs. Leaning against the bathroom door, Li Yang slid down slowly until he could hold back no longer. Ha 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 ha! Li Yang stood up gradually, staring at his reflection in the mirror, his grin stretching nearly ear to ear. He rubbed his face, steadied his breath, and muttered. Don't get cocky too soon. Stay calm. Stay calm. After composing himself, Li Yang straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and strolled out of the bathroom. He headed to the kitchen and chowed down 2 extra bowls of rice, savoring each bite as his mind buzzed with glee. Here come the good times. 2 years ago, Li Yang transmigrated to this world. His original body's parents died unexpectedly, leaving him bound by a marriage contract with Lin Xue. Seeing Li Yan's helpless situation, grandmother Lin took charge and officiated their marriage. When Li Yang arrived in this world, the marriage had already lasted a year, yet clearly, this union brought no happiness. After several interactions with Lin Xue, Li Yang resolved to divorce. Though possessing stunning beauty, Li Yang recognized their irreconcilable personality differences, compounded by Lin Xue's perpetual cold detachment. Even when he attempted to understand her deeper, relentless rejections followed. Unwilling to remain a groveling pursuer, Li Yang chose liberation. He thought divorce would be simple, but when he picked up the pen to draft the agreement, his body erupted in violent resistance. After several attempts, Li Yang understood this was the residual consciousness of his original self causing trouble, forbidding him to initiate divorce. Unfazed, since he couldn't propose it, he'd wait for Lin Xue to do so. He believed, given their relationship patterns, this marriage would inevitably reach its end within 3 years. Li Yang never considered forcing Lin Xue's hand through extreme measures like infidelity. To him, cheating was a moral failing his upbringing since childhood made such acts unthinkable. Moreover, deep down he genuinely admired Lin Xue's approach to life. He hoped for an amicable parting without unnecessary acrimony. Knowing the divorce would happen the next day, Li Yang was so excited he didn't sleep a wink all night. Early the next morning, Li Yang stood before the bathroom mirror, gazing at his reflection and muttering, "How could someone as handsome as me hang himself on a single tree?" He had already planned to wander freely for 2 months after the divorce, secretly hoping for some passionate encounters. Lin Xue always acted decisively. Before noon, she arrived home with 2 lawyers in tow. The attorneys maintained solemn expressions as they followed behind. Noticing Li Yan's bloodshot eyes and haggard face, Lin Xue involuntarily furrowed her brow. She mistook his appearance for heartbroken devastation, unaware it actually resulted from sleepless excitement about his new freedom. The 2 female lawyers exchanged pained glances, yet their professionalism compelled them to maintain formality. Regarding the asset division, one asked mechanically, "Do you require further clarification?" Li Yang wasn't particularly concerned about the asset division. Getting divorced was satisfaction enough for him. As for the property, he believed Lin Xue wouldn't shortchange him. However, Li Yang had no intention of relinquishing these assets. It wasn't greed that drove him, he simply wanted to avoid giving Lin Xue the impression he was aloof and unaffected, lest she suddenly declare, "Interesting man, you've caught my attention." That would ruin all his carefully laid plans. Li Yang had already decided, once the asset transfer was complete, he'd donate the money to the Hunter's Corps. Consider it supporting Lin Xue's career. Watching Li Yang bow his head in silence, Lin Xue felt a flicker of compassion that was quickly extinguished by frost. Leaning back on the sofa, she said coolly, "Sign if you have no objections." Li Yang picked up the pen. Just as he was about to sign, it occurred to him he should put on a bit of an act. Allowing a trace of reluctance to surface on his face, he murmured, "What will you tell your father and grandmother?" They'll never consent to this. Li Yang felt he had spent 2 years in this world, his acting skills mastered to perfection. If he could return to his original world, he could become a professional actor. You needn't worry. I'll handle the remaining matters without causing you any trouble. Lin Xue's voice remained frosty, yet carried an undercurrent of steel. Hearing Lin Xue's words, Li Yang nodded inwardly. This was exactly what he admired about her, resolute and efficient in action. Were it not for their marital ties, he'd have genuinely wanted to be her close friend. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. The grand performance was entering its final act, and he must execute it flawlessly. Li Yang molded his features into a mournful expression, uttering slowly, "Very well." He picked up the pen, appearing hesitant yet actually signing with swift strokes. As the ink dried, Li Yang exhaled a long-held breath from the depths of his soul. The two lawyers witnessing this scene couldn't help sighing, their faces mirroring identical looks of horrified dismay. Li Yang handed the divorce agreement to Lin Xue, deliberately clutching the paper for an extra moment to feign reluctance. Lin Xue took the agreement, placed it on the table, and picked up a pen to sign. Once her name graced the document, their marital bond would sever forever. Hurry up! What's taking so long? I just praised your decisiveness, and now you're dawdling over a simple signature. Li Yan's internal monologue screamed with impatience. Lin Xue's hand froze mid-air. She lifted her gaze, suspicion narrowed in her eyes as she studied Li Yang. Though his face still wore a mask of sorrow, she could have sworn she heard his voice. Why is this woman moving like molasses suddenly? I'm going crazy here. Li Yan's thoughts continued their frantic drumbeat. Lin Xue furrowed her brows and massaged her temples. She blamed exhaustion. Initially resentful of the military corps forced leave, she now grudgingly admitted she needed this break. She shook her head slightly and brought the pen back to the paper. Scared the hell out of me. Thought you were gonna bail on signing till the last second. You better appreciate my masterful acting. If you didn't play along, I'd be pissed to death. Li Yang congratulated himself inwardly. Lin Xue's hand halted once more. After the divorce, first things hitting the internet cafe all night. Last time I skipped raid night to please her and I'm the main DPS. You think those nukes could clear without me? Li Yan's mind had already flown to gaming realms. The pen in Lin Xue's hand emitted a tortured creak, her knuckles bleaching white with pressure. Hairline fractures began appearing on the wooden surface beneath the tea table. Though sheathed, the long sword at her waist betrayed a sinister glint. Freshman orientation's coming up. Gonna volunteer as registration staff. Let's see how the freshman girls are developing these days. Li Yan's mind started sketching visions of his wonderful future. Lin Xue's complexion darkened dangerously, the pen trembling on the verge of shattering in her grip. The tea table's cracks spread like spider webs, emitting ominous snapping sounds. A man like me is just too devoted. My heart will always belong to 18-year-old girls. Good heavens, how can there be such a perfect man as me? Li Yang narcissistically mused to himself. Bam! The coffee table shattered instantly. The two lawyers stumbled backward in panic. Lin Xue crushed the pen in her hand to splinters. The divorce agreement fluttered to the ground like falling leaves. Lin Xue rubbed her temples, realizing this was no longer merely a matter of fatigue. It was highly possible she'd contracted something during the infected beast purge, causing these auditory hallucinations. Otherwise, how could such bizarre things occur? Since when would Li Yang ever utter such words? Ms. Lin, are you unwell? The two lawyers behind Lin Xue rushed forward, mistaking her silence for dissatisfaction with the contract terms. Just as Li Yang began envisioning whether his future wife would fare well at her mother-in-law's house, Lin Xue's commotion snapped him back to reality. Xue! What's wrong? Overworked? His voice dripped with performative concern while his eyes clung to the fallen divorce agreement. What fresh drama is this? Others might flip tables, but you had to go and shatter the damn thing. Why must divorce be such an excruciating ordeal? Li Yang lowered his head and noticed Lin Xue's gaze. Though his face remained expressionless, he muttered inwardly once more. What's there to stare at? Can't sign the papers but still got time to ogle this handsome guy. Lin Xue pressed a hand to her neck and exhaled deeply, shaking her head as if to steady herself. What's she dawdling about? Just like a woman, dragging her feet until a man's driven mad. Lin Xue, mid-breath, felt her breath hitch. Words failed her completely in that moment. Today's events kept shattering Lin Xue's understanding of Li Yang. Both her newfound ability to hear his thoughts and the man himself revealed entirely new dimensions. Lin Xue tossed the shattered ballpoint pen fragments to the floor. There are matters to resolve. The divorce is off for now. A sharp hiss of breath escaped Li Yang as her words landed. Calm down. Calm the hell down. Suppress the urge to hit her. You need to realize you might not even win a fight. Right. A real man doesn't quarrel with women. Yes. Stay calm. The two lawyers exchanged puzzled glances but refrained from commenting. After all, they were legal professionals, not police officers. These domestic disputes weren't their jurisdiction. Muttering internally about wealthy families' endless dramas, the attorneys packed their briefcases and left when Lin Xue withdrew her divorce request. As they departed, both secretly exhaled in relief. Shooting a glance at Li Yang, they thought privately, if we had such a handsome man at home, we wouldn't even consider hiring divorce lawyers. Li Yang first flashed a relieved expression, then adopted an anxious demeanor, just temporarily. In the past, Lin Xue might have interpreted this as him hoping for permanence rather than temporary reconciliation. But hearing his inner voice, temporarily, I'll put up with you for 2 more days. Aren't you on vacation? Just watch how your daddy's gonna make your life hell these days. I originally planned to donate all the assets to your Hunter Corps after claiming them, but now I've decided every penny goes to the Survey Corps. You won't see a single penny. Endure? Property? Donation? Lin Xue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Li Yang from head to toe as if seeing him for the first time. Li Yang looked at Lin Xue with faint delight and said softly, get some rest. I've got afternoon classes, need to head to campus. Go ahead. Lin Xue nodded. She needed solitude to process things now. What class? Just avoiding you. I skipped 2 days' work for your return, all for nothing. Off to the internet cafe. Li Yang. As Li Yang was leaving, Lin Xue stopped him with a hoarse voice strained through clenched teeth. Turning back, Li Yang found Lin Xue's face was stormy. What's wrong with her? I'm not even angry yet, and she dares to give me attitude. Why's she looking like she wants to draw a sword on me? Lin Xue heard Li Yan's inner thoughts, her hand subconsciously moving to her sword. Hey! You're not serious, are you? Only then did Lin Xue realize she'd lost her usual composure, though upon reflection, this wasn't the first instance today. Lin Xue stared at Li Yang. Are you really going to school? Of course I'm going to school. To the internet cafe nearby. Just topped up by Yuan Qiantian, and that new attendant is a girl, pretty decent looking too, ha. Hearing this, Lin Xue's hand instinctively flew to the sword at her waist. After several controlled breaths, she addressed Li Yang. If I recall correctly, you have no classes today. How does she know my schedule? Unbelievable, she usually keeps to herself. Since when does she track my classes? Is Lin Xue some kind of control freak domineering CEO type? If that's true, then divorce is even more urgent. Who'd want to be with someone like that? Li Yan's mind raced with these thoughts, but he quickly responded, my friend covered my class yesterday, so I'm returning the favor today. You actually have friends at school? MB. Does this bitch always have to run her damn mouth like this? Truth be told, Li Yang indeed had few friends on campus. Among male peers, he couldn't stand their effeminate mannerisms. As for making female friends, he feared one misstep might cost him his virginity. So it was true, Li Yang genuinely lacked close companions at school. After brief consideration, Li Yang devised an escape plan from Lin Xue. He took 2 steps forward and said with faint vulnerability. Could it be my dear Xue can't bear to see me leave? Just say you want me to stay, and I'll remain by your side. This is fucking disgusting. A strategy that inflicts 1,000 losses on the enemy at the cost of 800 of our own. No. I need to adapt. To annoy her, this method has to be used frequently. Lin Xue watched Li Yan's contradictory behavior, opened her mouth several times, then finally sighed deeply, just go. Normally, Li Yang would have made polite excuses, but this time he was too eager to game with his team to bother arguing. Outside, walking toward the internet cafe, Li Yang muttered, even in this matriarchal world, getting to a damn cafe is still a battle. This marriage has to end. After the divorce, I'll sell the game console. I've been dying to do this for ages. Unlike Li Yang fantasizing about his future, Lin Xue sat frozen on the couch, drowning in confusion. Why could she hear his thoughts? And who exactly was this man? She'd always believed she understood Li Yang perfectly. Yet today, within 30 minutes, all her assumptions shattered. The reality was screaming in her face, you know nothing. After much contemplation, Lin Xue couldn't help but wonder, why could she hear Li Yan's innermost thoughts? At this very moment, she suddenly recalled a minor incident from their previous mission. Without hesitation, Lin Xue grabbed her coat and strode out the door. Damn it! Big Sis isn't here today. Li Yang pushed open the internet cafe door, greeted by air thick with the mingled scents of cigarette smoke and instant noodles. He habitually made his way to his usual corner seat, fingertips brushing across the keyboard to wipe away accumulated dust. The cafe's dim lighting cast cold blue screen reflections across his face, sharpening his features. He booted up the computer and quickly logged into the game. The moment he appeared online, a private message flashed from his friend. ILL take on 10, Big Sis. You finally showed up. Did you see how trash that main DPS was last time? A faint smirk tugged at the corner of Li Yin's lips as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Big heals no problem. What? You found another carry when I was gone. Did your whole team wipe again? He chose this name purely to avoid those annoying female players. Back when he played a male character, using voice chat always attracted hordes of girls, resulting in an endless stream of players offering to carry him, though most were either terrible at the game or never stopped nagging. Unable to bear it, Li Yang started fresh with a female avatar, vowing never to use voice chat again and communicating solely through text. I want to fight 10, don't get me started. That guy plays an underpowered class and still sucks at basic controls. I want to fight 10, we told her to play support, but she sneered at our level and gear, saying we weren't worthy of her heals. We'd never team with her if she wasn't a whale. Li Yang was about to reply when he sensed someone sitting beside him. Turning his head, he found a charming girl staring at his screen, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Dressed in Hunter Guild uniform, her fair cheeks flushed pink as she leaned forward, her developing figure displaying rather eye-catching proportions. Li Yang furrowed his brows, irritation simmering in his chest. People from the Hunter Guild. What rotten luck. He'd just clashed with their members over divorce matters earlier today, never expecting to encounter them again at this internet cafe. Can't even bother changing uniforms before hitting the net cafe. That addicted. He mentally stopped, though held his tongue. After all, he'd frequented gaming dens in school uniform during his student days. When he kept ignoring her, the girl finally blurted out, "Do you play this game too?" Li Yang didn't lift his eyes from the screen, fingers dancing across the keyboard. No carrying girls. No chatting. No time. The girl stiffened, clearly unprepared for such blunt rejection. Her teeth sank into her lower lip as she pressed on. I'm EU. I can. Can't. Li Yang cut her off, frost coating his words. Told you no girl carries. EU froze in place, a flicker of embarrassment and irritation crossing her face. From childhood till now, she'd never suffered such a crushing defeat at the hands of a man. Considered elite among her peers with never-ending suitors trailing behind, this man before her treated her with utter disdain. She drew a deep breath and opened her game interface, determined to shut this man up with sheer skill. Li Yang stole glances at EU's screen between teamfights. Her avatar's extravagant gear shimmered, the glowing title above its head screaming whale player. His gaze lingered until he noticed her ID I slaughtered my senior sister 3000 times. So you're that noob? Li Yang blurted out. What? EU whipped her head around, eyes flashing with barely contained fury. Li Yang bit his tongue, shaking his head vigorously. Never mind. He quickly logged off, grabbed his jacket and stormed out, muttering curses under his breath. Today's the worst. How come Hunter Guild members are popping up everywhere? EU froze for a few seconds before chasing after him. But when she reached the entrance, Li Yang had already vanished into the night. Gritting her teeth, she returned to the internet cafe and coaxed Li Yan's name from the attendant with her sweetest smile. Li Yang, huh? Standing at the cafe entrance, EU curled her lips into a knowing smile. Interesting man. I'll remember you. Li Yang switched to another internet cafe, gaming until midnight. When he pushed open his apartment door, Lin Xue sat on the sofa cradling a teacup, her gaze thoughtful as it landed on him. Back. Lin Xue's voice stayed neutral, revealing nothing. Li Yang nodded, avoiding her eyes guiltily. Yeah. I'll shower first, got dirt all over me. Quick, wash off the cigarette smell before she notices. Lin Xue's brows furrowed slightly as her gaze lingered on him for several seconds. She seemed on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately remained silent. Lowering her head to sip tea, her mind churned with the information obtained today at the Hunters Guild. The primordial stone's energy allowed her to hear Li Yan's inner voice, but why specifically him? She had tested others, yet only Li Yan's thoughts transmitted clearly to her ears. Destined fate. Lin Xue smirked self-deprecatingly, feeling she must be insane to entertain such childish notions. When Li Yang emerged from the shower, Lin Xue remained seated on the sofa, the long sword in her grip casting cold glints under the lamplight. What are you staring at? Can't you focus on the divorce properly? If you dare stand me up at our next divorce appointment, I'll show you how verdant the Green Plains can be. Lin Xue's face turned ashen, her hand instinctively resting on the blade at her waist. An aura of approach at your peril radiated from her entire being. Divorce is the only way left. With no morning classes, Li Yang indulged in a rare lying. Yawning lazily, he shuffled downstairs with disheveled hair and pajama buttons fastened askew, his entire being radiating an aura of drowsy indolence. Though Lin Xue was on extended leave, the couple remained immersed in their separate routines. Since their marriage, they'd scarcely shared not just a bed but even a room. Lin Xue typically slept in her study, while Li Yang remained content with his solitude. He muttered inwardly, who needs shared beds? After divorce, a forest of girls awaits. What's one towering tree compared to an entire woodland's abundance? As Li Yang reached the foot of the stairs, conversation drifted from the living room. Alongside Lin Xue's cool, crystalline voice resonated a man's tone, mellow and melodious, delivered with unhurried composure, its velvet timbre painting visions of a tender-hearted gentleman. Li Yan's body shuddered involuntarily, visceral disgust rising in his throat. This world's truly gone mad. A grown man cooing like lovesick dove. Absolutely revolting. The dialogue ceased abruptly as he entered. Two pairs of eyes locked onto him. Lin Xue's frosty gaze and the visitor's appraisal. Post-sleep dishevelment clung to Li Yang like a second skin. Riotous bedhead, mid-buttoned pajamas, overall slovenliness. Lin Xue's brow contracted slightly. Show basic decorum, she intoned, voice sharp as winter branches clashing. We have company. Li Yang pretended not to hear, striding to the sofa and sitting down. This is my house, I'll dress how I please, he sneered inwardly. If you weren't here, I'd stroll around in boxers. His eyes flicked to Lin Xue's knitted brows, irritation flaring. Getting impatient? Then let's divorce. You think I enjoy this charade? He snapped mentally, the unspoken words hanging like daggers between them. Lin Xue watched his display, a wave of helplessness washing over her. With death present, she swallowed her words, fingers rising to massage her temples. Ah! Afternoon sunlight caught the faint tremor in her hands, exhaustion etched between her brows like cracked porcelain beneath her carefully maintained composure. Li Yang sat down beside Lin Xue, his gaze settling on the man across from them. This was a sunny young man with handsome features and a gentle demeanor. Zhang Nan, a renowned raw gemstone researcher. Though his fame largely stemmed from his striking looks and prestigious family background, he did possess genuine expertise. Li Yang had briefly met him when first transmigrating to this world, but they hadn't crossed paths since Zhang Nan left for advanced studies elsewhere. The Lin and Zhang families had only established diplomatic relations in the past 7 or 8 years. Zhang Nan and Lin Xue could be considered close friends from their student days, if not childhood sweethearts. Spotting Li Yang, Zhang Nan revealed a sweet smile and extended his hand. Brother Yang, after all this time apart, you remain as dashing as ever. The term of address sent a chill down Li Yan's spine. He instinctively inched closer to Lin Xue without accepting the handshake, responding with detached coolness, I manage. Zhang Nan's face flickered with a trace of desolation when Li Yang refused the handshake, yet she quickly recomposed her smile, her voice still tender as spring breeze. I brought Brother Yang a gift. I wonder if you'll like it. Li Yang screamed internally, hell no I don't. I don't want no damn necklaces or bracelets. What I crave are games. The kind that could consume me for days. Since transmigrating to this world. As a man, he kept receiving jewelry and cosmetics as gifts. Heaven knew he'd only ever used the Bail SOD honey in his previous life. Now, some makeup products bore names he couldn't even pronounce. Lin Xue observed Li Yang with surprise rippling through her. She never imagined the man's preferences could be so unconventional. But realization soon dawned she'd never bought him anything. Never even considered understanding his true desires. Her fist clenched unconsciously, lips pressing into a thin line as she lowered her gaze, heart churning with a tumult of emotions. Just as Li Yang expected, Zhang Nan picked up an exquisite gift bag from the side, pulled out a jewelry box from inside, and handed it to Li Yang. She said softly, Brother Yang, Open it and see. Li Yang sneered inwardly. The same old trick. It must be a necklace or bracelet inside. The clasp must have been tampered with. It'll fall and break the moment I open it. Then this bastard will start sniveling about. If you don't like it, you don't have to be like this. This was my sincere gesture, before pretending to storm off. That Lin Xue woman will inevitably fall for it, rush to comfort him, then force me to apologize. The most nauseating part. This guy might even perform his teary macho man act. Disgusting beyond words. He knew these schemes too well. Timeless classics. Ancient versions used hot tea, modern ones fragile jewelry, but all served the same purpose, springing traps when least expected. Li Yang calculated coldly. When taking it, I'll preemptively drop the box myself, then counter-accuse the accuser. Lin Xue's face darkened. She had initially felt a twinge of guilt toward Li Yang regarding the gift incident, but that remorse instantly evaporated. She and Zhang Nan had known each other since junior high classmates in high school, attending the same university. Though different majors, they'd maintained a genuine friendship. In her eyes, Zhang Nan was simple and kind-hearted. How could Li Yang twist a sincere gift into something so sordid? Irritation surged through Lin Xue. Just as Li Yang reached for the jewelry box, she snatched it first. Locking eyes with Li Yang, she deliberately opened the box before both. Man. She would make Li Yang understand Zhang Nan harbored none of those ulterior motives he imagined. This was an honest boy, not like Li Yang with his conspiracy-ridden mind. Snap! A jade necklace of good quality slipped from the box, crashing to the floor and shattering into pieces. Zhang Nan stood frozen. Li Yang was secretly thrilled. Lin Xue was utterly dumbfounded. The scene fell into a deathly silence, as if the air itself had frozen. It was in this profound stillness that Li Yang finally broke the tension. He drew a shuddering breath, eyes glistening with unshed tears. With a voice trembling between injustice and resignation, he confronted Lin Xue. This was Zhang Nan's sincere gesture. Even if you don't like him, must you go this far? He genuinely gave this to me. Li Yan's words struck Zhang Nan like a sledgehammer blow to the chest, jolting him back to reality. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists, knuckles whitening under the strain of suppressed emotions. Meanwhile, Lin Xue's gaze remained fixed on the shattered jade necklace glittering on the floor. Her expression darkened like a gathering storm. When she finally looked up at Zhang Nan, her eyes swirled with conflicted emotions that shifted like quicksilver. Disbelief that this once well-behaved little brother could commit such an act. Yet, everything before her eyes seemed to confirm Li Yan's words. Zhang Nan, the man she once trusted, turned out to be a hypocritical bastard. Li Yang glanced at the shattered necklace, a cold smirk curling on his lips. This little saint really spared no expense. This necklace must be worth a fortune. Though Li Yang had only been in this world for 2 years, he'd already gained considerable knowledge about jewelry. While he considered such information useless, it now proved unexpectedly useful. Lin Xue inhaled deeply, leaning back into the sofa as she wearily massaged her temples. I'm sorry, she murmured, I've been exhausted lately. I'll get you a better one. Thank you, Xue. Li Yang exclaimed with faint gratitude, though his heart oozed disdain. Like I give a damn about this trinket shit. The throbbing in Lin Xue's skull intensified, as if an invisible needle were piercing her temples. At this moment, Zhang Nan spoke with a trace of apology in his tone. I know Sister Xue didn't mean it. Next time, I'll give Brother Yang something better. As he finished speaking, his gaze swept imperceptibly over Li Yang, a flash of coldness flickering in his eyes. That Zhang Nan loved Lin Xue was an open secret to everyone except Lin Xue herself. Since returning, he had thoroughly investigated Li Yang was an introvert with few friends, his marriage to Lin Xue merely superficial, devoid of genuine affection. This necklace was but a testing tool. Its destruction mattered little. The true pity lay in the fact that it wasn't Li Yang who had broken it. Facing Zhang Nan's apology, Li Yang waved his hand nonchalantly, his tone breezy. No matter. Xue will compensate me with something better anyway. These words pierced Zhang Nan's heart like a venomous thorn, rendering him momentarily speechless as indescribable irritation surged within him. Novice level, and still wanting to challenge me? Go back and train for a few more years. Li Yang sneered inwardly, deciding to press his advantage. This little white lotus had come to disgust him early in the morning. He needed to reassert his dominance. He barked at the servants. Someone clean up this trash before it hurts someone. The veiled insult was obvious to all, yet Zhang Nan could only swallow his rage helplessly. Lin Xue turned to Zhang Nan, her tone calm yet distant. You must have pressing matters to attend to. I'll visit your parents at the Long residence when time permits. Zhang Nan understood this was Lin Xue's polite dismissal. Though unwilling to retreat, he knew better than to overstay. There would be other opportunities. He forced a strained smile, nodded curtly, and turned to leave. His retreating figure cut a rather pitiful sight. Li Yang snorted contemptuously at Zhang Nan's cowering back, then shifted his gaze to Lin Xue. No, I must get divorced immediately. If she keeps flirting around like this every day, how many bitches am I supposed to deal with daily? Li Yang muttered inwardly, then said to Lin Xue, I'm going to work. It's a bit early, but I'll go play at the internet cafe first. Lin Xue sighed, realizing she'd been sighing more frequently since returning this time. She looked at Li Yang, words hovering on her lips but uncertain from what position to speak. As his wife? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Xue knew too well if she spoke as his wife, Li Yang would curse her vehemently in his heart. For the first time, she felt a sense of helplessness deeper than when facing ferocious infected beasts. She began reflecting, had she gone too far before? Li Yang stretched and yawned, returning to wash up and change into fresh clothes. Just as he reached for the doorknob, Lin Xue's voice arrested him. Wait. Li Yang turned his head to look at Lin Xue, noticing a faint blush spreading across her fair cheeks. Blushing. This woman actually gets shy. Though come to think of it, she looks rather charming when flushed. No. Stay calm. You're meant to embrace the entire forest. How could you hang yourself from a single pretty tree? Cool it. Cool it. Li Yang reminded himself silently. Lin Xue instinctively raised her hands to cover her face, then slowly lowered them in realization of the gesture's futility. I have a dinner appointment tonight, she murmured without meeting his eyes. Her fingers nervously fidgeted with the hilt of the long sword at her waist as she spoke. The deepening blush on her cheeks burned like evening clouds while she anxiously awaited his response. All right, got it. What's gotten into her? Since when does she voluntarily report her schedule to me? If I waited for you to eat, would I ever get a warm meal? Li Yang muttered inwardly, though his face remained a mask of composure. Strangely, Lin Xue felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Li Yan's familiar mental voice, her turbulent emotions settling like stilled waters. Recovering her usual composure, she turned to him and said softly, take care on your way. Definitely took the wrong medication today. The click of the closing door echoed as Li Yang departed. Left alone in the living room, Lin Xue's gaze wandered through the space, a torrent of thoughts crashing through her mind. After finishing his internet session, Li Yang headed straight to school. The moment he entered the faculty office, the clamor of chatter died instantly. Unfazed, he strode to his desk and plopped down unceremoniously. Teachers pretended to grade papers or prepare lessons, but their surreptitious glances betrayed their intense scrutiny. Seated beside Li Yang was a bespectacled male teacher named Cheng Ying. He leaned in as if to whisper something in Li Yang's ear, but before he could get close, Li Yang thrust out a restraining hand. Cheng Ying, how many times must I tell you? Whispering doesn't require pressing your ear against mine. A flicker of wounded pride crossed Cheng Ying's face as he nodded, lowering his voice. The whole office knows about that incident when you beat up Li Yi's wife. Li Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Given the spectacle he'd made that day, it'd be stranger if they hadn't known. Li Yi, the office's beloved big brother figure, was all warm smiles and thoughtful gifts for everyone. Curiously, he remained one of the few people Li Yang didn't actively dislike. For a while, Li Yi appeared spaced out and completely off his game at work. Later, everyone discovered his wife was keeping a lover on the side. Spineless and paralyzed with indecision, Li Yi didn't know how to confront it. His wife turned utterly heartless, abandoning their home without filing for divorce, her trashy behavior laying bare a shameless affair. Li Yang couldn't stand watching any longer. Being cuckolded was one thing, but what truly grated on him was Li Yi's sniveling, spineless demeanor. It made his blood boil when others advised the man to endure it, spouting nonsense like once she's had her fun, she'll come around and realize how good home is. What fucking future is there living with that bitch? What the fuck good is her realizing how good home is? Like I need her to realize that for. Blind with rage, Li Yang dragged Li Yi and beat that scheming woman to a pulp. Though violence isn't the best solution, it's undoubtedly the most cathartic release. A simple beating would have sufficed, but when Li Yang discovered Li Yi's wife belonged to the Hunter Corps, a far more calculated scheme began to take shape. He dragged that trashy woman straight to the Hunter Corps encampment and beat her again in front of everyone. As he left, he shouted at the troops. My wife Lin Xue. If you've got issues, take it up with her. This was exactly why Li Yang eagerly awaited Lin Xue's return. He knew she'd demand divorce upon learning about this. Slumped in his seat, Li Yang rubbed his temples, thinking bitterly. What the hell is that woman waiting for? Why hasn't she filed for divorce yet? Did I not thrash that scum hard enough? Should've hung that bitch at the Hunter Court gates when I had the chance. Some people really have thick skin. A grown man should know better than to flaunt himself so shamelessly. As Li Yang was still deep in thought, a screeching voice suddenly pierced the air. Tisk! Li Yang clicked his tongue lightly, his gaze shifting to the man preening in front of the mirror across from him. This man, Lin Xue, was all looks and no substance, at least that's how Li Yang saw it. The only reason he didn't consider him a scheming bitch was because Lin Xue lacked even the basic cunning required for such a title. Don't mistake this for humor, being a proper bitch requires intelligence. Someone like Lin Xue, even Zhang Nan, that second-rate operator, could run circles around him. With his level of naivety, Lin Xue would be the first concubine banished to the cold palace in any royal drama. Worse yet, he'd probably keep believing he held all the cards until the palace guards dragged him away. Beyond some petty schemes, Lin Xue's sole redeeming quality was his pretty face. Though Li Yan's gag reflex activated every time he saw that meticulously crafted visage. What? Dressed so flashy, trolling for women again? Had that last woman outlived her usefulness? Do you even hear yourself? Lin Xue snapped her compact shut, rising with hands on hips, her piercing glare locking onto Li Yang. Li Yang yanked at his tie, flinging the loosened silk onto the desk. A collar button popped open as he growled. You should thank my restraint. Were I less articulate, you'd be beaten beyond your own mother's recognition. Lin Xue took an instinctive step back, horror dawning across her face. You'd hit a man. You're actually... Her protest died mid-air, suffocated by Li Yan's venomous stare. The office simpered. Lin Xue's porcelain features and saccharine voice maintained his simp brigade among the female staff. Li Yang, you can't just... Li Yang sat there, casting a cold glance at the restless women eager to act. The women promptly retreated to their seats, not daring to make another sound. All the teachers in this office taught theoretical courses, and the female instructors in particular were known for their meek dispositions. A single glare from Li Yang was enough to silence them. Especially after Li Yang had beaten up Li Yi's wife, no one in the office dared to raise their voice when speaking to him. When Li Yang saw them retreat, he turned his gaze back to Lin Xue. Unbuttoning his cuffs with deliberate slowness, he said coldly, If you don't believe me, test me. But know this, I'm far more skilled at beating men than women. Lin Xue completely lost her voice. At that precise moment, Li Yang suddenly stood up. The abrupt motion sent her collapsing to the floor, clutching her head, her eyes frozen in terror as she couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. Li Yang snorted disdainfully, picked up his book, and said, Little vase. I'm off to class. Hope the woman you hook tonight is blind. With that, Li Yang strode out like a meteor cutting through the night. Bam! The moment Li Yang slammed the door, the office erupted like breached floodgates, waves of whispers crashing through the room. The women who'd been cowed by Li Yang earlier began chattering. Truth be told, even as a woman, I thought he looked damn hot just now. If he's so hot, why don't you marry him then? Well, forget it. I couldn't handle him. The woman stammered, waving her hands frantically as if swatting away bees. A man nearby sneered at the group. Even if you wanted to marry him, you think he'd glance your way? The words hung like a suffocating curtain, choking off their responses. Chong-in sat quietly, her young face filled with worshipful awe, murmuring, When will I ever be as fearless as Brother Yang? Book tucked under his arm, Li Yang paced down the corridor, every footstep echoing with simmering frustration. Since coming into this world, few things had gone his way. Expecting him to go with the flow and be a pretty vase? Not a chance. Li Yang was a proper man's man through and through. As Li Yang walked forward, a grown man paced at the classroom doorway, seemingly waiting for someone. Spotting Li Yang, his face lit up like dawn breaking as he rushed forward with arms spread wide for an embrace. Li Yang sighed deeply and raised a blocking hand. Brotherly, I told you no hugging needed. This was none other than Li Yi, the man Li Yang had recently defended. The once downtrodden figure now stood transformed, his clothes bursting with vibrant hues, his entire being radiating renewed vitality. With his slender frame and delicate features, Li Yang mused that Li Yi might even look fetching in a skirt and wig. But biology ultimately ruled. A man remained a man. Li Yi also knew Li Yan's temperament and didn't approach, just bowed deeply and said, "I truly can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I might have." At this point, Li Yi raised his head, eyes brimming with tears, putting on an obvious show of vulnerability for Li Yang. Seeing this, Li Yang immediately declared, "Swallow those tears." Hearing this, Li Yi sniffled a few times, forced back his tears, wiped his eyelids and said, "Right. Such happy occasions shouldn't be marred by tears. My mistake." Li Yang said with impatience creeping into his voice, "Get to the point. Speak it out. Whatever you have to say. Hurry up, I've got classes to teach." Li Yi nodded. "After my parents learned about that woman's adultery, they both urged me to divorce. They want to personally thank you." Li Yang waved dismissively. "Just trivial matters. I simply couldn't stand it. That woman came begging me not to divorce. Now she's lost her job and everything because of the beating and my parents' interference." As Li Yi spoke up to this point, a hint of vindication tinged his voice. Li Yang nodded in grim satisfaction. This was precisely why he loathed that gold digger. Her current job and everything she had were all arranged by Li Yi's parents. In this world's terms, she was nothing but a freeloader. Yet this parasite dared act so audacious. Li Yang now felt his past self had been too merciful, should have given her a couple more kicks while at it. Li Yang locked eyes with Li Yi. "You're not actually considering taking her back, are you? If you do, I'll lose all respect for you permanently." Li Yi brought a hand to cover his mouth, shoulders shaking with soft laughter. "That's exactly the kind of blunt remark I'd expect from you, surely." Pivoting sideways, Li Yi gripped the railing with both hands as the waterfront breeze brushed his face. "There was a time," he began slowly, "when I truly believed she was my entire world. When I discovered her infidelity, I simply froze. Couldn't confess to my parents. Couldn't confront her. Couldn't do anything at all." Li Yi turned his head to look at Li Yang as he continued, "Beating her up at the hunter court that day was the most rebellious thing I've ever done in my life. But unexpectedly, I felt no shame, instead, an indescribable exhilaration." Leaning against the railing, Li Yang remarked casually, "Told you it'd feel damn good to give her a beating." Li Yi nodded with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Li Yang. "I truly envy you, surely. But deep down I know I could never become someone like you. A regular man living like you would probably find it exhausting, right?" Li Yang thumped his chest and declared confidently, "I'm no ordinary man." First-order infected beasts are primarily categorized into 4 forms: blade type, gun type, shield type, and beast type. Different forms require distinct countermeasures. Li Yang stood at the lectern, his voice steady yet commanding as his gaze swept across every student in the classroom. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the wooden surface, each percussive beat underscoring the weight of his words. Students maintained rapt attention, their pens darting like swordsmen as ink sketched battle knowledge across paper. Li Yan's institution operated as a military academy in all but name, its graduates destined for the 3 major corps. Though modern battlefields claimed fewer casualties, death's shadow still loomed at every trench corner. Each tactical principle Li Yang imparted, he knew with bone-deep certainty might one day become this youth's lifeline amidst artillery smoke and alien snarls. The bell rang for the end of class. Li Yang closed his lesson plan and nodded slightly to dismiss the students. Unlike usual days when he would return to the office, he walked straight towards a secluded grove deep in the campus. There stood his regular tree, its shade always cool and tranquil, the perfect spot for his midday repose. But today, a girl stood beneath the tree. Her slender silhouette swayed slightly in the breeze, long hair dancing like ink spilled on rice paper. The dappled sunlight softened her porcelain features as she tapped the ground restlessly with her toes. Li Yang recognized her immediately. Su Yu. Su Yu embodied the campus's rare delicate blossom archetype. Her mere presence created momentary amnesia, making Li Yang forget he'd transmigrated into this perilous combat-filled world. Those clear eyes brimming with veiled fragility, that hesitant smile tinged with artless shyness, she seemed like misplaced stardust in this ruthless universe. "Teacher." Su Yu's voice was as light as a breeze, nearly drowned by the rustling leaves. She lowered her head, fingers twisting tightly in her clothes, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Li Yang took a few steps closer. Looking down at her with softened eyes, he asked in a gentle tone, "What's wrong, Su Yu?" "About what happened last time, thank you." Su Yu's voice quivered faintly, as though she'd gathered every ounce of courage to force out those words. Her eyes persistently avoided Li Yan's gaze, the toes of her shoes still carving anxious circles into the floor. Li Yang sighed quietly. He knew Su Yu was constantly bullied at school, especially by those senior students who often targeted her. Last time he'd accidentally caught several students extorting money from her, and intervened immediately. Truth be told, this wasn't the first time he'd quietly helped her from the shadows. Su Yu. Li Yan's voice resonated low and gentle, carrying a hint of resignation. A teacher can help you once, but not forever. You must learn to stand up for yourself. Su Yu's body shuddered slightly. When she raised her head, her eyes were rimmed red. Biting her lip hard to hold back tears, her voice quivered with suppressed emotion. I'm sorry. I shouldn't cry. I should be stronger. Li Yan's heart softened at her forced composure. Leaning down to meet her gaze, his voice softened. Strength isn't built in a day. Take your time. Isn't your sister in the Hunter Corps? If troubles come, tell her. Su Yu lowered her head, fingers twisting tightly, her words escaping in a barely audible whisper. But I don't want to burden sister. Li Yang gave her shoulder a gentle pat, his voice firm. If something actually happened to you, that would be the real trouble for her. After speaking, he straightened up and turned to leave. After a few steps, he paused again, looking back to Ed and Su Yu. Crying isn't a sign of weakness. Both men and women have the right to cry. Only after crying can one find greater courage to face life. Su Yu stood rooted to the spot, watching Li Yan's receding figure gradually disappear into the distance. Tears finally broke free, tracing silver trails down her cheeks. She bowed deeply, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Thank you, teacher. 下午5点整. On the other side of the city, beneath the cascading glow of crystal chandeliers that set opulent gowns ablaze with refracted light, a lavish cocktail party posed with false merriment. Lin Xue stood clutching a wine glass in the swirling crowd, her solitary figure cutting through the decadence like a knife. Her gaze swept coldly across the sea of women clinging to male escorts. Alone amidst the glittering throng, she stood wrapped in an invisible cloak of detachment, the raucous laughter and clinking glasses breaking against her like waves against a cliff. A server materialized silently at her elbow. Ms. Lin Xue? He murmured. Madam Zhao Yao requests your presence. Lin Xue nodded slightly and followed the waitress through the crowd to a quiet private room. Inside, a woman in her early 30s greeted her with a warm smile. Ms. Lin, I've long admired your reputation. Zhao Yao's beaming smile carried a hint of flattery. The rising star of the Hunter Corps truly lives up to the legend. Lin Xue merely inclined her head with composed indifference, her tone steady. Ms. Zhao, hello. When the waitress attempted to remove the sword at Lin Xue's waist, a single icy glare forced her retreat. Noticing this, Zhao Yao hastily waved the attendant away. As they took their seats, Zhao Yao clapped her hands. Several men entered the room, but before they could settle, Lin Xue's cold voice cut through the air. Ms. Zhao, let's get to the point. My time is limited. Zhao Yao's smile stiffened momentarily before she dismissed the man with a wave. Her voice carried a tinge of displeasure. They say the man in your household possesses bold character. It seems the rumors hold truth. No wonder you're so concerned about him. Lin Xue's eyes turned glacial in an instant. She rose to her feet, palm resting on her sword hilt, voice dripping with frost. He's mine. Not your place to comment. With that, she whirled out of the private room, leaving Zhao Yao gaping in stunned silence. Beyond the doorway, Lin Xue drew a deep breath to calm the storm raging in her chest. Just then, a man carrying a tray stumbled past. The clatter of falling dishes echoed as food splattered across her robes. My apologies. 1,000 pardons. The man's frantic apologies tumbled out as he fumbled with napkins, hands trembling toward her stained clothing. Lin Xue slapped his hand away with icy precision. Her gaze sliced across his face like a blade. Had Li Yang been present, he would have recognized the man instantly. Ning Xi. Ning Xi stood trembling, apology carved into every feature. With disheveled hair and clothes in disarray, his voice carried desperate sincerity. I know these robes cost a fortune. I'll pay. Every coin. Lin Xue gazed coldly at him, her heart remaining utterly undisturbed. Suddenly, Li Yan's words surfaced in her memory. A man's heart is as fathomless as the ocean floor. At this recollection, a faint, icy smile curled at the corner of her lips. Keep your compensation, she uttered, her voice devoid of warmth. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Ning Xi anchored in place, a flicker of resentment flashing through his eyes. Is this the so-called man's world? Lin Xue returned home and sank into the sofa, murmuring with closed eyes. For the first time, Lin Xue realized men could be more terrifying creatures than the infected beasts she'd encountered, utterly incomprehensible. The intricate web of schemes and manipulations left her bewildered, unable to fathom how their minds could spawn such complexities. Her eyes drifted to the clock. Scanning the empty living room, she whispered, "Did he go to the internet cafe again?" A self-mocking smile surfaced. Who would have thought her charm would lose out to video games? Her ears twitched slightly. Li Yang was home. Had a blast gaming today. Should order barbecue for midnight snack. Pure bliss. That woman Lin Xue probably come home late again. Wait up to interrogate her. Nagging and pestering my specialty. She'll be fuming. All for divorce. Go for it. To venture out sooner, we must attack relentlessly. Lin Xue rested her hand on the sword hilt. She had always prided herself on her composure until these past 2 days. Li Yang swung the door open with relish, mentally rehearsing his lines, only to freeze at the sight of Lin Xue's icy profile on the sofa. The man in the doorway stiffened momentarily before summoning exaggerated warmth. "Xiao Xue, you're back." Lin Xue tilted her head, gaze sharpening. "Do you wish I'd returned later?" Li Yang averted his eyes. "Why would you think that? Since when did this woman develop such a talent for twisted logic?" "You." The words died in Lin Xue's throat, dissolving into a leaden sigh her thud since returning home this hour. Just as Li Yang stepped forward hoping to engage Lin Xue in further conversation, she proceeded upstairs without acknowledging him. Lin Xue needed breathing room. Not only had she been deprived of rest since returning, but the overwhelming revelations of past days weighed heavily on her psyche. Halfway up the staircase, Lin Xue turned to Li Yang. "Tomorrow, our father will visit." She couldn't explain her sudden pronoun shift. Since gaining access to Li Yan's inner voice, even her own behaviors sometimes confused her. Noted. Lin Xue's father Lin Mu carried the family name through matrilocal marriage, her mother having taken in a living husband. Li Yang counted himself fortunate that Lin Mu embodied scholarly refinement rather than the scheming mother-in-law archetype from domestic dramas of his past life. Had Lin Mu been a tyrannical father-in-law, Li Yang would have combusted. Managing mental battles with Lin Xue already strained him enough without adding paternal politics to the mix. Lin Xue's father and grandmother were both kind-hearted people, who genuinely wished for Li Yang and Lin Xue's marriage to flourish. Though filled with guilt towards his father and grandmother, Li Yang still believed divorce was necessary between him and Lin Xue. Their separation stemmed not from mutual indebtedness, but fundamentally incompatible personalities. Lin Xue nodded. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she looked down at Li Yang on the first floor and warned, "Don't speak carelessly." "When have I ever spoken carelessly?" Li Yang retorted reflexively. Lin Xue fixed him with a penetrating gaze before concluding, "It's best that way." As Li Yang watched Lin Xue ascend the stairs, he slumped onto the sofa, stroking his chin and muttering, "There's something off about her. Or is it just my imagination?" Li Yang shook his head vigorously, dispelling the train of thought. Noon the next day. Both Li Yang and Lin Xue occupied the first floor, she in the living room, he directing servants in the kitchen. Although Li Yang enjoyed cooking, he had to admit one undeniable fact: he truly lacked talent. Every time he stepped into the kitchen, it became a culinary battlefield. This was a classic case of obsession outweighing skill. Yet knowing his limits, Li Yang wouldn't dare cook personally when Lin Xue's father visited. Instead, he contented himself with playing commander by the stove. At that precise moment, a middle-aged man stormed in. Before Lin Xue could rise to greet him, he slammed several photographs onto the coffee table before her. "Lin Xue, explain these pictures." Looking down, Lin Xue recognized the scenes from her encounter with Ning Xi the previous night. The photographer's craft was evident. Clever angles and optical illusions created palpable intimacy between the two figures. Lin Mu glared at his daughter, his brow furrowed. "These were destined for tabloid headlines," he growled. "I intercepted them." The rising star of the Hunter Corps and a wealthy businesswoman, Lin Xue's romantic life has long been public fascination. Though known to be married, her spouse's identity and appearance remain shrouded in mystery. Even after Li Yan's explosive confrontation with the Hunter Corps last time, his true identity circulated only within internal channels of the organization. "Have you truly grown so arrogant? Do I still exist as your father? How could you betray Xiaoyang like this?" Facing Lin Mu's interrogation, Lin Xue rubbed her temples helplessly. "Dad, let me explain this properly." Li Yang had now approached Lin Mu. His eyes fell on the photos scattered across the tea table. A sharp inflation escaped him as he clutched his chest, body swaying dangerously like a sapling in a storm. To most onlookers, this would appear as a husband collapsing under the weight of his wife's infidelity. Lin Mu shared this assumption, hastily steadying Li Yang. Xiao Yang, stay calm. Hear her out first. If anything's amiss, his voice turned steely. Neither you nor I as her father will let this slide. But Lin Xue, who could hear Li Yang's inner voice, understood that everything was not as it seemed. This happiness came too abruptly. Behold what a god-tier teammate looks like. This is the ultimate ally. Even prepared all the materials. Let's see how Lin Xue can possibly turn this around. The divorce countdown has officially begun. Dad! No! My real father. If we successfully divorce today, you'll be my true patriarch. Quick! Press the advantage. Go! Strike her pressure points mercilessly. That'll teach her to act arrogant with me before, daring to threaten divorce. Checkmate! Lin Xue pressed a hand to her chest at this moment, staggered slightly. She had gravely underestimated Li Yang. In this instant, their movements unexpectedly revealed a hint of marital synchronicity. Li Yang kept provocatively testing the limits of her tolerance. Lin Xue regulated her breathing, shook her head clear, and steadied herself against the nearby sofa. Only then did Li Yang finally have the chance to scrutinize the photograph closely. It was at this moment that he realized the man captured in the frame was none other than Lin Xue. The blind fish Lin Xue was trying to hook turned out to be Lin Xue. Lin Xue, blind. Though Lin Xue's mind was swirling with questions, she understood the most pressing matter was her father. Lin Xue steadied her emotions and looked at Lin Mu. Dad, let me explain. I can clarify this situation. Explain what? Can't this woman read the room? Shouldn't she be fanning the flames now? Quick, point at me and say you never liked me. Pour out how miserable your marriage has been. Then storm out without even glancing at that thunderous expression. Shut your mouth. Lin Xue finally exploded, her trembling finger pointed at Li Yang as she uttered through clenched jaws. She truly couldn't comprehend what bizarre thoughts filled Li Ying's mind daily. Are all men really like this? You shut up. How dare you shout at Xiao Yang? Lin Mu immediately roared at his daughter. The patriarch's reprimand came before Lin Xue's last syllable had fully faded. Li Yang, standing nearby, played along perfectly. He sat there putting on an act of heartbroken devastation, desperately covering his face to stifle his laughter. Lin Mu frowned at Lin Xue and said, Do we even exist in your eyes? You've brought disgrace upon our family's reputation. Lin Xue massaged her temples in frustration. At this moment, she began questioning whether this man was truly her biological father. Dad, that man means nothing to me. We've never had any contact. It's all just media sensationalism. Lin Mu's complexion softened slightly at this explanation. He knew his daughter's temperament and character well. This outburst mainly stemmed from it being his first time hearing the news. But Li Yang, observing this shift, immediately seized the opportunity. That's it? Not enough. I need to fan the flames. Li Yang sprang to his feet, adopting a melodramatic expression of anguish as he accusingly pointed at Lin Xue. Xiao Xue. Was this the man who caused your divorce? What divorce? Lin Mu's previously softened expression turned stern again as he looked at Lin Xue and said, What's going on with this matter? How could you not tell me about something as significant as divorce? Do I even exist as your father in your eyes? Does the Lin family mean anything to you? Yes. 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 Here we go. This is exactly what we needed. That previous stuff was so dull. Lin Xue's fingers turned white around the knife at her waist. She swore this was the first time in her life she genuinely wanted to kill someone. But there was no choice. With Li Yang having her father's support, Lin Xue could only reply calmly, I'll handle the property division properly. Dad, you can rest. So you really do want a divorce? Lin Mu's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Xue. Uncle's talent for pinpointing flaws is truly first class. Immediately found the crucial point. Li Yang secretly gave a thumbs up at this thought. When I play the victim in front of your father and bring the divorce into the open, Lin Xue must be absolutely livid with me. Quick, tell your dad you don't like me. Say even if it means severing father-daughter ties, even smashing your head right here, you'll divorce me. Lin Xue forced herself to calm down. She felt continuing like this would land her in ICU sooner or later. Taking a deep breath, She looked at Lin Mu and said, "There's context to this divorce matter." Lin Xue then recounted how Li Yang had beaten up Li Yi's wife at the Hunter Court entrance. Truthfully, this incident wasn't what truly bothered Lin Xue, it was merely the spark. After 3 years of marriage without any real interaction, their communication barely surpassed that of strangers. This trajectory inevitably led to divorce, only a matter of time. After hearing her out, Lin Mu stared at Lin Xue. "That's all?" Lin Xue nodded. "You want divorce over such a trivial matter?" "This." Lin Xue opened her mouth to argue, but Lin Mu stepped forward abruptly, his piercing gaze locking onto her. Was Xiaoyang wrong to strike? Had I been there, I'd have stripped that woman naked and hung her clothes at the Hunter Court gates to make an example of her. In that moment, Lin Xue felt transported back to childhood scoldings. Her spine straightened instinctively under Lin Mu's glare, all arguments dying unspoken on her tongue. "When boys tormented me as a boy, your grandmother didn't just settle scores, she beat those brats' parents until they spat teeth. After that, the whole school stepped aside when I walked. Our Lin family might lack many virtues, but when it comes to protecting our own..." His voice dropped to a growl. "We're unmatched." Lin Xue's lips parted several times before she finally bowed her head, the meek confession escaping like steam from a kettle. "Father, I was wrong." Li Yang stood nearby wearing an expression like he'd bitten into a whole lemon. "Damn it! Why can't my dad be this cool? I'm so jealous." Hearing Li Yan's inner voice, Lin Xue felt a sour-sweet satisfaction for the first time. She hugged Lin Mu, her chin resting on his shoulder as she whispered again, "Dad, I know I was wrong." It had been years since Lin Mu experienced such intimacy with his daughter. His expression softened once more as he patted her back. "Was I too harsh? I just want you to remember you're still a girl who needs..." Holding his daughter, Lin Mu began to ramble on with parental advice. Li Yang nodded while observing this heartwarming father-daughter scene, though he couldn't shake the strange feeling that Lin Xue was subtly challenging him. It wasn't imagination. Lin Xue was indeed taunting Li Yang, though her provocation remained carefully veiled. Even Lin Xue herself didn't understand why she'd act so childishly. Never one for petty rivalries, she now found herself behaving completely out of character. Perhaps because she had suffered too many losses at Li Ying's hands, she wanted to see his embarrassed expression too. "Anne." Lin Xue gazed at the flustered Lin Mu in her arms, her cold face softening with a tenderness unseen for years. How long had it been since she last shared such intimacy with her father? After a moment, a thought seemed to strike Li Yang. "Wait. The atmosphere feels wrong. I came here for divorce, what's happening now?" Li Yang blurted out while watching them, "Dad, I..." Lin Mu released Lin Xue and rubbed his moist eyes. "Xiaoyang, forgive this old man's sentimentality. It's fine. I just wanted to discuss the div. This was all a misunderstanding. As for divorce, I won't allow it. But if this willful daughter mistreats you, tell me. I'll discipline her properly. Since Xiaoxue is on vacation, why don't you two work on giving me a grandchild? That'd settle everything." This isn't how it's supposed to go. Weren't you my ally? Why are you targeting me instead? Dad, you're the best. Uncle, who'd have thought someone with such honest brows and eyes like you would defect? Playing spy games with me? Feigning loyalty while scheming in the shadows? No. This is when we need Lin Xue's judgment. Li Yang fixed his gaze on Lin Xue, assuming an expectant expression as he asked, "Xiaoxue, do you feel the same way?" Lin Xue lowered her head with a faint curl at her lips. When she looked up again, her face had regained its characteristic frostiness. "The divorce decision was rash. I apologize." Doomed. Completely doomed. Even a seasoned hunter can get clawed by his prey one day. On his way to school, Li Yang shook his head as he recalled the humiliation he suffered at Lin Mu's hands. "I was careless. My old man's lived through decades, seeing it all, his rank's no joke. A simple trick was enough to snare me." Li Yang sighed, but quickly clenched his fist with renewed determination. Her father might be formidable, but Lin Xue's a fool. If I keep pushing, this marriage will end. Fueled by this thought, Li Yang nodded vigorously to himself, reigniting his drive. As Li Yang reached the school gates, he saw Cheng Ying pacing anxiously. Spotting him, Cheng Ying scurried over with quick, urgent steps. "Move!" Cheng Ying urged, breathless. "I've already gotten your leave approved." Li Yang eyed him suspiciously. "What's happening?" Why skip class? I was perfectly fine attending. Cheng Ying leaned closer, voice dropping. There's this terrifying woman waiting in the office. For you. I asked her why she came, but she wouldn't say anything, insisting on waiting for you. I was afraid something might happen. I tried calling to stop you from coming, but you didn't answer. So I waited here at the entrance. Li Yang had kept his phone on silent mode earlier, which was why he hadn't heard it. A woman who looks fierce at first glance. Li Yang scratched the back of his head upon hearing this. Peach blossom luck. No. Li Yang shook his head. From the sound of it, this might be a romantic calamity. But where could he have possibly incurred emotional depth while living such a routine life? At this point, Li Yang looked curiously at Cheng Ying and asked, why do you automatically assume her looking for me must be bad news? Why can't it be something good? Brother Yang, you're always picking fights left and right. Bound to make enemies. Cheng Ying nodded solemnly, her young face tense with serious analysis. Is that really how you see me? Cheng Ying tilted her head, her expression clearly asking, isn't that exactly how it is? Li Yang heaved a deep sigh. Cheng Ying gazed at him and tentatively asked, then, aren't you going to leave, Brother Yang? Go? How could we not go? We've already taken leave, can't let this time go to waste. Li Yang remained carefree, turning around with a wave. In that case, I'm heading to the internet cafe. See you tomorrow. As Li Yang turned, his face plunged headfirst into something soft, his world went dark. What the? What's blinding me? Li Yang stepped back and tilted his head upward to see the obstacle. His gaze traveled higher and higher, until landing on a girl looming nearly 190 centimeters tall. The short-haired girl carried a heroic air in her brows, her entire being radiating an aura of don't mess with me. Li Yan's eyes drifted downward, then snapped backward as his head jerked away, finally registering the fullness of her chest. Such impressive proportions. The only comparable figure he'd seen was that noob at the internet cafe. But this girl's height made her assets appear truly monumental. Pointing with dawning recognition, Li Yang exclaimed, You're Su Yu's sister. The woman before him nodded and said, Su Sheng. Li Yang glanced at her voluptuous figure and nodded inwardly. Deep indeed. After introducing herself, Su Sheng bent her body to kneel before Li Yang amidst the bustling school gates. Li Yang swiftly supported her with quick reflexes, saying, What are you doing? I can't accept this. No. Since you've taken care of this lowly one's sister, you deserve this kneel. Ignoring his protest, Su Sheng persisted in kneeling. Li Yang had no time to ponder her peculiar speech mannerism, gripping her arms to prevent the gesture. Su Sheng attempted to sink downward but found herself immobilized, feeling as if Li Ying's arms possessed Herculean strength. A look of surprise flashed across Su Sheng's face before she composed herself, standing upright to address Li Yang. Who would have imagined my brother-in-law possesses such divine strength? Though it makes sense, Sister Lin Xue has always set her sight high. An ordinary man would never have become her husband. Li Yang let out a long exhale. Hearing Su Sheng's words, he looked at her with bewilderment and said, You know Lin Xue? Su Sheng nodded. Of course. Didn't Sister Lin Xue ever mention me? An awkward expression flashed across Li Ying's face. They barely spoke normally, let alone discussed such matters. He mumbled evasively. She doesn't talk about work with me. Ah, I see. Actually, I am. Li Yang and Su Sheng found a cafe and sat down to talk. Inside the cafe, the pair attracted many glances, or more precisely, Su Sheng drew quite a few gazes. In this world, girls like Su Sheng were highly sought after. Li Yang studied Su Sheng and said, So you and Lin Xue are in the same squad? Our three-person team often completes missions together. Li Yang nodded, his eyes darting up and down as he appraised her. Suddenly, he blurted out, Zisheng. What? Wrong name. Su Sheng. Li Yang rubbed his hands nervously and said to Su Sheng, You've spent a lot of time with Lin Xue. Do you know if she has that outside? What? You know, that thing? Su Sheng looked at Li Yang with confusion. Just say it straight, brother-in-law. I don't like riddles. Other men. Does she have other men? Absolutely not. Sister Lin Xue is a woman of integrity. How could she do such filthy things? Don't let your groundless suspicions ruin your marriage. Li Yang observed Su Sheng's righteous expression and sighed deeply. The man's words and demeanor felt eerily familiar. It reminded him of his past life, when he'd covered for gaming-addicted buddies cheating on their girlfriends using exactly this kind of righteous tone and expression. Apparently getting truth from close friends was impossible. Still, a warning was necessary. Li Yang locked eyes with Su Sheng. If there's really something going on, Sister Su Sheng, you must tell me immediately. Su Sheng's face revealed a troubled expression. Li Yang could only put on a teary-eyed expression and implored, Elder sister. Lin Xue is often away from home, and I can't rest easy. Please help keep an eye out for me. Brother-in-law, what are you saying? In my heart, Lin Xue is like my own sister, and you're my own brother-in-law. I'm certain Sister Lin Xue would never betray you. Please set your mind at ease. Though Su Sheng never explicitly agreed by the end, her reassurance already satisfied Li Yang thoroughly. A gentle reminder was sufficient if anything truly happened with Lin Xue. Su Sheng would undoubtedly alert him. A faint suspicion lingered in Su Sheng's mind. She couldn't shake the strange feeling that Li Yang almost seemed eager for such a scenario to unfold. Lin Xue sat in her corporate office when the secretary entered holding a document. I've obtained the Lin Xue profile you requested. Leave it there. After the secretary left, Lin Xue opened the file and noticed Lin Xue's workplace, Soaring Phoenix Military Academy. This institution was also Li Yang's workplace. At this revelation, Lin Xue snapped the document shut, tossed it into the trash bin, then sank into her chair rubbing her temples as she murmured. Deliberate? Though Lin Mu had ruined the best previous opportunity for divorce, he did provide me with a completely new perspective. Catch her cheating. This woman stays home every day. She's bound to slip up eventually when outside. Planting a mole first is absolutely necessary. Although Li Yang believed Lin Xue's nature made infidelity nearly impossible, even the slightest suspicious traces combined with his relentless pestering would surely wear down her patience. That pretty boy Zhang Nan is so useless. He could have been the perfect pawn, yet he keeps targeting me instead of directing his efforts towards his beloved. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. As Li Yang was still contemplating his next steps, Su Sheng's call snapped him back to reality. Raising his head, he noticed Su Sheng fidgeting awkwardly before him. Li Yang felt an overwhelming sense of incongruity, like a burly man from a past life blushing at him profoundly unsettling. Su Sheng. What's wrong with you? Su Sheng flushed crimson as he addressed Li Yang. I'm truly grateful for what you did regarding Su Yu. Li Yang waved his hands repeatedly. You're being too polite. You've thanked me several times already for this matter. Actually, there's much more I want to express gratitude for, Su Sheng mumbled under his breath, lowering his head. Not catching the words, Li Yang leaned forward instinctively. What did you say? Su Sheng shook his head. Nothing. No amount of thanks could ever be sufficient for this. As he spoke, Su Sheng rose once more, bowing deeply again to Li Yang. Reseating himself, Su Sheng looked earnestly at Li Yang. I don't understand what you menfolk fancy, so I'll spare you material gifts they reek of vulgarity. Yet withholding gifts sits heavy on my conscience. After much deliberation, I've conceived an alternative solution. In future missions with Sister Lin Xue, I will definitely protect her safety. Even if I die, I'll ensure Sister Lin Xue returns unharmed. I thought that as long as you two are happy as husband and wife, that would be the best gift for you. Li Yang felt extremely conflicted upon hearing this. He forced an awkward smile. That's thoughtful of you. Although his relationship with Lin Xue wasn't a real marriage, they did share some camaraderie. Logically, even if he wasn't pleased about someone being so resolute in protecting Lin Xue, he shouldn't feel this conflicted. But Su Sheng's declaration gave Li Yang an inexplicable sense of having squandered a valuable favor. Darn it! This feels like losing out on 100 million. Indeed, the unattained always stirs the heart. Li Yang sighed deeply in his heart. After exchanging a few more polite words with Su Sheng, he took his leave. Distracted during the subsequent conversation, he failed to notice the equally conflicted look Su Sheng gave him. Su Sheng seemed poised to say something to Li Yang, but the words ultimately froze on his lips. Boredom is killing me. Li Yang yawned listlessly in his office chair, perhaps because Lin Mu's recent visit had kept Lin Xue away from home for days. Li Yang even tentatively called Su Sheng to inquire if Lin Xue was at the Hunter Corps, only to be told she wasn't with the troops and should be at the company. Though initially inclined to take initiative, Li Yang ultimately held back. Sometimes strategic retreat could work wonders. Letting Lin Xue cool off might yield unexpected dividends. While uncertain about many things, Li Yang felt absolute conviction on one point. Lin Xue's desire for divorce burned no less intense than his own. Lin Mu's interference might cloud Lin Xue's judgment temporarily, but couldn't alter her core values. Given time to reflect, she'd inevitably rediscover her true priorities. Besides, Li Yang found himself basking in solitude compared to their strained cohabitation. This temporary separation felt like. As Li Yang sat in his chair playing, he noticed Cheng Ying beside him looking utterly distracted. While fiddling with his device, Li Yang asked, "What's wrong, Cheng Ying? You seem agitated." "No, I'm not. I'm not." Cheng Ying leapt to her feet at Li Yang's words, waving her hands frantically. Li Yang put away his phone, eyeing her with concern. "What's gotten into you?" Cheng Ying sank back into her seat, shaking her head. Don't you know Yu has arrived?" Yu? The name rang faint bells in Li Yan's memory, though he couldn't immediately place it. Yes, Yu. The hunter core rising star these past 2 years, though still no match for Lin Xue. Suddenly it clicked. Wasn't this the same noob he'd encountered at the internet cafe? Hearing Cheng Ying's introduction, Li Yang shook his head and picked it up again. Can't even compare to Lin Xue, not just a noob in game, but a weakling in real life too. Cheng Ying turned his head to find Li Yang quirking a brow at him, teasing, "You've got a thing for that Yu, don't you?" Slumping halfway in his chair, Cheng Ying waved dismissively, "Impossible. I've never even met her. How could I possibly like her?" Li Yang pursed his lips in boredom. At that moment, the office door swung open. In the teaching building, numerous teachers crowded around Yu, voices overlapping. "Goddess, give me your autograph. Lady Yu, let me accompany you on this exploration drill. Take you? With those skinny arms and legs. Lady Yu, look at me, I'll assist you properly." Accompanied by a clamorous commotion, Yu strode through the crowd. As she casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, this simple gesture elicited another round of shrill screams from the teachers present. Li Yang dubbed a finger in his ear at the noisy din. Meanwhile, Yu marched into the office with her chin held high, advancing toward Li Yang with unwavering determination. Stopping before Li Yan's desk, Yu leaned slightly forward, palms resting on its surface. Locking eyes with him, she murmured softly, "For this exploration drill, I want to invite you to partner with me. Will you accept?" Li Yan's eyes flicked toward her briefly before returning to his phone, thumbs already dancing across the gaming interface. "Ain't got time for this bullshit." Lin Xue was still working at this moment, her emotions tangled and conflicted. Regarding the divorce, she began to feel herself wavering. Occasionally, she suddenly realized a flicker of attraction toward Li Yang, only to immediately crush it beneath reason's heel. He's two-faced and calculating, utterly lacking the quiet demeanor of ordinary boys, and Lin Xue mentally catalogued Li Yan's flaws, the list growing so long it surprised even herself. When did I become so attuned to him? Lin Xue couldn't help but wonder. These past few days, she tried to numb herself with work, yet his phantom lingered relentlessly, feeling a gnawing restlessness. Still grinding away here. Not even a thought about heading home. A familiar voice shattered her contemplation. Lin Xue raised her head and found her father Lin Mu sitting in the office, sipping tea with leisure. She stood up, turning her back to him as her gaze pierced through the high-rise window, surveying the city below. "You've known about my relationship with Li Yang all along." Lin Xue's voice remained calm yet carried a thread of accusation. Lin Mu set down his teacup, blowing lightly on the rising steam. "I might know more than you do. For instance, Li Yan's desire for divorce rivals your own." Lin Xue's expression remained unaltered. Observing this, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow slightly, approval coloring his tone. "No surprise? Seems you've grown wiser." Seeing Lin Xue remain silent, Lin Mu continued, "That boy Li Yang probably didn't want us elders to worry. That's why he acted so deliberately in front of you. The fact that he concealed his true self shows he has no real feelings for you. When mentioning you to us, he'd purposely play the role of someone madly infatuated. But after all, he's still too young." As he spoke, a kind, fatherly smile surfaced on Lin Mu's face. Lin Xue turned to face her father directly. "If that's the case, why not let us divorce?" Lin Mu set down his teacup, his voice steadfast. "As parents, we always want our children to find a good match. Li Yang is actually a decent choice." Lin Xue wanted to argue further, but Lin Mu interrupted. "Moreover, I've already allowed you to make your choice." "What choice?" Lin Xue frowned. Did you really think those kinds of photos could fool me? There was a teasing lilt in Lin Mu's tone. Lin Xue's eyes widened slightly, clearly taken by surprise. The reason I brought these photos is to make you face a choice. If you had chosen divorce back then, it would have meant there was nothing left to salvage between you. I wouldn't have stood in your way. But you didn't choose divorce, which proves Li Yang still holds a place in your heart. Lin Xue whirled around sharply, her voice laced with irritation. That's utter nonsense. Lin Mu shook his head gently, his tone softening. You're my daughter, I know you too well. Li Yang is a good man, and I hope you'll reconsider. Regardless of everything, he's still your husband. In these 3 years of marriage, have you ever truly treated him as family? Lin Mu rose to leave. Pausing at the doorway, he added, use this vacation period for serious reflection. And know this, if Li Yang still wants divorce after this, I'll give my consent too. With these words, Lin Mu departed, leaving Lin Xue standing alone by the window, her silhouette gradually dissolving into the twilight as she sank deeper into contemplation. Oh! Refuse? Yu's smile froze mid-curve, her carefully rehearsed script crumbling at this unexpected flat-out rejection from Li Yang. Li Yang tucked away the documents in his hand, casting her a fleeting glance. I'm busy. No time. Find someone else. With that, Li Yang strode out of the office. Teachers at the doorway, long accustomed to his infamous reputation, parted like the Red Sea to let him pass. Walking down the corridor, Li Yang heaved a deep sigh. Ever since Lin Xue returned this time, nothing's gone right. Our astrological incompatibility strikes again. If she weren't so stubbornly contrary, things wouldn't have come to this. Li Yan's exaggerated devotion toward Lin Xue was strategic armor. He knew too well, any display of disdain or indifference would only fuel her satisfaction. To her, this marriage was merely a transaction so long as it pleased her father and grandmother. She'd never initiate divorce. The colder he acted, the tighter she'd cling to this hollow union for societal approval. But Li Yang didn't want to be shackled by this marriage. So he chose another approach to act utterly infatuated with Lin Xue. This way, Lin Xue would feel tormented by her inability to reciprocate his feelings, and given time, would naturally opt for divorce. Judging from recent developments, Li Yan's strategy was proving effective. Every time we reach a critical juncture, something unexpected happens. How utterly vexing. It seems I'll need to exercise greater caution moving forward. As Li Yang was deep in thought, a slender arm suddenly blocked his path. Turning his head, he found Yu, who had somehow caught up and cornered him against the wall in a kick-down maneuver. Yu stared at Li Yang, her voice soft yet tinged with provocation. Twice. Counting the internet cafe incident, you've rejected me twice. Since childhood, no man has ever refused me twice. You really are one of a kind. As she spoke, her body leaned forward slightly, her charming face gradually closing in on Li Yan's. Just as she closed in, a searing pain exploded in her abdomen. Li Yan's fist had slammed into her stomach. Yu's eyes widened in shock, her hands clutching her abdomen as a trembling finger pointed accusingly at Li Yang. I. Li Yang coldly flipped up his middle finger, his voice dripping with disdain. Fucking hate people like you, always drowning in that love-struck airhead bullshit. Li Yang turned and walked away without glancing at Yu, who was clutching her abdomen. As Li Yang retreated into the distance, Yu's fan swarmed forward to console her, only to be abruptly shooed away as she rose to her feet. Yu cleared her throat with dry coughs, panting heavily while watching Li Yan's departing figure. A faint smile surfaced as she murmured, I'm growing fonder of you by the minute. Li Yan's body shuddered involuntarily. Rolling his neck with a crack, he muttered. Haven't met a single normal person lately. Instructor Li, the principal wants you. A colleague approached Li Yang with the message. Li Yang nodded acknowledgement before striding toward the principal's office. The principal of Fiwang Military Academy was a rotund old man named Song Dongjun, though Li Yang secretly dubbed him Coach Enzi in his mind. His perfectly rounded chin looked irresistibly pinchable, like a stress relief ball begging to be squeezed. Moreover, he spoke with a gentle tone, and everyone at the school adored this amiable old man. Entering the principal's office, Li Yang sat on the sofa. Song Dongjun approached beaming, holding a document. Surely, knowing your love for outdoor activities, I found you a perfect assignment, leisurely yet allowing you to get out. Li Yang accepted the proffered document but didn't open it, his face twisting in a disdainful expression. Don't tell me it's that so-called exploration drill. Song Dongjun nodded with a smile. Already heard about it, surely. It's completely safe. Team Leader EU from the Hunter Corps will accompany you, and the mission zone only has a D-level hazard rating. There's never been a single casualty. Li Yang rolled his eyes and tossed the document onto the coffee table. Find someone else for this. Song Daojun tilted his head curiously. Teacher Cheng Ying is participating too. Given how well you two get along, I assumed you'd want to join her. Cheng Ying's going. Li Yang picked up the documents again after hearing this. Flipping through them, he indeed found Cheng Ying's information inside. Professor Cheng applied on her own initiative. What's interesting is that she seemed to have known in advance that EU would lead the exercise, so she submitted her application very early. At that time, I had just received the notification about this matter myself. Song Daojun said with a smile. Professor Cheng must be a die-hard fan of EU. Young people these days are really full of vitality. Li Yang frowned upon hearing this. Staring at Cheng Ying's photo in the documents, he sensed something was off. Cheng Ying was one of the few male friends Li Yang had made since coming to this world. Of course, Li Yang didn't want anything to happen to him. Now this exercise application matter was permeated with oddities from start to finish, making Li Yang feel uneasy. Leaning back on the sofa, Li Yang contemplated. Considering he had no pressing matters recently and was currently in a Cold War period with Lin Xue, going out now might actually do him good. It could serve as a way to clear his mind. At this moment, Song Daojun looked at Li Yang and said, EU specifically requested to bring you along. But if you don't want to go, surely, I can discuss it with her again. Right. Almost forgot. And that love-addled airhead. A troubled expression crossed Li Ying's face as he massaged his temples, Cheng Ying's file clutched in his hand. This Cheng Ying matter reeks of strangeness everywhere. I won't feel at ease not going along, but that lovesick fool is indeed problematic. After prolonged consideration, Li Yang suddenly slapped the documents and gritted his teeth. I'll go. When's the assembly time? Might as well consider it bringing a pet along. Song Daojun nodded. The day after tomorrow. You can skip tomorrow's classes to prepare at home. Understood. Don't worry, Principal. With these words, Li Yang stood up and strolled out directly. As Li Yang reached the school gate preparing to go home, he noticed Su Yu approaching head-on. Su Yu stopped before Li Yang and bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher. Li Yang waved his hand and said, You sisters are always so polite. It was just a small favor. Su Yu kept her head lowered instead of looking up. What's small to you, teacher, is huge to me. Thank you. After speaking, Su Yu handed Li Yang a bag. He accepted it, but before he could politely decline, she already darted off like a sprinter. Li Yang shook his head at Su Yu's retreating figure, then looked down at the gift she'd given him. Please don't let it be jewelry or something. Murmuring this, he reached into the bag and pulled out a box. When Li Yang saw the text on it, his expression froze. This is last month's newly released game console. Su Yu hid around the corner, watching. A satisfied smile bloomed on her face as she saw Li Yang's shocked grin. She walked home with a bounce in her step. Li Yang would never know she'd been silently observing him since his first days at Fiwang Military Academy. When Li Yang first transmigrated, he was unemployed. Although the original host was highly educated, he had lost all motivation after getting together with Lin Xue. He initially became a stay-at-home husband, but the transmigrated Li Yang despised this lifestyle. After half a year's relentless effort, he finally secured a prestigious position at Fiwang Military Academy. Su Yu still remembered her first encounter with Li Yang during orientation week. He stood near the registration tent at the school gate, nodding approvingly while appraising each arriving female student from head to toe. Su Yu speculated Li Yang was assessing how many of these freshmen showed promise after all. Their ultimate goal was recruitment into the 3 major corps that demanded only elite candidates. Growing up with chronic self-doubt, Su Yu glanced at her frail physique and recalled her elder sister's robust build. Lowering her head, she mechanically joined the queue. When her name was called, she approached the registration desk. After completing all formalities, Su Yu kept her gaze downcast while entering campus. As she passed Li Yan's station, fragments of his murmured observations reached her ears. Su Yu. How adorable. Su Yu looked up at Li Yang, who noticed her gaze and flashed her a warm smile. Su Yu's face flushed crimson as she immediately darted into the school building. Their most memorable encounter occurred during lunch one ordinary day. Though Su Yu initially tried to bond with classmates, her efforts proved futile. Everyone seemed to dislike her. But Suyu had grown accustomed to solitude. She found refuge in a secluded grove within campus grounds. Today, however, she discovered an intruder at her usual spot beneath the tree, none other than Li Yang. There sat Li Yang, engrossed in mobile games against the tree trunk. From a discreet distance, Suyu quietly observed him. This marked the beginning of her regular sightings, Li Yang either gaming or studying game guides beneath those branches. Gradually, Suyu began dabbling in gaming herself. In this virtual world, her words flowed freely, and countless players became eager to interact with her. Later, when Suyu learned about the game Li Yang was playing, she also registered an account and created an ID named I Can Take on 10. Ugh, my neck's stiff from sleeping. Li Yang stretched lazily, his gaze drifting over the coffee table strewn with snacks as he let out a yawn. He'd given the servants the day off, taking advantage of Lin Xue's absence to indulge in a full day of gaming marathons. Exhausted from play, he'd collapsed directly onto the sofa for a nap. No more. This is way too degenerate. Li Yang shook his head vigorously. After cleaning up the trash and tidying the room, he tucked away the game console Suyu had bought him. He needed to head to school by noon for the upcoming exploration drill. As Li Yang shouldered his backpack to leave, he paused hesitantly at the front door. Setting down his bag, he retrieved stationery from inside. Though uncertain if Lin Xue would return, he decided to leave her a note. If she didn't come back, no harm done. But if she did, well, finding this message would annoy her a bit. A mischievous grin spread across Li Yang's face as he glanced at the note pressed firmly on the table. Hoisting his backpack, he sauntered out humming a tune. That evening, Lin Xue returned home carrying the newly released gaming console from last month. Standing at her doorstep, she gazed at the gift in her hands and heaved a deep sigh. Why on earth did I buy this? After deciding to return home today, Lin Xue had inexplicably asked her secretary to purchase the gaming console. Recalling the secretary's peculiar expression, she covered her face and shook her head. Admittedly, her father's words had profoundly impacted her. As her father said, it wasn't so much that she didn't understand Li Yang, but rather that she'd never made any effort to understand him. 3 years into their marriage, she'd never treated Li Yang as family. How could someone like her ever hope to earn his genuine affection? Lin Xue entered the house and scanned the room, finding Li Yang absent. As she walked into the living room, a note on the coffee table caught her eye. Setting the gaming console aside, she picked up the note to read it. Xiaoxiu, I've reconsidered our relationship. I know I fall short in many ways in your eyes, but I still can't accept your infidelity. I've decided to leave for a while to better myself and give us both space to cool down. During my absence, I hope you'll refrain from contacting that man and exercise restraint until I return. Lin Xue stared at the note, taking several sharp breaths. Though she couldn't hear Li Yan's inner voice, she could vividly imagine his state of mind while writing these words. Every character struck her as deliberate provocation, each sentence systematically pushing her psychological limits. Lin Xue noticed the crumpled paper with water-stained characters. To an outsider, it might appear Li Yang had written through tears, with droplets falling on the stationery. But knowing him as she did, Lin Xue was certain he'd never shed tears over personal matters. This moisture likely came from careless condensation off a drinking glass. She brought the note to her nose and sniffed, a contemplative expression crossing her face. Then, Lin Xue carried the note to the kitchen, her gaze falling upon the trash can. When she saw it overflowing with assorted snack wrappers, she drew a deep breath to steady herself. How cozy he's been leaving it up while I'm away. Though she'd anticipated it, witnessing it firsthand ignited a smoldering rage in Lin Xue's chest. She shook her head sharply, striding into Li Yan's bedroom. Her hand tightened around the knife at her waist as she stared at the contents of the wastebasket. Lin Xue bent down to retrieve the eye drops bottle from the trash. After giving it a cautious sniff, both hands clenched violently, crushing the bottle and note within her palms. I expected this, but Li Yang. Do you truly think me such a fool in your eyes? Lin Xue had never expected genuine tears from Li Yang, yet she'd never imagined he'd dare deceive her with such brazen mockery. Using eye drops instead of tears. How did you even come up with that idea? At noon, Li Yang arrived at the school gate. Cheng-Ying and Yi-Yu were already standing there, with 2 7- or 8-year-old children clustered around Cheng-Ying. Li Yang approached the entrance without even glancing at Yi-Yu, instead focusing on the boy and girl beside Cheng-Ying. Who are these kids? He asked. While soothing the 2 children, Cheng-Ying explained, we're taking them along for this drill. They're both Originium-adapted individuals. Exposing them to real-world scenarios will pave the way for their future. The little girl with a pretty ponytail squared her shoulders and declared to Li Yang with vibrant energy, "Why bring so many boys anyway? Honestly, if danger comes, you all better hide behind me. I'll protect everyone." She punctuated her words by thumping her chest, pride radiating from her face. The little boy fidgeted with his hands, sniffled, and gazed at the girl with starry-eyed admiration. "Ling's amazing." Li Yang found the two children quite a pair. Squatting down, he asked, "What are your names?" "I'm Qin Ling." "I'm Man Xue. Big brother, you're really handsome." "Good kids." Li Yang patted Man Xue's little head. Man Xue lowered his head, blushed and stared at the ground. Qin Ling pouted and turned her head away. Noticing this, Li Yang also ruffled Qin Ling's hair, chuckling, "Ling's being good too." A faint blush spread across her pale cheeks. "Humph," Qin Ling snorted, "since you're so good-looking, I'll allow you a few pets." "Yes, ma'am," Li Yang replied with a grin. At that moment, Yu approached. This time she wore a smile instead of her previous aggressive demeanor. Extending her hand amiably, she said, "There might have been some misunderstandings before. Let's start fresh." Li Yang glanced at her, snorting inwardly. Changed tactics when force failed. Trying this warm and devoted persona for contrast cuteness now. However, one doesn't strike a smiling face. Li Yang stood up, refusing to shake Yu's hand, and said indifferently, "I'm Li Yang." Faced with Li Yan's blatant disrespect, Yu's expression remained unaltered as she slowly withdrew her extended hand. Li Yang squatted back down to play with the children. Watching his crouched figure, Yu's lips curled in a faint smile. She couldn't understand why, but this was the first time she'd ever felt such intense desire to possess someone. "Li Yang, the colder you act, the more it excites me. The harder you resist, the greater my sense of conquest will be when I finally claim you," Yu thought to herself, eyes gleaming with determination. At this moment, Yu displayed immense patience. Lowering herself into a crouch, she gazed at Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan with a radiant smile. "I'm leading this expedition. My mission is to protect you both, rest assured." Yu recognized Li Yan's fondness for children. She resolved to start with this vulnerability, determined to chip away at his emotional defenses piece by piece. Li Yang saw straight through Yu's transparent scheming, but couldn't be bothered to argue. He'd already steeled himself. This journey might as well be walking a pet. Confronted with Yu's overtures, Man Xiyuan hung his head, his cheeks flushed crimson, too shy to speak. Qin Ling twisted her lips in a storm of indignation. "They clearly promised us a supernova from the Hunter Corps would lead. I thought it'd be Sister Lin Xue. Who even are you?" Yu's expression froze instantaneously, words failing her. Throughout the Hunter Corps, everyone knew how she loathed any mention of Lin Xue in her presence. Among the younger generation, Yu was considered exceptional, but all her achievements paled in comparison to Lin Xue. When speaking of the Hunter Corps rising stars, Lin Xue's name always came first. Yu eternally remained the perpetual runner-up. What infuriated Yu most was Lin Xue's attitude. She could still vividly recall their first encounter. During an internal Hunter Corps banquet, Yu had strategically arranged her grand entrance. She'd instructed her driver to wait in a corner until most guests arrived before slowly pulling up to the banquet hall entrance. Just as Yu stepped out of her car ready to dazzle the crowd, Lin Xue trudged in through another entrance, her clothes still drenched in infected beast's blood from the battlefield. "Apologies. Mission delayed me." Lin Xue delivered the explanation curtly, then simply found a corner and stood there in silence. Though Lin Xue did nothing but speak a few simple words, the entire hall's gazes were irresistibly drawn to her. Yu could sense how everyone's attention now hovered imperceptibly around the silent figure drinking alone in the corner. When the banquet concluded, Yu caught up with Lin Xue and stood blocking her path. "Lin Xue, though everyone considers you the top of our generation now, I'll prove that I'm the true number one among the younger hunters in our corps." Yu stared intensely at Lin Xue, searching her eyes for any trace of urgency or apprehension, but reality left her disappointed. Lin Xue's face showed faint bewilderment as she tilted her head slightly at Yu. "Who are you?" Li Yang ignored the frozen Yu, vigorously ruffling Qin Ling's small head with a hearty laugh. Such honesty at such a young age. This child's definitely destined for greatness. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Qin Ling pouted and turned her little head away, yet made no move to refuse his enthusiastic approach. Man Xiyuan gazed at Qin Ling with envy, blushing as he timidly confessed, Actually, I don't know who this elder sister is either. Such honest, good children. Li Yang praised with a hearty laugh. Sensing the awkward atmosphere between them, Cheng-Ying immediately stood up and urged, let's hurry. The core vehicle is ready. Li Yang nodded, leading the two children away. After bowing to Yu, Cheng-Ying quickly followed in Li Yan's footsteps. Yu watched Li Yan's retreating figure, covering her face with one hand as she drew a deep, shuddering breath. Truly a couple cut from the same cloth, bearing that same air of arrogance. Yu had already uncovered Li Yan's identity. After their first encounter at the internet cafe, curiosity consumed her. When she finally verified his background, particularly discovering he was Lin Xue's husband, an inexplicable emotion welled up in her heart. From exploratory probes to directly visiting his office, every move had been orchestrated by her. Normally, even with curiosity, she wouldn't go this far. But Li Yan's identity compelled her beyond reason. However, as Li Yang repeatedly rejected her advances, Yu's focus shifted again. She stopped obsessing over his status as Lin Xue's husband, and instead became genuinely intrigued by Li Yang himself. Lin Xue, I'm starting to envy you. Perhaps due to Yu's influence, the military unit arranged an exceptionally luxurious RV for Li Yan's group. Yu sat up front, while Li Yang and others occupied the rear compartment. At this moment, Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan had already fallen asleep. Li Yang finally got the chance to ask Cheng-Ying, Cheng-Ying, why did you join this exercise? And why did you volunteer for it? Cheng-Ying pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yang interrupted, don't feed me that line about being Yu's fan. I think you're a person with normal intelligence. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Cheng-Ying's face. He clenched his fists and remained silent. Forget it. Keep your secrets if you want. Li Yang crossed his legs casually and waved his hand dismissively. Li Yang, thank. Before Cheng-Ying could finish his gratitude, Li Yang cut in, save it. I'll be keeping an eye on you throughout this trip. Whatever you plan to do, I'll see right through it. Cheng-Ying shook his head upon hearing this, then covered his mouth as soft laughter escaped. Li Yang shuddered involuntarily. He couldn't stand men laughing like that. What's so funny? He demanded. Nothing. It's just, Brother Yang always acts this way. Though your tongue's sharp as a blade, Cheng-Ying's eyes curved with amusement, deep down, you care about your friends more than anyone. Stop it, that's way too mushy. Li Yang couldn't help rubbing his arms, his face contorted in visceral disgust. This was exactly why Li Yang struggled to adapt to this world. In his previous life, brothers never voiced such sentiments aloud, they silently engraved them in their hearts. Verbalizing feelings would have invited ridicule for being pretentious. Cheng-Ying lowered his head, disappointment washing over his features. If I could be as strong as Brother Yang, he murmured, voice trembling, would everything have turned out differently? Mother, she... Trailing off, Cheng-Ying shook his head and wiped the tears brimming at his eyelids. Sorry. I know Brother Yang hates seeing men cry. I simply dislike men who weep at the drop of a hat, Li Yang stated impassively. As Cheng-Ying lifted his gaze to meet Li Yan's, the entire RV suddenly shuddered with violent intensity. The abrupt motion startled the sleeping children awake. Man Xiyuan clung to Cheng-Ying's arm, his small voice quivering. What's happening? Qin Ling was also frightened, but seeing Yu ahead and being the only girl left behind, a resolute expression crossed her face as she declared, stay here. I'll go check outside. As she finished speaking, Qin Ling took a deep breath. But the moment she stepped forward, Li Yang grabbed the collar of her shirt from behind. Ah! Let me go. I need to see what's happening. I'm a girl, but I'm not scared. Qin Ling struggled fiercely as she shouted. Li Yang sighed deeply, pulling her back. When making brave declarations, he said, try not to let your legs tremble. They're not trembling. Qin Ling retorted stubbornly. Ignoring her protests, Li Yang rubbed Qin Ling's cheeks between his hands, chuckling, courage isn't about recklessness. You're just a kid charging out there, would be throwing yourself to the wolves. Breaking free from his grasp, Qin Ling's flushed cheeks glowed crimson, whether from the vigorous rubbing or lingering embarrassment remained unclear. Just as Qin Ling was about to speak, Cheng-Ying gazed out the window and said, infected beasts. Yu has already gone out to meet them. Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan also turned to look outside, their eyes widening with astonishment. By this time, Li Yang and his group had already left the city. During the time when infected beasts ravaged the land, protected zones were established across regions. As the infected beast disturbances gradually subsided, These zones began establishing diplomatic relations, eventually forming the current urban structure. However, wilderness areas still existed between cities where infected beasts frequently roamed. The dozen or so first-tier infected beasts EU currently faced were mere child's play for her. EU's primordial stone ability manifested as water control. With mere gestures from her hands, pillars of water shot skyward, rendering the infected beasts utterly defenseless against her onslaught. While Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan watched with exhilaration, Li Yang standing nearby rolled his eyes in evident disdain. Li Yang could clearly see EU was showing off her combat skills there. Though she could have ended the battle decisively, she deliberately dragged it out with such flair that unknowing observers might think she was performing a dance. What's with all the theatrics? Li Yang couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his voice laced with irritation. After a theatrical performance, EU effortlessly disposed of the infected beasts. With the creatures vanquished, EU entered the RV from the rear, tossed her hair, and suggested with a smile, "We are almost there. The scenery looks splendid, we could walk the rest of the way." Before Li Yang could respond, Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan had already dashed out excitedly. The restless children burst forth like uncorked springs, with Cheng Ying hastily chasing after their bounding figures. Li Yang exited the vehicle. Yu approached him and asked softly, "Did that startle you earlier?" Li Yang instinctively stepped back, grimacing as he retorted, "Must you wear that expression while spouting such corny lines? It's genuinely nauseating." Unfazed by the venomous words, Yu maintained her composure. Placing a hand over her heart, she responded with tranquil eyes, "You seem to harbor deep misconceptions about me, no, about women in general." Li Yang shot her a sidelong glance and said coldly, "I just know what you're all thinking, as clearly as I know my own mind." Yu smiled faintly. "People are fundamentally different. How could you possibly guess everyone's thoughts? Maybe I'm not what you imagine. Every man's mind follows similar tracks when pursuing women. Especially textbook cases like you're the archetypal example in love seminars. Romance novels are always populated with your type. From leading roles to background characters, there's always a part that fits you." "I admit our previous meetings weren't pleasant," Yu said, locking eyes with Li Yang, "but deeper understanding might bring surprises." Li Yang sighed. "I can read your current thoughts like an open book. Save your efforts." With this, Li Yang strode briskly to catch up with Cheng Ying's group. Cheng Ying now sat by the water's edge, watching Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan playfully splashing in the shallows. Li Yang walked over to Cheng Ying and casually sat down, asking, "By the way, since we've been out here so long, any special circumstances at the drill location we are heading to?" The Hunter Corps' main duties, beyond exterminating infected beasts, involve collecting orogenium. The presence of orogenium may trigger certain anomalous phenomena. The Survey Corps investigates whether these phenomena originate from orogenium and assigns threat levels. Accordingly, the Hunter Corps dispatches specialized hunters to resolve them. Cheng Ying turned to Li Yang, explaining, "There's a clock tower at our destination. For 5 years now, deafening chimes erupt every night at midnight, lasting about half an hour, then stopping abruptly. Residents near the tower want us to silence the chimes. The nightly disturbance has become unbearable." Li Yang tilted his head, skepticism etching his features. "That's it? Why shouldn't this be handled by the neighborhood committee? Since when does the Hunter Corps take trivial jobs? And how loud could these damn chimes really be?" Cheng Ying's face flushed with embarrassment as she waved her hand dismissively. "It's not a matter of whether it rings or not. It's truly one of a kind. What's so special about it? Residents can't approach the clock tower like something's blocking their path." Cheng Ying paused meaningfully before adding, "But apart from its chimes, there's never been any casualties related to this clock tower." Whether it was his imagination or not, Li Yang sensed Cheng Ying deliberately emphasizing the no casualties part. Qin Ling bounded over to Cheng Ying and interjected, 3 years ago, a bear-rank hunter passing through went to investigate that clock tower." Li Yang stared at her incredulously. "You even know about that? Joining a mission without researching it? Shame on you." Qin Ling stuck out her tongue mischievously, then quickly ducked behind Cheng Ying's back as if anticipating Li Yang grabbing her collar. Li Yang didn't seem bothered and continued asking, "What happened to that hunter afterward?" "After emerging from the clock tower, that bear-rank hunter never revealed what was inside. He just pleaded with the Hunter Corps not to send anyone else," Cheng Ying added from the side. With no casualties reported, the Corps didn't prioritize it. The matter was shelved. Other hunters also respected the old hunter standing none would take the mission. Cheng Ying scratched his cheek and continued, but nearby residents protest every year, especially during May and June. Parents are particularly furious about the noise during college entrance exams. Li Yan's mouth twitched at the corner, lost for words. Though honestly, the mission sounded straightforward enough. This thought lifted his spirits. Dealing with a love-struck airhead was trouble enough. He couldn't handle complicated missions too. At that moment, Yu approached carrying food, cheerfully announcing, "Let's eat." Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan were both delighted, and Cheng Ying also went over to help distribute the food. Li Yang casually grabbed a sandwich and sat on the lawn. Just as he unwrapped it and was about to take a bite, Yu came over with her food and sat down beside him. Li Yang slowly lowered the sandwich in his hand and shifted slightly away. Noticing this, Yu shifted closer too. For every inch Li Yang moved away, Yu followed in silence, tilting her head as she gazed at him, quietly a picture of serene contentment. It must be said, with Yu's striking features and her enviable figure, there was a touch of a romantic drama vibe to the scene. But Li Yang wasn't having any of it. Waving his hand impatiently at her, he snapped, "Get away from me. Your presence ruins my appetite." Yu merely smiled, didn't budge an inch, and continued watching Li Yang with her tranquil gaze. Li Yang, seeing her remain unmoved, simply stopped looking at her, out of sight, out of mind. He was just about to speak when Yu opened her mouth first. "Exhausted, aren't you?" Li Yang set down his sandwich, his face morphing into an "are you out of your mind" expression. "What kind of act are you putting on this time?" Yu continued as if talking to herself, "You're clever, but that very cleverness makes you a fish out of water in this society, especially as Lin Xue's husband." At this point, Yu turned to look at Li Yang and pressed on. "Lin Xue might be a competent hunter, but she's never been a qualified wife, has she? Perhaps it's because of her that you've developed so many prejudices against women." Here, Yu placed a hand over her heart and said softly, "When you feel weary, you can lean here." In this world, where women offer their chests for men to lean on, much like men offered their shoulders for women in their previous lives, those with fuller bosoms were seen as embodying greater stability. As Yu spoke to this point, she noticed Li Yan's dumbstruck gaze fixed on her chest. With a faint smile, she leaned forward, closed her eyes, and met his lips in a kiss. Just as Yu thought she'd succeeded, Li Yang grabbed a sandwich and slammed it onto her face. Her eyes flew open as she jerked upright, the sandwich's savory aroma violently assailing her nostrils. "Have you lost your mind?" Yu shouted in fury. Li Yang dusted off his hands and stood up, shooting her a wearying look before stating coldly, "You were still just a twinkle in your father's eye when I was playing these games." How on earth could Lin Xue tolerate him? Watching young Li walk away with carefree ease, Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Xue for the first time. Then, recalling Lin Xue's workaholic nature, sudden understanding dawned on her. Li Yang strolled over to Cheng Ying's group, where Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan lay sprawled on the grass patting their little bellies, having mostly finished eating. "Let's go. Now that we're full, hurry to our destination." Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan patted their tummies and stood up, glancing around to find Yu already striding ahead. Tilting her head, Man Xiyuan asked innocently, "What's wrong with Sister Yu?" Li Yang glanced at Yu's retreating figure and remarked casually, "Even the toughest women have those days. You'll understand when you're older." Man Xiyuan nodded with a half-understanding expression, watching Yu's retreating figure while rubbing his small hands. "Actually, I feel Sister Yu doesn't particularly enjoy taking care of us. Being around her feels strange." Li Yang ruffled his hair with a chuckle. "Not bad. Sharp kid. You'll definitely grow up immune to girls' tricks." Man Xiyuan lowered his head, cheeks flushed as he giggled shyly. Qin Ling puffed her cheeks like a steamed bun, swatting away Li Yan's hand before pulling Man Xiyuan closer. "I'll protect Xiao Xiyuan from now on. Absolutely won't let those scheming women fool him." Li Yang tapped Qin Ling's nose playfully. "Quite the little strategist, aren't you? Color me impressed." Qin Ling turned her crimson face away defiantly. Cheng Ying stepped between them with an amused smile. "Enough. Remember, we're here on mission duty. Though it's just an exercise, let's stay focused." Li Yang spread his hands in a helpless gesture, nodding as he said, "All right. I get it. And I really do hate it when men get long-winded." "Brother Yang." Cheng Ying stood with hands on hips, frowning at him. Li Yang turned his face away, chuckling at Cheng Ying's feminine mannerism. "Understood. I'll stop. Won't say another word." Nearby, Man Xiyuan glanced between Li Yang and Cheng Ying. Watching their harmonious interaction, she seemed to recall something, instinctively covering her flushed cheeks with both hands. Xiao Xiyuan, what's wrong? Faced with Qin Ling's concern, Man Xiyuan tried to suppress her emotions. But the harder she fought to blush, the fiercer it burned. Sister Lin, I'm fine. She shook her head vigorously. You must tell me if anything's bothering you. Though unaware of the situation, Qin Ling stopped pressing, patting the girl's shoulder with resolute warmth. Man Xiyuan merely nodded without uttering a word, covering his small face with hands. He occasionally peeked at Li Yang and Cheng Ying through his fingers, stealing glances before hastily shielding his face again, repeating the cycle. This world boys really do mature earlier than girls after all. Li Yang led Cheng Ying and the group to the town dominated by a colossal clock tower. As they approached the town's outskirts, the cloud-piercing clock tower came into view. While nearing the structure, surrounding buildings gradually thinned out, replaced by clusters of abandoned factories. While walking through the streets, a young girl suddenly darted over and accidentally bumped into Cheng Ying. Cheng Ying instinctively steadied her. The girl looked up, face brightening with recognition as she exclaimed, "Teacher Cheng, you've come so early this year." Hearing this, Lei Yan's eyes instinctively shot toward Cheng Ying. Cheng Ying's expression shifted slightly. Before she could respond, the little girl's father caught up. Spotting Cheng Ying, he exclaimed with pleasant surprise, "Teacher Cheng, you've come early this year." Cheng Ying waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she explained, "Something came up last minute." Li Yang turned to Cheng Ying, arching an eyebrow. "Do you come here often?" The girl's father hoisted his child in his arms, looking at Cheng Ying with heartfelt gratitude. Since 3 years ago, Teacher Cheng has been tutoring children near the bell tower every May. Everyone around here is so grateful to her. Having worked at the company for less than 2 years, Li Yang hadn't noticed Cheng Ying's annual May activities. Cheng Ying shook her head modestly. "What I can offer is truly limited. It hardly deserves such gratitude." After exchanging more polite words with the father, Man Xiyuan stared up at Cheng Ying with starry-eyed admiration once they departed. "Teacher Cheng, you're amazing." Cheng Ying patted his head and said with a smile, "What's so great about me? When you all become hunters in the future, you'll be able to protect more people." Qin Ling nodded solemnly at this moment, clenching her tiny fist as she declared, "I'll work hard for sure, and definitely protect good people like Teacher Cheng." Hearing Qin Ling's words, Cheng Ying shook his head slightly but remained silent. He turned to Li Yang, hesitation coloring his tone. "Brother Yang, don't you have any questions for me?" Li Yang glanced at him and replied calmly, "If you want to talk, I'll listen. If not, I believe I can find out on my own." At this point, Li Yang raised his eyes to the clock tower, murmuring, "Besides, I've already formed some rough conjectures." Cheng Ying pressed his lips together, an apologetic expression flashing across his face as he lowered his head. "When I meet that person, I'll tell you everything." Just as Li Yang and Cheng Ying were chatting, Yu, who had been walking ahead all along, finally appeared. Her expression icy, she cast a brief glance at Li Yang before fixing her gaze on Cheng Ying and stated coldly, "We're heading to the clock tower now. There's a barrier around it that requires my originium arts to open a passage. Stay close behind me." Without waiting for a response, Yu strode toward the clock tower. Clearly, Li Yan's repeated rejections had worn her patience thin. Yet this didn't signify surrender. Yu realized further progress in their relationship through this exercise was impossible. Resolved to conclude matters swiftly, she decided to regroup and strategize later. Though puzzled by Yu's sudden shift, Li Yang felt content with the peace now that she stopped pestering him. As the group approached the clock tower's perimeter, they found a 5-li radius shrouded in dense fog. An invisible barrier repelled ordinary people, the mist swirling like living walls against intruders. Yu walked ahead, placing his hand in the empty space. The air where his palm rested rippled like water, creating concentric waves. Yu narrowed his eyes. The mist before the crowd gradually parted, revealing a narrow path. Guided by Yu, the group slowly advanced into the fog. 2 children flanked Li Yang, clutching his hands tightly with their small heads swiveling constantly, equal parts nervous and exhilarated. When Li Yan's group arrived, dusk had already fallen. Combined with the thick fog around the clock tower, visibility had become extremely poor. Li Yang glanced at Qin Ling clinging to him and teased, "Little miss, I'm not scared. Why are your legs trembling now?" I'm not scared at all," Qin Ling protested stubbornly, though her grip on Li Yan's hand remained ironclad. Still, Li Yan's just helped ease some tension from her pounding heart. At that very moment, Li Yang and Yi Yu's expressions shifted simultaneously. Both turned sharply to the left. With swift reflexes, Li Yang pulled Man Xue, who had been holding his left hand, to his right side. The instant Li Yang completed this maneuver, a human figure erupted from the thick mist, leaping high into the air. Before their eyes could focus on her features, a woman's voice already pierced through the fog. How long it's been since fresh prey arrived? Tell me how many minutes shall our game last this time? At this moment, Li Yang finally got a clear look at the newcomer. A middle-aged woman clad in sturdy traveler's clothing stood before him. Though her complexion and physique radiated robust health, Li Yang sensed something fundamentally wrong with her spiritual aura. The woman raised her long sword high and leapt into the air, bringing down a vicious slash toward Yi Yu. The blade descended with blinding speed at a treacherous angle. Though Yi Yu's eyes narrowed to slits, her body remained completely still. A dekai! The woman immediately recognized the trick, her matter carrying a twitchy edge as she flipped her sword and thrust backward without turning. Yi Yu materialized behind the attacker, having formed a watery blade in her hand. Her thrust was deflected by the woman's reverse slash. Simultaneously, the Yi Yu who'd been standing motionless dissolved into a puddle. Li Yang stared at the water spreading across the ground, his mouth twitching involuntarily as he shot a wary glance at the thick mist enveloping them. Water clone jutsu. Thick fog. Is this some Naruto cosplay? The two children didn't quite understand what was happening. Seeing Yi Yu dissolve into a puddle, they ducked behind Li Yang, trembling too much to raise their heads. Man Xiyuan whimpered through tears, but these sea men are made of water. Why did Sister Yi Yu turn into water? Qin Lin sniffled hard, steadying herself before grasping Man Xiyuan's hand to comfort. Little Xiyuan, even if you became a puddle, I'd protect you. I'd dig a well where you turn to water. Maybe when there's enough, you'd change back. Wah! I don't wanna be water. Qin Lin's attempt at comfort had the opposite effect, sending Man Xiyuan into deeper distress. Li Yang vigorously ruffled their little heads, chuckling as he said, "Look carefully now." Qin Lin and Man Xiyuan looked up, finally noticing Yi Yu. Her hand clutched her neck as blood seeped through her fingers, azure light flickering across her skin. Slowly lowering her hand, the wound had completely vanished, her neck now smooth and unblemished as polished jade. Yi Yu's piercing gaze locked onto the mysterious woman before her voice dripping with frost. Nothing's gone right in this damn exercise. Not with that man, and certainly not with you. The resentment accumulated from Li Yan's antics now found its new target. This woman would bear the full brunt of her fury. The stranger stared at the lingering azure glow around Yi Yu's hands, muttering rapidly, "Water-based ability. Minor injuries can be healed with your power. First day. Sufficient intel acquired." With that, she completely ignored Yi Yu's murderous stance, spinning on her heel to flee. "How dare you run?" Seeing her escape attempt, Yi Yu's nose twitched with rage as she gave immediate chase. "Hey!" Seeing this, Li Yang frowned and shouted, but Yi Yu was already in a frenzy, single-mindedly determined to capture the mysterious woman. Li Yang watched Yi Yu chase after her, seething with anger. Although this woman had previously tried to hit on him, there was no shame in mutual attraction between adults. She pursued him, he could simply reject her. But now, Yi Yu had actually given chase in a fit of rage, especially with two children still present here. At that moment, Qin Ling tugged at Li Yan's sleeve, her voice trembling as she said, "Teacher Cheng has disappeared." Yi Yu pursued the woman while launching attacks. Finally, Yi Yu flung a water blade that severed the woman's arm. The woman stopped upon seeing this, turning back to face Yi Yu with a troubled expression. "If possible, I really didn't want to do this." Unfazed by the woman's strange words, Yi Yu coldly retorted, "What? Giving up hope already?" The woman drew her blade with her remaining arm, fixing Yi Yu with a piercing gaze as she declared, "My name is Cheng Jilin. Remember it well. I'll come for you again tomorrow." "Tomorrow? I'll give you that Cheng." Before Yi Yu could finish, Cheng Jilin dragged the blade across her own throat, shockingly committing suicide right before Yi Yu's eyes. Though a seasoned veteran of countless battles, Yi Yu had never witnessed such madness. She approached cautiously, confirming the woman had truly taken her own life. Yi Yu's face contorted with utter disbelief as she murmured, "What? What kind of madness is this?" Her gaze lifted slowly, revealing the clock tower now looming before her. The relentless tick-tock of the timepiece echoed from its peak. "Brother Li Yang, what should we do now?" Facing Qin Lin's desperate plea, Li Yang bent down and patted their heads reassuringly. "Don't worry," he comforted them, I'll get you to safety first. Man Xiyuan sniffled timidly and said, but, without an Origin Stone ability user, we can't open the passage. It's open. Let's go first. As soon as Man Xiyuan finished speaking, Li Yan's voice was heard. Looking up, they saw a red light glowing from Li Yan's right arm. Where his hand touched, the spatial mist dissipated, revealing an open passage. The two children could even see the town outside. Qin stared at Li Yang in amazement and asked, "You're also an Origin Stone ability user?" "It's no big deal. Hurry up. After settling you two, I'll come back again." The children nodded. Just as they were about to step out, a dark shadow appeared behind Li Yang. Qin instantly recognized it as a first-stage sword form infected beast. The nearly 2-meter-tall infected beast swung its greatsword down at Li Yang. "Look out!" At Qin warning shout, Li Yang didn't even turn his head. His arm shot backward and caught the massive blade, then suddenly clenched. Crunch! The sword in the infected beast's hand was crushed by Li Yang's grip, shattering into fragments instantly. Li Yang turned around, his right arm glowing crimson. He reached toward the stunned infected beast, plunging his hand directly into its skull. The creature's hardened cranium offered no more resistance than tofu against his radiant arm. Digging deeper, Li Yang muttered to himself, "I remember it being around this spot. Why can't I find it? Did it grow askew?" Suddenly, his face lit up with triumph. With a forceful pull, he withdrew his right hand, clutching the infected beast's pulsating core. Holding the glowing core, Li Yang glanced at Qin and Man Xiyuan. The two children stood petrified, eyes glazed and jaws slack. "Sister, did you see that?" "Yes. An immortal. He must be an immortal." Li Yang flashed a sheepish grin at the awestruck children, the core still glowing in his palm as he chuckled. "I haven't dug out in a while. My hands are a bit rusty." Li Yang crushed the core in his hand, grabbed the two dazed children, and walked out of the clock tower's perimeter. Emerging outside, the children's minds still swam in confusion. Qin recovered first, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Li Yang, exclaiming excitedly, Mr. Li, you're this powerful?" "Powerful? I suppose," Li Yang responded impassively. His thoughts drifted to Lin Xue. Though he'd never demonstrated his abilities before her, Li Yang suspected he might not defeat her in a fair fight. A sneak attack might offer slim chances. As Lin Xue remained the only capable primestone wielder he knew, Li Yang naturally measured himself against her. Unbeknownst to him, the power he'd just displayed could already rank among the top hunters in their city's military corps. Man Xiyuan's little face flushed with excitement as he gazed at Li Yang with admiration, asking, "Teacher Li, when did you become a primal stone ability user?" "About 2 years ago." Li Yang pondered briefly before responding. In truth, shortly after crossing over to this world, Li Yang had discovered something foreign embedded near his heart. Later, he confirmed it was indeed a primal stone. The power it granted amplified his physical capabilities, enabling him to explosively multiply his strength in an instant. "Teacher Li, what's that move called? It looked so cool." Being a young girl, Qin focused more on Li Yang's combat techniques. She mimicked his earlier hand gesture while speaking. "That move's called Huishou Tao, reversal grasp. And that enhanced state I call Kaioken," Li Yang explained with a grin. Dubbed Kaioken because crimson light erupted from his body during activation, coupled with the several-fold enhancement of physical functions, a name Li Yang directly borrowed from the explosive, glow-radiating transformation he remembered. Kaioken! What a badass name! Qin and Man Xiyuan exchanged glances, declaring in unison. Qin gazed at Li Yang curiously. "Mr. Li, how does it feel when you kill infected beasts?" Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Li Yang answered after a beat, "Pretty damn satisfying. If I had to describe it, it's like sneaking into a supermarket to secretly crush instant noodles." Both teenagers tilted their heads in puzzlement. Qin tapped her chin contemplatively, murmuring, "Is this the mentality of the strong? Seems I need to experience this feeling myself." Man Xiyuan bit his lip hesitantly, "But sis, crushing noodles is kinda wrong. It's necessary training for fighting infected beasts. We'll just buy the crushed packs afterward." "But how would we eat them then?" "You'll help me. Don't you love instant noodles?" Qin nodded decisively at her brother. But, what if there's too much?" Man Xiyuan still wanted to say more, but facing Qin's expectant gaze, he could only nod and say, then it's settled, sis. I love shrimp tempura udon. Don't worry. I'll always make this flavor for you from now on. While the two children were still talking, Li Yang had already brought them to a hotel and checked them into a room. He initially considered separate rooms, but remembering his upcoming visit to the clock tower, decided to let them keep each other company. After settling them in, Li Yang gave some final instructions and prepared to leave. Just as Li Yang turned to go, Qin Lin grabbed his hand. When he looked back, the girl didn't speak, only her reluctant expression spoke volumes. Though silent during their journey, the night's events had clearly left her unsettled. At this moment, Man Xiyuan took Qin Lin's hand and declared with firm assurance, "We are going to be hunters who protect others. Hunters never become burdens to their comrades." Qin Lin sniffled and turned her head away. "I don't need your comfort," she retorted. Li Yang squatted down, ruffling the children's hair. "Don't worry," he reassured them, "I'll bring Teacher Cheng back." And his voice trailed off momentarily, his expression hardening into grave seriousness. "Teach a lesson to that arrogant fool who overestimates himself." Yi wandered through the clock tower's multiple levels, eventually circling back to the first floor vicinity. "Structures no different from ordinary clock towers," she murmured, scanning the surroundings. "Still can't figure the source of those daily noises. What's more peculiar?" Her eyes narrowed. "This place shows zero traces of human occupation. Strange. The occupants supposedly stayed long-term, yet there's no lift-in atmosphere whatsoever." As Yi pondered, the door behind her creaked open. She spun around warily, only to find Li Yang framed in the doorway, his face shadowed with a dark expression. As Yi recognized Li Yang, her body sagged in relief. Yet in that split second of vulnerability, Li Yang transformed into a crimson streak, slamming Yi against the wall before she could resist. The violent motion sent a small vial from the nearby table crashing to the floor, its glass shattering into crystalline fragments. Yi's face contorted with disbelief. Her trembling voice clawed its way through clenched teeth as she stared at Li Yang. "You how?" Memory flashed Li Yin's fist connecting with her face at school. She dismissed it then as mere brute strength, irrelevant to her non-physical abilities. Now the truth crystallized. This man before her wielded originium arts. Lin Xue's husband. The words burst from Yi's lips, her gaze sharp as shattered glass. Never just an ordinary man after all. Her tone carried a complex mix of awe and dread. "What do you want now?" Her voice rose like a drawn blade. "Mark my words, my patience wears thin. You keep pushing me, again and Olga, and man PH." Before Yi could finish speaking, Li Yin's hand closed around her throat with such force that it instantly robbed her of speech. Though she struggled desperately, her efforts proved utterly futile. "Is your brain completely devoid of anything beyond romantic fantasies? You wallow in hormonal delusions daily. Even adolescence has its limits and you're decades past puberty, auntie." The derogatory auntie made Yi thrash wildly beneath him, her eyes bulging with enough venom to devour Li Yang whole. "Starting now," Li Yan's voice dropped to arctic temperatures, "I asked questions. You answer. No superfluous words. Understood?" Without waiting for acknowledgement, he fired his first bullet. "Why are we here?" As Li Yan's grip marginally loosened, Yi gulped air like a drowning woman. "You bow," she spat through clenched teeth. "Answer the question." His fingers became steel vices again, unblinking eyes boring into hers. Yi finally nodded, and only then did Li Yang slightly loosen his grip again. "Exercise. What is your mission?" "Protect those participating in the exercise." "Then what were you doing earlier?" Yi fell silent. At this moment, she understood why Li Yang had acted this way. "Speak up. Weren't you so eloquent?" Li Yang sneered coldly. Yi's lips parted several times before finally forming the words, "I'm sorry." Facing Yi's apology, Li Yang snorted with derision. "Yi, haven't you always wanted to compare yourself to Lin Xue? I'm Lin Xue's husband, I know her well. In my eyes, not only can't you compare to Lin Xue, you're not even fit to be a hunter." After speaking, Li Yang abruptly released Yi. Freed from his grip, Yi's body collapsed to the floor like a broken puppet, utterly speechless. Li Yan's words struck Yi like a crushing avalanche. Coming from Lin Xue's husband, this verbal assault carried doubly destructive force. As Yi lifted her head to confront Li Yang, her trembling lips barely parting to respond, the clock tower's chime suddenly shattered the moment. The entire structure trembled as phantom clock faces materialized around Li Yang. Shards of the shattered vial levitated mid-air, reassembling with crystalline precision until the restored vessel floated gently back to the table. Time reversal. Li Yang muttered, his brows knitting like storm clouds as he observed the phenomena. Ah! A crash echoed from upstairs, Chong Yin's voice cutting through the tension. Li Yang bolted upstairs like an arrow released, while Yu remained slumped on the cold floor, her face buried in trembling hands, thoughts whirling in unfathomable vortices. Li Yang ascended the stairs and found Chong Yin collapsed on the floor, visibly terrified by the phantom clock hovering before them and the surreal scene of time flowing backward. Squatting down, Li Yang looked at Chong Yin and asked, "Are you okay?" Chong Yin shook her head with a self-deprecating chuckle. Though I knew such things happened here, witnessing it firsthand, still mind-blowing. Li Yang studied him intently. "Will you finally tell me what's truly happening here?" Chong Yin nodded. "Right. No point in hiding it anymore. The strange woman you encountered, she's my mother, Cheng Jialing." As Yu sat absorbed in thought, a figure edged closer. A blade glinted at her throat as a voice hissed coldly, "Let's begin round 2. Yu slowly raised her head, only to find it was Cheng Jialing, who should have been long dead. Her eyes widened, but after countless shocks tonight, even this resurrection from the grave failed to stir much ripple in her heart. Blue radiance bloomed in Yu's palm as she stood, glaring at Cheng Jialing. "Though I don't know how you crawled back from death, your timing's perfect. I've got fury to burn." Cheng Jialing nodded, gripping a blade as he murmured, "Enlighten me. 3 years ago, that old hunter came to me, claiming my father was trapped in this clock tower, a place where time loops endlessly, resetting at midnight." Li Yang nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Might I inquire, which specific day keeps repeating?" Chong Yin's eyelids fluttered shut at the question. "March 12th, she whispered hoarsely. "The day before my brother died." Chong Yin covered her face at this point, tears streaming down uncontrollably as she continued. "My brother had been frail since childhood. The doctors told us he likely wouldn't live past 16. To save him, Mother kept traveling, desperately searching for compatible primordial stones. On the day he died, I called Mother to deliver the news. I screamed at her through the phone, accusing her of being a failure as a mother." As she spoke these words, Chong Yin wrapped her arms around herself, huddled into a ball, teardrops splattering on the floorboards. Li Yang watched Chong Yin's vulnerable display, his heart unexpectedly softening though his face betrayed awkwardness. He had no idea how to comfort her. "Let her cry on my shoulder. Impossible. 2 grown men hugging each other, how absurd. Encourage her with masculine resolve. Would she even accept that?" As Li Yang wrestled with his thoughts, Chong Yin wiped her tears and continued. "I never understood Mom before, why she was always away, why she couldn't stay with us. So when my brother died, I lashed out at her over the phone. After that, she disappeared, until that hunter found me and told me Mom was trapped in the clock tower." Li Yan's eyes narrowed with realization as he turned to Cheng Yin. "Not trapped. She chose to stay here. And I suspect all this madness started because of her." Cheng Yin dipped her chin, a wry smile forming. "Nothing escapes Yang Ji's notice. The old hunter told me there's a primal stone atop the clock tower. Mom was right here in this tower when she got that phone call. When I told her about it, her grief over my brother's death became an obsession. That obsession, it activated the primal stone." After hearing this, Li Yang finally understood. He declared, "If my son is destined to die tomorrow, then I'll freeze time in yesterday forever. That way, my boy will never perish. As long as I don't go to school, no one will find out I didn't do my homework." That's exactly the rationale Cheng Yin's mother must have clung to back then. Cheng Yin clutched her head, anguish twisting her features. "For 3 years I've been torn. Part of me desperately wanted someone to save Mother, while another part wondered if this limbo might actually be her best refuge. I've been tracking this mission since its inception. When EU accepted it as training exercise, I resolved to join them." Li Yang fixed his gaze on Cheng Yin. "What's your plan now?" Cheng Yin wiped away tears, still resolve hardening her face as she lifted her chin. "I'm taking Mom home." A grin broke across Li Yan's face. He lightly shoved Cheng Yin's chest with his fist. "Damn right you're my sworn brother. Finally acting like a real man this time." Hearing Li Yan's words, Cheng Yin's face broke into a smile. He thought to himself, "Brother Yang, do you know just how much courage you've given me? Though I can't be like you, learning even a fraction would be enough. Just let me find the courage to face my mother again." Yu and Cheng Jialing clashed violently. Yu stood panting heavily, her water blade trembling in hand as she glared at her opponent. Chen Jieling eyed her quizzically, blade loose at his side. Why fight me where you're weakest? You'll never defeat me in close combat. Enough talk. Didn't you want to kill me? If you can finish it like this, it'd be a decent end. With a metallic sheen, Chen Jieling sheathed his blade. Killing you? I'm just bored. This pathetic struggle brings no fun at all. Rage flared through Yi Yu's veins. You look down on me too? She roared, voice cracking. Am I really that worthless? Chen Jieling shook her head without arguing with Yi Yu, turning to leave. As Yi Yu opened her mouth to speak, a whooshing sound pierced the air. A dozen black thorns came hurtling toward Chen Jieling. Look out! This time Yi Yu positioned herself beside Chen Jieling, conjuring a water barrier with raised hands. Just as she thought they were safe, the thorns pierced through the liquid shield, charging straight at Yi Yu. Chen Jieling reacted swiftly, yanking Yi Yu behind her. The dark spikes embedded themselves in Chen Jieling's body. Yi Yu caught her immediately, voice trembling with urgency. Why would you? Before she could finish, Chen Jieling shook her head weakly. Don't worry. Live well. We'll meet again tomorrow. As her strength failed, Chen Jieling murmured with fading breath. But this is the first time I've died so early. Kind of refreshing, really. With these final words, Chen Jieling's head lolled sideways, her body going limp as breath ceased entirely. Tisk! 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 Is this all the second-ranked youth of Jinzhou Hunter Corps can muster? If so, that Lin Xue must be equally unimpressive. Yi Yu's fists clenched audibly, his teeth grinding as he muttered, Lin Xue again. Nothing's gone right these past 2 days. Yi Yu rose to his feet, gaze piercing the shadows. A grotesque cactus-like creature materialized before him, its monstrous form bristling with unnatural vitality. The young hunter's pupils contracted slightly at the sight. Water columns began coalescing around his trembling form as he hissed through tight lips. A second-stage infected beast. Li Yang, who had also heard the commotion downstairs from the upper floor, darkened his gaze slightly. Turning to Cheng Ying, he said, Stay hidden here. I'm going down to investigate. Cheng Ying asked no questions, merely nodding faintly with a flicker of unease in her eyes. As Li Yang reached the doorway, his steps halted abruptly, brows furrowing. An inexplicable sense of wrongness gripped him. His subconscious glance backward made his pupils constrict sharply. Behind Cheng Ying stood an infected beast whose arms had metamorphosed into 2 razor-sharp blades, their tips lightly pressed against her throat. The infected creature's voice rasped low, laced with mockery, Don't move now. Li Yan's stare remained riveted on the beast, his frown deepening like carved trenches. Second stage. He ground out. Once an infected beast evolves from the first stage to the second stage, its form undergoes a remarkable metamorphosis. Each creature's evolutionary path remains unique, yet the overarching tendency manifests as increasingly humanoid features. More crucially, second-stage infected beasts awaken sentient intelligence and even develop certain special abilities. The infected beast tilted its head slightly, swaying the blade tip beside Cheng Ying's neck as if savoring some perverse delight. Its voice dripped with morbid intoxication. No matter how many times this next fragrance remains utterly intoxicating. Though trembling uncontrollably, Cheng Ying couldn't resist stammering, do you actually have a nose? Li Yang couldn't suppress an internal eye roll, his mental commentary razor-sharp, so much for second-stage evolution-boosting intelligence. The infected beast seemed indifferent to Cheng Ying's question, instead muttering to itself, that yellow-furred rat and cactus will never understand the thrill of this. Especially after my Tier 2 upgrade, the ecstasy when slicing through human throats is simply mind-blowing. Li Yang rolled his shoulders, inhaled deeply, his eyes sharpening like honed blades. Release him. The infected beast tilted its head, its faceless posture dripping with mockery. Would you abandon prey already in your claws? A faint crimson glow emanated from Li Yan's body as his muscles coiled like steel springs. His voice glacial. Are those words meant for your own reflection? The infected beast pressed its blade forward incrementally, edge singing with taunting promise. Do you truly believe you're faster than steel? Before the last syllable faded, Li Yang vanished. His low voice materialized at the beast's auditory sensor in the next heartbeat. Isn't that precisely the case? This. Impossible. The infected beast's pupils constricted violently, its voice trembling with disbelief and terror. Li Yan's hand had already pierced through the creature's skull, fingers clamped around its pulsating core. The beast's body froze mid-motion as it realized its life source was compromised. Desperation fueled its final thought to drag Cheng Ying into death's embrace only to discover its dismembered arms already littering the ground. Li Yang stood holding the severed limbs he'd ripped away moments before, casually discarding them. His glacial stare locked onto the creature as his fingers flexed. The core shattered into crystalline fragments beneath his crushing grip. The beast collapsed backward in slow motion, consciousness ebbing away like draining blood. With dying malice, its fading eyes fixated on Li Yan's throat, whispering hoarsely, "Such a neck would have sung beautifully under my claws. Pity, no a chance." Downstairs, Yu pressed her hand against the abdominal wound, a faint blue glow emanating from her palms as she struggled to stanch the bleeding. Her laser-focused gaze remained fixed on the yellow-furred rat standing beside the cactus, weariness burning in her eyes. Yu could have easily handled the cactus demon alone, but the sudden appearance of the yellow-furred rat had turned the tables. The upright walking rodent manipulated swirling sands with its paws, mischief glinting in its beady eyes. Turning to the cactus creature, it taunted, "Gripalm, aren't you a plant? Shouldn't you be thriving with all this water?" Gripalm quivered with rage, every black spine on its body standing erect. "You illiterate vermin. Even plants can drown. Overwatering kills." And most importantly, the cactus roared, its voice shaking with indignation, "I'm a goddamn cactus." TCH. The yellow rat clicked its tongue dismissively, turning to appraise Yu with predatory amusement. "We just need to eliminate her to wrap this up, yeah." It drawled mockingly, swirling sand blades forming around its claws. Gripalm shook the black spines on his body and said coldly, "Correct. But we're lucky bastards catching her leading a mission team right when she's out on assignment." Yellow Rat glanced upward with a mocking lilt. That damn freak upstairs must be having the time of his life by now. Yu's heart clenched at Yellow Rat's words. She knew a second-stage infected beast still lurked upstairs. Li Yang needed backup immediately. Drawing a sharp breath, she whirled toward the stairwell in the instant the two mutants lowered their guard. But as her foot left the ground, a sand barrier erupted from the floor, blocking her path. When the gritty haze cleared, the mutants flanked her in pincer formation. Yellow Rat stroked his whiskers with sneering deliberation, worrying about others. "You're really looking down on us, aren't you?" Yu clenched his jaw, his gaze darting between the two infected beasts as he assumed a combat stance. "Then I'll eliminate you two first before going up. It shouldn't take too long anyway." Yellow Rat snorted contemptuously. "You've got some nerve. Fighting both of us alone. You'd be lucky to escape alive, let alone defeat us." "Then how about 2 versus 2? Li Yan's voice suddenly rang from the upper floor. Everyone looked up to see him standing at the stairwell, casually tossing down the severed head of an infected beast. Yellow Rat paled slightly upon recognizing the distinctive features of the disembodied head. With deliberate steps descending the stairs, Li Yan's voice dripped with mockery. "Is this all second-tier monsters can do? The textbooks described you as notorious for their ferocity. Pathetic." He moved to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yu, his piercing gaze locking onto Yellow Rat and Gripalm with grim resolve. Yu let out a sigh of relief when she saw Li Yang unharmed. Just as she was about to speak, Li Yang murmured a low warning, "Stay focused." Yu nodded, her gaze snapping back to lock onto the two infected beasts. Li Yang fell into combat stance, his voice icy still. 2 versus 2 now. Let's see how this ends." Gripalm and Yellow Rat exchanged glances, hesitation flashing in their eyes. With a sweep of Yellow Rat's arm, desert sand swirled up in a sudden vortex, blinding their vision. When the gritty storm cleared, both infected beasts had vanished without a trace. Li Yan's body sagged slightly as the creatures retreated, his knees nearly buckling to the ground. "Finally scared them off," he muttered under his breath. Yu caught his arm in support. "Are you alright?" she asked, concern etching her features. Li Yang shook his head, stepping back imperceptibly to widen the space between them. "Fine," he replied flatly. Yu's hand slowly withdrew, a flicker of embarrassment flashing across her face. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I wonder who's actually leading this drill. Turns out I'm just that weight." "Don't judge yourself like that." Li Yan's voice suddenly cut through the air. Yu froze mid-motion, raising her eyes to meet Li Yan's gaze, thinking he'd finally stopped needling her. But his next words made her torn between laughter and frustration. "You're not that weight, you're a full-blown liability. Don't flatter yourself." Hearing this familiar bark, Yu felt no trace of her usual hoot. Instead, a sudden clarity washed over her. The corners of her lips lifted, revealing a smile of quiet acceptance. Li Yang frowned at her expression. "Hey, don't tell me I've shocked you into awakening some dangerous new trait." Cheng Ying descended the stairs and froze at the sight of Chen Zhen lying serenely below. His heart plummeted. In panic haste, he stumbled midway down the steps and sprawled across the floor. Scrambling up despite the pain, he staggered over to Chen Jielin's side. Chen Ying gathered his mother's body in trembling arms. Tears pooled in his eyes as a lump in his throat choked all sound. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Li Yan's voice cut through the silence. I think your mother might resurrect tomorrow. The word hung in the air. Then realization struck the sanctuary's mystical properties, his mother's extraordinary gifts. Though some tension eased from his shoulders, his arms remained locked around Chen Jielin's form, as if his embrace alone could anchor her fading warmth. Yu wore an expression of utter bewilderment. She glanced at Li Yang, but seeing his languid posture that promised no explanations, turned her attention to Chen Ying instead. Chen Ying inhaled deeply, steadying himself before launching into a patient explanation for Yu. Sprawled across the floorboards, Li Yang lay with arms propped behind his head, eyes shut tight, his exhaustion so palpable, he seemed to be teetering on the edge of sleep. When Chen Ying finished clarifying things, Li Yan's jaw rose lazily from the floorboards. What you should really be worrying about is how to convince your mother to live with you once she wakes. The words struck Chen Ying silent. He knew better than anyone 5 years of mourning his brother's death had rooted his mother to this place, making departure no casual matter. Brother Yang, any ideas? Uncertainty colored Chen Ying's voice as his gaze instinctively sought out Li Yang, eyes holding a glimmer of anticipation. Li Yang rolled his eyes at him, a hint of resignation in his tone. You think my brain's an encyclopedia? Always coming to me for everything. Chen Ying flushed crimson at the words, slowly lowering her head in visible discomfort. Then Li Yan's voice floated over again, tinged with lazily amused inflection. No. I do happen to have a solution. Ring. 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 Chen Jielin heard the shrill phone tones through her mental fog. Her brows knitted as she mused inwardly. Why is there ringing today of all days? She slowly opened her eyes, turning her head to find a smartphone vibrating beside her. With trembling hands, she grasped the device, an inexplicable tension coiling in her chest. In her agitated state, she completely failed to notice one crucial detail: this wasn't her phone at all. Chen Jielin turned on the screen, where the screensaver showed a family portrait. Her gaze locked onto the display, pupils contracting violently, the date glaring back at her read, Hope calendar year 523, March 13th. This can't be. Her hands trembled so violently the phone nearly slipped from her grasp. Unlocking the screen, she froze the caller ID blazed with 2 characters, Chen Ying. Chen Jielin's heart convulsed. The phone clattered to the floor. Clutching her head, she whispered hoarsely, impossible. Today should be March 12th. This can't be happening. Her stare burned into the fallen device. After an eternity of internal war, trembling fingers finally retrieved it. She desperately needed to hear her son's voice, even if it might shatter her last hope. Hello, Lin Xue. The words scraped from her throat, raw and quaking. A prolonged silence lingered on the phone, with only faint breathing sounds transmitting through the receiver. Chen Jielin's heart raced wildly as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She had originally intended to hang up immediately after hearing Chen Ying's voice, but now her hands clutched the phone tightly, refusing to let go. Mom! Chen Ying's voice finally emerged from the receiver, low yet gentle. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. Chen Jielin's voice choked with emotion, both hands gripping the phone as if it were her only anchor. Son, don't say anything more. Mom already knows. I beg you, stop talking. Chen Jielin's body curled into a ball as tears flowed uncontrollably. I know, Mom. Actually, I want to say I'm sorry, and... Chen Ying's voice trembled now too, heavy, labored breathing audible through the line. At that very moment, Chen Jielin suddenly realized someone was standing before her. Raising her head slowly, she saw Chen Ying trembling with tear-filled eyes, phone clutched in hand, whispering softly. Mom, let's go home. Chen Jielin's fingers gradually loosened. The phone clattered to the floor, yet she didn't even notice. Her body had gone limp without an ounce of strength remaining, every attempt to move met with leaden resistance. Chen Ying embraced her firmly yet gently, voice carrying both tenderness and resolve. Let's go home. Summoning her last vestige of strength, Chen Jielin returned the embrace fiercely. Tears cascaded like a broken dam as she choked out, Okay. Let's go home. By the doorway, Li Yang and Yu stood in silence, witnessing this heartwarming reunion of mother and son bathed in golden twilight. Witnessing this scene, Yu experienced a sudden clarity. She turned to Li Yang and asked softly, Though our acquaintance has been brief, you truly astonish me. You understand human nature so deeply. How did you conceive of this approach? Li Yan's gaze remained fixed on Cheng-Ying and her son as he replied with composed detachment. The essence is simple. For Cheng Jilin, the crucial revelation is making her understand that yesterday has ended and this is tomorrow. Unless she grasps this truth, no persuasion could move her from this place. Shaking his head slightly, Li Yang turned to depart. His parting words carried through the twilight. To life well constitutes the greatest tribute to the departed. What we call self-punishment. His voice trailed faintly, is merely self-deception wearing virtue's mask. Yi watched Li Yan's retreating figure, suddenly overwhelmed by a complex whirlwind of emotions. She clutched her chest, sensing an unprecedented fluttering heartbeat, not the pure possessiveness she'd known before, but an urgent need to stand guard by his side. With a wry smile twisting her lips, Yi covered her face with trembling hands. Lin Xue. She murmured into her palms, voice thick with reluctant admiration. You've thoroughly outplayed me this time. Aren't you returning with us? Li Yang inquired, his gaze shifting between Cheng-Ying and her son standing before him. Cheng-Ying nodded firmly. Mother and I will remain here for now. Though the primeval stone has been reclaimed, her voice gained still resolve. 5 years of tolling bells have left scars on this community. We'll stay to help heal what's broken, our atonement to make. Her shoulders sagged slightly as she turned to the silver-haired woman beside her. Besides, she added helplessly, Mother's still adjusting to freedom after decades confined. She treats her mortal body like. A frustrated sigh escaped. Like time can still be reset at will. Cheng Jilin rubbed the back of his head and chuckled heartily. Fresh out as I am, I keep forgetting time doesn't reset. If Inzi hadn't reminded me earlier, I'd have come this close to chopping off the damn finger after injuring it. When she first got out, she nearly sliced her hand while cooking for Cheng-Ying. True to form, she actually considered chopping off the whole finger to save trouble. Thankfully Cheng-Ying stopped her in time. Li Yang nodded calmly after hearing this. All right, I'll handle things with the school. Cheng-Ying bowed her head gratefully. Thanks, Brother Yang. Cheng Jilin beamed at Li Yang too, waving repeatedly. We really owe you. But why aren't you a girl? If you were, I'd marry my son to you in a heartbeat. Mom! Cheng-Ying's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, her embarrassed cry hanging in the air. Li Yang rolled his eyes skyward and drawled, this old man's pure masculinity through and through. On the road, Li Yang once again settled into the spacious and comfortable RV. It must be said that the Hunter Corps had designed this mobile vehicle exceptionally well. Its generous interior space and plush seats created an utterly relaxing experience. Li Yang sprawled lazily across the seat back, eyes closed, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan sat chattering nearby. Their curiosity about Li Yang burned brightly, questions bubbling forth like a spring. However, the after effects of his overused Kaioken technique left the young warrior drained. To their endless inquiries, he only offered intermittent responses, his languid tone drifting like autumn leaves across water. Yet the duo remained undeterred. They mined golden nuggets of excitement from Li Yan's sparse replies, their conversation vaulting from Hunter Corps training regiments to combat techniques with gymnastic enthusiasm. Like sparrows building a nest, they pieced together their understanding trait by trait, leaving no stone unturned in their passionate discussion. At that moment, Yu approached from ahead. The moment she appeared, Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan immediately fell silent, their faces clouding with visible displeasure. Clearly, both still harbored resentment towards Yu for abandoning them earlier. Though Yu had sincerely apologized, children's grievances aren't so easily resolved. Yu understood this perfectly, yet showed no impatience. On the contrary, her demeanor grew gentler than ever, tinged with humility. Standing before Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan, she murmured meekly, I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Qin Ling turned her head away with a disdainful snort, clearly unconvinced. Though Man Xiyuan remained silent, frostiness clung to his expression like morning dew. Undeterred, Yu persisted gently, I know your anger still burns. But I truly hope you'll grant me this chance. Through actions, not words, I'll prove myself worthy of your trust again. Li Yang observed the scene from the sidelines, his perception of Yu shifting slightly. Though he'd previously held an unfavorable impression of her, witnessing her patient treatment of the two children unexpectedly kindled a spark of approval within him. Yu turned to Li Yang when Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan remained unresponsive, her voice carrying a hint of entreaty. Li Yang, could we speak privately? Qin Ling immediately sprang up with vigilance, clutching Li Yan's hand as she firmly planted herself between them. No! I forbid it! She declared with ironclad resolve. A wry smile touched Yu's lips, her eyes conveying silent supplication. Noticing this, Li Yang gently patted Qin Ling's head. Easy now, he reassured. Even if she meant me harm, do you truly think she could best me? Qin Ling pondered this seriously before nodding with emphatic conviction. You're absolutely right. Chuckling, Li Yang tousled her hair. Then rest assured. Qin Ling finally released her grip and pulled Man Xiyuan toward the front carriage. Passing by Yi Yu, she deliberately stuck out her tongue in a taunting grimace, her lingering resentment toward the girl evident. Yi Yu shook her head with a quiet sigh before settling into the seat opposite Li Yang. Her lips parted slightly as she studied him, hesitation trapping unspoken words in her throat. The silence stretched taut between them until Li Yang broke the stalemate. Slouching deeper into his seat, he drawled with characteristic nonchalance. So you tracked me down, just to practice statue impressions. A breathy chuckle escaped Yi Yu before she straightened. Hardly, she said, her voice gaining resolve as she exhaled slowly. I came to talk. Li Yang arched an eyebrow, the picture of detached amusement. About what? He rolled a toothpick between his fingers. If it's hunter core business, I'm fresh out of favors. Yi Yu shook her head, her gaze carrying a mix of complex emotions. No, I just want to talk about myself with you. Li Yang didn't respond, simply watching her with steady silence, waiting for her to continue. Yi Yu lowered her head, hands unconsciously tightening, voice tinged with self-reproach. I made a fatal mistake in this mission. Had you not intervened in time, the consequences could have been catastrophic. I won't evade responsibility. I'll explain everything to the Hunter Corps, whatever punishment comes, I'll accept it. As the words left her, Yi Yu let out a long exhale, as if a weight had lifted from her heart. Raising her head, she met Li Yan's eyes with steady determination. I just want you to know I've recognized my error, and I'll bear the consequences. Li Yang shrugged after her confession, his tone remaining nonchalant. So why tell me? I'm not Hunter Corps brass. Confessing to me doesn't really mean anything. Yi Yu bit her lip, a flicker of disappointment flashing through her eyes before she quickly regained her composure. She murmured softly, I just wanted you to know. Li Yan's heart skipped a beat at these words. He hadn't expected Yi Yu to express herself so directly. Clearing his throat with a hint of awkwardness, he replied, Ahem. You don't need to make promises to me. The one you should be making promises to. His gaze dropped meaningfully. Is this uniform you're wearing? His finger tapped the Hunter Corps insignia on her chest, his eyes hardening with solemnity. When you wear these colors, you represent more than yourself. You carry the honor of the Hunter Corps. If you truly recognize your mistakes, his voice deepened like grinding stone, prove it through concrete actions, not empty assurances to me. Yi Yu lowered her head, gazing at the Hunter Corps emblem on her uniform. A complex emotion suddenly surged in her heart. She remembered her original aspirations when first joining the Hunter Corps, recalled the passion and reverence she once held for this profession. Unbeknownst to when it started, she seemed to have forgotten all this. With a self-deprecating smile, she muttered in a low voice, how ironic. First being lectured about relationships, now getting schooled about career matters. Are you destined to be my life mentor? Li Yang couldn't help chuckling at these words. Leaning back lazily in his seat with closed eyes, his tone carried a teasing edge. I've no interest in being anyone's mentor. If you truly want guidance, his eyelashes quivered slightly as he emphasized, you'd better find someone else. Yi Yu gazed at Li Yan's languid posture, yet a thread of envy inexplicably sprouted in her heart. She envied that unshakable calmness and confidence he maintained towards everything, coveted that steadfast resolve impervious to external influences. She released a soft sigh before rising, picking up the nearby blanket to gently drape over Li Yang. Staring at his peacefully sleeping face, her eyes brimming with faint infatuation, she murmured under her breath, truly enviable. Yi Yu couldn't quite articulate what exactly she envied. Was it Li Yan's fearless demeanor when confronting challenges, or his ability to maintain unflappable composure in any situation? The journey concluded without incident as the group safely returned to Jingzhou. At the city's crossroads, arranged escorts already awaited Qin Ling and Man Xiyuan, while the RV continued its course toward the Hunter Corps headquarters. Yi Yu gazed at Li Yang, still deep in slumber, as a pang of reluctance tugged at her heart. She stepped forward intending to rouse him. Yet the instant she reached out, a sheathed longsword materialized before her like a steel barrier, halting her movement mid-air. Yi Yu froze momentarily before recognizing the sword's owner. Following the blade's trajectory with her eyes, she indeed found that familiar silhouette, Lin Xue. Lin Xue? What are you doing here? Yi Yu inquired, surprise coloring her voice. Lin Xue maintained her characteristic frosty demeanor. Casting a glance at Li Yang sprawled across the seat, she stated with glacial calmness, "I've come to collect my husband." The words struck Yi Yu like a physical blow. Her eyes flickered to Li Yan's sleeping form before she addressed Lin Xue. "He's still resting. Wouldn't it be inconsiderate to wake him now?" Lin Xue didn't respond. Instead, she stepped forward directly and gently cradled Li Yang in her arms. Her movements were extraordinarily tender, as if afraid to wake him. Then she turned to disembark, saying politely to Yi Yu before leaving, "Thank you for your care during this exercise." Seeing this, Yi Yu felt restless unwillingness surge within. She quickened her pace to intercept Lin Xue, blocking her path as she declared with resolute tone, "Lin Xue, I have something to say to you." Lin Xue furrowed her brow, eyes carrying a hint of puzzlement. "What is it?" Yi Yu took a deep breath, then bowed deeply at the waist, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "I've caused your husband considerable trouble throughout this journey. My deepest apologies." After hearing this, Lin Xue glanced down at Li Yang in her arms before replying coolly, "Such matters needn't be addressed to me. If he's willing to forgive you, naturally there's no issue. Should he refuse, I won't interfere." Yi Yu nodded, a glint of determination in her eyes. "I understand. I just feel I should apologize to you personally." Lin Xue didn't respond, merely dipping her chin in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Yet the instant she pivoted, Yi Yu abruptly grasped her sleeve. Lin Xue stilled, swiveling back with questioning eyes. "Something else?" Yi Yu locked gazes with her, voice still edged, "I won't give up." Lin Xue blinked, confusion flickering across her features. "What?" Yi Yu's lips curved in a sly smile, mischief dancing in her eyes. "Nothing." She knew if Lin Xue truly loved Li Yang with all her heart, those unspoken implications would resonate. Yet Lin Xue's expression remained glacial, seemingly oblivious to the hidden meaning vibrating beneath Yi Yu's words. Lin Xue shook her head and turned to leave. However, the moment she stepped forward, she suddenly froze. Turning back to Yi Yu, her voice carried a faint trace of doubt. "What's your name?" Yi Yu's heart jolted slightly at these words. Standing upright, she executed a perfect hunter's salute and declared resolutely, "Hunter Yi Yu, your opponent." A complex emotion flashed through Lin Xue's eyes as she listened. She nodded calmly and stated, "Hunter Lin Xue." With these words, she carried Li Yang and walked out of the recreational vehicle. Yi Yu remained rooted, watching their retreating figures disappear into the distance, secretly vowing, "No matter what the future holds, I'll never give up." Lin Xue walked the return path with Li Yang in her arms. Glancing down at the youth's face, a flicker of tenderness crossed her gaze. Softly, she murmured, "Is it because of you?" Her voice was barely a murmur, as if whispering to herself or questioning Li Yang cradled in her arms. Yet Li Yang remained deep in slumber, offering no response. Lin Xue said nothing more, simply quickening her steps as she strode resolutely toward home. That was a good sleep." Li Yang slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, yawned widely, then scanned his surroundings only to find himself lying on his familiar bed. He instinctively patted his body, then suddenly realized his own foolishness and chuckled self-deprecatingly. "What am I, a grown man, so scared of?" He shook his head as his gaze swept across the room, confirming this was indeed his own bedroom. The deep night outside allowed moonlight to filter through the curtains, casting a soft silvery glow over the room. Just then, the door creaked open gently as Lin Xue entered. Lin Xue approached Li Yan's bedside and remarked calmly, "You've slept through the entire afternoon. Was this drill really that exhausting?" Li Yang responded with an awkward grin, scratching his cheek. I might have gotten carried away when finally getting out for some fun." Lin Xue nodded without pressing the matter further, her steady gaze lingering on Li Yang with a trace of silent scrutiny. "What's this woman staring at me for? Do I have something on my face?" Li Yang grew uneasy under her gaze. Rubbing his cheek, he deliberately adopted a bashful expression. "Is there something on my face?" "No," Lin Xue answered tersely, yet her gaze remained fixed on him, steady and unrelenting. "Then say something. Why just stare? Speak up, damn it." This unprecedented behavior from Lin Xue left Li Yang flustered. He was accustomed to her aloofness and bluntness, but today's silent scrutiny unsettled him completely. Hearing his internal monologue, Lin Xue frowned slightly. After deliberate consideration, she finally spoke, "Are you handsome?" "Ha!" Li Yang stared at her in utter bewilderment, completely unprepared for such a question. "What kind of stupid question is that? And why are you using these online dating cliches? Is your next line going to be asking to post a selfie? Don't you already know whether this dad is handsome or not in your heart? Li Yang arched an eyebrow at Lin Xue, his tone teasing. What do you think? Lin Xue shook her head, her voice remaining composed. To me, most men look fairly similar. However, you are indeed the most pleasant to look at among those I've encountered. Is that so? Li Yan's expression stiffened as he responded awkwardly. Pleasant? That's how you describe this daddy? Are you saying my face radiates reckless charisma? Most men look similar. Did you inherit that philosophy from a shopping app algorithm? I have no master, Lin Xue suddenly stated. What? Li Yang blinked, completely missing the context. Facing his confusion, Lin Xue shook her head and repeated calmly, never mind. After speaking, she continued to stare at Li Yang, her gaze carrying a trace of elusive emotion. Unable to bear her scrutiny any longer, Li Yang finally blurted out, I'm fine. If you have other matters to attend to, go ahead. Don't mind me. Are you chasing me away? Lin Xue's tone held a faint note of accusation. How could that be? Li Yang stammered in response, while internally screaming in frustration. Hell yeah. I'm totally chasing you off. Can't you take a hint? But come to think of it, this woman seems more suspicious since returning this time. They say absence makes hearts grow fonder. Why does this feel like acting in a spy thriller? Exhausting. After a moment's consideration, Li Yang decided to deploy his signature tactic, the handsome man ploy. Throwing back the covers, he lay on the bed and arched an eyebrow at Lin Xue, his voice dripping with implication. Shao Xue, since there's nothing urgent, and it's already night. Behold, my handsome man's strategy. Quick! Point at me and say, no matter how much I tempt you, you won't sleep with me. You shameless bastard. Then storm out. Even better if this makes you file for divorce in anger. Though I don't think that's likely. But at least we'll get her out first. Lin Xue had actually intended to leave, but hearing Li Yan's inner monologue changed her mind. Jaw set, she began to undo her buttons. The composure vanished from Li Yan's face. He instinctively covered his eyes, then snapped back to his senses. Wait. Why the hell should I be scared? Hold on. Why is this woman undressing? Trying to force herself on me? When he opened his eyes, Lin Xue already lay beside him in pajamas. Though feeling a pang of disappointment, Li Yang had to admit she looked rather adorable in sleepwear. The pajamas look quite cute on you, though I never expected you'd prefer this kind of animal-themed sleepwear. What animal is this? A raccoon dog? It's a reindeer. Lin Xue suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with a faint hint of shyness. What? Li Yang blinked, completely failing to grasp her meaning. Lin Xue turned her back, explaining in a low voice where Li Yang couldn't see her face. The pattern on my clothes is a reindeer. From an anime character I watched as a child. Ah. I see. What anime was that? Li Yan's interest immediately sparked, pressing the question eagerly. Lin Xue fell silent, lying still with a soft blush spreading across her cheeks. She herself didn't understand why she'd explained this, only aware of some inexplicable emotion stirring within. Even if you don't say it, I can guess must be that mo anime all fierce girls secretly watch. Never thought someone with such strong eyebrows and bold features would share this interest. My estimation of you just rose a notch. Go to sleep. Lin Xue yanked the quilt over and rolled herself up in it, her tone broking no argument. Li Yang lay still, rubbing his arms as a chill crept through him. His gaze fell on Lin Xue's rigid back. Just as he reached tentative fingers toward the quilt's edge, her frosty voice sliced through the darkness. What do you think you're doing? His hand froze mid-air. After a beat, he stammered awkwardly, I'm cold. There's another quilt in the cabinet. Get it yourself. Her reply remained glacial, the kind of instruction one might give a stranger. Li Yang rolled his eyes so hard it nearly hurt. If you're so scared, why did you agree to share the bed? He silently fumed. What's her problem today? Did that say something to her again? And here I thought that was the ultimate wingman. Turns out the old man's a freaking mole. Unfucking believable. After hearing Li Yan's inner thoughts, a throbbing vein emerged on Lin Xue's forehead. Her hands clenched the quilt tightly as irritation welled up inside. After pondering for a long while, just as Li Yang was about to return with the quilt, she suddenly declared, put that back. We'll share one blanket. F 星号CK. You think you're entitled or something? Though these thoughts raged in Li Yin's mind, he maintained a gentle smile and replied tenderly, "Okay, my sweet Xue." He returned the quilt to the cabinet and slipped under the shared blanket. Despite sharing covers, a considerable gap remained between them. Seeing this distance, Li Yang heaved a profound sigh. What's the damn difference between sharing or not sharing then? Shaking his head, he observed Lin Xue's turn back before rolling over to face away from her too. Whatever. I'll endure this night. At least I slept enough during daytime anyway. Li Yang turned over, closed his eyes, and prepared to go back to sleep. Yet moments later, he suddenly felt something long and hard press against his back, moving steadily downward. Li Yan's heart jolted in alarm. What the hell is this? Li Yang instinctively jerked upright as the object jabbed into him. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged through him. He was actually at risk of being backdoored. What the hell? Li Yang flipped over violently, tearing off the quilt. Simultaneously, Lin Xue sat up swiftly, her icy gaze piercing him. What do you think you're doing? Only then did Li Yang notice the knife strapped to Lin Xue's waist, instantly understanding what had been pressing against his back. His face darkened as he pointed at the blade, voice laced with exasperation. You sleep with a knife. Lin Xue regarded him with puzzled expression, countering, You don't. What normal person sleeps armed? Li Yang finally snapped, abandoning his carefully maintained persona. His retort carried tinge of hysteria. Who even does that? Our squad always sleeps holding our weapons during missions in the wilderness. Lin Xue's voice remained calm, as if describing the most natural thing. That's for missions. We are home now. Our warm, safe little nest. Li Yang argued weakly, exhaustion creeping into his tone. Lin Xue lowered her head in contemplation, murmuring, I thought all adults slept armed. Li Yang rolled his eyes. Ever seen your dad sleep? Did he keep a knife under his pillow? The young woman shook her head, memories coloring her voice. Father's weapon was a stuffed bear. When I misbehaved as a child, he'd smack me with it. Her hand instinctively gripped the dagger at her waist. The hardening of her features revealed how deeply Lin Mu's plush weapon had scarred her psyche. This. Whatever. Li Yang had too much to say, yet ultimately couldn't voice a single word. He covered his face with one hand and waved the other in resignation. What kind of childhood did she even have? Li Yang silently lamented in his heart. Lin Xue furrowed her brows, staring at Li Yang as she asked, Don't you like me carrying a knife? Li Yang opened his mouth but closed it again, disarmed by Lin Xue's innocent expression. With a sigh, he made one last effort, pointing at his pillow. Wouldn't you be scared if there was a knife under my pillow? Lin Xue tapped her chin thoughtfully, her tone unchanged. No. Fine, let's sleep. Li Yang resignedly lay back on the bed, Lin Xue settling beside him. Some time later, Li Yang blinked awake again. Too much daytime sleep ruins nighttime rest. He stared at the ceiling, then turned to look at Lin Xue beside him. But honestly, a man and a woman alone together, how could I stay completely unaffected? Never thought I'd face the dilemma of being a beast or something even more despicable. Then what should I do? Li Yang pondered, unaware that Lin Xue wasn't asleep at all. Hearing Li Yan's inner thoughts, Lin Xue gripped the blanket tightly, her heart racing. She couldn't understand why she felt this panic wasn't Xinghao, Xinghao the one having inappropriate thoughts. And why was Li Yang so practiced? Since when did normal boys strategize like this? Lin Xue realized she might truly be out of touch with modern times. The psyche of contemporary men felt utterly alien to her. Let me check if she's asleep first. Li Yang mentally plotted. The moment Lin Xue heard this, she flipped over and sprang upright, back turned to Li Yang. I have things to do, she declared. We'll continue this sleeping arrangement another time. Li Yang was startled by Lin Xue's sudden rise, but upon hearing her words, his mind buzzed with confusion. Lin Xue's cheeks flushed crimson. Shaking her head, she strode out clutching clothes over her nightgown. Emerging from the room, she glanced toward Li Yan's door, exhaled deeply, and revealed an expression of narrowly escaped peril. Though Lin Xue couldn't explain her own behavior, she undeniably felt like she dodged catastrophe. Reality proves, when facing rascals, panic knows no gender. Li Yin's mind echoed with Lin Xue's words and actions. Staring at his palms, he muttered, I clearly did nothing. Why do I feel like a client who'd been hustled? He shook his head violently before burrowing under the quilt. Enough thinking. Sleep. Just sleep. Next morning, Through sleep-fogged consciousness, Li Yang heard servants announce, "Mr. Li, Elder Master Lin has arrived. He's waiting downstairs." "Got it," Li Yang mumbled casually, shaking his head groggily as he sat up with a yawn tearing through his jaw. "Dad here? This early? Didn't even give a heads up." Confusion flickered through Li Ying's mind, though he recalled Lin Mu's previous unannounced visit. At that moment, Lin Mu's voice boomed from below stairs. "Don't trouble yourselves, I'm coming up to see my daughter and son-in-law." Hearing this, Li Yang scrambled off the bed mid-yawn, fumbling with his clothes. But before he could fasten his shirt, urgent knuckles already rapped at the door. Li Yang swung the door open shirtless. There stood Lin Xue, who instinctively took half a step back upon seeing his bare torso. "Put some clothes on," she hissed, face averted. "What's gotten into you?" Li Yang frowned, shirt dangling from one hand. "We can't let Dad see we're sleeping separately." The words barely left Lin Xue's lips when heavy footsteps announced Lin Mu's arrival on the landing. Before Li Yang could react, Lin Xue wrapped her arms around his waist and pulled him toward the room. Hey. Wait, what are you, don't. Li Yang instinctively resisted in his dazed state. Their struggle caused Lin Xue to lose balance, sending both tumbling onto the bed. Lin Xue on top and Li Yang beneath her, their faces froze in mutual disbelief against the mattress. At that precise moment, Lin Mu reached the doorway. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, before delight spread across his features. This old man's overstaying his welcome. Lin Mu barked at the servants behind him. "Out! All of you! I'm starving, let's eat downstairs." As he retreated, Lin Mu shot Lin Xue an exaggerated wink and pumped an enthusiastic thumbs up in her direction. "Don't mind me. Carry on." With a dramatic slam, he sealed the door shut. After closing the door, Lin Mu leaned against it, clutching his chest as he drew several deep breaths. The jubilant expression on his face shone through like sunlight piercing through clouds, utterly unconcealable. He turned around, the earlier scene replaying in his mind. Who knew my wooden daughter could be so formidable? He murmured contentedly to himself, eyes crinkling with pride. That fiery spirit, she's truly her mother's flesh and blood. At this thought, a rosy flush crept up Lin Mu's neck. He covered his face with both hands, yet the spring in his departing footsteps betrayed his secret delight, tapping out rhythmic happiness across the floor. Li Yang lay on the bed, looking at Lin Xue's pale complexion. With a hint of awkwardness in his tone, he said, "Isn't this position of ours a bit inappropriate now? While I don't particularly mind, if possible, I'd prefer to be on top." Upon hearing this, Lin Xue immediately stood up, her back facing Li Yang. In a frosty voice, she stated, "What happened this time was an accident." As she spoke, she subconsciously turned her head to glance at Li Yang. But when she saw he remained bare-chested, she immediately averted her gaze again, her tone carrying an unnatural edge. "Put your clothes on. Now." Lin Xue turned to leave after speaking, but Li Yang abruptly seized her wrist. Her free hand instinctively flew to the dagger at her waist as if only this weapon could grant her a sliver of security in Li Yang's presence. She turned her head, piercing him with an icy stare. "What do you think you're doing?" Li Yang met her gaze with righteous defiance, countering, "What are you trying to do? Going out?" Lin Xue's voice carried a flicker of impatience. "Going out?" Li Yan's pitch rose several octaves, his tone laced with incredulous disbelief. He drew a deep breath, forcing composure into his voice before meeting her gaze with weary resignation. "If you walk out now, what will people think of me?" "What does that matter?" Lin Xue's face remained a canvas of bewilderment, utterly disconnected from his implication. Li Yang smacked his forehead in frustration. "In father's eyes, we are supposed to be, well, 星号 deepening our emotional connection 星号." He paused, then clarified with pained directness, "Let's be blunt. If you leave now, it'll look like I'm particularly quick. Understand?" Tilting her head, Lin Xue's confusion deepened. "Quick? Isn't that desirable? What the hell was good about it?" Li Yang barely restrained himself from cursing. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his irritation and said to Lin Xue with strained cordiality, "Anyway, we just need to wait a bit longer before going out." Lin Xue nodded with partial understanding. Standing there pondering for a moment, she continued asking, "How long should we wait? Is 3 minutes enough?" "Wait 3 damn hours." Li Yang practically growled through gritted teeth. Of course, they didn't actually wait 3 hours. After a little over an hour, Li Yang and Lin Xue finally descended the stairs. The moment they reached the ground floor, They were greeted by Lin Mu's knowing smile. Waving them over with a hint of mockery in his tone, he called out, "Come quick. Must be exhausted. Come eat." Li Yang nodded and took his seat at the dining table. Glancing at Lin Xue beside him, his mind involuntarily replayed their earlier confrontational exchanges. The memory instantly killed his appetite entirely. Argue! 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 All you do is pick fights with me. Anyone would think you were born on a construction site with how you swing that verbal crowbar. Lin Xue sat beside Li Yang, her brows furrowing slightly. She remained silent, acutely aware that her previous misunderstandings had caused him considerable frustration. Li Yan's eyes sparkled mischievously as he turned to Lin Xue, summoning a saccharine smile. "Let me brew you coffee, Xue." He sprang toward the kitchen without awaiting her response, enthusiasm overriding courtesy. Lin Mu observed them with a chuckle. "See how tenderly Xiaoyang cares for you." Lin Xue set down her chopsticks without comment. A cold thread of foreboding coiled in her stomach. While Lin Xue enjoyed coffee, Li Yang understood her preference leaned less toward the beverage itself and more toward caffeinated sweetness. Her ritual of drowning espresso in syrups and cream reminded him eerily of teenage girls from his past life, all saccharine indulgence masking bitter fundamentals. Li Yang brewed the coffee, adding not a drop of syrup or milk. Holding a pitch-black brew bitter as bitter can be, he walked to Lin Xue's side. "Try messing with me. I'll drown you in bitterness." Li Yang pushed the coffee toward Lin Xue's hand, his tone softening with false tenderness. "Here, Lin Xue, take a sip." Lin Xue stared at the liquid's inky black depths, gulping reflexively. She edged her bowl away imperceptibly, ducking her head to mumble, "I'll drink it later." Before Li Yang could respond, Lin Mu was already snapping impatiently. "What's the holdup? Hurry up and drink the coffee Xiaoyang made you." Truly her own flesh and blood. As Lin Xue glanced at Li Yang, still wavering, he seized the coffee cup. Still entered his voice. "Come now, swear, let me feed you. If I don't get every last drop of this coffee down your throat, I'll renounce the Li family name." At the same time, Li Yang brought the coffee cup to Lin Xue's lips. Staring at her, he murmured softly, "Come on, Xiu, time to drink your coffee." Lin Xue knew the die was cast. Closing her eyes, she drank the entire cup half resignedly. Cough! Cough! Li Yang ate his meal with gusto as he watched Lin Xue's continuous dry coughing, finding it unexpectedly whetted his appetite enough for several extra bites. Lin Mu at the side kept happily serving dishes to both, teasing in his tone, "You two should eat more, build up your strength." "Thanks, Dad." Li Yang beamed in response. After finishing his meal, Li Yang patted his stomach and stood up. "I'm full. Going to report at the school now, starting work tomorrow." With that, he left the dining table. Just as he reached the doorway, Lin Xue called out to stop him. "There's Zhang Nan's birthday banquet tonight. You're coming with me." Li Yang was slightly taken aback. This marked the first time Lin Xue had proactively invited him to such an event. "Taking me to a banquet? Is this to counter that little white lotus Zhang Nan?" As expected of Lin Xue's icy demeanor, even childhood companions can't win her heart. That little white lotus will probably end up with wasted effort again. As Li Yang pondered, Lin Xue materialized before him unnoticed. Li Yang instinctively retreated half a step. What's this woman scheming? No way. Just because I gave her black coffee, is she holding a grudge and coming at me with a knife? Yet Lin Xue simply reached up to adjust his tie. This was crooked, she stated dispassionately while straightening the fabric. What fresh drama is this? Li Yang tilted his head toward Lin Mu, catching the man's expression of sugary delight. He surmised this was likely Lin Mu's orchestrated maneuver. However, Li Yang guessed wrong this time. In fact, Lin Xue had taken the initiative to approach him. This could be considered her way of trying to get closer. After all, tying neckties was one of the few life skills Lin Xue had truly mastered. When Lin Xue fastened Li Yan's tie, she jerked the knot upward sharply. What should have been a simple act of tying transformed into a chokehold under her hands. Simultaneously, Li Yang felt tremendous force suddenly constrict his throat, sending him into a fit of coughing that nearly regurgitated his breakfast. "Are you okay?" I usually use more strength when tying my own ties," Lin Xue stammered, realizing her overexertion upon seeing Li Yan's reaction. "Xinhao cough. Cough, Xinhao." Li Yang doubled over, clutching his throat as hacking coughs racked his body. Outrageous. This is revenge. Blatant, shameless retaliation. Who would have thought Lin Xue was the reserved yet provocative type. Damn it! Got outsmarted after all. Li Yang clutched his throat, shaking his head like a drenched mastiff, seething with resentment. More humiliating than the chokehold was being played for a fool by that muscle-headed workaholic woman, an absolute unforgivable transgression in Li Yan's book. Standing at the school gates, he spotted Su Yu turning away. His greeting met with lowered eyes and silence, her posture suggesting deep contemplation. Li Yang reasoned the crowd might be making her shy, understandable given the bustling entrance. Still need to thank her for the gaming console, he mused, footsteps echoing through campus gates. Next time, when opportunity strikes. However, the moment Li Yang stepped onto campus, an intense sense of dissonance surged within him. He instinctively looked up while the school buildings appeared unchanged. The sunlight reflecting off the main academic block seemed unnaturally glaring, almost blindingly harsh. Squinting as he surveyed the surrounding architecture, Li Yang felt the dissonance within him intensify. Why does everything look like it's been filtered? Li Yang muttered under his breath. The structures resembled oversaturated photographs, exuding a surreal quality. When Li Yang subconsciously retreated beyond the campus gates, the bizarre radiance instantly vanished, dissolving his unease as abruptly as it had appeared. He rubbed his eyes, the ambient chatter of students suddenly registering in his ears. Damn it! That old extinction assigned you as mountains of homework. Seriously? Just as the two students were complaining like this, the moment they stepped onto campus, their disgruntled expressions instantly vanished, replaced by radiant smiles. Let's head to the classroom together. Sure. Li Yang widened his eyes, watching their jubilant demeanor while clutching his head, wearing an "this world has definitely gone mad" expression. Is school really that enjoyable? Li Yang murmured, his heart filled with bewilderment. After finishing her daily tasks, Lin Xue returned home to find Li Yang sitting in the living room, gnawing on his finger as if contemplating something. What exactly happened today? There's definitely something wrong with that school. Something feels off, yet I can't pinpoint what's wrong. I didn't spend enough time at school today. I'll attend classes tomorrow and observe more carefully. Hearing Li Yan's inner thoughts, Lin Xue furrowed her brows and whispered, "The school?" Li Yang jumped at Lin Xue's voice, clutching his chest as he said, "Do your footsteps never make a sound?" Lin Xue didn't respond, her gaze fixed silently on Li Yang. Where did this woman learn this trick? Silently staring like this, downright terrifying. Lin Xue leaned forward, closing the distance between them, and asked with unsettling calmness, "Do you remember what I told you this morning?" It had to be admitted, Lin Xue's face wielded lethal charm against straight men. When she deliberately leaned in, her features mere inches from Li Yan's, even he couldn't deny his heart skipped a beat. He shook his head sharply, fighting to regain composure, and forced nonchalance into his voice. "Of course I remember." "Remember what? Besides putting me in that chokehold this morning, did she say anything else?" Lin Xue straightened up, her eyes still pinned on Li Yang like daggers. "Have you forgotten Zhang Nan's birthday banquet tonight?" "Oh right, that thing. The incident at school today really shook me. I completely forgot about this." Li Yang nodded, putting on a calm front. "Of course I remember. How could I possibly forget?" Lin Xue sighed, eyeing Li Yan's casual outfit with a tinge of exasperation. "So you're planning to go like this?" Suddenly realizing, Li Yang was about to change when his eyes lit up. He stood up, mischief coloring his tone. "It's a birthday party. The more casual I dress, the better it shows how close I am with Zhang Nan. Besides, if I wore formal attire and stole his thunder at the party. After all," he trailed off, flipping his hair with theatrical confidence. "Wearing this might be rude, but why should I care about saving face for that little white lotus? If anyone calls me out, that delicate flower will have to swallow his frustration and say it's fine to keep up his saintly image. I just fucking love this in-your-face aggression. Plus, that blockhead Lin Xue might think little white lotus is being generous, giving him an even better impression." Lin Xue rubbed her temples, helplessness washing over her. She couldn't understand why Li Ying's internal drama kept running non-stop, didn't exhausting himself with all these thoughts every day. However, Lin Xue decided to make things clear. Meeting Li Ying's gaze, her calm voice carried an edge of seriousness. "I've reconsidered the divorce matter." At the word divorce, Li Ying's back straightened instinctively. His eyes locked onto Lin Xue, hungry for her next words. Has this woman finally wised up? Is she initiating the divorce herself? Smart move. Fine. I'll donate whatever assets I get to the Hunter Corps. Consider it your reward for making this decision. Upon hearing Li Yan's inner thoughts, Lin Xue's lips curled into a faint smile. She gazed at him, her tone remaining composed. I think our previous decision to divorce was too hasty. I've been somewhat neglectful of Dad and Grandma, so I've decided to postpone the divorce for now. Li Yang froze momentarily before collecting himself. He tentatively asked, Not divorcing. Lin Xue leaned forward, her exquisite face drawing near enough for Li Yang to feel her breath. Her voice softened yet carried undeniable force. Isn't this what you've always wanted? Aren't you happy? Li Yang turned his head aside, his tone tinged with awkwardness. Oh, of course I'm happy. Happy my ass. I want to smash your head in right now. Get it? Do you get it? A full-on smash. Hearing Li Yan's internal rant, Lin Xue stood up and turned her back. Where he couldn't see, she clenched her fist in a silent fist pump of triumph. During this period, Lin Xue felt she had suffered consecutive defeats due to being able to hear Li Yan's innermost thoughts. But today, she finally tasted victory through Li Yang. Li Yang still harbored some unwillingness. Tentatively probing, he asked, Have you really stopped considering divorce? Though Li Yang appeared relieved that Lin Xue hadn't mentioned divorce again, both present knew the true meaning behind his words. With her back to Li Yang, Lin Xue's irrepressible smile betrayed her. She pursed her lips, forcibly composed her expression, then turned with frosty indifference. Her voice rang still strong, absolutely. The answer struck Li Yang like a thunderbolt from clear skies. Darkness clouded his vision as he collapsed onto the sofa. We, the sovereign, intended to sow our seeds across the realm, yet unforeseen lies the endless path ahead. Alas! What cruel fate! Clang! Just as Li Yang was lamenting the premature demise of his grand future ambitions, he suddenly heard the metallic whisper of a blade being drawn behind him. Li Yang whirled around, only to find Lin Xue standing perfectly still. Though her expression was dark, she showed no other signs of movement. His eyes darted to the sword at Lin Xue's waist, confirming it remained sheathed. Was that my imagination? Shaking his head in confusion, Li Yang met Lin Xue's icy glare. Still dawdling, she snapped, impatience sharpening her voice like a whetstone. Right. Coming. Li Yang responded reluctantly, though internally he seethed. Who pissed in her porridge? Zhang Nan's birthday celebration unfolded at a luxury resort nestled between mountains and a lake. Though remote from the city center, the scenic location proved worthy of the Zhang family's extravagant gesture. They'd booked out the entire venue. As Li Yang and Lin Xue approached the hotel entrance, Zhang Nan emerged to greet them with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Lin Xue's face was visibly livid at this moment. Though Zhang Nan greeted her with a warm smile, she offered no courtesy in return, only responding with a perfunctory nod. Lin Xue's fury stemmed not only from Li Yin's earlier declaration of his grandiose ideals, but also from his relentless mental commentary since boarding the vehicle. Worse still, over 80% of those thoughts were insults aimed squarely at her. Zhang Nan remained unfazed by Lin Xue's frostiness. He knew her temper well. What gnawed at him was Li Yan's presence beside her. The mere sight of Li Yang sent Zhang Nan's mood plunging to sub-zero depths. Li Yang, however, reveled in the situation. He relished the delicious irony of being utterly loathed yet utterly unchallenged, even courted by those who despised him. Just as Li Yang had anticipated, Zhang Nan, though seething, internally plastered on a welcoming smile. Brother Yang, what brings you here? Zhang Nan spoke while stepping forward to link arms with Li Yang in a show of familiarity. Li Yang evaded the gesture with discreet fluidity. A momentary flush of awkwardness colored Zhang Nan's expression before her smile reignited, eyes still blazing with performative warmth toward Li Yang. Li Yang hitched a shoulder, mischief threading his words. Problem. Didn't expect your invitation to stick. Dave Xinghao mustn't speak such nonsense. Do come inside, Zhang Nan declared, sweeping forward to usher Li Yang and Lin Xue into the hotel. Xinghao Chinese honorific for older male. Many old acquaintances are here tonight, Zhang Nan remarked as they walked. They've been parched for Lin Xue's company. You'll quench that nostalgia thoroughly, won't you? Her gaze sharpened as it landed on Li Yang, syllables dripping honeyed venom. Brother Yang won't recognize anyone, of course. Fear not, I'll present each upstanding guest personally. Li Yan's eyes rolled skyward. His tongue stayed civil, but curses bloomed like ink in water beneath the surface. You dare show off in front of me at a time like this? Trying to prove how many connections you've got? Look at you and Lin Xue, I bet most of your so-called friends are rotten to the core. Either naive little lotuses like you, or dim-witted fools like Lin Xue. Lin Xue followed behind, her face darkening as she instinctively gripped the sword at her waist. "And you pulled this cheap trick, trying to make me believe you and Lin Xue were childhood sweethearts while I'm the homewrecker. You cunning little lotus. Underestimated you. This is some master-level scheming." Lin Xue glanced at Zhang Nan, seemingly remembering something. Her sword hand gradually lowered as she exhaled a long, slow breath. Li Yang and Lin Xue were led by Zhang Nan to a banquet table surrounded by 4 or 5 young women. Though Lin Xue remained silent, her eyes burned with quiet intensity. Her lack of worldly sophistication didn't equate to emotional numbness toward these childhood friends who'd grown up with her. She harbored deep-rooted affection. However, since graduation, Lin Xue's career path had created invisible barriers, distancing her from the once close circle. Li Yang suddenly became aware of multiple female gazes fixed upon him, scrutinizing, hostile, like blades probing for weaknesses. His eyes instinctively sought Zhang Nan, only to find the man still wearing that perpetual sunshine smile. Li Yang exhaled heavily, the weight of the world's silent conspiracy pressing against his shoulders. These women all clearly sided with Zhang Nan. Childhood friends who expected Zhang Nan to marry Lin Xue. Then I, this dashing interloper, stole her away. No wonder they resent me. I wonder what flavor of sarcasm they'll serve me today. As if someone with Lin Xue's IQ could ever make normal friends. At this thought, Li Yang shook his head, lamenting how few truly cultured and easygoing people like himself existed in this world. Li Yang could tell that Lin Xue approached relationships with genuine sincerity. This very quality meant that whenever someone showed her kindness, while she might not verbalize it, her thoughts and actions would subtly accommodate them, sometimes even letting these interactions disrupt her normal thought processes. Not that there's anything wrong with such temperament, but the world never operates in absolutes. People like Lin Xue inevitably get shortchanged. Were it not for her privileged background and personal excellence, she'd have been thoroughly conned out of everything by now. This level of naivete is practically an endangered species. The only reason this woman wasn't kidnapped as a child was her father's vigilant watch. Upon hearing Li Yan's inner thoughts, Lin Xue furrowed her brows. It wasn't that she held any personal grudge against him. She'd grown accustomed to his remarks these days. What truly unsettled her was Li Yan's harsh judgments about her former friends. She refused to believe, or perhaps didn't want to believe, that people she once trusted could be the scheming individuals he described. At that moment, the group of young women rose from their seats. The ringleader approached with a wine glass, brushing past Li Yang without acknowledgement before addressing Lin Xue in a deliberately provocative tone. "Lin Xue finally decided to grace us. Zhang Nan's been worrying himself sick waiting. You know the rules, penalty drink first." Every calculated word emphasized Lin Xue's connection to Zhang Nan, while pointedly ignoring the man standing beside her. "Phew! A power play? Try these cheap tricks with me, and you'll regret walking dark alleys at night." Though dark promises simmered in his mind, Li Yang knew true men settled scores in daylight. His retaliation would be immediate and merciless. Li Yang stepped forward and took a wine glass amidst the crowd's astonished gazes. With a sudden flick of his wrist, he splashed the entire contents onto the woman's clothes. Before she could react, Li Yang preemptively exclaimed, "Oh my! How could you be so careless? Why did your hand tremble? Look, you made me lose my grip." The commotion drew numerous curious stares from patrons around the hotel lobby. "You!" The wine-drenched woman flushed crimson under the public scrutiny, humiliation burning through her veins. Her eyes widened in fury as she glared at Li Yang, lips parting to retaliate. At that moment, Lin Xue strode forward and clasped Li Ying's hand. Their fingers intertwined tightly as Lin Xue raised their joined arms high. Facing the crowd with unflinching resolve, she declared in a clarion voice, "This is Li Yang, my lawfully wedded husband." Lin Xue's commanding presence left everyone in the room awestruck. Though stunned by Lin Xue's actions, Zhang Nan quickly regained composure and instructed waiters to escort the woman inside. Li Yang first stared at his hand firmly gripped by Lin Xue, then raised his eyes to meet hers. Expecting gratitude, Lin Xue simply shook her head and murmured, "This is what a wife ought to do." "What's this? Lin Xue, how dare you treat me like this?" After that speech, how the hell can I divorce her now? The difficulty level just doubled. Had Li Yang not known Lin Xue's intellectual limits, he might have suspected this was deliberate sabotage. Hearing Li Yan's internal monologue, Lin Xue nearly choked back a laugh. Overwhelmed, Li Yang staggered. With lightning reflexes, Lin Xue caught his arm. To outsiders, Li Yang and Lin Xue's interaction at this moment resembled a married couple putting on a loving display. Who knew that Lin Xue had a husband? I was planning to introduce her to my son. Exactly. They seem so affectionate. If they're this close, why hadn't he brought her out before? When you keep such a delicate flower at home, you'd naturally want to keep her on the wraps. Who'd parade her about? The surrounding whispers struck Li Yang like another blow, just as he began to regain his composure. Why? Why has Lin Xue become so formidable since returning this time? This doesn't add up. Could my IQ actually be lower than Lin Xue's? Is this what they mean about natural-born innocence countering calculated schemes? Zhang Nan stepped forward, announcing, "You all stay seated. I'll go mingle with the other guests." While aware of his current incongruence here, Zhang Nan had no intention of leaving casually. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Xue's friends. At this moment, Lin Xue helped Li Yang sit down on a chair, while her friends exchanged glances before taking their seats one after another. Though initially somewhat restrained, the girls gradually relaxed their conversation after sensing Lin Xue's genuine indifference to the earlier incident. Lin Xue, it's been ages. You've grown increasingly formidable. Even the hunter corps in Jingzhou knows your reputation now. Lin Xue shook her head calmly. They're but empty titles. The friends shared meaningful looks, until one ventured, "I still remember our childhood games. You always played the bride while Zhang Nan was the groom." Another chimed in, "Exactly. Don't you recall vowing to marry Gong Nan when we grew up?" Lin Xue's brow furrowed. Since being with Li Yang, she'd grown socially astute. Now she clearly detected the malicious undertones targeting Li Yang beneath their words. At that moment, the woman covered her mouth, feigning a look of someone who had misspoken, then turned to Li Yang and said, "Sorry. I forgot you were here. You don't mind, do you?" Li Yang snorted coldly, muttering inwardly, "If I say I mind, they'll call me petty. If I say I don't, these people will only intensify their antics." Lin Xue also grasped the crux of the matter. She drew a deep breath, a flicker of desolation crossing her face. She recalled Li Yan's previous inner thoughts. Reality had unfolded exactly as he predicted. Lin Xue gazed intently at Li Yang, her heart brimming with doubts. So many things eluded her understanding. She couldn't fathom why people couldn't simply speak their minds. She didn't understand how the friend she remembered could truly be this despicable. She struggled to comprehend why she'd failed to see it, yet Li Yang had perceived everything with crystal clarity. Is it that I'm too foolish, or are you too clever, Li Yang? Or perhaps both? Just as Lin Xue was deep in thought, Li Yang made his move. He sat down beside her, entwined their hands, and declared to the women with a bright smile, "Of course we don't mind. It's just games. Lin Xue and I play them all the time." Lin Xue's friends simultaneously furrowed their brows. Undeterred by their grim expressions, Li Yang maintained his honeyed grin and continued, "We often play those doctor-nurse, teacher-student interactive scenarios. Just this morning, we got caught by Dad during our gameplay. So embarrassing when I think about it." Li Yang finished speaking and covered his face with both hands, feigning an exaggerated blush. Being all adults present, they immediately grasped the true nature of these games he referenced. "Think you can outwit me? Amateur hour." The girls exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Never had they encountered a man who could shift conversations into the gutter with such alarming velocity. Lin Xue had initially considered speaking up to help Li Yang, but seeing the situation unfold before her, she realized that Li Yan's sharp tongue needed no assistance from her. Lin Xue looked down at Li Yang clinging to her arm. For some inexplicable reason, a smile involuntarily spread across her face. For the first time, a mischievous glint surfaced in Lin Xue's eyes. Maintaining her frosty demeanor, she leaned down and whispered in Li Yan's ear, "Are these games you mentioned actually fun?" Li Yang looked up at Lin Xue with an incredulous look, desperately searching for evidence that this was some sort of joke. Is she serious? This woman doesn't even understand this. How did she even survive adulthood? Yet Lin Xue's face remained an impenetrable mask, her sphinx-like composure giving nothing away. She genuinely doesn't know. Good heavens! That sheltered her way too thoroughly. Hearing Li Yan's heartfelt words, Lin Xue nearly laughed but restrained herself. Pursing her lips slightly, she pressed on, "You still haven't told me, was it fun?" An awkward expression flashed across Li Yan's face as he mumbled, It's not about fun. What I experienced was special. A different kind of special." "How special?" Lin Xue leaned forward, curiosity threading through her questioning tone. Under Lin Xue's persistent interrogation, Li Yang felt truly flustered for the first time. It wasn't embarrassment holding him back, he considered himself thick-skinned enough. The real dilemma was figuring out how to begin this unconventional education. Should he give Lin Xue a practical demonstration? Observing Li Yan's discomfort, Lin Xue nodded with quiet satisfaction. This rare moment of dominance in their ongoing rivalry felt particularly sweet. Deciding not to push further, she gave Li Yan's shoulder a pat. I see Zhang Nan's mother has arrived, she said calmly. I should go greet her. Hearing this, Li Yang let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xue stood up and left directly. Li Yang sat there, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and muttered, this kind of airhead is really hard to deal with. He shook his head, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar figure. Zishan? Li Yang noticed Su Sheng unexpectedly sitting in the corner, her head bowed as if contemplating something. After brief consideration, Li Yang realized he didn't know anyone here. Since he'd encountered Su Sheng, he decided to approach her. The banquet table Su Sheng occupied stood empty except for herself. Li Yang seated himself across from her. Sensing movement, Su Sheng murmured without looking up, I don't care for strangers sharing my table. As she spoke, her gaze lifted. Recognizing Li Yang, she instinctively rose to her feet, retreating half a step. It's you. What brings you here? Li Yang shrugged casually, came with Lin Xue. She's mingling with others now. His posture relaxed as he added, saw you sitting alone, thought I'd say hello. Leaning back until his shoulders met the chair, he continued conversationally, truth be told, I've barely seen any familiar faces all evening. Su Sheng's brows furrowed slightly. Hasn't Lin Xue taken you to similar events before? She inquired, genuine puzzlement coloring her tone. Li Yang pursed his lips, a hint of resignation coloring his tone. I doubt she even wants to attend herself. Why would she bring me? Su Sheng nodded, misreading the frustration on Li Yan's face as lingering resentment towards Lin Xue's previous exclusion. He offered comfort, these gatherings aren't worth your time anyway. It's actually merciful that Sister Lin Xue didn't drag you along before. Frankly, experiencing this once is more than enough. Li Yan's jaw clenched as the words sank in, silent fury simmering beneath his composed exterior. A single outing left me severely wounded by her backstabbing. A few more trips like this, I'd probably go into shock on the spot. Su Sheng's gaze suddenly sharpened, a new thought surfacing. Brother-in-law, he inquired, have you seen Xiao Yu recently? Just once. Why? Li Yang responded, recalling their brief encounter at the school gate. The older man shook his head slowly, concern bleeding into his voice. Can't pinpoint it exactly, but she hasn't been quite herself lately. Li Yan's brow furrowed. In what way? After pondering deeply, Su Sheng looked at Li Yang and said earnestly, Xiaoya hasn't been playing games lately. Ha! Li Yang paused, momentarily taken aback, then locked eyes with Su Sheng to double-check. You mean she stopped gaming completely? Exactly. Su Sheng nodded firmly. What kind of fairy sister magic is this? Li Yang screamed internally, his poker face belying the storm of confusion within. Scratching his head, he confronted his first-ever parenting paradox. This terrain lay completely beyond his expertise, leaving him scrambling for answers. Su Sheng continued, voice softening with recollection, I used to sense Xiaoya's silent struggles. My work kept me away, but since she discovered gaming, her smiles multiplied, her words flowed freely, it eased my guilt. Now she's inexplicably lost interest, while everything else seems normal. His fingers tightened around his coffee cup. Something feels off. After hearing this, Li Yang also fell into thought, stroking his chin as he speculated, perhaps it's because graduation is approaching. There will be a final assessment at graduation, maybe she's preparing for that. However, this was just Li Yan's conjecture. He decided to keep a closer eye on the situation. But upon hearing Su Sheng's words, Li Yang became more convinced that the eerie sensation he'd felt at school this morning wasn't just his imagination. Su Sheng nodded thoughtfully, her voice carrying a note of gratitude as she looked at Li Yang. That makes sense. Thank you, brother-in-law. Please keep watching over things at school. Li Yang waved his hand with a casual smile. Since you call me brother-in-law, we're practically family. Looking after Su Yu is the least I can do. Especially considering the wonderful gift your sister gave me. Li Yang thought to himself, secretly pleased. Upon hearing this, a warm smile spread across Su Sheng's face as he nodded. With you here, I can rest assured. Coincidentally, I have a mission tomorrow that requires traveling far, likely won't return until after Xiao Yu's graduation. I'll need to trouble you, brother-in-law, to watch over her at school. The word mission made Li Yang pause. He looked intently at Su Sheng and asked, a mission? Is Lin Xue going? Su Sheng shook his head calmly. Sister Lin Xue isn't joining. She's still on leave. Truth be told, Su Sheng had extended the invitation earlier, but Lin Xue declined. Though leave was the stated reason, the old Lin Xue would never have let vacation days stop her from duty. Yet seeing Li Yang now, understanding dawned on Su Sheng. This couple who spent more time apart than together finally had an extended break. Of course Lin Xue would prioritize staying with her husband. Li Yan's gaze fell heavily as he turned to watch Lin Xue conversing with the Zhang family elders across the room, disappointment weighing his features. Is this woman really so idle lately? If she leaves, I can finally catch my breath and properly plan my next move. Lin Xue's recent bizarre antics have practically bent Li Yang over backwards, leaving him utterly clueless. He desperately needs solitude to strategize countermeasures against her. Many banquet guests turned their gazes toward Lin Xue. Her beauty was undeniable, but more striking was the frosty edge she'd honed through years of hunting, an aura that let her navigate elder interactions with graceful ease. Even Zhang Nan's parents appeared slightly ill at ease in Lin Xue's presence. Sometimes Li Yang felt hunting wasted her talents with such attention-grabbing magnetism. She should have been a superstar dominating the entertainment industry. Su Sheng watched Li Yan's longing gaze fixed on Lin Xue. Her expression dimmed. But she soon perked up, shaking her head as she remarked to Li Yang, "Your bond seems truly extraordinary." Li Yang turned his head away, pointing at himself then at Lin Xue, his voice tinged with resignation. "Are you talking about the two of us?" Su Sheng nodded firmly. "Exactly." Li Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Just the same old routine." Su Sheng's tone softened with reminiscence as he recalled Lin Xue's recent homebound tendencies. "I can see Miss Lin Xue truly cares about you." Pierre. Aside from her father and grandmother, this woman probably values that blade in her hand more than anything. Even sleeps with that damn knife. Why don't you marry the blade then? Li Yang opened his mouth to explain, but ultimately shook his head and gestured wearily. "Forget it. Think whatever you want." Su Sheng was about to speak further when Zhang Nan appeared. Beaming at Li Yang with enthusiasm dripping from his tone, he said, "Brother Yang, thank you for coming to my birthday party. Could we chat privately?" Li Yang observed Zhang Nan's resplendent attire and his deceptively harmless smile, a cold sneer brewing in his heart. "Trying to pick a fight with me? A pathetic amateur like you isn't even worthy." Beyond contempt, Li Yang felt visceral irritation at Zhang Nan's utterly hopeless incompetence. "Why always target me? Can't you direct these cheap tricks at Lin Xue instead? Truly disappointing. At best, trash like you only deserves to play second male lead in the script." Though internally scoffing, Li Yang wasn't one to back down. Rising to his feet, he met Zhang Nan's gaze with a provocative edge. "Sure. Let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve." Li Yang and Zhang Nan walked outside the hotel, where a swimming pool glistened under the lights. Due to Grandma Zhang's arrival inside, all guests remained indoors, leaving only the two of them in the quiet outdoor space. Zhang Nan turned to face Li Yang head-on, cutting straight to the chase. "Mr. Li, do you think Lin Xue likes you?" Li Yang shrugged, sidestepping the question. Instead, he shot back with a teasing edge in his voice. "What about you? Do you think Lin Xue likes you?" Pivoting sideways, Zhang Nan's voice softened with nostalgia. "Lin Xue and I grew up together since childhood. We've been inseparable since school days. But she's always been different from the rest of us. Her childhood dream was to become a hunter. With her family status, she never needed to push herself so hard, yet she chose this path anyway." Li Yang stroked his chin, carefully contemplating Lin Xue's extraordinary journey. Truth be told, that woman Lin Xue has always carried the fiery phoenix protagonist's aura. No, wait. Should I call it the Phoenix Supreme template? Since childhood, she's been extraordinary with grand ambitions, her strength ranking among the top of the younger generation. But truth be told, this character archetype has fallen out of favor in recent novels. Her routine is outdated. She's become the textbook stepping stone character nowadays. As Li Yang was still pondering, Zhang Nan continued speaking as if to himself. "I was deeply conflicted at first. Honestly, I couldn't comprehend Lin Xue's choice. I believed she deserved better. But just as I realized I wanted to stay by her side no matter what, you appeared." Zhang Nan turned to Li Yang at this point, his voice tinged with accusation. "Frankly, I can't fathom arranged marriages still existing in this day and age. I know you fancy Lin Xue, but can you truly win real love by shackling her with an engagement? Where the hell did you get that I like her? Even I didn't know that." If you truly care for Lin Xue, you should. What I do doesn't require anyone's instruction. Faced with Zhang Nan's aggressive demeanor, Li Yang cut him off abruptly. Li Yang tilted his head with a disdainful look, sneering at Zhang Nan. All this blathering misses the point. How do you know Lin Xue likes you? Zhang Nan's eyes widened, his voice tinged with agitation. Of course she does. We grew up together. I've loved her since childhood, always wanted to be with her. Li Yang shook his head with a chuckle. At this moment, Zhang Nan was increasingly demonstrating the qualities of a defeated underdog. Hearing that feeble conviction, Li Yang recalled a classic line from a comic book villain, but admiration is the emotion farthest from true understanding. Zhang Nan staggered slightly at these words, pressing a hand to his forehead as he shouted at Li Yang. No one understands her better than I do. Observing Zhang Nan's state, Li Yang admitted to himself he'd wondered what profound revelations Zhang Nan might share when summoning him here. Turned out to be thoroughly anticlimactic. Li Yang had grown utterly disillusioned with Zhang Nan, preparing to deliver the final blow. As you said, Lin Xue might not like me. But by the same token, she definitely doesn't like you either. I understand Lin Xue. If she truly loved you, she would have tried her hardest to keep you when you chose to leave. Not like this. Zhang Nan's body folded like crumpled paper as he gasped raggedly. This violent reaction wasn't about learning Lin Xue's indifference, it was hearing the words truly understand spill from Li Yin's lips. The words tore at Zhang Nan's core. He was supposed to be Lin Xue's soul reader. Who was this man before him? How dare he make such a claim? Shaking his head violently, Zhang Nan's gaze snagged on the swimming pool beside them. The rippling water jolted his memory. With forced composure, he positioned himself poolside and tilted his head toward what lay beyond Li Yin's shoulder. Li Yang noticed Zhang Nan's movements but didn't even turn his head, standing motionless as he addressed Zhang Nan. I know exactly what you're plotting. I'll only warn you once, abandon your scheme. What? Zhang Nan feigned ignorance unconvincingly. Li Yang sighed with a tinge of resignation. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Xue should be approaching this area. Once she's near, you'll jump into the pool and claim I pushed you. Zhang Nan stood rigid by the pool's edge, silent as still water. Li Yan's voice hardened. This is your only chance. Come to my side, attend your birthday banquet properly. This benefits us both. Dropping all pretense, Zhang Nan's voice dripped with menace. What can you possibly do? I hold the upper hand here. This is my party. In such situations, everyone including Lin Xue will believe my version. After hearing this, Li Yang shook his head and extended 2 fingers towards Zhang Nan, his voice tinged with disdain. 2 things. First, you vastly overestimate your position in Lin Xue's heart. To be frank, your standing in her heart probably no. I should say definitely can't compare to that knife at her waist. Second, you gravely underestimate me. At this banquet, everyone might indulge you, but I won't. As Li Yang spoke, he took 2 steps forward. Zhang Nan retreated fearfully, now completely baffled by Li Yan's intentions. Li Yang stared at Zhang Nan with a cold smirk. Since you're so eager to jump, I'll grant your wish. With these words, Li Yang suddenly swung his leg violently, kicking Zhang Nan into the swimming pool. Squatting down, Li Yang watched Zhang Nan's floundering figure in the water with a contemptuous chuckle. I give you a chance. Since you didn't cherish it, don't blame me for being ruthless. So what if I pushed you into the water? Need to steam? I'll just do you the damn favor directly. And for dramatic effect, I even used a kick instead. Don't thank me too much. Li Yang found Zhang Nan utterly ridiculous using such trivial matters to threaten him. Clearly spoiled by family protection, even his scheming methods reeked of pettiness. To Li Yang, this meant absolutely nothing. He didn't know any of these banquet guests anyway. Let them talk their nonsense, he couldn't care less, as long as they didn't strut around in his face. As for Lin Xue, if she actually cut ties with him over this, Li Yang would have to thank Zhang Nan properly. No wonder Lin Xue wasn't interested in him. With this level of intelligence, anyone would second guess. As Li Yang was still pondering, the commotion outside drew the hotel staff's attention. Lin Xue was the first to arrive at the scene. Lin Xue arrived without even glancing at Zhang Nan, who had just crawled out of the swimming pool in disarray. Her full attention remained fixed on Li Yang. Lin Xue looked at Li Yang, a thread of concern woven through her tone. Are you alright? Li Yang waved casually, voice buoyant. No big deal. I can handle this. Is there anything I can help with? Lin Xue pressed further. No, nay. Before Li Yang could complete his refusal, Lin Xue grasped his hand. Her earnest gaze locked with his as she declared with steel-clad resolve, "We're husband and wife. I want to stand with you." Li Yang gazed at Lin Xue's earnest expression, his eyes gradually softening. He gave a gentle pat to her shoulder, his voice warm yet resolute. "Rest assured, I have everything under control." "Ah, this girl is truly wonderful. What a pity you're simply not suited to be husband and wife." Li Yang sighed inwardly. While he genuinely admired Lin Xue, this admiration came with an inescapable problem. He couldn't fully perceive her as a woman. Whether due to preconceived notions, this world's inherent rules, or a myriad of complex reasons, Li Yang always felt Lin Xue resembled more of a sworn brother. Whenever reminded of their actual marital bond, an inexplicable sense of discomfort would surge through him, even compelling him to contemplate abandoning the relationship. Sometimes Li Yang considered himself overly sentimental, but such is human nature. Once a knot forms in the heart, it becomes nearly impossible to untangle. Lin Xue seemed about to speak further, but upon hearing Li Yan's inner voice, she froze in place, a flicker of complex emotions flashing through her eyes. At that moment, Zhang Nan's grandmother hurried over. Seeing her grandson's disheveled state, her face turned ashen with rage. Her piercing gaze swept towards Li Yang as she demanded sharply, "Did you do this?" Just as Li Yang opened his mouth to explain, Lin Xue stepped forward again to face the old matriarch. Her tone remained calm yet brooked no argument. "My husband is unwell. I intend to take him home." The grandmother's brows knitted at these words, eyes glinting with displeasure. "You, a mere junior, dare shield him right in front of me." Not a ripple disturbed Lin Xue's composure. She replied with unshaken serenity, "If you find my words improper, I can summon my father or grandmother to attend this matter." When Grandma Zhang Nan heard Lin Xue mention the Lin family elders, she sucked in a sharp breath and swayed slightly. Everyone knew the Lin family of Jingzhou was notoriously protective of their young, especially Lin Xue's father, a formidable figure in their social circle during his youth. If the Lin elders were truly summoned, the Zhang household might well be turned upside down. Over the past 2 years, the Zhang family's decline had accelerated. Were it not for the Lin family's alliance, they might have already withdrawn from Jingzhou's elite circles. This realization cooled Grandma Zhang's fury somewhat, yet seeing Zhang Nan's disheveled state still twisted her heart. Just as she prepared to speak again, Li Yang stepped forward, pressing his phone to her ear. The recording played clearly Zhang Nan's confession about his feelings for Lin Xue, hoping Li Yang would back off. Grandma Zhang's face drained of color as her grandson's words flowed from the speaker, each syllable striking like hammer blows. Li Yang looked at Grandma Zhang Nan with a smile, his tone casual yet carrying a hint of threat. "I accidentally left the recording on earlier, and it just happened to capture these things. What do you think would happen if I made this recording public?" Grandma Zhang Nan's eyes widened abruptly as she stared at Li Yang, her voice low and furious. "You dare threaten me? I've lived this long, never once." Li Yang smiled faintly. Before Grandma Zhang Nan could finish, he suddenly grabbed her collar and leaned in close to her ear, his voice icy and determined. "Your precious grandson's Achilles heel is in my hands. Don't try to pull seniority on me here. You're in no position to negotiate with me." Grandma Zhang Nan closed her eyes, breathing heavily through flared nostrils, clearly struggling to contain her fury. After a moment, she opened her eyes to look at Lin Xue and snarled through clenched teeth. "The Lin family has certainly found themselves a fine son-in-law." Lin Xue nodded slightly, her tone calm. "Thank you for the compliment. I think so too." Grandma Zhang snorted coldly, pulling Zhang Nan to leave. But Zhang Nan struggled stubbornly, shouting, "Grandma!" Grandma Zhang glared at him, her voice low and stern. "Haven't you embarrassed us enough?" Without heeding his resistance, she forcibly dragged him away. Li Yang watched their retreating figures, shaking his head helplessly. He spread his hands, wearing an expression of utter resignation. "I didn't even use force yet. How did you collapse already?" Lin Xue walked to Li Yan's side. Seeing his completely relaxed demeanor, a faint smile inadvertently surfaced on her face. Standing shoulder to shoulder with him, she asked softly, "Does this please you so much?" Li Yang shrugged casually, "Not exactly pleasure. But having some seasoning in ordinary life isn't bad." Lin Xue shook her head, a quiet sigh echoing in her heart. She finally understood why her father had always favored Li Yang so deeply. In some aspects, Li Yang truly mirrored her father Lin Mu, calm, decisive, even bordering on ruthless. Li Yang tilted his head toward Lin Xue, his tone laced with tentative probing. "Don't you want to ask what happened between me and that Zhang Nan?" Lin Xue smiled carelessly, her voice dragged in nonchalance. it matters not. Speak if you wish, or let it be if you don't. Li Yang shot her a surprised glance, unprepared for this level of awareness from her. A faint smile curled his lips as he chose silence over further words. Let's go back. Lin Xue tugged at Li Yan's sleeve, steering them toward departure. As they settled into the car, Lin Xue gripped the steering wheel with both hands, her gaze drifting like unmoored clouds. After a weighty silence, she suddenly turned to Li Yang, her voice tinged with self-mocking irony. Am I being utterly foolish? Li Yang froze for a moment upon hearing these words, then replied with a smile. How can you speak of yourself like that? In my heart, you're the smartest person I know. Well, looks like you actually have some self-awareness. Lin Xue wasn't surprised by Li Yan's response. Turning her head back to the steering wheel, she murmured in a low voice, I don't understand why people can't speak plainly. Why must everything be insinuations and deceptions? Li Yang chuckled with a tinge of resignation in his voice. Not everyone has your privilege of family wealth to cushion their verbal missteps. Measured speech is basic survival instinct, though what your friend did crosses into malicious fraud. Though given your family background paired with that third-rate emotional intelligence of yours, it's no surprise you attract such parasites. Lin Xue let out a self-deprecating laugh and continued. What I always believed to be real turns out to be fake, while what I dismissed as illusions proves to be truth. Truth and falsehood, I never imagined human relationships could be more perplexing than my most challenging missions. What's going on? Weren't we attending the same banquet? Why does it feel like she's participating in an academic symposium instead? Lin Xue lifted her gaze to meet Li Yan's eyes again, her look tinged with fragile hope and unease. Would you deceive me? The question caught Li Yang off guard, freezing his response mid-air. After a contemplative pause, though he didn't fully understand what Lin Xue was experiencing, he sensed her spiraling into overcomplication. Li Yang decided to guide her out. Reaching across, he gently enveloped her hand in his, speaking with velvet sincerity. I'll never harm you. Even divorced, we remain friends. That's why you have my absolute protection. While offering guidance, Li Yang casually brought up the divorce matter, secretly congratulating himself in his heart what a clever little devil he was. Lin Xue listened quietly to Li Yan's words, her gaze gradually softening. She understood these were heartfelt truths from Li Yang. Suddenly, she lunged forward with abrupt force, wrapping Li Yang in a tight embrace. Resting her head against his shoulder, she whispered words barely audible, I believe you. Li Yang stiffened at Lin Xue's unexpected move. But as her I believe you reached his ears, his expression gradually relaxed. This was the first time Lin Xue had revealed vulnerability before him, a fragility that stirred strange emotions in his heart. Gently patting Lin Xue's back, he responded with tender yet firm assurance, okay. The car was enveloped in silence, broken only by their soft breathing. Lin Xue leaned against Li Yan's shoulder, a flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. She sensed her feelings for Li Yang undergoing subtle transformations, changes even she herself couldn't fully comprehend. Li Yang sat motionless, a tempest of thoughts swirling within. He recognized their relationship was drifting toward uncharted waters, yet paradoxically found himself discovering an unexpected equilibrium within this evolving dynamic. Beyond the windows, the night deepened as city lights shimmered in the distance, like countless faint beacons tentatively illuminating the path toward their future. Why can't I control my own hands? Why couldn't I hold back? Li Yang lay on his bed, recalling how he had impulsively embraced Lin Xue earlier. Waves of regret washed over him. He felt he must have been possessed by some demonic impulse in that moment. How could he have acted so recklessly? And this mouth of mine. Why did I have to say okay? While slapping his own hands in frustration, Li Yang began berating his loose tongue. How could he have agreed so casually to Lin Xue's request? Their relationship clearly hadn't reached that level yet. Clutching his head, Li Yan's thoughts tangled into knots. Through the haze of regret, he started piecing together Lin Xue's recent strange behavior. Wait. There's definitely something wrong with this Lin Xue. As calmness returned, Li Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, brow furrowed, systematically analyzing Lin Xue's recent actions. First principle, don't question my own intelligence. This definitely isn't my own stupidity at work. The problem must lie with Lin Xue. Li Yang first absolved himself of responsibility, then began methodically piecing together the chain of events. According to the original plan, we should have finalized the divorce after signing the papers that day. Where did things go wrong? Li Yang replayed the scene in his mind. Lin Xue had clearly picked up the pen ready to sign, yet froze at the final moment. What had stopped her? What thoughts were swirling through her mind in that moment? Knitting his brows, Li Yang scoured his memory for details that remained stubbornly elusive. Throwing himself irritably onto the bed, he sighed in resignation. Who could have predicted this? How can anyone know what's going on in another person's head? Meanwhile, in the adjacent study, Lin Xue sat clutching her phone with an unusually conflicted expression. Her finger hovered over her father's number as she scrolled through contacts, before ultimately dialing her secretary's extension after prolonged hesitation. Lin Xue's secretary was named Li Yue, who had worked for her for many years. Lin Xue's father Lin Mu had also met her and trusted her deeply. When the call connected, a lazy female voice came through. So late? Who is this? It's me. Lin Xue's voice was low and steady. The line fell silent for a full 10 seconds before Li Yue's slightly flustered voice responded, Director Lin. What do you need? Should I come to the office now? Her panic was understandable in all her years working for Lin Xue. This was the first time she'd ever received a call after office hours, let alone this late at night. After a brief pause, Lin Xue asked, Did I disturb you? Not at all. Whatever you need, just say the word. Should I go to the office? No need. It's just some personal matter. Lin Xue's tone remained calm. The sound of Li Yue's long exhale carried through the phone, followed by a panic scream, PP personal matter. Lin Xue instinctively pulled the phone away from her ear, waiting until the voice on the other end subsided before bringing the device back. Li Yue's voice returned, tinged with apology. I'm sorry. I lost my composure. Truly, my apologies. It's fine. Lin Xue rubbed her temples, already regretting making this call. Very well, Ms. Lin. What did you wish to discuss? Li Yue's voice regained its calm professionalism. Lin Xue shook her head helplessly before asking, Are you married? Li Yue clearly hadn't anticipated this question, her tone laced with confusion. Simultaneously, Li Yang lay on his bed when suddenly he jackknifed upright like a carp leaping from water. Slapping his cheeks, he muttered to himself. Wrong approach. Need divergent thinking. This is a superpowered world with primordial stones and infection beasts. Li Yang stroked his chin, contemplating Lin Xue's recent behavioral changes. A sudden realization struck him. While this possibility may sound utterly absurd, as the saying goes, when you eliminate all impossibilities, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Li Yang stroked his chin, a flash of epiphany glinting in his eyes as he murmured. The answer is that Lin Xue has been reborn. The more Li Yang dwelled on it, the more convinced he became. He sprung up from the bed and began pacing back and forth across the room, continuing his analysis aloud. Yes. Now everything makes sense. It's a reborn supreme prodigy novel. I've read this genre before. Absolutely. That Lin Xue must have hooked up with some scumbag after divorcing me. Given her IQ and emotional quotient, it's hardly surprising. In the end, that scumbag swindled her out of both her heart and her savings. At this critical juncture, I emerged as her savior. After that, she finally realized exactly who the one was that treated her best. So in her past life, her heart still lingered on me. Now reborn, she's determined to make amends in this new lifetime. Li Yang grew increasingly engrossed in his analysis. Pacing back and forth, he kept nodding as if validating his deductions through these rhythmic movements. The moment of rebirth hinges on signing the contract. That's why she hesitated when putting pen to paper. Li Yang patted his cheeks after this analysis, muttering to himself, Enough. The speculation session is officially over. Collapsing back onto the bed with a heavy sigh, Li Yang groaned, How's that possible? Even wild guesses need to follow basic logic. Closing his eyes in defeat, he thought despairingly, If Lin Xue really is reborn, how could I possibly compete with her? Meanwhile, when Li Yue heard Lin Xue inquire about her marital status, her mind flooded with wild speculations. Is Director Lin trying to hit on me? Wait. Director Lin's a woman. Though given her spotless reputation all these years, could it be? As Li Yue's thoughts spiraled out of control, Lin Xue's voice pierced through. Hello. Are you listening? Yes, Director. I'm unmarried but currently have a boyfriend, Li Yue quickly replied, snapping back to attention. Lin Xue fell silent for a moment before asking, I want to ask you, don't men these days like women who are too assertive? Li Yue paused in surprise, then realized was this relationship advice. She quickly responded, It varies by individual. Some men might not like their girlfriends being too domineering. Lin Xue nodded thoughtfully, then pressed further. If wanting to understand, well, get closer. If wanting to get closer to a man, what should one do? Hearing this, Li Wanyua immediately clamped a hand over her phone, eyes widening dramatically. After composing herself, she answered respectfully, invite him to dinner. Buy him gifts. That's it? Lin Xue cut her off mid-sentence, her voice edged with sharp dissatisfaction. Li Wanyua jerked the phone away from her ear at the challenge, muffled the receiver, and hissed through gritted teeth, mocking me. If you're so knowledgeable, why bother asking me? She drew a deep breath, picked up the phone again, and said respectfully, Director Lin, what do you think? If I knew, I wouldn't be asking you. Lin Xue's tone remained frosty. Li Wanyua held the phone away from her ear again, her face twisting into a "are you kidding me" expression. She drew another steadying breath, clinging to her composure as she continued. I believe every man is unique. We need to start from the individual himself. Lin Xue's tone softened slightly. Go on. Li Wanyua made a small victory gesture with her hand, nodded, and pressed forward with her analysis. To truly understand someone, you have to start with their work. At the same time, Li Yang lay on his bed, his mind spinning wild theories non-stop. Around the false premise of Lin Xue being a reincarnated soul, he kept stacking conjecture upon conjecture. Since this is rebirth, my thinking needs to be more expansive, Li Yang muttered to himself, eyes glinting with restless intellect. What if Lin Xue isn't divorcing me to exact better revenge? Perhaps her previous life's downfall was because of me. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He even began suspecting he might have wronged her in some parallel reality. Impossible. That's not who I am. Unless her previous life existed in a timeline where I never transmigrated. Did the original me do something unforgivable? His mental labyrinth kept expanding, now tangling with parallel universe theories and interweaving possibilities between world lines. No one knows how long Li Yang had been pondering. As time ticked away second by second, his eyelids gradually grew heavy. Eventually, overcome by exhaustion, he slowly closed his eyes and sank into deep sleep. Before drifting off, Li Yan's heart swelled with smug satisfaction, convinced of his unparalleled brilliance in contemplating such complex matters. Yet it never occurred to him to question whether these flights of speculative fancy held any practical value. Meanwhile, Lin Xue stood outside Li Yan's doorway, chin pinched in contemplation as she digested the words she'd recently heard from the secretary. Work. Lin Xue murmured under her breath. Though aware Li Yang worked as a teacher, she struggled to connect his personality with the profession. The more she pondered, the less she understood about Li Yang himself, while her confusion about the teaching occupation multiplied. Are all teachers like this now? The educators from my school days were nothing like this, Lin Xue muttered, brow furrowed in perplexity as childhood memories clashed with present observations. However, Lin Xue soon came up with a brilliant idea to ask Li Yang to be her mentor, specifically in the realm of social graces. This would not only genuinely help improve her emotional intelligence, but also allow her to understand Li Yang better through these interactions. With this thought, Lin Xue gently rapped on Li Yan's door. When no answer came from within, she pushed the door open and entered directly. Upon entering, Lin Xue found Li Yang already asleep. His undignified sleeping posture, slightly agape mouth sinking into the mattress, appeared rather comical. She barely managed to suppress a laugh. Taking a deep breath, she leaned down and gave him a light shake, whispering, Wake up! In his haze of sleep, Li Yang sensed someone calling. Slowly opening his eyes and lifting his head, he saw a figure looming before him. Through blurred vision, he couldn't recognize Lin Xue, but his gaze locked onto the knife gleaming at her waist. Li Yang jolted awake in terror, springing upright from bed as his body instinctively executed a Kaioken combined with reverse hand grab, swinging a fist toward Lin Xue. Reacting instinctively, Lin Xue raised her blade in defense. His hand froze mere inches from Lin Xue's blade. Only then did he recognize the figure before him was actually Lin Xue. Collapsing back onto the mattress with a heavy exhale, Li Yang muttered in exasperation, Were you trying to scare me to death? Lin Xue appraised him calmly. Impressive reflexes, she remarked. After reviewing your combat logs, I knew you were a primordial stone adept, but never imagined this level of power. Her investigation into Li Yan's joint exercise with Yi Yu had driven Lin Xue to examine the mission records thoroughly. When questioning Qin Ling and Man Xiwen, merely revealing I'm Li Yan's wife sent the youngsters chattering excitedly, ending with them pleading to know when they'd see Li Yang again. It was at this moment that Lin Xue realized Li Yang was actually a primordial stone ability user. However, Lin Xue didn't pay much attention at the time. After all, in this era, stone ability users weren't particularly rare. Some might simply enjoy slightly better physical health than ordinary people throughout their life. What truly mattered was personal development and synchronization rate with the stone within their bodies. Li Yang wasn't surprised that Lin Xue discovered his identity as a stone ability user. To be precise, he'd never actively concealed it. If anything surprised him, it was that Lin Xue had only just now learned about this aspect of him. This incidental revelation also highlighted how little communication had truly occurred between the two during their 3-year marriage. As Lin Xue moved closer, Li Yang raised a hand to stop her. Wait. Give me a moment to recover. Holy shit. I thought you were gonna off me for real there. Mainly because Li Yang had just finished brainstorming the Lin Xue is a reincarnator theory before bed. He thought he had betrayed Lin Xue in his past life, and that she kept him by her side to personally execute him. Li Yang exhaled deeply, looking at Lin Xue as he asked, "You need something? Why come so late?" Lin Xue's face remained expressionless as she stated coldly, "Please instruct me." Instruct? Li Yang glanced back at the darkening sky, confirming it was indeed midnight. A midnight instruction request. Woman, your thoughts are dangerous. The last person who requested late-night instruction ended up being directly shipped to the German orthopedic hospital. At this thought, Li Yang scrutinized Lin Xue up and down, pondering what exactly she wanted him to teach. Instruct what? Swordsmanship. Lin Xue gazed solemnly at Li Yang, declaring with firm resolve, "I'm serious. I've observed my shortcomings through you, so I want you to instruct me in worldly wisdom." "Ha! Me teach you these things?" Li Yang asked with evident surprise. Lin Xue nodded and continued, "Dad said you can see through people's hearts. He wants me to learn more from you about human relationships." In truth, Lin Mu had never said such things. This was all part of Lin Xue's plan. From her recent observations, she'd realized Li Yang was as stubborn as a mule who only responded to careful coaxing. This marked Lin Xue's first ever lie, and the target was Li Yang herself. She felt she'd learned much through their interactions. Though uncertain if this was ultimately good or bad, the current satisfaction felt real enough. Li Yang scratched the back of his head, awkward laughter bubbling forth. "Ah, shucks. I'm not nearly as amazing as your dad makes out. Ah ha ha ha." Lin Xue remained silent, her gaze steady on Li Yang. When the laughter subsided, Li Yang tossed his hair dramatically and assumed a mentor's pose. "Alright then. I'll teach you properly." The next morning. That obstinate jackass. That utter imbecile. Li Yang stepped out of the room, his face twisted with barely suppressed fury. For the first time in his career, he tasted the bitterness of powerlessness. Though he'd only been teaching a few years, he could already declare with absolute certainty, Lin Xue's class was undoubtedly the worst cohort he'd ever taught. No matter how Li Yang explained things, Lin Xue's responses always circled back to 3 cursed words. Why? Why would he think that way? It defied all logic. The boy clearly said not eating, yet his mind kept fixating on food. He claimed to be easygoing, yet rejected every suggestion I made. If he's so easygoing, why the constant refusals? I clearly saw his desire for roses. Then why did his face darken when I presented them? Why does he resent receiving roses precisely when he wants them? They're still roses, aren't they? What difference does the timing make? What does he truly want? Some magical scenario where I give him roses without knowing his desire. But how could I possibly know to give what I don't know he wants? Similar questions kept pouring in, practically wearing Li Yang out. This wasn't scientific knowledge. How could there be so many ways to explain? How could human hearts possibly be explained so simply? As Li Yang descended the stairs, he spotted Lin Mu entering the house again. His face lit up with the warmth of reuniting with family when he saw him. Under Lin Mu's bewildered gaze, Li Yang abruptly pulled him into a tight embrace, choking back tears. Dad! All these years, you've endured so much. Though puzzled, Lin Mu didn't dwell on it. He gently patted Li Yang's back and said softly, "As long as you're by my side, I'll never feel burdened." Li Yang stepped back from the embrace, heaved a deep sigh, and shook his head. Dad, you just don't get it. I only taught her for 1 night and I'm exhausted. Yet you've endured teaching her for years without strangling her. Your self-control is truly legendary. Lin Mu still didn't fully grasp Li Yang's meaning, but he didn't press further. Patting Li Yan's shoulder, he chuckled, "Come, let's eat." Li Yang and Lin Xue sat side by side at the table. Leaning his cheek on his hand, Lin Mu studied the pair with tender amusement, thinking how perfectly matched they truly were. However, Lin Mu's expression immediately clouded over as he considered their current situation, especially when gazing at Lin Xue, his eyes betraying a trace of helplessness. The mere thought of his obtuse daughter made his temples throb with exasperation. Lin Xue was lowering her head to eat when an inexplicable chill suddenly crept down her spine. She shook her head slightly, dismissing it as a trick of her imagination. Observing the pair, Lin Mu noticed both Li Yang and Lin Xue wore exhausted expressions. "What happened to you two?" he inquired with concern. "You look completely drained." At these words, Li Yang suddenly animated, complaining to Lin Mu, "Dad, do you have any idea? Lin Xue kept me up all night with her antics." "Antics? All night?" Lin Mu's voice shot up an octave, shock flashing through his widened eyes. Lin Xue finally lifted her gaze, her tone unruffled as marble. "I merely sought deeper understanding. It was you who proved uncooperative." "Understand? Cooperate?" Lin Mu's voice rose several notches higher, his facial expression growing increasingly convoluted. Li Yang shot Lin Xue a glare upon hearing her dare to rebut him, his tone tinged with helplessness. "How is it my fault when the problem clearly lies with you?" "Problem?" Lin Mu turned to Lin Xue with astonished eyes, visibly perplexed by their exchange. Lin Xue set down her chopsticks, her tone remaining composed. "This is a completely new field for me. That's precisely why I wanted to gain a deeper understanding." Lin Mu opened his mouth to retort, but finding his throat hoarse, he took a sip of water. Raising his hand to silence them, he cleared his throat and declared solemnly, "I've essentially grasped the situation between you two." Li Yang and Lin Xue exchanged a glance, mutual confusion mirrored in their eyes, uncertain what enlightenment Lin Mu had achieved. Lin Mu continued with grave emphasis, "Such matters require joint effort between you two as husband and wife. No more complaints." After speaking, Lin Mu served dishes to Li Yang and Lin Xue respectively, adding in a gentle tone, "Here, eat more. After a whole night of commotion, you must be exhausted. Have some more." Lin Xue promptly ate the food Lin Mu had given her. Seeing Lin Xue remain silent, Li Yang also put the food Lin Mu had served into his mouth, chewing ferociously as if venting his pent-up frustration. Propping his chin on one hand, Lin Mu watched the pair with a look of utter contentment, like someone admiring a heartwarming scene. Is this what young people's love looks like? How intense? Having nearly finished her meal, Lin Xue set down her chopsticks and turned to Li Yang. "Tonight, we..." Lin Mu involuntarily sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing Lin Xue's words. Had he not been in front of Li Yang and the others, tears might have welled up in his eyes. At this moment, he felt the peculiar pride of a farmer whose pig had finally learned to root up cabbages. Li Yang kept his head down, focused on his meal. Hearing Lin Xue's words, he didn't even look up as he replied bluntly, "Let's skip it today. I'm exhausted." Lin Mu immediately mediated for Li Yang, his tone carrying a chiding edge. "Xiao Yang was up all night yesterday. Would you really push him now? Don't you know how to care for your husband?" He punctuated this with an exaggerated eye roll at Lin Xue, clearly exasperated by her lack of consideration. Unfazed, Lin Xue stated calmly, "Fine. We've got plenty of time ahead." Li Yang shook his head. After finishing his meal, he stood and announced to Lin Mu, "Dad, I'm heading to work." Lin Mu beamed, responding warmly, "Take care on your way." At the same moment, Lin Xue rose to her feet, "Dad, I'm off too." As they stood at the doorway, Lin Xue's gaze lingered on Li Yan's neck. Her brows knitted slightly as she demanded, "Where's your tie?" Li Yang rolled his eyes at Lin Xue's question, impatience dripping from his tone. "It's hot. Don't wanna wear it." "Don't you have the slightest clue why I won't tie this damn thing?" Lin Xue turned her face away, fingers unconsciously adjusting her own tie as memories of accidentally putting Li Yang in a chokehold resurfaced. Watching Li Yang prepare to leave, Lin Xue hesitated before finally asking, "Need a ride?" "No," came Li Yan's immediate rejection, his back already turned to her. The crisp refusal didn't upset Lin Xue oddly, it brought relief. She began questioning her own sanity, though no answers emerged from her prolonged contemplation. Sitting in the back seat of her car, Lin Xue recalled last night's training session with Li Yang. After a moment's thought, she dialed her secretary. "What's the matter, Ms. Lin?" The secretary's voice buzzed through the phone. Lin Xue carefully recalled Li Yan's previous lessons, pondered for a long time, and finally made a well-considered decision: prepare a bouquet of chrysanthemums for me. Ah! Li Yang let out a prolonged yawn. Teaching Lin Xue yesterday had truly exhausted him. But this morning, I felt like Dad was acting somewhat strange. Li Yang shook his head, dismissing it as a figment of his sleep-deprived imagination. As he walked towards the school gates, memories of past peculiar occurrences at the institution resurfaced, causing a thread of weariness to coil in his chest. This time, I'll observe everything meticulously. With this resolution, Li Yang stepped into the school grounds. Yet the moment he crossed the threshold, that intense sense of dissonance surged once more. Li Yang raised his head and instinctively lifted his arm to shield against the overwhelming, filter-like glare. His eyes swept across the surroundings as bewilderment thickened within him. Why does everything feel so unreal? Ah! It's this guy. It's a real person. So unbelievably handsome. Ah! I can't take it. I'm going to faint. As Li Yang stood bewildered, piercing screams erupted around him. The students' over-the-top reactions and dramatic declarations multiplied the question marks forming above his head. Following their gazes, Li Yang spotted two girls. Their beauty was surreal, like characters who'd stepped out of a manga panel. Wait, no, not just like manga characters. They literally looked like they'd walked straight out of a manga. Li Yang rubbed his eyes and looked harder. The girls radiated an unearthly glow, especially the long-haired one leading them. Behind her floated clusters of dreamlike roses, shimmering as if enhanced by special effects. He kept rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Simultaneously, his ears twitched. Was that actual background music synchronizing with the trio's grand entrance? Li Yang covered his face, his features twisted in horror, muttered in disbelief. Can this world get any more surreal? The name Wang Fang is exceedingly common, surpassed in prevalence only by Long Wei and Wang Wei. Yet for Wang Fang of Fei Wang Academy, being ordinary was her conscious choice. Of course, she also understood that even if she aspired to greatness, it would remain beyond her reach. Her path was clear: attend classes diligently, join either the Survey Corps or Garrison Corps after graduation, perform repetitive daily tasks, and become an unremarkable office worker. As Wang Fang walked across campus these past few days, she sensed something amiss within the school's walls, an indescribable wrongness lingering in the air. Simultaneously, a conviction solidified in her heart: she was destined to be a background character, and background characters should focus on fulfilling their designated roles. At this moment, as crowds gathered in fervent assembly, Wang Fang squeezed into the periphery, mirroring their seemingly frenzied movements. Ah! You men! Look at me! Ruochu is the sky. Ruochu is my entire firmament. Ah! I can't take this anymore. Wang Fang couldn't fathom what exactly was happening at this school. Every time she sensed something amiss and wanted to question it, everyone's behavior appeared perfectly reasonable. These words are clearly so embarrassing. How can they utter them so naturally? Wang Fang wondered in confusion. As this thought crossed her mind, she noticed someone beside her, Li Yang. Wang Fang shook her head and sighed inwardly. How could someone this handsome just be an extra? Watching Li Yan's dazed expression, she couldn't help saying, being an extra isn't just about standing around. While Li Yang was marveling at this world's absurdity, the girl's voice beside him caught his attention. He turned to see a cute-looking girl, yet she struck him as deliberately unremarkable. Unlike Su Yu's timid compliance, this girl seemed to be actively hiding herself. When Li Yang remained silent, Wang Fang started explaining the basics of being an extra. For people like us, we need to gasp in amazement while introducing the protagonist, preferably teasing out their personality traits. Wang Fang paused mid-sentence, caught in a momentary daze. Standing beside Li Yang, she suddenly glimpsed a truth like clutching at an elusive concept that refused to crystallize. Li Yang fell deep in thought upon hearing Wang Fang's words. He now felt certain this school had definitely been influenced by the primordial stone or its empowered users. Protagonist, background characters, random sparkling roses, faint background music, and this cliched entrance scene. Shoujo romance manga. Wait, in this world's context, it should be shonen romance manga. In this moment of revelation, Li Yang understood everything. The strange filter-like glow enveloping the campus. Someone had transformed this academy into a living boys' love manga. Li Yang scratched his head, unable to comprehend what the hell was wrong with the brains of the primordial stone or its wielder that had caused this series of phenomena. As Li Yang was pondering this, Two figures from V3 approached him, led by Hong Yueman. Li Yang recognized this girl. She was his student. When she first arrived, Hong Yueman had been a typical rebel. But even the most rebellious students would fall in line once they fell into Li Yang's hands. Hong Yueman usually followed his every word like a loyal subordinate, and Li Yang knew her family held considerable influence in Jingzhou. The intel Li Yang had used to help his colleague deal with that trashy wife of his had come from Hong Yueman herself. But the current Hong Yueman seemed to look straight through Li Yang. She held her head so high that Li Yang actually feared she might snap her neck. Hong Yueman gazed at Li Yang with what she believed was a seductive, wicked smile. The sight nearly made Li Yang vomit. Trying to confess your feelings. I don't have time. Mind moving aside. Ji Ruoqiu from behind Hong Yueman approached Li Yang, wearing an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. Yu Emin's in a bad mood today. As Ji Ruoqiu finished speaking, her face blossomed into a radiant smile. Li Yang distinctly noticed a dazzling radiance shimmering behind her. Hey! Standard shoujo manga trope. Female lead, cold, domineering and flashy. Second female, ultimate gentleman material, doomed to be the losing pop. Just as Li Yang was pondering this, Hong Yueman barked, move. Now. Li Yang glanced at the empty space flanking both his sides, rolling his eyes involuntarily. Can't even steer around. Are you swine? When Hong Yueman saw Li Yang still hadn't moved, she tilted her head down to glare at him. You man. Tisk. 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 Li Yang twisted Hong Yueman's ear directly and said, You brat. You think I can't handle you? Have I not been assigning enough homework lately? At this moment, while enduring the pain, a glint flashed through Hong Yueman's eyes. Then, as if remembering something, her face contorted in pain as she cried. Teacher! Teacher! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll never dare again. Li Yang hoisted Hong Yueman up to his eye level by her ear and demanded, sober now. Hong Yueman nodded with a pout. I remember everything now. Teacher! Simultaneously, Li Yang noticed the surrounding crowd gradually dispersing as if they hadn't witnessed the altercation between him and Hong Yueman. Ji Ruoqiu also walked away casually, appearing completely oblivious to Hong Yueman's situation. Seeing this, Li Yang released Hong Yueman's ear. Clutching her reddened ear, Hong Yueman stared at Li Yang and mumbled. Teacher! What's happening to me? It feels like someone's taken control of my body. Li Yang rolled his eyes at Hong Yueman. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I was only away from school for a few days, and this massive incident occurs. Hong Yueman shook her head. I don't know what happened either. Li Yang studied her with suspicion. Objectively speaking, you've gained tremendous benefits here. Could it be your primordial stone awakening? Some subconscious ability erupting from within. The abilities manifested by primordial stones always correlate with their host's personality traits, habits, and other individual characteristics. Hong Yueman shook her head vehemently. I don't even have a primordial stone in my body. How could I awaken abilities? Even if I did awaken powers, they wouldn't be this masculine. Li Yan's skeptical gaze intensified. Is that so? From where I stand, you're practically the main character now. Upon hearing the word protagonist, Hong Yueman suddenly recalled her bewildering behaviors these past few days. Her face flushed crimson instantly. Covering her cheeks, she dashed away like smoke. While fleeing, she shouted. Ah! It wasn't me. Not me. I never said those things. This is too embarrassing. Ah! No matter how Li Yang called after her, Hong Yueman refused to stop. Clearly, after breaking free from control, the memories of her recent shameful actions had detonated an explosive wave of humiliation in her heart. At this moment, Li Yang remembered Wang Fang, whom he'd seen earlier. He scanned the surroundings, but she had already vanished. Meanwhile, Wang Fang had returned to her seat, mind in turmoil. Sitting frozen, she didn't know what to do. Her eyes fell upon a book beneath her desk. As if compelled by some unseen force, she picked it up, a comic titled, Bewitching Campus Belle, Don't You Dare Leave. Li Yang strolled through the campus, engaging with surrounding students. He noticed these students appeared completely normal in daily interactions, their speech and manners indistinguishable from ordinary people. Yet whenever conversations touched upon Hong Yueman or Ji Ruoqiu, their expressions would stiffen, their tone turning mechanical as if manipulated by some unseen force, repeating only fixed lines. These scripted responses merely recited Hong Yueman's family background or elaborated on Ji Ruoqiu's gentle, considerate nature. Li Yang furrowed his brow, an uneasy sensation coiling in his chest. He settled at a quiet corner in the cafeteria, the memory replaying vividly. That moment when Hang Yuanman appeared, the entire campus had seemed shrouded by an unseen force. The pervasive sense of control made an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Could her appearance be part of some predetermined plotline? Li Yang muttered under his breath, an icy shiver crawling up his spine. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dislodge these absurd notions, yet the uncanny sensation clung to him like persistent cobwebs. The younger generation these days, truly extraordinary. Li Yang chuckled bitterly while shaking his head. Reaching for the long bottle of iced black tea on the table, he grumbled, only one bottle left. Since when did this become such hot commodity? Simultaneously at the cafeteria's far end, Wang Fang sat clutching a comic book, her gaze repeatedly darting towards the beverage counter. The very same comic book she had taken from her earlier depicted Hang Yuanman and Ji Ruochu's dramatic entrances. Yet beyond the first dozen filled pages, the remaining sheets stretched blank pristine white voids waiting to be inked. Just as Wang Fang was flipping through the pages, fresh panels suddenly came alive on the blank sheet. This storyline revealed the female protagonist Hang Yuanman's personal hobbies, her love for basketball and iced black tea. Wang Fang had already witnessed Hang Yuanman playing basketball earlier, which mirrored the comic's storyboard perfectly. Now, the panels depicted Hang Yuanman heading to the cafeteria to buy iced black tea after her basketball game. Wang Fang's gaze locked onto the beverage counter where a solitary bottle of iced black tea stood. She observed for what felt like eternity, noticing how the drink seemed invisible to passers-by, as if deliberately concealed by some unseen force. Right when Wang Fang anticipated Hang Yuanman's arrival, Li Yang abruptly appeared at the counter and grabbed the tea bottle. Frantically checking her comic book, Wang Fang discovered this development completely deviated from the established plot. What on earth is going on here? Wang Fang's heart swelled with bewilderment. At that precise moment, Hang Yuanman entered the cafeteria surrounded by her entourage. She strode directly towards Li Yang, her gaze locking onto the iced black tea in his hand. Spotting this, Wang Fang snapped her comic book shut, her eyes riveted on the impending confrontation. Li Yang had just reached for his wallet when Hang Yuanman suddenly snatched the tea from his grasp. With practiced ease, she paid the vendor and threw her head back to down it in one gulp, a movement so fluid it seemed choreographed. As she drank, an amber droplet escaped the corner of her lips, tracing a glistening path down her neck before disappearing beneath the collar of her blouse. Hang Yuanman's action triggered a chorus of screams from the crowd. Yet the moment she finished the iced tea, an eerie glint suddenly flashed in her eyes. She stared at the empty bottle in her hand, then lifted her head to look at Li Yang, her face contorting with terror. Teacher! Hang Yuanman collapsed to the ground, clutching the hem of Li Yang's pants with trembling hands, her voice quivering. If I say I couldn't control myself, would you forgive me? Li Yang bent down, gazing at her with smiling eyes that carried gentle yet unshakable authority. You're my model student. How could I possibly punish you over such a trifle? His voice softened like spring breeze yet sharpened like a blade's edge. I am, after all, a proper teacher. Relief flooded Hang Yuanman's features as if she'd narrowly escaped death. Whimper! Teacher! She babbled urgently, you're my savior. From now on, if you point east, I'll never glance west. Yet before she could finish, Li Yang cut her off with a smile. 10 minutes. Ha! Hang Yuanman froze, momentarily stunned. If you don't bring me an iced black tea within 10 minutes, this teacher will have to show you some special care. Li Yang patted Hang Yuanman's shoulder, his cheerful tone laced with an icy undercurrent. Don't worry, I'm no devil. But as for what kind of care that might be, use your imagination. With that, Li Yang settled into a seat and waved his phone at Hang Yuanman, its screen displaying a glaring countdown timer. Hang Yuanman didn't hesitate. She spun around and bolted out of the cafeteria like an arrow released from its bowstring. Delicious! Li Yang took a sip of iced black tea, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Even better than iced tea was iced tea bought by others, and better still was tea obtained through someone's utmost efforts. He gazed at Hang Yuanman panting before him, an inexplicable pleasure welling up in his heart. Hang Yuanman slumped over the desk, gasping for breath with glistening sweat on her forehead. Raising her head to look at Li Yang, her voice quivered with grievance. Teacher, you've no idea what I just went through. Li Yang arched an eyebrow, gesturing for her to continue. Rubbing her aching knees, Hang Yuanman complained. I just played basketball for 2 solid hours. I never play basketball. Those moves were both shameful and unergonomic. I can't even feel my knees anymore. At this point, Hang Yuanman's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head, Her voice dwindled into a whisper. Don't let me catch whoever's controlling me. If it's a woman, I'll hammer her brains out. If it's a man, I'll cut off his momo and pickle it in liquor. Li Yang instinctively clamped his legs together upon hearing this, a chill crawling up his spine. He cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to divert the conversation. By the way, I heard your group was called V3, right? The moment V3 was mentioned, Hang Yuanman immediately covered her ears, shame flooding her features. Oh, teacher, don't say that name. It's so cringy. Watching Hang Yuanman's reaction, Li Yang couldn't suppress an amused chuckle. He understood her embarrassment all too well, that mortifying feeling when someone unearths your cringe-worthy face of Chinibu delusions, enough to make you want to vanish through the floorboards. Nevertheless, Li Yang pressed on. So who's the third member of V3? Don't tell me V3 only has 2 people. Hang Yuanman looked up with a thoughtful expression. After hesitating for a moment, she murmured softly, she should be from our class, though I don't have a strong impression. If I recall, her name was Su Yu. Su Yu Eba. Li Yang furrowed his brows, rapidly scanning through his mental roster of students, yet he couldn't recall anyone named Su Yu Eba. Hang Yuanman couldn't help correcting upon hearing Li Yan's words. It's Su Yu, not Su Yu Eba. Su Yu? Li Yang froze momentarily before shaking his head. He simply couldn't reconcile the personality of Su Yu, a girl who had always struck him as quiet, introverted, and even somewhat reclusive, with a flamboyant group like V3. How could someone who barely spoke join such a crew? Teacher, do you know her? Hang Yuanman asked with curiosity in her eyes, observing Li Yan's expression. Li Yang nodded, his voice tinged with bewilderment. I do know her, but I truly can't imagine her joining your kind of, well, flamboyant group. Hang Yuanman exclaimed heatedly. No sane person would willingly join such a group. I still don't understand how I got inexplicably dragged into this mess. Li Yang observed Hang Yuanman's world-weary expression, momentarily at loss for comfort. He finally settled for patting her shoulder, saying with heartfelt sincerity, stay strong. Solutions emerge with time. As Li Yang rose to leave, Hang Yuanman urgently asked, Mr. Li, where are you going? The principal needs me, he answered while straightening his collar. It seems related to last week's emergency drill. Hang Yuanman's face instantly morphed into a "you're abandoning me" look. Li Yang chuckled helplessly, reassuring her, patience. These things can't be rushed. Trust me, I'll uncover the mastermind behind all this. Though still uneasy, Hang Yuanman could only nod in resignation. Teacher, I beg you. Her voice trembled with desperate urgency. I truly can't keep playing basketball. My body feels completely drained. And her lips quivered slightly as her voice dropped to a pained whisper. I can't endure those humiliating rituals anymore. As the saying goes, even the toughest girls have their breaking points. The tearful tremor in Hang Yuanman's eyes now betrayed a soul pushed to its absolute limit. Li Yan's resolve softened at the sight of her tear-glazed eyes. Don't worry, he reassured her gently. Your teacher will find a way through this. Meanwhile, Wang Fang sat absorbed with the mysterious comic book, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Though Li Yan's intervention had complicated things, the unfolding events still mirrored the comic's ominous progression with unsettling accuracy. Wang Fang stared at the comic book, weighing her thoughts for a long time. Though she had always aspired to life as an ordinary person with an uneventful life, her heart couldn't help but stir restlessly when something potentially life-altering emerged. After pondering through an entire class period, Wang Fang finally reached her decision. I'd better hand it over, she murmured to herself. Though the prospect of changing her fate was tempting, Wang Fang still believed the quiet simplicity of daily life was best. With her harmonious family and loving parents, she saw no need to pursue unpredictable ambitions. Wang Fang resolved to give the comic book to Li Yang, who appeared unaffected by its influence based on current observations. With this conclusion, Wang Fang carefully tucked away the comic and focused attentively on the lesson. In the principal's office, Li Yang watched as Sang Dongjun bowed deeply with an apologetic expression. I sincerely apologize for troubling you during last drill exercise. Li Yang waved his hand and said casually, just a small matter. Did the principal contact me only for this? Sang Dongjun shook his head, his expression turning solemn. Additionally, the 3 major corps heard you can eliminate second-tier infected beasts. They want you to join their forces. Of course, this isn't mandatory, the decision is yours. Li Yang nodded thoughtfully. He harbored no resistance to joining a corps. The benefits could prove useful after his eventual divorce, making it easier to live it up. though he'd draw the line at joining the Hunter Corps. I'll give this serious consideration, Li Yang responded calmly, meeting Song Dongxuan's gaze. A visible relief washed over Song Dongxuan's face, as if a boulder had been lifted from his shoulders. His lips curved into a gratified smile. Noticing Song Dongxuan's unusually formal attire, Li Yang raised an eyebrow. Principal, are you attending some important gathering tonight? He inquired with curiosity. After hearing this, Song Dongxuan said with a beaming smile, today marks the 30th wedding anniversary with my wife. That old girl keeps saying she has a surprise for me. Honestly, at our age, why bother with these frivolous gestures? Though his words sounded dismissive, the irrepressible grin on his face betrayed his true delight. Li Yang nodded knowingly. He'd heard fragments of the couple's love story, how Song's wife, a comic artist, had famously won him over through her illustrated courtship. Tilting his head, Li Yang noticed a framed comic panel on the desk. The artwork captured Song and his wife locked in a tight embrace, their faces radiating pure joy. Meanwhile, Lin Xue browsed through chrysanthemums at the flower shop. She never realized these blossoms came in such a vivid spectrum, amber petals bleeding into lemon hues, violet cores fading to ivory edges. Li Wanyua stood to the side, watching Lin Xue meticulously select chrysanthemums with growing curiosity. Though she wanted to ask her boss who these flowers were intended for, she bit back the question, deciding to wait until Lin Xue finished her selection. Lin Xue's choice of chrysanthemums emerged from careful deliberation. Through Li Yan's lessons, she'd grasped a crucial principle. Presenting roses to men could displease them, but even well-timed rose gifts might equally irritate. Confronting this dilemma, the quick-witted Lin Xue found an inspired solution. If roses brought displeasure either way, why not abandon them entirely? Opting for alternative blooms became her unconventional strategy, a stroke of genius that would have surely made Li Yang choke on his blood had he known. It's like your math teacher taught you a geometry problem using every method available. You paid full attention in class, but when solving the problem yourself, you only remembered to look at the diagram while ignoring all given conditions, even attempting to measure side lengths with a ruler for answers. As for why Lin Xue chose chrysanthemums, her knowledge of flower varieties was limited. Beyond roses, chrysanthemums were the first that came to mind. Lin Xue scanned the room before pointing decisively at white chrysanthemums. These. Li Wanyuo paused. As a secretary she shouldn't question, but considering her boss's unconventional common sense, she tentatively asked, if I may, Madam, do you know the meaning behind giving this type of flower? Lin Xue tilted her head, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Didn't women give flowers simply to please men? Why the need for special meanings? Meeting Li Wanyu's gaze, Lin Xue nodded with conviction. I understand perfectly. Upon hearing this, Li Wanyu's body stiffened slightly before she nodded solemnly. All right, I understand. As she was leaving, Li Wanyua glanced at Lin Xue's outfit and stated, in that case, I'll prepare a new suitable ensemble. Lin Xue looked down at her clothes. Though she didn't understand why her attire was deemed inappropriate, she reasoned that dressing more formally would be appropriate for her first official date with Li Yang. Make thorough preparations then. I'll drive myself tonight, no chauffeur required, Lin Xue said calmly. Meanwhile, Han Yueman lay slumped weakly at her desk, burying her face in her arms like a groundhog. At this moment, she only wished the world would completely forget her existence, allowing her to hide quietly in this corner, far removed from all absurd plotlines. You man! What's wrong with you? Just as she was nearly submerged in her inner world, Ji Ruochu's voice abruptly shattered the silence. Han Yueman slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself in an unfamiliar room. This was precisely the activity room of their V3 idol group. Though there were only 3 members, the space stretched absurdly spacious. As for why? Don't ask when questioned, it's simply that the plot demands. Han Yueman lifted her head to see Ji Ruochu gazing at her with concern, while Su Yu stood silently by the window. This Su Yu appeared completely different from the timid girl Li Yang had previously known. Her posture was ramrod straight, her gaze sharp and penetrating, radiating an air of quiet authority that commanded respect without raising her voice. Han Yueman's lips parted to speak, but she found her throat constricted as if blocked by an invisible obstruction, rendering her utterly voiceless. At that moment, Ji Ruochu produced a bottle of red wine and 3 stemmed glasses from seemingly nowhere. Poured the wine with practiced elegance, she murmured softly, this final semester makes me realize. Our trio's meeting feels like just yesterday. Han Yueman rolled her eyes internally, mentally retorting, damn right it was yesterday, I literally met you 24 hours ago. She wasn't even in the same class as Ji Ruochu, barely exchanging a few words normally. Yet thanks to this cliché-ridden plot, they'd been forcibly thrust into this absurd pairing. And what's with the wine? This is a school. Underage drinking. Does the author want to get invited for tea by the police? Han Yuanman screamed internally. Ji Ruochu handed her a glass of red wine, asking with a smile, "Yuanman, with graduation approaching, don't you have anything you want to do?" Han Yuanman tried to refuse, but her traitorous body accepted the glass anyway. Her face contorted into a forced smirk as she declared, "Do you think there's anything I can't do? If I set my mind to it, there's nothing I can't achieve." Hearing her own voice, Han Yuanman was already sobbing uncontrollably in her heart. She desperately wanted to slap herself twice and erase these cringe-worthy lines from her memory. If only I didn't know I was being manipulated, maybe it would be easier to bear. Han Yuanman thought desperately. "Dad, I want to go home." Ji Ruochu walked to Su Yu's side and handed her the wine glass. Standing on either side of Han Yuanman, Su Yu and Ji Ruochu formed a delicate triangular formation with the three of them. Ji Ruochu chuckled at Han Yuanman's words, "You'll never change. But tell me, haven't you ever been in a relationship?" Han Yuanman swirled her wine glass and retorted disdainfully, "In this school, no. In this entire world there's not a single man worthy of Han Yuanman." As she finished speaking, all three raised their glasses simultaneously. The moment their glasses clinked, Han Yuanman felt the invisible force restraining her body suddenly dissipate. She collapsed onto the sofa, carelessly slamming her glass on the table before delivering two resounding slaps to her own face. Ji Ruochu stared at her strangely. "Yuanman, what's wrong with you?" A named character like Ji Ruochu in the comic plot maintains her persona even when off-panel. If questioned about being controlled, she'd mechanically respond with evasive non-answers, rendering genuine communication impossible. By the next panel, she'd forget these questions entirely. Han Yuanman collapsed onto the sofa, muttering, "Don't talk to me. Right now, I just want Jingjing." At that moment, Li Yang burst through the door. Scanning the activity room, he exclaimed, "Holy smokes, you guys really know how to pick idols." Han Yuanman's eyes lit up as she cried out, "Teacher." Ji Ruochu tilted her head in confusion. "You know him?" Han Yuanman tried to rise and pour her grievances to Li Yang, only to find Su Yu had already rushed to him first. Su Yu frowned, scrutinizing Li Yang from head to toe. A perplexed expression crossed her face. "Man, why do you give me such a familiar vibe?" Li Yang clutched his forehead and let out a shaky breath, muttering, "I can't take this." If she didn't have Su Yu's face, I really wanted to throw a punch. Han Yuanman urgently pulled Li Yang out of the activity room, pleading in a strained voice, "Teacher. Quick, let's talk outside." Su Yu watched Li Yang being dragged away by Han Yuanman, her face revealing a contemplative expression. Clutching Li Yan's arm while sobbing uncontrollably, Han Yuanman cried, "Teacher. Please find that person quickly. Make him stop this madness. I'm truly at my limit. If this continues, I feel like I'll completely shut down." Li Yang patted her shoulder and nodded solemnly. "Trust me. I will definitely unearth the mastermind behind all this. Damn it. To twist that sweet girl Su Yu into such a state, I swear I'll make the bastard responsible for this pay." Li Yang vowed silently, flames of determination burning in his chest. Han Yuanman was unaware of Li Yan's internal monologue, assuming his empathy stemmed from shared indignation towards her predicament, thus believing he'd help teach the scheming mastermind a lesson. "Teacher." Han Yuanman lunged for an embrace, only to have Li Yan's palm plant firmly against her face, halting her advance mid-air. "Hit the court more often. If 2 basketball games leave you winded, how will you survive adulthood?" Li Yang ribbed, his smirk audible. "Sensei, don't be cruel." Han Yuanman wailed with theatrical despair. After a day's investigation, Li Yan's sacred clock-out hour arrived. Though the school's mysteries remained unsolved, no force in the realm could disrupt his hallowed tradition of punctual departure. At the school gates, Wang Fang stood sentinel with a manga clutched to her chest. Spotting Li Yang, she glided forward like a paper crane catching wind. Li Yang paused, recognition dawning. This was the same sharp-tongued girl who'd schooled him on crowd-blending techniques that very morning. At that very moment, Lin Xue arrived at the school gate. This was her first time wearing a dress. Initially resistant, the long skirt had been forced upon her by Li Wanyue. Given Lin Xue's perpetual inability to refuse kindness, she ultimately complied. Yet Lin Xue couldn't comprehend why her secretary insisted on bundling her up so thoroughly even sandals were forbidden. Though dressed in a skirt, she felt more stifled than ever. As Li Yang spotted Wang Fang approaching, he started to move forward. But Lin Xue suddenly grasped his left hand from behind. Before he could turn, Wang Fang was already upon them. In staggered succession, both women spoke simultaneously. I'm here to take you home. There's something crucial I must tell you. In a cafe near the school, Li Yang was seated across from Lin Xue and Wang Fang. Though he had originally intended to ask Wang Fang about school matters, his gaze now involuntarily locked onto Lin Xue. Li Yan's mind swarmed with question marks, the kind that clanged like alarm bells. After scrutinizing Lin Xue from head to toe, his eyes finally fixed on the bouquet of white chrysanthemums in her hands. He blurted out, "Why are you here?" He didn't ask whether Lin Xue had come specifically to find him, because he simply couldn't imagine her dressing like this just to meet him. Lin Xue earnestly extended the white chrysanthemums to Li Yang. "Your lecture yesterday taught me a lot," she said. "This is my gratitude gift." Li Yang stared at the white flowers. His mind tilted, plunging into blank static. For a long moment, no words came out. Lin Xue gazed at him earnestly, a hint of delight coloring her tone. "Based on what you taught me, I thought you'd like this bouquet. Isn't it unexpected?" She waited, but heard no mental response from Li Yang. Clearly, her gift had surprised him into complete mental paralysis. "Unexpected? Is that how you interpreted my lessons?" Li Yang asked helplessly, while internally raging, "What the hell? Did I really teach it that way?" At this moment, he even began doubting himself, questioning whether his teaching methods were flawed. Sensing something amiss, Lin Xue furrowed her brows and asked seriously, "Is there something wrong?" Li Yan's expression hovered between laughter and exasperation as he continued his mental tirade. "Sometimes I truly can't tell if you're a genius or a complete fool." Even with Lin Xue's typically oblivious nature, she finally sensed something was off about her gift. At that moment, Wang Fang seated beside her spoke up, "White chrysanthemums are traditionally used for." Before she could finish, Li Yang cut her off abruptly. "Enough. I really like these white chrysanthemums." As he received the flowers and inhaled their faint scent, bitter amusement colored his thoughts. Her clueless expression says it all. This woman has no idea white chrysanthemums are funeral flowers. Hearing Li Yan's internal monologue, Lin Xue's hands clenched involuntarily. Her face froze in acute embarrassment, utterly at a loss for words. The realization finally struck her she'd made a grave mistake, not just any ordinary misstep. But whatever. A real man should gracefully overlook certain harmless missteps from women. Li Yang mentally consoled himself, the unspoken words laced with resigned tolerance. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xue abruptly raised her head to look at Li Yang, then chuckled. She never expected that as a seasoned tough woman, she'd one day be pitied by a man and with such disarming compassion that left her utterly speechless. Yet Lin Xue found this sensation not half bad. Wang Fang suddenly produced a comic book, shattering the flirtatious tension. Addressing Li Yang, she said, "Found this today. Check the contents, it'll explain the current school situation." Li Yang rolled his eyes at the comic's title before flipping it open. As expected, it chronicled today's events, yet conspicuously omitted his own presence. Lin Xue turned to Wang Fang, brow furrowed. "What happened?" Wang Fang briefly explained the recent anomalies at school. Lin Xue's confusion deepened. "Shonen manga? What's that?" She pivoted toward Li Yang. "Do you know what shonen manga is?" "Of course I know." "Ha! No idea." Li Yang hastily corrected himself, while internally ranting, "How could I let you know I've read shonen manga? To properly understand the psychology of women in this world, I bought tons of them. I remember storing them all in my room's cabinet after reading. But turns out they're useless. Your thought processes aren't like normal women's at all. Gotta find a way to dispose of them soon. This woman's been barging into my room too frequently lately. If she sees them, I'll die of embarrassment." Beneath the table, Lin Xue's hands clenched tightly. She fixed Li Yang with a meaningful gaze and asked, "Is that so?" "Absolutely." Li Yang thumped his chest, wearing an expression of pristine innocence. Under the tabletop, Lin Xue's petite hands began rubbing together in covert excitement. Wang Fang, observing the interaction between the two nearby, felt a peculiar tension. She refrained from questioning their relationship. They appeared marital yet carried an unsettling dissonance. An invisible weight seemed lodged between them, as if crucial secrets were mutually withheld, rendering their rapport unnaturally strained. Shaking her head, Wang Fang didn't dwell on the matter. Turning to Li Yang, she inquired, "Teacher, what's your perspective on this situation?" Li Yang cleared his throat and assumed a serious tone. Though I can't fully comprehend this manga, logically speaking, if the school's anomalies stem from an awakened primordial stone ability user, we must identify who's gained most substantially from current developments. Nodding in agreement, Wang Fang pressed further. Then, who do you suspect, teacher? Li Yang analyzed. Of course, it's the male and female leads. Humans are born with the desire to be protagonists. Perhaps it's just some teenager boy or girl in their Chernobyl phase, suddenly bursting with inspiration and creating this whole scenario. Lin Xue grew increasingly curious about Li Yang. She looked at him and asked, do you understand these teenagers so well? Contrary to her expectations, Li Yang waved his hand dismissively. No. To be precise, teenagers are precisely whom I understand the least. Why? Lin Xue asked in confusion. Li Yang pondered for a moment before explaining. To make an analogy, adult thinking is like a circuit diagram complex, but ultimately decipherable with time. But teenagers' thoughts are like a ball of paste, utterly impenetrable to anyone. Lin Xue seemed both puzzled and enlightened by this explanation. Wang Fang, however, nodded earnestly, appearing to profoundly agree with Li Yang's words. Li Yang continued his explanation to Lin Xue. Alternatively, consider approaching this from a different perspective. Trying to decipher the thoughts of these adolescents is ultimately futile. Their value systems are still in their formative stages. A casual remark, an impactful book, or a single life-altering event could completely reshape their entire worldview. The person you think you understand today might undergo radical transformation by next month, or even tomorrow. This is precisely why I maintain that young people at this age remain the most enigmatic beings to comprehend. This conclusion stems from Li Yang's 2 years of hard-earned insights as an educator. It's akin to understanding mutual psychic storms, while remaining perpetually baffled by Psyduck's vacant stare. You might grasp the surface mechanics, but the underlying chaos defies all comprehension. But perhaps we should ask the principal. His wife is a cartoonist, she must have substantial insights about comics. Li Yang tapped the table lightly with his finger as he spoke, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Wang Fang seemed to let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, the tension in her face easing slightly. She stood up and adjusted her backpack, meeting Li Yang's gaze. In that case, I'll leave this matter in your hands, teacher. I'm heading home now. Li Yang nodded silently, watching Wang Fang exit the cafe. Her silhouette cast a long shadow in the setting sun, solitary yet carrying an indescribable resolve. His eyes lingered on her retreating figure until she vanished around the street corner. Then, he finally withdrew his gaze and furrowed his brow in contemplation. Lin Xue had been sitting across, quietly observing the shifting expressions on Li Yang's face. With shrewd perception, she detected flickers of realization in him and inquired, have you got something? Li Yang didn't respond immediately. First shaking his head, then nodding slowly as if organizing chaotic thoughts, he lifted the coffee cup from the table. After taking a deliberate sip, he spoke with measured gravity. Though I'm merely a theoretical instructor, my research into protoliths holds substantial depth. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Protoliths anchored to physical vessels rarely activate autonomously, he continued, fingers tracing the cup's rim. Exceptional circumstances demand exceptional triggers, external catalysts. Recall the bell tower incident. It was Chen Jielin's relentless fixation that awakened the protolith's power. Lin Xue listened intently, her brows knitted slightly as if struggling to grasp Li Yang's words. She asked softly, so you think Wang Fang might not be an original stone ability user, but her obsession somehow influenced the stone, causing the current situation? Li Yang nodded, then shook his head, not entirely. Wang Fang is indeed suspicious, but we can't completely rule out others. Currently, both the male and female protagonists from the comic could be keys to activating the stone's power. Though only the heroine Han Yuanman has appeared so far, and the male lead's identity remains unknown. I can roughly guess his character setting. Lin Xue's curiosity sparked. What kind of setting? Li Yang chuckled, eyes glinting with mischief. First, the male lead must come from a humble background. Second, he's definitely resilient and indomitable. I've even scripted their meet-cute scenario. Oh! Lin Xue arched an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. Li Yang cleared his throat, his tone laced with mockery. The male lead would inevitably stain Han Yuanman's clothes through some reckless action, or damage one of her precious possessions, something utterly beyond his means to compensate. Then, this resolute hero would insist on making amends, while Han Yuanman would see through his genuine and unaffected nature, choosing to make him her personal boy servant or errand runner. Their love story would spark from precisely this kind of setup. As he spoke, Li Yan's body shuddered involuntarily, as if physically repulsed by his own imagination. He shook his head helplessly. Though it seems unlikely Hong Yuanman would be a primordial stone ability user given current evidence, we can't completely rule her out. Still, whenever I recall her ditzy demeanor, I simply can't believe this cheesy manga plot could possibly be her masterpiece. After hearing this, Lin Xue couldn't help but laugh aloud. She shook her head and teased, "You seem quite the expert on this kind of plotline." Li Yang immediately waved his hand, wearing a solemn expression. "Don't misunderstand, I'm simply drawing logical conclusions. This narrative structure is far too common in shonen manga, practically a standard formula." Lin Xue nodded, appearing to accept Li Yan's explanation. She pressed further, "So do you think Wang Feng is involved?" Li Yang paused contemplatively before responding slowly, "Not exactly suspicion. More that circumstances suggest possible connections. Her emergence aligns too closely with the manga's development, and her behavior shows peculiarities. But these remain conjectures, they require substantiation." Lin Xue furrowed her brows and murmured under her breath, "A man's intuition." She'd never fully understood these irrational concepts. Had Li Yang said this before, she'd have dismissed it outright. Yet now, Lin Xue found herself earnestly contemplating whether his instincts might hold truth. "Alright, tomorrow I'll take this comic book to ask the principal, see if we can find any clues." Li Yang stretched lazily as he spoke, weariness creeping across his face. Off-duty hours now. No way to go back to school and find the principal. Was planning to hit the internet cafe for gaming, but then this broad Lin Xue showed up. Li Yang grumbled internally. Her expression cooled slightly, fingers instinctively tightening around the knife hilt before relaxing. A brilliant scheme took shape in her mind, something guaranteed to make Li Yang lose face completely. The thought softened her features. The walk home unfolded in thick silence, though Li Yan's mind teemed with activity. "Ugh, damn annoying. Why'd Lin Xue have to come fetch me? Could've been raiding dungeons right now. Is this woman gonna monitor my every move? I know I'm handsome, but stop glancing over every 2 seconds. Keep your eyes on the road, woman." Will you, finally home? Being alone with Lin Xue was pure torture. "Is Xue staying over tonight?" Li Yang asked with faint casualness as he took off his shoes. Please say no," he prayed silently in his heart. Lin Xue had originally planned to say she was going to the company, but upon hearing Li Yan's inner thoughts, she immediately changed her tune. "Actually yes. Don't tell me you mind." Li Yan's expression froze for a split second before quickly regaining its normal composure. Putting on an act of pleasant surprise, he said, "Of course not. I'd be thrilled to have you stay." "Thrilled my ass. If you weren't here, I could've gone out to party some more." The housekeeper had already prepared dinner when they entered. The two sat at the dining table eating in silence, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Li Yang ate rapidly, seemingly eager to end this meal. The moment he finished, he stood up abruptly. "I'll go take a shower first." Lin Xue nodded her head, watching Li Yan's retreating figure as he hurried up the stairs. The corners of her mouth quirked upward, revealing a knowing smile that lingered like an unspoken secret. Returning to his room, Li Yang found Lin Xue sitting on his bed, flipping through a comic book with a box beside her. The box looked vaguely familiar, though he didn't dwell on it. As he hung his coat in the wardrobe, his body stiffened mid-motion. Crouching down, he nudged open the lower cabinet compartment with his foot. Beads of cold sweat instantly formed on his forehead as he saw its contents. "Oh no. This is bad. Really bad." Li Yang stood frozen in place, his mind completely blank. Maybe I'm overthinking. Those comics she's holding couldn't possibly be the ones from my cabinet. Didn't I throw away all those shonen manga long ago? Yes, that must be it. That's definitely it. Li Yang frantically comforted himself internally, trying to calm down. Lin Xue sitting on the bed seemed to notice his unease. She lifted her head and said calmly, "When I was changing clothes earlier, I found a box of manga in the cabinet." As she spoke, she set down the manga volume in her hand, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on Li Yan's back. "This manga seems similar to the shonen manga you mentioned before," she continued. Li Yang swallowed hard, struggling to maintain composure. "Right. There's nothing shameful about men reading shonen manga in this world. Why panic? Don't be afraid. Say it openly and confidently. It's no big deal." With this thought, Li Yang took a deep breath, forced a smile, and turned around with faint nonchalance. "Is that so? I never noticed before," he said. "No way. I still can't stand others knowing I read shonen manga. Must keep this hidden, especially from this woman. A barely perceptible smile flickered across Lin Xue's face before she assumed a look of bewilderment. Really? I thought this was yours, she said. How could that be? Li Yang immediately adopted a disdainful expression, waving his hand dismissively as he approached Lin Xue. He kicked the box aside with his foot and continued, Why would I read such comics? We're all adults here. How could anyone be interested in such childish stuff? Lin Xue watched Li Yan's forced composure with secret amusement. Truth be told, Li Yan's acting had always been exaggerated, but she'd never paid close attention before. Now observing carefully, she realized his performance was full of holes. For the first time, Lin Xue thought there might be some truth to Li Yan's claims about her being foolish. Failing to see through such clumsy acting, I really am stupid, Lin Xue mocked herself inwardly. But it's not too late to realize now. She picked up the shonen manga in her hand, flipping through pages casually. Really? I find it quite interesting. It's a whole new world for me, feels refreshing. Li Yang tilted his head, virtual question marks practically materializing above him as he stared at Lin Xue in bewilderment. Character inconsistency. Since when do you like this stuff? How did I never notice before? Lin Xue continued turning pages, her voice laced with playful sarcasm. Though speaking of which, isn't it strange? How did this whole box of shonen manga mysteriously appear in the cabinet? Danger. The question marks above Li Yan's head instantly coalesced into a massive danger character. Damn it. Ever since she returned this time, not only has her behavior changed, even her brain's gotten sharper. What should I do? Time to deploy my ultimate create friends from nothingness technique. Li Yang cleared his throat, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, steeling himself before speaking. Actually, when you were away, I had a free. Before he could finish, Lin Xue cut him off. I specifically asked the servants. They said you've been coming and going alone this whole time. No visitors at all. Li Yang stammered, hurriedly interjecting. I just remembered, a few days ago that. Then the servants also mentioned, Lin Xue continued with mock innocence, her voice laced with teasing, that you always go to Dad's place yourself. He's never once visited our home. As she spoke, she leaned closer until he could feel the warmth of her breath. Studying Li Yan's petrified expression, she arched an eyebrow and cocked her head. And the servants said you've been returning late every night. Where exactly? Her voice dropped to a velvet murmur. Have you been going when I'm away? Are you? Li Yang stammered, momentarily tongue-tied, just busy with work. You saw it yourself, school affairs are endless. How reasonable. Lin Xue nodded, mock solemnity coloring her tone. You must be exhausting yourself. Li Yan's post-work routine of heading straight to internet cafes had been exposed. Lin Xue's few-pointed remarks shattered his imaginary friend facade completely. Lin Xue studied Li Yan's sheepish expression with faint puzzlement. Was there something else you wanted to say? Nothing. My mistake. Li Yang waved dismissively, even as mental tirade erupted within. Damn it. What now? Checkmated. No way. I'll lose to anyone but this woman. Gotta turn the tables. But how to turn them? Lin Xue watched Li Yang racking his brains, a secret delight bubbling inside her. For the first time, she realized hearing Li Yan's inner thoughts felt like a boost buff rather than a debuff. Previously, the dissonance between his actual thoughts and her imagination had thrown her off balance, even making her reluctant to hear his xingsheng. But now, she fully embraced this peculiar dynamic. Discovering mind reading could be utterly thrilling. Got it. I know who to pin the blame on. Li Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, enlightenment washing over his features. Meeting Lin Xue's gaze with renewed conviction, he declared, It just came back to me, Grandma gave me a lockbox earlier. I casually tossed it into the cabinet without a second thought. Lin Xue nearly burst out laughing, hastily clapping a hand over her mouth while using the other to block his view. Noticing her trembling shoulders, Li Yang tilted his head in confusion. What's with the face? Nothing. Just thought of something. Lin Xue stifled a laugh, maintaining a calm tone. Li Yang didn't dwell on it, continuing his fabricated tale. When Grandma gave me this box last time, she was all mysterious. I kept wondering what it could be. Who knew Grandma had this side to her? Truly old kids will be old kids. By the end, even Li Yang almost believed his own story, scratching the back of his head as he burst into hearty laughter. Lin Xue composed herself, eyeing Li Yang with playful sarcasm. Grandma's almost 80 this year, isn't she? With how she looks. If you told people she's 80 they'd never believe it. She's a primordial stone adept with great maintenance. The more youthful they appear, the more likely they harbor a teenage heart. Li Yang declared solemnly, while silently praying in his mind. Grandma, sorry about this. Next time you return, I'll get you VIP tickets for every idol concert you want. Lin Xue's grandmother was a die-hard fan idol chaser. This year, her favorite celebrity happened to be holding 32 concert tours, and Granny Lin simply followed along the entire circuit. Lin Xue looked at Li Yang, whose forehead was beaded with cold sweat, and decided to stop tormenting him. She tossed the manga book back into the cardboard box and said breezily, with Grandma's free-spirited personality, "That's absolutely possible." Hearing this, Li Yang finally let out a long breath he'd been holding, feeling like the world had regained its peaceful clarity. At this moment, Lin Xue stood up and gazed at Li Yang with meaningful intensity. Softly, she murmured, "Though personally, I'd prefer my future husband to retain a boyish heart." Li Yang didn't dwell too much on Lin Xue's words. Compared to that, he was more concerned about the box of shonen manga. Just as he was about to dispose of it, Lin Xue stopped him. According to Lin Xue, how could we casually throw away Grandma's belongings? Though it felt like he'd shot himself in the foot, there was nothing to be done about it now. Li Yang gazed at the box of manga in the cabinet and exhaled deeply, feeling like he'd narrowly dodged a bullet. The next day, Li Yang returned to campus with the manga, the familiar soft glow still bathing everything, the same radiant atmosphere persisting. While walking and studying the comic's contents, Li Yang suddenly noticed new panels emerging within the pages. This scene should be set in the school corridor, Li Yang muttered, eyeing the new content. Judging by the plot, the male and female leads are about to meet. Can't miss this crucial scene. Closing the manga, he quickened his pace. Just as we reached the corridor, clusters of students appeared at every classroom doorway. According to Wang Feng's classification, these were undoubtedly background extras. At that precise moment, Han Yueman materialized from around the corner of the hallway. Li Yang immediately whipped out his phone and activated the video recording function. Han Yueman felt her composure crumbling. Though she'd clearly taken the day off, somehow between closing and reopening her eyes, she'd inexplicably materialized in the school corridor. Han Yueman walked ahead like a condemned prisoner, trailed by Ji Ruochu and Su Yu. The students' bewildered exclamations surrounding them felt like witnessing her own public execution. Spotting Li Yang in the crowd, Han Yueman's heart leapt. Yet instead of rescue, Li Yang responded with a hand-in-the-air gesture before solemnly raising his phone, its camera lens trained on her like a sniper's scope. Han Yueman's eyes radiated refusal. At that moment, a bespectacled boy carrying an armful of items clumsily collided with her. Though the impact shouldn't have moved her physically, her body swayed uncontrollably backward. The boy's belongings scattered as he tumbled forward, pinning her beneath him. Li Yan's hand trembled as he gripped his phone, witnessing this unfolding drama. A hug and takedown trope. Never thought I'd witness this cliché in real life. In this moment, Li Yang suddenly felt this manga-like world wasn't so bad after all. As this thought crossed Li Ying's mind, the flustered boy tried to rise, but when his foot pushed back against the spilled objects, he slipped and toppled onto Han Yueman once more. This time, the boy's lips brushed against the curve of Han Yueman's chin. Game over. Holy hell. If not for the world-building constraints, this would be the ultimate harem anime cliché opening. At this moment, Li Yang actually felt like he was watching an anime episode. Following tropes, this should be female lead number 2's grand entrance. As Li Yang predicted, Ji Ruochu standing behind Han Yueman stepped forward to help the boy up. With her warm, jade-like voice characteristic of nurturing female characters, she addressed the bespectacled boy now missing his glasses. Are you okay? I'm fine. The boy, possibly disoriented without his glasses, kept his head lowered searching the ground rather than looking at Ji Ruochu. Crouching in apology toward Han Yueman while patting the floor for his glasses, the boy finally located them only to be abruptly yanked upright by Han Yueman. Her piercing gaze locked onto him. Do you have any idea what you just did? After Han Yueman's sharp rebuke faded, she finally noticed the boy removing his glasses, revealing pitiful puppy-dog eyes that inexplicably dissolved the anger on her face. Yet Han Yueman's mind raced along entirely different tracks, single-minded obsession now claiming her thoughts. Move along. Don't bother with him. Some glasses guy. Soft and spineless, absolutely not my type. Han Yueman sank into tearless despair. Truth be told, She'd nurtured a fragile anticipation about which character the author would crown as male lead, before this reality crashed upon her. But confronting this weak-willed, bespectacled creature, Hong Yuemen's last shred of hope shattered completely. Her heart beat for burly warriors, men whose spectrals could eclipse her own. This specimen before her? She couldn't muster an ounce of interest. At that moment, a vibrant teenage boy stepped in front of Hong Yuemen. Li Yang recognized this boy. He remembered him as Li Minhong, the school heartthrob from the neighboring class, the quintessential model child others compare you to, excelling in every aspect. Li Minhong supported the timid, bespectacled boy, then glared at Hong Yuemen and rebuked, "Does having V3 status give you the right to bully others?" Li Yang burst out laughing upon hearing Li Mingen's line. "This kind of dialogue. I stand this." After his laughter subsided, Li Yang concluded Li Minhong must be the second male lead, though teenage manga secondary male characters rarely get substantial screen time. Mostly serving as plot devices, either rescuing the protagonist during crisis or seeking the heroine's help for the protagonist. In essence, they exist solely to facilitate the main couple's relationship. Hearing Li Mingen's words, Hong Yuemen's shame and indignation reached breaking point. Yet her scene wasn't over yet. As Li Minhong was pulling the timid boy away, Hong Yuemen spoke up, "You stained my clothes. You think you can just live like this?" The meek boy kept bowing to Hong Yuemen. "I'll compensate you, I swear." Hong Yuemen sneered, "You think you can afford to compensate for my clothes?" Li Yang glanced at Hong Yuemen's top, the same one she often wore to school, probably costing about 30 yuan from a street vendor. Maybe even cheaper if you haggled. Clearly, the power of protostons could only influence storylines, doing nothing to improve one's fashion sense. Li Yang covered his mouth, muffling his laughter. Though I knew these were scripted lines, the combination of such dialogue with her cheap street vendor clothes created an absurdly comical effect. In the eyes of the onlookers, Hong Yuemen appeared impressively cool, but to Li Yang, she looked like someone staging a scam at this moment. The boy continued bowing as he said, "I'll definitely compensate you." Hong Yuemen snorted coldly, glaring at him, "Tell me your name." The boy slowly raised his head. Squinting without his glasses, he looked at Hong Yuemen. "I'm Liang Yixiong." As Liang Yixiong finished his self-introduction, Hong Yuemen regained control of her body. The instant she reclaimed control, Hong Yuemen immediately turned to Li Yang, "Teacher, give me the phone." Before the words fully left her lips, Hong Yuemen charged toward Li Yang. But he wouldn't be caught darting off like a streak of smoke. Su Yu stared blankly at Li Yan's retreating figure. Noticing surrounding classmates, her petite face flushed crimson in an instant. She jerked her head down violently, small hands clutching the hem of her dress until knuckles whitened. White steam began puffing from her crown. This human teapot was moments away from transforming into a full steam-powered heroine. When the scene concluded, students dispersed like autumn leaves scattering in wind, returning to their respective classrooms. Su Yu waited until the coast cleared, then darted back to class like smoke from an extinguished incense stick, leaving only swirling air where she stood. "Teacher, I'll buy you a new phone. Just give me that." Hong Yuemen trailed after Li Yang, chattering non-stop as she decided to tempt him with material benefits to obtain the video. Her voice carried an urgent tone, eyes glimmering with silent pleading, ready to dash out for the latest smartphone model the moment Li Yang nodded. "No way." Li Yang waved his hands hastily, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "Such HD black material should absolutely be projected on giant screens at your wedding." The thought deepened the smirk tugging at his mouth. Hong Yuemen immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the desk with a thud. "I feel like my entire life is over now," she mumbled, the words dripping with existential despair. Undeterred, Li Yang pumped motivational energy into his voice. "That little boy seemed quite decent actually. Who knows, this could blossom into something wonderful." Hong Yuemen straightened her back, shook her head, and declared with resolute firmness, "No. Absolutely not. I have principles." As she spoke, she cupped her modest chest with both hands, stating with solemn earnestness, "I, Hong Yuemen, must find a man with pecs bigger than mine." Li Yang tilted his head upon hearing Hong Yuemen's unconventional declaration, his voice laced with amusement. How should I put this? Your spousal requirements are distinctive." He couldn't suppress a chuckle. Her mix selection criteria were truly extraordinary. "Enough about the phone. Stop obsessing and get to class. I'll figure something out for this mess." Li Yang picked up his comic book and lightly tapped Hong Yuemen's head, his tone carrying a note of resignation. Hearing this, Hong Yuemen's eyes instantly lit up. She stared at Li Yang with sparkling eyes, her voice tinged with anticipation. Teacher, if you can make this damn clock stop no, even just make it normal, you'll be my guardian angel. As she spoke, she dramatically lunged toward his leg as if to cling to him. Li Yang swiftly dodged, looking at Hong Yuanman with undisguised disgust. Enough, enough. I'm going to the principal's office. Get back to class immediately. He waved her off, signaling an end to the theatrics. Hong Yuanman pouted. Though reluctant, she obediently stood up and trudged toward the classroom. Watching her retreating figure, Li Yang shook his head and sighed inwardly. This girl is such a headache. Knock, knock, knock. Li Yang stood outside the principal's office door and rapped lightly. Come in. Principal Song Dongjuan's voice resonated from within. Li Yang pushed open the door and saw the principal seated at his desk with an ashen complexion, clutching a document in his hand. Principal, it's me, Li Yang announced as he stepped into the office. Song Dongjuan looked up, his stern expression softening slightly upon recognizing Li Yang. Ah, Xiaoli. Sit, sit. He pointed to the chair opposite with a gesture that brooked no delay. As Li Yang settled in, Song Dongjuan set down the document and leaned forward. Have you made your decision about joining a military corps, Xiaoli? He inquired with forced calmness. Li Yang shook his head solemnly. Not about that, Principal. This concerns our school. He produced the comic book from his pocket, its cover glinting ominously as he moved to hand it over. The comic suddenly pulsed with light. Li Yang glanced down to see fresh ink bleeding across its pages. Updates faster than gossip. He bit back a curse at the story's relentless momentum. Let me show you directly, Principal. Li Yang stood abruptly, the chair screeching against the floor like a challenge thrown down. Though slightly puzzled, Song Dongjuan nodded and followed Li Yang out of the office. They arrived at Hong Yuanman's classroom during break time. Yet an unusual silence permeated the room, none of the usual boisterous atmosphere. Through the window, Principal Li observed Hong Yuanman sitting at her desk with a cocky expression, occasionally flashing a sinister smirk. Ji Ruoqiu and Su Yu too had shed their usual gentleness, faces wearing an audacious air as if commanding the world. Su Yu's posture particularly defied norms, leaning back against the rear desk, legs casually crossed atop the desk, chewing on a stalk of foxtail grass like a character sprung from delinquent manga pages. No way, a little lolly like you doing that move is seriously jarring. And where the hell did you even get that foxtail grass? Li Yang internally screamed. The scene before him was just too absurd. The other classmates sat like lifeless NPCs, vacant stares, mechanical movements, as if puppeteered by some invisible force. The only normal one seemed to be Wang Feng. Though diligently playing her role as background character, a glimmer of awareness in her eyes betrayed that she hadn't fully succumbed to the comic's narrative hypnosis. Principal, you see how messed up this is? Li Yang turned to face Song Dongjuan. But when his gaze fell on the principal, he discovered Song Dongjuan's expression had become identical to the other students, empty-eyed with robot-like stiffness. Great. Now even the principal's fully immersed in the act. Li Yan's thoughts dripped with exasperation. Then why hasn't this damn scene started yet? He frowned, confusion knotting his brow. Li Yang took out the comic book and scrutinized the latest chapter, discovering a missing character in the scene. This chapter depicted the young male protagonist transferring to this class, where the teacher would introduce the new student to classmates, coincidentally seating him beside the campus belle Hong Yuanman as her deskmate. The problem arose. It was currently recess time. Most teachers were in the office, and the only teacher present, Li Yang, remained immune to the comic's control, freezing the storyline's progression. The comics glitched. How to fix this? Asking for a solution ASAP. Li Yang furrowed his brows in contemplation. Can't just stay stuck here. Maybe I'll play the teacher role myself. Though acting out such scenarios in front of his students felt downright embarrassing, there appeared to be no better alternatives at hand. Without hesitation, Li Yang opened the manga book, flipped to the latest chapter, and found his character's scene. Taking a deep breath, he stepped onto the podium. The moment he stood there, the classroom erupted like someone had flipped a switch. Students moved in unison, resembling programmed robots engaged in mechanical busywork. Quiet, everyone quiet. Li Yang shouted with the manga book in hand, his voice booming. Strangely, none of the classmates seemed to notice the book, as if it were invisible to them. As his voice faded, the classroom gradually settled into silence, all eyes converging on him. Li Yang scanned the classmates in the classroom, his gaze finally settling on Hong Yuanman. She maintained her aloof demeanor with chin slightly raised, eyes harboring a hint of disdain. Keep straight face, don't laugh. Li Yang clenched his jaw muscles, struggling to suppress any audible reaction. Wang Feng's eyebrows lifted in surprise as she watched Li Yang approach the podium. Attention class, I have an announcement. Li Yang cleared his throat and recited from the comic book in his hands. Today we are welcoming a new student. Let's give him a warm welcome. Right on cue, Liang Yixiong from the neighboring class shuffled through the doorway. Standing at the lectern, Liang Yixiong's small hands fidgeted nervously. His lowered head remained fixed on the stuffed toes of his shoes, radiating shyness from every pore. A telltale flush crept across his cheeks like dawnlight, betraying his acute discomfort with the attention. Yuxian, introduce yourself to everyone. Li Yang recited the lines from the comic book with mechanical stiffness in his voice. Hello everyone, I'm Liang Yixiong. I'm very happy to be classmates with you all. The boy kept his head lowered, his voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, barely audible. Interesting. Hong Yuemen's eyes sparkled as she observed the boy on the platform. Tilting her head to showcase her exquisitely sharp jawline, a bewitching smile crept across her lips. No! This pose feels so awkward. Teacher, save me! Hong Yuemen screamed internally, shooting desperate SOS glances at Li Yang. Noticing her pleading eyes, Li Yang subtly gave her a thumbs up while thinking, brilliant acting, exactly like the manga portrayal. Yixiong, there happens to be an empty seat next to Hong Yuemen. You may take that spot. Li Yang continued reading from the script. What the hell, empty seat? Our school uses single-person desks. Li Yang inwardly grumbled, though his face remained perfectly composed. As Liang Yixiong approached Hong Yuemen's desk, his monkey-characterized shyness manifested fully. Head bowed from their last encounter where he stained her clothes, he couldn't meet her gaze. Oh, so you're the new transfer student. Hong Yuemen's saccharine bubblegum voice dripped with false sweetness. That clumsy oaf act. Did you get expelled from your last school? Would you stop making those ridiculous sounds? Hong Yuemen's mental scream echoed as she desperately willed this scene to end. No, Liang Yixiong's voice was soft and tender, effortlessly evoking a protective instinct in others. Grandpa is ill, and I have a younger sister in elementary school. This place is closer to both home and her school, making it easier to care for them. As the word hung in the air, the principal entered carrying a basket of eggs. Without a word, he shoved an egg into Li Yan's hand while declaring, Teacher, my grandson here is quite shy. I hope you'll give him extra care. He then proceeded to distribute eggs to every student like clockwork, repeating, please look after my grandson with each offering. The entire ritual unfolded with the mechanical precision of a cutscene animation. Wait, principal, where did those eggs come from? They weren't here earlier. Since this primal stone doesn't just control people, it can physically alter reality to some extent, Li Yang thought. When the principal finally reached Hong Yuemen's desk, the story's trajectory began to shift. Classmate, you must be Xixiong's testmate. The principal beamed at Hong Yuemen, paternal warmth dripping from his voice. My, with such handsome looks comes a kind heart, I'm sure. Our Xixiong here takes time to warm up to others. I do hope you'll be patient with him and keep an eye out. As he spoke, the principal pressed 2 warm eggs into Hong Yuemen's palm. Grandpa, what are you doing here? Liang Yixiong urgently grasped the principal's wrinkled hand, taking over the egg basket. The doctor ordered complete rest. You shouldn't be exerting yourself with this illness. A child, the principal chuckled, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. Could an old man's heart stay still when his grandson's first school day dawns? A sudden, violent coughing fit wrecked the principal's frame. Liang Yixiong's face drained of color. Grandpa! He cried desperately, pounding the old man's back. What's happening? Don't scare me like this. At that moment, the principal produced a handkerchief from nowhere and began coughing into it. When he examined the cloth, a streak of blood glared back. His eyes rolled back as his body went limp, collapsing like a marionette with cut strings. Fortunately, Hong Yuemen's quick reflexes intercepted his fall. Grandpa, what's wrong? Liang Yixiong's voice trembled with panic, his words soaked in terrified tears. Li Yang then delivered his final line like a stage cue, to the infirmary now. Liang Yixiong scooped up the principal's body with improbable strength, charging toward the exit. Seriously, dude? Since when did this shrimp become a powerlifter? Could this plot get any lazier? Li Yang screamed internally, his face the picture of deadpan despair. Hong Yuemen stood fighting invisible puppet strings, mental screams ricocheting in her skull, and oh, I refused to spout that cringe-worthy line. Yet her traitorous limbs moved of their own accord. She glanced down at the 2 eggs in her hand, then looked at Liang Yixu's small frame carrying the principal. The corner of her lips curled into a sly, bewitching smile. Man, you've successfully caught my attention. Having said this, Han Yueman abruptly stood up and approached Liang Yixu. Hoisting the principal onto her own back, she told him, let's go. I'll accompany you. No sooner had they exited the classroom than Han Yueman felt the restraints vanish from her body, full control of her physical form restored. Student, where exactly are you taking me on your back? Classmate, where are you carrying me to? Song Dongjun on Han Yueman's back blinked awake groggily, his voice laced with a trace of bewilderment. His head still felt foggy, as if emerging from the depths of profound slumber. Shaoli, what's going on here? Weren't you supposed to show me something? Song Dongjun slid down from Han Yueman's back and steadied himself before turning to Li Yang, his brows slightly furrowed. A note of dissatisfaction colored his tone, clearly perplexed by the unfolding situation. Principal, let's discuss while walking. Li Yang shot Han Yueman a meaningful look, signaling her to return to the classroom. With a nod of acknowledgement, Han Yueman turned and walked away. That's how it happened. Li Yang sat on the chair across from the principal's office, detailing the series of strange incidents occurring at the school in recent days to Song Dongjun, who was flipping through a comic book. His tone carried grave weight, clearly indicating this was no trivial matter. The art in this comic is quite impressive. Though the plot's formulaic, the tightly woven sequences really grab attention, and the Song Dongjun had always been an obsessive shonen manga fan. Were it not for this obsession 3 decades ago, Chen Arian, who eventually became his wife, could never have outshone all rivals and won over Jinyo's most handsome man through comic-themed courtship. Now encountering this genre again, Song couldn't resist offering critiques. His fingers lightly traced the pages, eyes revealing a glimmer of concentration. Principal, perhaps we should focus on discussing how to resolve this issue first. Li Yang couldn't help interrupting Song Dongjun's commentary. Last time you mentioned your wife is a manga artist. I was wondering if we could invite her to examine what's problematic about this comic. Oh, I see. Song Dongjun's weathered face flushed crimson. While reading shonen manga was commonplace for men in this world, someone his age showing interest in such comics before younger colleagues still carried a whiff of embarrassment. He cleared his throat pointedly, the sound echoing like chalk snapping on a blackboard. I'll call her now. For some reason, Song Dongjun's tone turned curt when mentioning Chen Arian. His fingers hovered over his phone screen, tracing invisible patterns across the glass surface a middle-aged man's hesitation made tangible through trembling pixels. The call button pulsed like an unhealed wound. Principal, are you having a disagreement? Li Yang noticed Song Dongjun's reluctance to contact Chen Arian and ventured to ask. His tone carried a probing quality, clearly curious about the relationship between the principal and his wife. Ugh, don't even get me started. That woman infuriates me. Song Dongjun's face flushed with anger. Yesterday was our 30th wedding anniversary. She kept talking about giving me a one-of-a-kind gift, then handed me an empty box. The empty box I could forgive. I know she's busy with work, and it's not like this is the first time she's forgotten. But then she doubled down, swearing up and down she definitely prepared something, just couldn't remember where she put it. Principal, calm down. Maybe Aunt Chong really did prepare something and just forgot where she stored it. Li Yang attempted to console him. That's exactly what she said last year too. Song Dongjun shook his head wearily. Alright then. Pretend I never spoke. Li Yang forced a bitter smile. Song Dongjun pulled out his phone, opened his contacts, and tapped the number labeled A exclusive artist. I'm at the school. Something's come up. You've got half an hour. He hung up abruptly, his tone laced with irritation and lingering dissatisfaction toward the person on the other end. 20 minutes later, the principal's office door swung open. Junjun, believe me, I prepared thoroughly this year. Oh, what's that in your hand? Chen Arian stepped closer. Junjun, you've already found the gift I gave you. Song Dongjun and Li Yang exchanged puzzled glances. Aunt Chen, are you saying this is your gift for Principal Song? Li Yang inquired first. Yes, this one-of-a-kind comic book is my gift for Junjun. Chen Arian seized Song Dongjun's hand. So you found it already. Do you like it? Song Dongjun yanked his hand away and thrust the comic at her. You drew this? He demanded coldly. Chen Arian flipped open the comic book with a puzzled expression. No way. Who on earth used this? Li Yang adopted a pensive look before inquiring. Aunt Chen, you mentioned this comic's been used. Could you elaborate? The book itself is ordinary, but I specially fused an origin stone within it. This dome allows users to completely immerse themselves in the comic's storyline through vivid sensory experiences, Chen Arian explained while turning to Song Dongjun. Jun, this proves I was serious about preparing something meaningful for us this year. Song Dongjun's stern expression softened considerably, though he still snorted dismissively. Can you blame my skepticism? You've pulled this last-minute surprise routine too often. I'm sorry, Jun. I swear I'll change, Chen Arian vowed earnestly, stepping forward to embrace him. From now on, I'll keep every promise I make to you. Song Dongjun made no resistance, gradually melting into her embrace. Ahem, well. Auntie Chen. Watching the couple's sweet moment, Li Yang wanted nothing more than to flee the principal's office immediately. But with unresolved business at hand, he had to interrupt their sugar-coated intimacy. The interrupted pair suddenly remembered there was still someone in the room. They sprang apart hastily, Song Dongjun's face flushing crimson. Now scratching his head, now pointlessly shuffling documents on the desk. Truly, people always pretend to be busy when caught in awkward situations. Li Yang pressed on, Auntie Chen, I don't think anyone activated this comic book intentionally. It must have been triggered by someone's lingering obsession in the school affecting the protolith. Oh, is that so? Chen Arian produced a magnifying glass from her pocket. Laying the comic book on the desk, she began examining it millimeter by millimeter. Let me investigate this properly. Before long, Chen Arian pushed the book towards Li Yang. From my years of experience drawing comics, this book has a cliched plot and exaggerated character behaviors. While there aren't major plot holes, there's something oddly peculiar about one character's details. Chen Arian pointed at the character with her finger. Look, based on my decades of illustration experience, such minor background characters shouldn't be drawn this meticulously. Most panels should focus on main characters, while these non-speaking extras usually don't even get facial features. But this one's loaded with details, even facial expressions are visible, drawn more vividly than the protagonists. Following Chen Arian's pointing finger, Li Yang saw Wang Fang, the very person who had taught him how to convincingly play background characters during their first encounter. Wang Fang, a girl who willingly chose to remain an observer. What kind of obsession could she possibly harbor to alter reality? Last time Chen Jilin changed time because she was inherently a second-order prism resonator and had lost her song, which activated the prism in the clock tower. Yet that only distorted time within the tower's confines. But this time the effect spans the entire school, directly controlling everyone within. Isn't this ability bordering on the divine? Thinking this, Li Yang decided to personally seek out Wang Fang for a conversation. Auntie Chen, do you have any way to free the students from this control? Li Yang turned to Chen Arian, thoughts of Hong Yuanman suffering in the script's narrative prompting his question. Well, if I were controlling this comic, I could force a shutdown, Chen Arian mused, pinching her chin. But forcibly separating the prism from the book would take at least a week. By then, the comic would likely have reached its conclusion. I see. Then I'll go talk to Wang Fang, maybe there's another way. Goodbye, Principal. Goodbye, Auntie Chen, Li Yang said as he walked out. At noon in the school cafeteria, Wang Fang sat across from Li Yang. Teacher, what did you want to ask me? Wang Fang's expression showed confusion. Just moments ago, Wang Fang had been enthusiastically playing her role as an extra, cheering for V3. Li Yang suddenly appeared beside her and pulled her away. Wang Fang, do you remember where you found that comic book? Li Yang asked. I discovered it in my desk. I don't know who put it there. When I opened it, I noticed the stories matched recent school events. Later, when I realized you weren't affected by the comic's control, I decided to give it to you. Wang Fang recalled the circumstances of obtaining the comic. With this comic in your possession, you could have made yourself the protagonist. Why were you content with being an extra? Li Yang voiced his perplexity. Wang Fang pondered for a moment, looking at Li Yang with utmost seriousness. Teacher Li, do you think the background characters in comics are necessary? They still serve a purpose, Li Yang contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. Exactly. Without background characters, how could the protagonist's brilliance shine? Though I don't have as exciting a life as main characters, Wang Fang smiled faintly. My family is harmonious and life isn't bad. Living quietly through the years as an extra seems just fine. Besides, her voice softened, an ordinary person like me could never be the main character anyway. At that instant, a multicolored orb of light streaked through the air, embedding itself into Wang Fang's forehead before vanishing completely. Li Yang blinked in astonishment. Did something just fly past us? Something? I didn't see anything, Wang Fang replied, perplexed. You too. Sun Daojun and Chen Arian came jogging over, slightly breathless. Did you see a glowing sphere? The kind that shimmers with rainbow colors. Li Yang gestured toward Wang Fang. It seemed to merge into Wang Fang's body. It seems the primordial stone has resonated with you. Since that's the case, consider it yours. Chen Arian turned her gaze to Wang Fang. Ah, this isn't proper. Can it even be removed? Wang Fang stood up urgently, meeting Chen's eyes as she waved her hands in refusal. It's too precious. I can't accept this. Silly child, you should keep it. Sun Daojun observed Wang Fang with a warm smile. This stone is merely a collectible here. Only through you can it unlock its true worth. He gave an encouraging pat to Wang Fang's shoulder. But Wang Fang still hesitated. Wang Fang, keep it. This embodies Principal Sun and Aunt Chen's sincere intentions. Li Yang added his persuasion. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Aunt Chen. Wang Fang bowed deeply to both. I'll honor this primordial stone's power. It won't be wasted through my hands. Now, try using the method I taught in class to sense your ability. Li Yang, being a theory instructor, knew the first hour after core stone fusion was the golden window for ability perception. The faster the awakening, the greater the potential. Wang Fang nodded and closed her eyes, employing the breathing technique from class. Barely a minute passed before her eyelids fluttered open. My ability is to diminish my presence and seamlessly integrate into any group, Wang Fang stated calmly, unaware this power's significance held zero combat appeal. But Chen Arian from the Recon Corps understood immediately this was a game-changing talent. The look Chen Arian gave Wang Fang now mirrored lazy goat spotting grass cakes or fiery goat beholding pretty goat. Her gaze practically oozed along in filaments. Chen Arian grabbed Wang Fang's hand and asked excitedly, Young lady, would you like to join the Reconnaissance Corps? Your abilities show great potential. Her tone and gaze resembled an auntie trying to seduce an innocent young man, except Wang Fang was female. Wang Fang was flustered by Chen Arian's sudden move. I need to discuss this with my parents first. No problem. Contact me immediately if you decide to join. With that, she produced her business card and handed it to Wang Fang. Okay, I will. Wang Fang carefully tucked the business card away before looking up at Chen Arian. Half an hour earlier, on the school rooftop, Hong Yueman stood at the rooftop entrance gazing at Liang Yixiong, her expression blending 1 part defiance, 3 parts arrogance, and 7 parts nonchalance. Why did you call me here? Her opening words still carried that domineering CEO aura. Or have you already fallen for me? Hong Yueman lifted Liang Yixiong's chin with her fingers, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. Liang Yixiong froze momentarily, his pale face flushing crimson as he retreated half a step. Thank you for today. I made this bento myself for you. Liang Yixiong extended both hands clutching a plastic bag containing the bento box, presenting it before Hong Yueman. With a sudden whirl, Hong Yueman pinned Liang Yixiong against the wall. The boy kept his gaze lowered, nervously crumpling the plastic bag as he stammered, what are you doing? Hong Yueman eyed the trembling lamb before her, lips curling in a bewitching smirk. A man of intrigue, aren't you? Her fingers slid beneath his chin, tilting his face upward as she leaned in for the kiss. At that precise moment, the primordial stone from the manga materialized between them. Crack! The sharp slap resonated from where Yang Yixiong's palm connected with Hong Yueman's cheek. Shameless! Face buried in his hands, Liang Yixiong fled down the stairwell. Bloody hell! This school incident has come to an end, though it feels somewhat rushed. Truth be told, I started writing without proper planning and eventually ran out of material, forcing me to wrap it up hastily. The author will improve future stories to ensure a better reading experience for everyone. Finally, I'd like to ask, what would you like to see next? Please share your thoughts freely. Tiantong will read every suggestion carefully. Once again, thank you all for your support. Though it might be wishful thinking, if my book could earn a spot on your shelf, I'd gladly accept sports cars and villas in exchange. Kneeling humbly to beg for a tiny space on your bookshelf. But it's absolutely okay if not. Tiantong can always survive on fresh air. Your support remains the ultimate fuel for updates. At the school gate, Lin Xue sat in the car waiting for Li Yang to emerge. Just as Li Yang was about to exit the main entrance, Su Yu came running over. Teacher, wait a moment. Su Yu trotted up and stopped Li Yang. He turned around, looking at her flushed little face glowing from exertion, and asked with a smile, Little Su Yu, what brings you to your teacher? Little Su Yu remains as adorable as ever, unlike my family's ice queen, who's perpetually frosty. Unbeknownst to Li Yang, Lin Xue sat merely 100 meters away, already hearing his inner monologue. Inside the car, Lin Xue's hands tightened on the steering wheel as she caught Li Yang's thoughts. Teacher, I'm sorry for speaking to you that way before. The power of the primordial stone had dissipated, allowing major characters from the comic to recall past events. Su Yu burned with excruciating embarrassment. She'd actually used that tone with her favorite teacher. If possible, she would have erased that memory entirely. However, Su Yu feared Li Yang might misunderstand her. After an entire afternoon's mental wrestling, she ultimately decided to approach Li Yang for clarity. Teacher, I don't know what came over me. I'm never like this normally. I don't understand why I said those words then. Su Yu hung her head, face crimson, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. I know, Li Yang responded knowingly, ruffling Su Yu's hair. You're still the same adorable little Su Yu. The warmth of Li Yin's hand on her head deepened Su Yu's blush. See you tomorrow, teacher. She stammered in flustered farewell before darting away like a startled rabbit. A soft chuckle escaped Li Yin's lips. As he stepped outside, he found Lin Xue leaning against the car's foot, face stormy and hand clamped around her dagger's hilt. Zai Xiu, you came to pick me up again today. How delightful. Li Yang feigned surprise, approaching her with exaggerated cheerfulness. What fucking happiness. That expression looks like you wanna chop me up. I never asked you to pick me up. Who are you glaring at? If it weren't for hearing Li Yan's inner thoughts, Lin Xue might have actually believed he was happy to see her coming to get him. Lin Xue massaged her temples. Get in. I just handled company matters and happened to be passing by. Lin Xue opened the passenger door. Li Yang ducked inside. As they settled, she asked, who was that girl talking to you at the gate? What? Li Yang froze. Did she see that? Doesn't matter. Teachers patting students' heads is normal anyway. I said. Lin Xue turned to stare into Li Yan's eyes, articulating each word clearly. Who was that girl chatting with you at the gate? Am I imagining things? This woman smells like a whole vinegar factory. Li Yang shook his head as if clearing cobwebs, meeting Lin Xue's gaze. Her name is Su Yu. I promised her sister to take care of her. You should know her sister too. It's she. Su Shen. Since you were teammates, helping her sister is only right. Lin Xue stared intently at Li Yang. Is that really all there is to it? Li Yang studied Lin Xue. He'd always thought her cold before beautiful, yes, but radiating I'm the baddest bitch around kind of aloofness. But after spending more time together recently, he realized Lin Xue wasn't as icy as he'd assumed. Why does Lin Xue seem so much more approachable these days? Almost like a real girl. When Lin Xue first heard Li Yan's innermost thoughts, she'd felt secretly pleased. But his subsequent musings made her spring upright. Her back straightened instinctively, hand gripping the hilt of her blade as a chilling aura emanated from her entire being. Li Yang said that in other aspects, especially regarding IQ, Lin Xue could admit her shortcomings. After being baptized by Li Yan's influence during this period, Lin Xue had come to realize she indeed had deficiencies in intelligence. At least compared to Li Yang. But if Li Yang dared claim she lacked femininity, Lin Xue would absolutely take offense. Was there a woman in this world more womanly than Lin Xue herself? What did he mean by acting like a real girl? Wasn't she Lin Xue a genuine woman? Here lay the fundamental difference between their worlds. Though the femininity in Li Yan's terms and Lin Xue's understanding shared physiological similarities, they diverged completely in temperament and psychological dimensions. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Lin Xue, Li Yang chuckled. Just as expected. Lin Xue remains Lin Xue, completely unchanged. Hearing Li Yan's inner thoughts, Lin Xue felt inexplicably displeased. She couldn't shake the sense of an unbridgeable generation gap between them. And this wasn't the first time it happened. There were words Lin Xue could understand character by character, yet when strung together, they became incomprehensible. Lin Xue had shredded multiple dictionaries these days. For the first time, she truly felt language was an art form. Lin Xue stomped the accelerator. The sports car roared like a wild beast. Li Yan's grip on the seatbelt turned his knuckles pale, though his smile remained intact. Tell me, Lin Xue suddenly spoke, her jet black hair swaying in the AC breeze, that Su Yu just now. She's really just a student. Li Yang blurted out hurriedly. Her elder sister Su Shen always asked me to look after her. What's with this woman today? acting like she's checking up on me. Lin Xue's knuckles whitened around the steering wheel. As the red light flashed ahead, she slammed the brakes. Li Yang nearly hit the windshield. Mr. Li. Lin Xue turned her face. The setting sun slanting through the car window gilded her porcelain skin with golden edges. Do you think I'm not feminine enough? Your temples are sweating. Lin Xue suddenly leaned in close, strands of hair brushing past Li Ying's nose tip. AC too cold. Her fingers reached to wipe the cold sweat droplet. When fingertips grazed skin, both jerked back simultaneously as if struck by electric jolts. The car's silence amplified heartbeat echoes. Li Yang noticed crimson blooming at Lin Xue's ear tips, suddenly realizing she wore faint cherry blossom pink lipstick today. Wait, since when did this tigress start wearing makeup? Hearing Li Yang's inner thoughts, Lin Xue smirked with a hint of pride that hours spent learning makeup tutorials online wasn't wasted. Truth be told, Lin Xue detested cosmetics. First, her natural beauty made it superfluous. Second, it devoured precious time. This scheme actually originated from her assistant Li Yue. According to Yue's philosophy, men inherently prefer more girly women. Hence today's bold move. Lin Xue's dramatic automotive display served as her feminine manifesto to Li Yang. Returning home, Li Yang's stomach growled like an empty cavern. Normally, the household staff would have dinner steaming on the table before his arrival. Yet tonight defied routine. The dining table stood conspicuously bare. What's going on? Li Yang frowned at the staff, confusion knitting his brows. No prepared meal today. Before any servant could respond, Lin Xue materialized beside him. I called it off, she declared, rolling up her sleeves with theatrical flair. Tonight's feast comes from my own hands. Ah, the sun must be rising from the west today. Lin Xue actually knows how to cook. Is she trying to poison me? Shit, could Lin Xue really be a reincarnated soul here to kill me now? Hearing Li Yang's internal monologue, Lin Xue froze. Reincarnated soul? What does that mean? She pondered silently. Li Yang impulsively grabbed Lin Xue's hand. Let me make noodles for you instead. How could our family's matriarch lower herself to cook? Forget potential poisoning, you're never home. How would you even know your way around the kitchen? Lin Xue squeezed Li Yang's palm. Surprisingly soft, she murmured under her breath. Ha! What did you say? Li Yang didn't catch her words. Lin Xue pushed Li Yang onto the sofa, hand still in hers. Sit. Wait for your meal. She strode toward the kitchen without looking back. Doomsday approaches. Today we perish at the hands of a woman. Regarding why Lin Xue suddenly decided to cook, we must mention the second suggestion from her assistant Li Yue. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Having watched several cooking tutorials online that afternoon, Lin Xue's confidence soared. Cooking seemed effortless, so tonight she absolutely had to showcase her skills before Li Yang. Lin Xue entered the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and surveyed the available ingredients. Staring at the abundance of ingredients, she suddenly felt those plump tomatoes were mocking her silent confession of kitchen incompetence. First pour oil, then crack the eggs. She murmured incantations, gripping the skillet like a scalpel in her right hand. When olive oil poured into a glittering lake across the pan's surface, she suddenly realized she'd forgotten to beat the eggs. The sharp crack of shells against the bowl rim startled the maid into picking half an eggshell now floated leisurely in the golden yolk pool. This ruckus will demolish the kitchen. I bet 50 cents she'll mistake sugar for salt. Li Yan's internal mockery made Lin Xue's wrist twitch, nearly sending the sugar jar crashing. She shot a venomous glare toward the living room, only to witness potatoes rolling perilously close to the counter's edge. With a meaty thunk of blade meeting cutting board, potato shreds thick as French fries went airborne into the sink. Sizzle! As the egg mixture hit the pan, flames erupted half a meter high. Lin Xue grabbed the lid as a shield and stumbled backward. Her spatula whipped up a tornado-like vortex in the wok, where charred egg chunks and bright red tomatoes danced in the sputtering oil. The smoke detector's shaking. Get the fire extinguisher ready, quick. While Lin Xue frantically turned off the stove, the rice cooker screeched a piercing beep. Steam engulfed her face as she lifted the lid, revealing a few grains of rice floating like lonely islands in triple the required water. Meanwhile, congee bubbled over the clay pot's rim, oozing across the stovetop in eerie abstract patterns. 2 hours later, 3 plates of unidentifiable creations sat on the dining table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes shimmered with an uncanny caramel hue, potato strands stubbornly maintained their jagged edges, and the rice porridge displayed ominous blackened patches that screamed of being charred without needing closer inspection. Li Yang picked up a carbon-etched piece of egg, hearing Lin Xue's knuckles crack like popcorn kernels. This presentation. Michelin negative 3 stars. Eat. Lin Xue thrust a spoon into his hand. Her earlobes flushed scarlet. Li Yang swallowed the bitter salty egg with the resolve of a man walking to the gallows. In that moment, Li Yang genuinely contemplated the sweet release of death. Is this human food? The sourness tastes like 3-year expired ketchup blended with rusty pipes, the sweetness stolen from an overturned sugar jar, the saltiness probably containing an entire salt merchant dynasty buried in this dish. The charred edges of the egg crate curled into question marks, interrogating every diner. Is life not worth living? Must you eat this? Overhearing Li Yan's inner thoughts, Lin Xue muttered to herself, this can't be right. Though it looks unappetizing, I followed the tutorial step by step. The flavor should be decent. Not tasty? Lin Xue asked, watching Li Yan's bitter melon face contort, secretly snickering inwardly. He looks kinda cute like this, Lin Xue thought, suppressing a smile. It's, delicious. You're so sweet to cook for me, Xue. I'm touched. He hugged her tightly while attempting to surreptitiously spit the half-chewed egg into the trash bin behind her. Are you incapable of taste testing your own cooking? I must have lost my damn mind letting you cook. One bite nearly sent me to meet my ancestors. Lin Xue was overjoyed to hear Li Yan's inner thoughts. She interpreted his remark about almost meeting great-grandma after eating her cooking as high praise, believing her dishes tasted exactly like those prepared by Li Yan's late great-grandmother, making each bite a reunion with ancestral flavors. A rare smile blossomed on Lin Xue's face. If it's good, eat more then, she said, already picking up her chopsticks to serve him another portion. No, Xue. I ate too much at school today. Really not hungry. Li Yang sprang up like a released spring, words tumbling out as he darted back to his room. One more bite and I'll be meeting great-grandma for real. Collapsing against his door, Li Yang grabbed a water cup to rinse his mouth. I'm alive again. He exhaled dramatically, throat still burning. Lin Xue stared at the empty seat, chopsticks frozen mid-air. Her meticulously prepared meal, hours of effort now sat abandoned after a single reluctant bite. The clatter of retreating footsteps echoed her crumbling smile. At that moment, the door opened, revealing Lin Xue's father Lin Mu. Xiaoxiu, what's going on here? Lin Mu saw Lin Xue sitting alone at the dining table. Where's Xiaoang? Him. He said he wasn't hungry. Took one bite and went back to his room. Lin Xue guided her father to the table. Dad, try it. I made this myself. She emphasized the word myself. Lin Mu looked at his daughter's expectant eyes, unable to refuse. Is this edible? Lin Mu began regretting his decision to visit tonight. Dad, don't judge by appearances. Li Yang just praised my cooking earlier. Lin Xue interjected as she noticed his hesitation. Li Yan's grandmother must have been an excellent cook, Lin Xue thought to herself. With things put this way, Lin Mu had no choice but to pick up a piece of potato and taste it. Hard. Undercooked. He then sipped some porridge. Bitter. Burned. Finally, he tried a piece of egg. Ugh, Lin Mu vomited everything into the trash can. What on earth did you make? You think Xiaoyang would praise this dish as delicious? No wonder he went back to his room after one bite. After spitting out the food, Lin Mu patted Lin Xue's shoulder. Xiao Xue, let's be self-aware. I thought you'd finally learn to cherish your husband, but it turns out you're trying to poison me. Lin Xue defiantly picked up a piece of egg with her chopsticks. Is it really that bad? She popped the entire portion into her mouth. Silently, Lin Xue spat the egg back onto her plate. Apparently great-grandma Li Yang wasn't much of a cook either. She mused inwardly. Oh you, Lin Mu shook his head in resignation. Go fetch Xiaoyang. We're dining out tonight. I've got a business dinner with Chairman Wang anyway. The car hummed along the road, Lin Xue at the wheel while Li Yang and Lin Mu occupied the back seat. Xiaoyang, Lin Mu clasped Li Yan's hand with aging warmth. You're not getting any younger. When will you give us grandchildren? I remember when I was your age, little Xue was already running errands at the grocery store. Lin Xue's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel, a blush creeping up her neck. Whether from the fertility talk or childhood embarrassment remained unclear. Dad! She protested, we're not ready for that yet. Li Yang also chimed in awkwardly. Xiaoxua is right. She's at the peak of her career now. There's no need to rush things. Having kids? Don't joke about that, Dad. Lin Xue and I have zero affection between us. Married 3 years without living together, and you want grandchildren. I should count myself lucky if I'm not being cuckolded. Lin Xue furrowed her brows at these words, studying Li Yan's face in the rearview mirror, features both familiar and foreign. For the first time, she wanted to tell Li Yang she hadn't taken other lovers. But she couldn't. Any explanation now might expose her secret. She could hear Li Yan's innermost thoughts. Soon, the trio arrived at Jinshur Grand Hotel, one of Jinlou's most luxurious establishments. Welcome, Mr. Lin. President Wang is waiting in VIP room 888. Right this way. A server approached immediately, guiding them through the open doors. As the door swung open, an opulently dressed middle-aged woman rushed forward. Oh my! Brother Mu, it's been ages. You're still as radiant as ever. Director Wang, it's been a while. Lin Mu smiled faintly. Lin Mu and Wang Chaoren were high school classmates from well-connected families, and had remained in regular contact over the years. None of this director nonsense. Just call me Shao Wang like you did back in high school. Come, let me make introductions. He beckoned his son over. Wang Ting, my youngest. The youth reluctantly stood up, tearing his eyes away from his phone. The boy sported waist-length hair and long manicured nails. Standing around 1.56 meters tall with garish makeup, his appearance caused visible discomfort. His eyes widened in surprise when noticing Lin Xue. He practically bounded over. Mom! Isn't she that top operative from the Hunter Corps? He pointed rudely at Lin Xue. Wang Ting's face flushed with excitement. Having heard rumors from a close friend, he'd secretly managed to obtain a photo of Lin Xue. Mind your manners. Wang Chaoren swatted away her son's pointing hand. My apologies, I've spoiled this child rotten. It's fine. Lin Xue said coldly. How, Brother Mu is truly remarkable, raising such an outstanding daughter. Wang Chaoren smiled at Lin Mu. Oh, not at all. Xiao Shui achieved this through her own efforts. Lin Mu grinned from ear to ear at the praise for his daughter. Mom, I want Lin Xue to be my girlfriend. Wang Ting suddenly blurted out. What nonsense. Don't you already have a girlfriend? Wang Chaoren quickly tugged at her son's sleeve. I'm sorry, I have a husband. Lin Xue's expression turned frosty as she grabbed Li Ying's hand beside her. Another suitor for Lin Xue. What's so great about this woman anyway? Her cold shoulder. If you've got the guts, hurry up and pursue her. Once you succeed, make her divorce me ASAP. I'd genuinely thank you. Upon hearing Li Ying's inner thoughts, Lin Xue felt a surge of irritation. She couldn't comprehend why Li Yang still contemplated divorce after she had explicitly withdrawn the subject. At this realization, Lin Xue tightened her grip on Li Ying's hand even more fiercely. What's the big deal? Can't a married man have a girlfriend? Hell, men in ancient times kept 3 wives and 4 concubines. I'm barely scratching the surface here. Wang Ting's outrageous declaration left the group thunderstruck. Lin Mu's expression now darkened with visible displeasure. With a resounding slap, Wang Chaoren struck Wang Ting across the face. You disgrace! Where did you learn this filth? I never should have brought you out. Get back home this instant. You dare hit me? Wang Ting stared in disbelief. Even my father never raised a hand. Beyond all reason, aren't you at fault too? You birthed me, but that doesn't make you my mother. He stormed out screaming. Wang Chaoren trembled with rage. You unfilial son. Unfilial wretch. She pulled out a bottle of Su Xiu Jiu Xing Wang, anti-angina pills, from her pocket, swallowed one, and gradually regained composure after a moment. Xiao Wang, don't let it upset you. It's good for young people to have character, as long as they don't cross the line, Lin Mu comforted in his measured voice. My apologies, Brother Mu. I've spoiled him rotten. Ting lost his father at 3, and between corporate affairs, I never had time to discipline him properly. This lawless temperament is my failing. I'll rectify this severely when we return, Wang Chaoren explained with restrained dignity. Heavens defy. Never thought I'd witness such a spectacle in my lifetime. Li Yang stared dumbfounded, thoroughly electrocuted by the absurdity. I'll discipline him properly later. Let's dine first. Wang Chaoren gestured them to the table with restored poise. Meanwhile, Wang Ting stormed back to his car, face contorted with fury. Snatching his phone, he opened Green Bubble and scrolled to a contact named the cult leader. Leader, I've set my sights on a woman. What if she's already married? Hire someone to kidnap her husband, humiliate him, take photos and spread them. No woman would want that man afterward. Too complicated. Got a simpler plan. Yeah. Kill him. Damn. Lin Xue's husband, I want good news by tomorrow. Wait, bro. Not that Lin Xue from the Lin family. Exactly. Got a problem. Boss, you overestimate me. Me, take on Lin Xue? Figure it out yourself. Remember I fund 90% of our cult's expenses. Wang Ting slammed his phone down, eyes glinting viciously. What I want, I take. In a wilderness shack's basement, a startled man stared at his buzzing phone. Fucking horny idiot. You'd be dead first if not for your money. On the way back, Lin Mu kept venting his indignation for Wang Chaoren. You all tell me how could Wang Ting say such things? After all, Shao Wang raised him to adulthood, yet there's not a shred of gratitude. Dad, it's their family matter. Let's not get involved. Lin Xue observed her father's fuming expression in the rearview mirror. Even having lived this long, it was her first encounter with someone as outrageous as Wang Ting, leaving her lost for words. Right, Dad. Don't upset yourself, it's bad for your health. Li Yang chimed in supportively. I just feel Shao Wang's efforts were wasted. Raised him all those years only to get an ungrateful wolf in return. Upon arriving home, Li Yang checked the time, already past 11 p.m. Dad, I need to work tomorrow. I'll turn in first. Lin Mu responded with an approving nod and smile. Dad, it's getting late. Let me have the driver take you home. Lin Xue suggested gently. So late, and you're already chasing your old man away. Lin Mu teased with mock offense. Of course not. You're always welcome to stay. Lin Xue hurriedly clarified, maintaining the deep respect she always held for her father. Don't worry, we won't disturb you. Enjoy yourselves freely, the soundproofing in this house is excellent. Just don't get too carried out, after all, Shao Yang has work tomorrow. Lin Mu patted Lin Xue's shoulder with an approving I'm rooting for you expression. You're not getting any younger either. It's time to start a family. With these words, he strode towards his own room, leaving Lin Xue standing alone with faintly flushed cheeks. Lin Xue's mind became complete chaos, endlessly echoing Lin Mu's words. You're not getting any younger. It's time to have one. Standing outside Li Ying's bedroom door, Lin Xue knocked. Wait a second. Li Yang was midway through changing into pajamas, currently only wearing briefs on the bed. Why is Lin Xue coming to my room? After hastily putting on pajamas, Li Yang opened the door. Dad's sleeping here tonight. We can't have separate rooms. Without waiting for Li Ying's response, Lin Xue marched straight in and plopped down on his bed. Seriously, sis? This bold? You're not planning to sleep with a knife again tonight, are you? Lin Xue heard Li Ying's inner voice, glanced at her blade, unfastened it from her waist, and placed it by the bedside. Humph, progress. You finally dared to set aside your blade. Whatever sleeping with this block of wood for one night won't cost me a pound of flesh. Block of wood? Today I'll show you who's the real block of wood. Lin Xue snorted thunderily in her heart, pride simmering in her chest. With resolve flashing in her eyes, she reached for her collar without hesitation. One button, then another. As each fastener surrendered, the garment that once shielded her form cascaded downward, until finally it pulled at her feet like a fallen curtain. Before Li Yan's eyes was a body of breathtaking perfection. Her alabaster skin glowed with a pearlescent sheen, smooth as polished jade. The slender curve of her waist seemed fragile as a willow branch, yet formed with hidden tensile strength. Long, straight legs traced elegant lines of divine proportion, while the perfectly rounded, perky buttocks and voluptuous, gravity-defying breasts composed a vision so blood-pounding it could quicken pulses. Every contour flowed with such natural grace, as if sculpted by nature itself, commanding awestruck admiration. Ah! What are you doing? Li Yan's face flushed crimson as he made a theatrical show of covering his eyes, though the conspicuous gaps between his spread fingers betrayed him completely. As a lifelong singleton who'd never known a woman's touch, such a provocative sight inevitably stirred physical reactions Li Yang couldn't possibly suppress. So big, so pale, so perfectly round. Hearing Li Yan's inner thoughts, Lin Xue felt she had finally turned the tables. Previously LED around by the nose by Li Yang, seeing him finally at her mercy today filled her with delight. Of course I'm changing into pajamas. Do you expect me to sleep in daytime clothes? Lin Xue opened the wardrobe and pulled out a set of sleepwear. You could just not wear anything. No wonder so many chase after Lin Xue can't deny she's got generous proportions. Lin Xue proudly straightened her posture at these words. During beast hunting missions, she'd always worn chest bindings for agility and speed. But now with her military leave, those constraints were abandoned, revealing her nearly perfect figure. Lin Xue fixed Lei Yang with an unblinking gaze that gradually made him shift uncomfortably. What are you still standing there for? Come to bed. Lin Xue patted the spot beside her, suppressing a laugh at Lei Yan's flustered awkwardness. They lay back to back in silence, yet Lei Yan's mental chatter raged like storm waves against a cliff. What's up with Lin Xue lately? Cooking for me, picking me up. Is this even the same ice queen I knew? Sleeplessness ignited Lei Yan's overactive imagination yet again. If she's a reincarnated soul, maybe in her past life someone murdered her. After her death, I avenged her. Her spirit witnessed everything from the void, hence this sudden affection. Wait, plot hole. If they killed Lin Xue, how could I defeat them? Unless we perished together in flames of mutual destruction. Still doesn't make sense. Shouldn't Lin Xue immediately confront whoever harmed her after returning? Why hasn't there been any movement from her for so long? A sudden realization struck Lei Yang. There's only one truth. Lin Xue awakened a doting husband system that's bound to me. It can't be unbound whenever she performs loving acts for her husband. The system grants rewards. How? I really am a genius to figure this out. This explains why she stopped signing at the last moment earlier. The system must have bound them right then. Reborn individual. System. What do these terms mean? Lin Xue pondered, kept awake by Lei Yan's mental chatter yet unable to comprehend his strange vocabulary. I'll need to read more shoujo manga tomorrow. What could these words possibly mean? Lin Xue secretly resolved. Are you asleep? Unable to endure the mental noise any longer, Lin Xue finally spoke into the darkness. Lei Yang didn't want to talk, so he pretended to be already asleep. What's the point? A still straight girl like you has nothing interesting to chat about at this late hour. Go to sleep. Lin Xue's face darkened, and she stopped speaking too. The next morning, Lei Yang was awakened by the 6:30 alarm clock. Blinking sleepily as he got up, he found Lin Xue beside him had disappeared at some unknown time. After washing up and going downstairs, Lei Yang discovered Suzuki was already waiting at the dining table. Xiao Yang, come eat. Xue seems to have been recalled by urgent core business. Lin Mu said kindly, observing the weary young man. Dad, I'll grab breakfast on the road. I'm running late for work. With those words, Lei Yang hurried out the door. Busy, everyone's busy. No one has time to chat with this old man. Lin Mu sighed heavily. Lin I miss you. Lin Mu took out his phone, gazing at the screensaver showing him and his wife Qilin from years past. Yet 20 years ago, she had sacrificed her life during a Hunter Corps mission. This was precisely why Lin Mu so vehemently opposed Lin Xue joining the Hunter Corps, but against all hopes, his daughter still embarked down that path. Lei Yang arrived at the school, watching the continuous stream of students brimming with youthful vitality, and sighed with emotion. Ah, youth is truly a blessing. Teacher. A soft, milky voice called from behind. Good morning, Xiao Suyu. Lei Yang turned around with a smile to greet her. Teacher, come here. I need to tell you something. Suyu's small face looked nervous and mysterious. They walked to the small tree where Lei Yang often played games. Teacher, be careful commuting lately, Suyu whispered urgently, her expression grave. My sister says many men have gone missing in Jingzhou recently. You must protect yourself. Don't worry, your teacher's tougher than he looks. Lei Yang felt warmed by her concern, though his thoughts drifted to Lin Xue's unusually early departure that morning. Could it be related? Entering the classroom, Lei Yang noted he only had morning classes today, his afternoon schedule mercifully clear. Today we will discuss the function of prime stones. As everyone knows, all prime stones on Earth originated from a meteorite that arrived from outer space 500 years ago. This meteorite introduced a new element into Earth's atmosphere, though extracting this element proved extremely challenging. It wasn't until the 1990s that a scientist from our country successfully isolated this element cyan. The cyan element exhibits higher affinity with females, while males are nearly incapable of absorbing it. This has resulted in males' physical strength generally lagging behind that of females. However, exceptions do exist. A minuscule number of males can indeed absorb cyan. The concentration of cyan elements within the body directly influences the development level of prime stones. After teaching 4 consecutive classes in one go, Lei Yan's throat felt parched and exhaustion set in. Responsible for 2 classes with 2 sessions each, the young teacher finally caught a break. His afternoon schedule remained mercifully clear. So Li Yang decided to treat himself to a proper gaming session at the internet cafe. After all, since Lin Xue's return, his visits had become increasingly scarce, and his gaming skills were noticeably rusting. Li Yang checked his phone for the time and spotted a message from Lin Xue. The text was brief. "It's not very safe out there lately. Be careful." After finishing lunch at school, Li Yang headed to his regular internet cafe. The place was quite a distance from campus, understandable, as teachers naturally avoid being spotted by students while gaming near school grounds. Pride mattered to Li Yang. He'd rather trek across town than risk being seen at a neighborhood internet cafe. As he passed through an alleyway, Li Yang suddenly heard muffled sobs, the unmistakable crying of a young boy echoing between the walls. Li Yang backtracked on purpose, peering cautiously into the shadowed passage. There stood a figure clothed in black, facing the wall with shoulders shuddering rhythmically, each convulsive movement punctuated by pitiful whimpers. "Don't insult my intelligence, okay? What decent person would wear a pitch-black cloak in broad daylight, hiding in a deserted alley crying? Don't make me laugh." Had Li Yang seen his face clearly, he would have realized this was no young boy at all. Deep wrinkles carved his face, a front tooth missing, his emaciated frame draped with sagging skin that looked downright terrifying. Li Yang walked away without a backward glance. The black-clad figure kept scheming. "My plan's flawless: exploit people's pity for the vulnerable to lure Li Yang, then kill him unawares. But why does the cult master want him dead this time? We always took men alive before. Why hasn't he come? I clearly saw him heading this way." Of course, Li Yang knew nothing of these thoughts. He hadn't walked far when a familiar figure appeared ahead. "Li Yang, here to play games again? Things haven't been too peaceful lately. You should be careful." Seeing Li Yang approach, Yu went over to greet him. Though Li Yang was formidable, Yu still felt compelled to warn him. Lin Xue already mentioned it. You here to play games too?" Li Yang initially wanted to ignore Yu, but responded out of courtesy. "No. The Corps has missions. We're investigating recent disappearance cases." Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I just saw a suspicious person in that alley over there. Probably connected to these disappearances." Li Yang pointed at the narrow lane behind him. The black-clad figure was still sniveling in the alley when sudden footsteps echoed behind him. "They're here." "Kid, why are you crying alone here?" Yu approached and patted the figure's shoulder. "Eh? Why does this sound like a woman's voice?" The black-clad figure paused in surprise upon hearing the voice. "Screw it, kill first and ask questions later." The black-clad man radiated absolute confidence in his abilities. He whirled around violently, flame bursting from his palm as he launched a fiery strike at Yu. Azure light suddenly flooded the alley. Water surging from Yu's palm crystallized into ice spikes mid-air. The attacker's flames vaporized instantly upon collision with the ice wall, their dissipation accompanied by a metallic screech echoing through billowing steam. Hydrokinetic. The torn cloak revealed a neck crisscrossed with surgical sutures. Perfect specimen for the patriarch's experiments. Li Yang crouched behind a dumpster at the alley's mouth, watching Yu's aquatic vortex pin the assailant against the wall. Water snaking through bluestone cracks coiled around the man's gnarled limbs like constrictors. Though the fight seemed decided, the black-clad figure's twisted green sent warning bells clanging through Li Yang's nerves. Suddenly, violet lightning erupted around the black-clad figure. The water chains instantly snapped into conductive torture devices. With a choked groan, Yu collapsed to his knees, wisps of acrid white smoke rising from his scorched hair tips. The black-clad man's claw-like hand clamped down on Yu's shoulder, crackling lightning searing a charred palm print into her uniform. "Didn't see this coming, did you? Dual-element abilities are the Sack Master's divine gift. Kekikik. Villains really do love their maniacal laughter, don't they?" A crimson glow rippled outward from Li Yan's fingertips, swiftly engulfing his entire body. Li Yan's fortified muscle fibers, taut as drum bowstrings, unleashed earth-shattering force beneath his feet. The shattered floor tiles sent tremors reverberating through the entire alleyway. Li Yang hurled a lightning-fast punch into the black-clad man's abdomen. "Pah!" The black-clad man spewed a mouthful of fresh blood from his lips. Li Yang arched backward to dodge the wind blade attacking from behind, his enhanced dynamic vision capturing three shadowy figures streaking across the rooftop. In that half-second distraction, the black-clad figure dissolved into black mist seeping through crevices of drainage pipes, leaving only a half-charred cloak behind. Wearing cloaks while wailing under the July midday sun. Such acting couldn't even pass preliminary screening at our Game Guild recruitment. And you actually fell for this? Li Yang looked down at Yu sitting on the ground, exasperation dripping from his voice. Is this world's female strength traded for IQ? Brothers, casting a vote here, comment 1 for single heroine route, 2 for harem protagonist path. Yu forced an awkward smile. Thanks for that. Truth be told, Yu's combat skills were formidable. He'd been steadily suppressing his opponent and grew overconfident when victory seemed assured, ultimately letting his guard slip. In this world, one could only fuse with a single primordial stone, thus obtaining just one unique ability. Yet his opponent had wielded dual powers, a revelation that shattered Yu's fundamental understanding of reality. This is critical intel. I must report to the brigade immediately. Stay vigilant, Li Yang. Without lingering, Yu departed briskly. Since being disciplined by Li Yang last time, his approach to missions had become significantly more proactive. Don't let the door hit you, Li Yang waved dismissively, already striding toward the internet cafe with purposeful steps. Still that unyielding intensity. Watching Li Yang's retreating figure, Yu felt complex emotions stir. Perhaps humanity's inherent admiration for strength was manifesting as this peculiar sentiment toward his former rival. Going home? Not a chance. This cyber dance packed with fascinating characters and banter that's music to my ears. I absolutely love this place. Li Yang approached the internet cafe counter, uttered my usual spot to the receptionist, then strode directly to his regular seat. With practiced ease, he booted up the computer and launched into gameplay. In the derelict building's basement, dim lighting revealed a man standing over surgical tools. Clad in a white lab coat and cotton face mask, his scalpel-gloved hand trembled slightly. A jagged scar peeked from beneath the mask, slicing upward from his eyelid like frozen lightning. Before him lay an operating table illuminated by an eerie glow. A glowing raw stone posed beside surgical instruments, while on the table itself lay a man recognizable as one of the recent missing persons from police bulletins. The masked figure raised his scalpel. With one fluid motion, he drew the blade across the prone man's chest. Flesh parted like stage curtains, revealing the crimson theater within, a heart pounding its final terrified rhythm against exposed ribs. The man carefully picked up the primal stone with tweezers and placed it on the chest of the man lying on the operating table. The moment the stone fused with the lungs, the man's body began metallizing. But within moments, the metallic sheen faded and the chest wound gradually healed. Success! The man clenched his fist in excitement. At that moment, the black-clad operative sent to kill Li Yang returned. Cult leader, I failed. That Li Yang possesses awakened abilities. The operative dropped to one knee, paying respects with deference. Oh, a natural male awakened one. Intriguing. The man removed his mask and gloves, pondering briefly. Cult leader, I also discovered a hydrokinetic awakened one. The operative lowered his head after speaking. The cult leader placed his hand on the operative's head. A violet glint flashed in his eyes. Soon, the entire incident became clear in his mind. He clapped twice. The man on the operating table rose mechanically, vacant eyes devoid of any expression. Subject 137, commence execution. The cult leader's voice dropped to an arctic tone. Hearing the man's words, the black-clad man's face contorted in terror. Master, please give me another chance. Just grant me one more supernatural ability, I swear. Before he could finish, number 137 materialized before him. A hand plunged through the black-clad man's chest, emerging from the other side clutching a still-twitching heart. The black-clad man's eyes bulged wide, dying with a vacant expression frozen on his face. The man observed number 137 with satisfaction, accepting the pulsating heart. He issued his command, go change your clothes. From now on, your code name will be Zero. Li Yang, he might prove useful. The man murmured contemplatively, ascending toward the surface as if weaving schemes into reality. In the female supremacist 1980s, the wail of Su Xiaomei summoning sisters pierced the dawn in a remote mountain village. Yet this cry brought no joy, only parental furrowed brows. The shadow of daughter preference loomed over him since birth. His very name Xiaomei cradled his parents' desperate longing for a daughter. Beatings and curses were his daily bread. The slightest misstep brought fists and slaps raining down on his bony frame. Before first light, he labored washing, cooking, feeding pigs, the crushing weight of chores bending his slender frame. Yet the boy harbored no resentment. Day after day he toiled diligently in fields and home, believing relentless labor might yet earn a sliver of parental affection. But he had no idea that his life had already been mapped out by his parents to be sold off to a wealthy family in exchange for money. No matter how hard he worked, he never earned so much as a glance of approval from them. When Su Xiaomei turned 10, he sprained his ankle while gathering firewood in the mountains. Zhu Xuan, who was also collecting firewood nearby, took pity on the solitary boy working alone in the wilderness. She silently stood by his side, waiting for him to recover. Seeing Zhu Xuan nearby, Su Xiaomei immediately assumed she came to steal his firewood. This wasn't his first experience of being robbed. Village boys had snatched his freshly gathered firewood before, disappearing down the mountain before he could react. Clutching his bundle of branches tightly, Su Xiaomei pleaded weakly, "Please don't take my firewood. Mother will beat me." Zhu Xuan observed the boy's pitiful state, and suddenly a mischievous urge welled up in her heart. "I won't take your firewood, but there are wolves in these mountains. When night falls, packs of wolves come out specifically to hunt kids like you." He pretended to walk away as he spoke. Su Xiaomei's face paled with fear. She grabbed Zhu Xuan's pant leg. "Oh, could you wait for me? I'll split my firewood in half for you." Puffed. Zhu Xuan covered his mouth, laughter bubbling through. "Just messing with you. There aren't any wolves in these mountains at all." When Su Xiaomei's foot had mostly healed, Zhang Mei stood up, ready to resume gathering firewood. "Hey, aren't you leaving? It's almost dark," Zhu Xuan asked, noticing he wasn't preparing to head down. "I gathered too little firewood today. I'll get beaten by Mom if I go back. You go ahead first." Su Xiaomei waved at Zhu Xuan. "Take mine," Zhu Xuan said, untying the bundle from his back and handing it to Su Xiaomei. "Ah, this won't do." Su Xiaomei immediately waved his hands frantically. "Why not? Anyway, there's more firewood at home than I can use today. I'll just gather more on the mountain tomorrow." Before Su Xiaomei could refuse, Zhu Xuan had already placed her bundle of firewood on Su's back. The two companions descended the mountain together, Zhu Xuan's home standing just a few steps past the village entrance. "I'm home," Zhu Xuan announced to Su Xiaomei. Goodbye Sister Xuan." During their walk, they had properly introduced themselves and learned each other's names. "You little rascal. I sent you to gather firewood. Where have you been fooling around again?" Ah! Su Xiaomei burst out laughing at the strange yelps coming from Zhu Xuan's house. Thus began the 4 happiest years of Su Xiaomei's life. Throughout this period, Zhu Xuan would seek her out immediately after school, often bringing delicious treats. However, when Su Xiaomei turned 14, Zhu Xuan was admitted to a high school in the county town. In those rural times, becoming a supernatural being was nearly impossible. Only through high school admission could one obtain a primestone. Due to the long distance and inconvenient transportation, Zhu Xuan could only return home about twice a year. On the day Zhu Xuan left for school, Su Xiaomei nearly dissolved into a puddle of tears. He clung to her, whispering in her ear, "Don't you forget me." Zhu Xuan ruffled his hair. "Don't worry. It's not like we'll never see each other again. I'll come back during summer break." Yet the gears of fate ground forward mercilessly. When Xiaomei turned 15, his baby sister's birth made their impoverished family teeter on the edge of collapse. To feed the newborn, his parents sold him to the mentally disabled daughter of a neighboring village's landlord. The moment he crossed the landlord's threshold, he plunged into deeper hell. Instigated by her mother-in-law, the simple-minded bride vented every frustration through kicks and blows. Confined to a cramped room, he kept company with endless darkness and despair. Just as Xiaomei was on the verge of being tortured to death, Zhu Xuan emerged. Under cover of darkness, she sneaked into the landlord's manor, found the severely weakened Xiaomei, and fled desperately into the mountains with him. Under the moonlight, their shadows darted through the mountain woods, panicked gasps intertwining with frantic footsteps. But the landlord's henchmen soon gave chase. To shield Su Xiaomei's escape, Zhu Xuan came to an abrupt halt. Su Xiaomei dared not look back. He simply kept running. Branches lashed his face, thorns pierced his soles, yet he never slackened his pace. Not until the following night did he dare creep back to their separation point. There lay Zhu Xuan, still and silent upon the ground, her once vibrant eyes forever closed. Her body crisscrossed with wounds, dried blood stained the surrounding earth crimson. Su Xiaomei threw herself onto her body, unleashing heart-rending sobs that echoed through the silent mountain forest. Unbeknownst to Su Xiaomei, while corresponding with his family, Zhu Xuan's mother had written about her circumstances, how she'd been married into the neighboring village. Secretly taking leave from school without informing his family, Zhu Xuan hurried back. Su Xiaomei held Zhu Xuan's gradually cooling corpse, tears bursting through the dam of his eyes as his world crumbled into dust at this moment. As he drowned in endless agony, a strange light shot from the depths of mountain forests. A primal stone emitting eerie radiance floated slowly before him. Drawn by an invisible force, Su Xiaomei instinctively grasped the stone that merged into his flesh. He heard a voice whisper, "Xiaomei, it's me. I'm Xu An. Sister Xu An. Where are you?" Su Xiaomei clutched the lifeless body, shouting desperately. "I've already died, but my soul resides within you. There's still a chance for resurrection," the voice declared. "Truly? Sister Xu An, can you really come back?" Su Xiaomei's voice trembled with fervor. "Tell me how. Tell me what I must do to resurrect you." "Don't rush. You're still too weak to help me now. I can grant you power." The voice possessed a magical allure that utterly captivated Su Xiaomei. In an instant, a formidable alien force surged through his veins. Countless strange visions and information flooded his mind as Su Xiaomei awakened the ability to control consciousness. Yet this sinister primal stone began subtly yet profoundly influencing him. For the following months, Su Xiaomei secluded himself in mountain forests, obsessively honing his mind control powers. He drove forest animals to slaughter each other, observing their twisted behaviors and agonized states with eyes devoid of pity, only endless indifference and madness. "Prepare now, Xu An. The time has come to claim our vengeance." Xu An was the new identity the voice had bestowed upon Su Xiaomei. He arrived at the landlord's manor. Those servants who had once beaten and kicked him now moved like zombies under the thrall of his powers, tearing each other apart. The landlord and his dim-witted daughter stared in horror at the carnage. Before they could beg for mercy, Su Xiaomei manipulated their limbs to end their own lives. Blood splattered across the walls as the entire estate plunged into deathly silence. Staring at the bloodbath, a contorted smile twisted across Su Xiaomei's face. With the landlord's family eliminated, the fire of hatred still burned unquenched in Su Xiaomei's heart. "Remember who truly doomed you. Go, kill them all." The voice hissed again in Su Xuan's ear. Su Xuan remembered his parents, the ones who'd pushed him into the abyss. Reeking of blood and murderous intent, he returned home. When his parents saw him, primal terror flashed through their eyes. "Ghost! A ghost!" Su Xuan's parents cried out in terror, their faces twisted in horror. They had believed their son perished long ago in the mountain wilderness. Su Xiu's body moved uncontrollably as she seized the kitchen knife, frantically hacking at her husband Wang Shi. "Xiaomei, we're your parents." Wang Shi screamed desperately, "Don't kill me. I'm sorry. So sorry. I shouldn't have beaten you. Spare your own father." The infant sister wailed in terror, but Su Xiaomei remained unmoved. Through his dark control, Su Xiu turned his bloodied hands toward the baby sister after slaughtering Wang Shi. "No! Stop! Su Xiaomei! Have you no humanity? She's less than a year old." Su Xiu's panic screams pierced the air, yet Su Xuan's face remained utterly expressionless. "My name is not Su Xiaomei, it's Su Xuan." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiu was compelled to strangle his sister, then controlled to seize a knife and hack at himself. When neighbors rushed in drawn by their piercing screams, they found only chaos and three corpses. Su Xuan had vanished without a trace. Su Xuan roamed restlessly. The voice claiming to be Yu Xuan told him that she could be resurrected once he amassed 7 elemental primal stones: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness, and fused them into a single human vessel. From that moment, Su Xuan began tracking these primal stones and their empowered bearers across the lands, his own abilities growing formidable with each passing moon. Later, Su Xuan descended upon Jinzhou. Wielding his formidable powers, he seized control of the Nan family, then a second-rate aristocratic house ruling the region. The clan's resources and manpower became instruments for his relentless stone-hunting crusade. He ultimately succeeded in gathering all 7 primal stones: metal, wood, fire, lightning, earth, darkness, and water. Simultaneously, he conducted clandestine research into merging these stones within a living host. In a subterranean chamber beneath the Nan estate, Su Xuan scribbled notes in a leather-bound journal embossed with experimental log. 26th experiment, failure. All female subjects have perished thus far. Perhaps testing male candidates might yield different results. 27th experiment, failure. Subject deceased. When implanting the wood-attuned primordial stone into experiment subject number 27's arm, the entire limb underwent vegetation, subsequently spreading throughout the body. Experiment D36, successful. This time, implanting the fire-tuned primordial stone into the heart allowed the subject to survive and manifest pyrokinesis. Experiment D37 failed. Upon implanting an additional wood-tuned stone into the previous subject's heart, the specimen first lignified before combusting into charcoal. I cannot ascertain the critical failure point. Experiment D38 failed. Female subjects still rejected the fire-tuned stone implanted in their hearts. This suggests potential gender-specific compatibility. Perhaps only males can host the implantation. Experiment D45 successful. Fire and lightning attributes can coexist within the same heart. This breakthrough demands urgent attention. Experiment D52 successful. Recent newspaper articles discuss CN, a new element emerging from primordial stones. My measurements show successful subjects only retain 0.003% CN element concentration in their bloodstream. Experiment D61 successful. Major discovery. Ancient texts record that the heart governs fire, lungs govern metal, spleen governs earth, liver governs wood, and kidneys govern water. This perfectly aligns with previous experiments. Matching elements with organs will drastically improve subject success rates. 81ST experiment failed. The dark attribute primal stone simply refuses to take hold. 98th experiment success. Eureka! By applying the cycle of generation and restraint, first implant wood, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, earth begets metal, metal begets water. Success is within reach. Sister Xuan, wait for me. Boom! Explosions erupted outside. Su Xuan's 3-year spree of human experimentation had drawn military attention, their investigation ultimately exposing the Nan family's involvement. Though I knew they'd trace me eventually, their speed surprises. Su Xuan's meticulous abduction methods using his powers had still been uncovered. Knowing the hideout was compromised, Su Xuan commanded his experimental subjects to charge through the blockade. A golden flash materialized before him. Before he could react, a whip-like kick lashed through the air. However, it was blocked by the No-1 metal attribute test subject nearby, which was then sent flying by the whip-like strike. Not bad. How about this move? The woman conjured a swirling yellow energy sphere in her palm and hurled it violently towards Su Xuan. The No-5 Earth attribute test subject transformed its entire body into rock armor, shielding Su Xuan like a living fortress. No-3 stays to hold them off. The rest evacuate me now. Su Xuan's command triggered instant obedience. No-3 stood expressionless as a human barricade, buying precious seconds for his master's escape. Meanwhile, the woman's squad clashed with the Nan family's forces. Against these pampered espers from minor clans, the seasoned professionals dominated effortlessly within minutes. Every Nan member lay subdued. No-3 proved a tenacious opponent. The woman's attacks splashed harmlessly against its watery form, each strike dissipating like ripples. As Su Xuan's figure dwindled in the distance, reinforcements arrived. Captain Qi, we'll handle this. You're faster, pursue the mastermind. This Captain Qi is named Qi Lin. She proactively requested to lead this mission precisely because it's near her hometown, allowing her to visit her husband and children after completion. At this thought, Qi Lin immediately gave chase. Number 3 tried to intercept, but was blocked by her teammates. The suburban woods lay in deathly silence, devoid of any human presence. Su Xuan's body already bore multiple wounds, with a gaping hole torn through his thigh. This injury was inflicted by Qi Lin during her earlier pursuit. Overwhelmed by Qi Lin's blinding speed, he dispatched number 2, 4, and 5 to intercept, but all barriers shattered against her fluid movements. Golden energy coalesced in Qi Lin's palm, its radiant glow moments away from striking Su Xuan. As Su Xuan whirled around, their eyes locked, twin pools of ominous purple light blazing from his gaze. In Qi Lin's vision, Su Xuan's features abruptly morphed into Lin Mu's familiar countenance, freezing her mid-action. In that split second of hesitation, number 1's arm morphed into a long blade, cleanly bisecting Qi Lin at the waist. By the time teammates arrived, Qi Lin had already drawn her last breath. Playing straight until 5:30 p.m., Li Yang stretched lazily and shut down the computer before leaving. As the door opened, a gust of wind made him sneeze. Who's cursing me behind my back? He tightened his jacket and walked out. Today was awesome. If not for those incompetent teammates, I could have ranked higher. Humming a little tune, Li Yang headed toward school, while calling his family driver to pick him up at 6. Passing through the familiar alley, Li Yang suddenly felt chills down his spine. Crimson energy instantly enveloped his body as he activated enhancement. But it was too late. A towering man clamped a hand over his mouth from behind while another arm locked him in vice-like grip, dragging him deeper into the alley. Well done, Zero. Su Shuang approached, gripping Li Yan's chin. Look into my eyes. What do you want? Li Yang immediately shut his eyes tight. Only idiots stare into villains' eyes. You reek of trouble from miles away. Damn it, you think closing your eyes can save you? Su Shuang snorted coldly, his fingers prying open Li Yan's eyelids. Open them. Su Shuang yanked forcefully at Li Yan's eyelids. Help! They are kidnapping an innocent young man. Li Yang screamed at the top of his lungs. Shut up, someone get him. Su Shuang growled, never having encountered such a man before. Zero, pry his eyes open. Su Shuang commanded. Li Yan's arm glowed red as he slammed his elbow into Zero's ribs, only to recoil in pain as if striking steel. Zero brutally pried Li Yan's eyes open, forcing him to lock eyes with Su Shuang. Su Shuang's eyes glowed with violet light. Within moments, Li Yan's resistance ceased. Find an opportunity to eliminate Lin Xue. Su Shuang's plan was nearing completion. He couldn't tolerate any potential threats now. What? Me? Eliminate Lin Xue? Wait, why can't I control my body? Yes. Li Yan's voice rang out. Something's wrong. Am I being controlled? But why can I still think? Li Yang walked to the school gate where the driver was already waiting. Young Master Li Yang, this way. The driver waved to him. Li Yang got into the car, said let's go, then fell silent. Why does young master seem different today? He always greets me and chats about daily life during the ride. Why so quiet? The driver wondered. Maybe he's in a bad mood. The house was empty when he returned. Lin Xue hadn't come back from the military corps, and Lin Mu was handling company affairs. Only Li Yang remained at home. Li Yang took out his phone, opened Green Bubble, WeChat, and searched for Lin Xue. He wanted to ask if she'd return tonight. What's he doing now? Though unable to control his body, Li Yang could still observe his own actions. Li Yang clicked Lin Xue's profile picture and began typing a message. Darling, are you coming home tonight? I miss you. On the other end, Lin Xue. I might be back very late. You should sleep first. Though confused by Li Yan's behavior, Lin Xue quickly replied. It's okay, sweetheart, I'll wait for you. Staring at their screens, both Li Yang and Lin Xue shivered simultaneously. What's this farce? If you're going to impersonate me, at least do it convincingly. Would I ever talk like that? Maybe Li Yan's account got hacked, Lin Xue pondered. After sending these messages, Li Yang went to cook in the kitchen. While busy cooking, the sound of the door opening came from outside. Lin Xue's back. I can't control this body now. Hope Lin Xue stays alert. Though with her combat skills, me killing her seems unlikely. The moment she entered, Lin Xue heard Li Yan's internal monologue. Can't control his body. Lin Xue's mind buzzed with questions. Earlier at the military unit, she'd received intel these recent disappearances might be connected to that case from 20 years ago. That's the murderer who killed her mother. Lin Xue vowed to finally bring him to justice this time and avenge her mother's death. As Lin Xue stood frozen, Li Yang gently put her hand up, leading her to the dining table and seating her. Aya, Xiao Xue, why are you standing there? Sit down quickly. Haven't eaten yet. I cooked for you. Even as he spoke, Li Yang headed into the kitchen and brought out the meal he'd just prepared. What's this guy up to? I just watched him cook. Everything looked normal, no poison or anything. Doesn't make sense, doesn't make sense. The more Lin Xue listened to Li Yan's inner voice, the more certain she grew Li Yang was definitely being controlled. The intelligence Lin Xue had obtained from the military corps indicated Su Shuang could manipulate people. Never thought the control would extend to my own family. Lin Xue's expression turned frosty, her hand tightening on the knife hilt at her waist. But after a moment's consideration, she slowly sheathed the half-drawn blade back into its scabbard. After placing 4 dishes on the table, Li Yang smiled at Lin Xue and said, There's still a chicken soup simmering on the stove. I'll watch it, you start eating first. With that, Li Yang entered the kitchen and pulled out a small packet from his pocket. This was given by Su Shuang. Just a tiny amount could poison 5 or 6 adult women. Su Shuang had given Li Yang an entire packet. Li Yang opened the poison packet and tossed the entire packet, pouch and all, into the pot. The pouch containing the poison dissolved instantaneously in the chicken soup, leaving no visible trace of alteration. Poisoned. But this soup does look delicious. Don't get tempted, Lin Xue. Lin Xue, seated at the dining table, heard Li Yan's inner monologue with crystal clarity. Carrying the soup pot, Li Yang emerged from the kitchen to find Lin Xue staring intensely at him. Yet seeing her take 2 bites of food, he reassured himself she hadn't noticed anything unusual. Ah ha 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 ha, the chicken soup has arrived. Ah ha 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 ha, the chicken soup is here. Li Yang chuckled as he placed the chicken soup on the table. He personally ladled a bowl for Lin Xue and set it before her. Darling, this soup should be drunk while it's hot. Li Yang dipped the spoon into the broth, urging Lin Xue to drink quickly. Sweetheart, I'm exhausted from cooking all this time. I won't disturb your meal anymore. I'll head to bed first. Having said this, Li Yang turned to leave. You can't go. Lin Xue suddenly grabbed Li Yan's arm. Yan, I can't eat this. Someone said you bought a bottle of poison this afternoon. Did you put it in the soup? Has Lin Xue actually used her brain? Seems she noticed my abnormal behavior. Told you I never speak to Lin Xue like this normally. It's obvious at first glance. Oh dear, Xue, you always love joking around. Hurry and eat while it's hot. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm leaving. Li Yang smiled and prepared to go, but Lin Xue's hand maintained a tense grip on him. Ha ha ha, Xue, you wouldn't really believe those baseless rumors, would you? Li Yang forced an awkward smile. I do. I believe it completely. We're husband and wife. Why would I ever poison you? Li Yang tried to break free from Lin Xue's grasp but failed. If there's no poison, Lin Xue pushed the chicken soup toward Li Yang. Then drink this bowl yourself. Seriously, Lin Xue? You're really making me drink this? That's my body we're talking about. Now, Xue, this soup is too precious. You've worked hard all day, you should have it first. How could a humble teacher like me presume to drink this? Li Yang chuckled nervously, pushing the soup back. Look how hard you've been running around doing everything. What's a bowl of chicken soup? Lin Xue stared coldly at Li Yang. If you really won't drink it, that proves you poisoned it. This isn't right. Li Yan's back was drenched in cold sweat, his words stumbling. Who's trying to frame me today? Just kidding. You go back first. I'll go to bed after eating. Lin Xue smiled faintly and released Li Yan's hand. Good, that's good. I'll return to my room then. Li Yang walked to the corner and sneakily crouched there, observing Lin Xue. Lin Xue gazed at the chicken soup before her, lifted the bowl, and drained it in one gulp. Seriously, Lin Xue? I just praised you for growing a brain, and you chucked it immediately. Li Yang watched Lin Xue collapse onto the dining table, a venomous smile creeping across his face. For safety's sake, he waited several more minutes before approaching. Only after checking Lin Xue's lifeless pulse did he leave with satisfaction. But he didn't notice the new puddle of liquid in the trash can beneath the dining table. After Li Yang left, Lin Xue opened her eyes, took out her phone, and reported the situation to the Jinzhou Corps. Lin Xue had just teleported the chicken soup in her mouth using her special ability, essentially creating a small portal in her oral cavity, dumping the unconsumed liquid directly into the trash before it could reach her throat. She had concealed her pulse using the turtle breathing technique taught by the Corps, temporarily masking her vital signs. Lin Xue silently followed Li Yang beyond the city walls, trailing him to a derelict house 200 kilometers outside the urban perimeter. Li Yang descended into the basement, approaching Su Xuyuan, who was transplanting Xiahuaxian prime stone Xiahuaxian beside an operating table. Lin Xue has been dealt with. Well done. A smile blossomed across Su Xuyuan's face at the news. This time, he was more thoroughly prepared, his capabilities enhanced beyond previous attempts. Success had never felt so tangible. Sister Xuyuan, I'm almost there. Soon I'll see you again. Well done, Xuyuan. With just one more water primordial stone, we can meet again. The voice echoed by Su Xuyuan's ear, tinged with palpable excitement. Xuyuan? Who's that? Wait, since you're almost successful, just release me already. I need to check if Lin Xue can still be saved. After completing the surgery, Su Xuyuan turned his gaze towards Li Yang. Sister Xuyuan, what should we do with this person? Release him? Su Xuyuan inquired. Who are you talking to? Is there someone else here? The primordial stone in his body is rather intriguing. Extract it located at the cardiac position. Su Xuyuan advanced towards Li Yang with a scalpel, preparing to end him and retrieve the stone. This is it. Looks like today's the day I bite the dust here. Hearing Li Yan's inner monologue, Lin Xue hiding above abandoned concealment. She had originally planned to wait for teammates before acting, but with Li Yan's life hanging by a thread, she had no choice but to reveal herself. With her supernatural ability activated, Lin Xue materialized behind Su Shuang in an instant, longsword arcing through the air towards him. The sand on the ground suddenly stirred, rapidly ascending to coalesce into a protective barrier that intercepted the attack. The man on the operating table transformed his hands into sharp spikes, lunging towards Lin Xue. She tried to dodge, but the soil beneath her feet suddenly softened, trapping her ankles and anchoring her in place. Witnessing this, Lin Xue instantly blinked behind Li Yang, grabbing him as she prepared to flee the scene. But Li Yan's fists became engulfed in crimson light as he threw a punch at Lin Xue. It's not me. I can't control myself. Lin Xue swiftly evaded, Li Yan's fist grazing through her hair strands without making contact. Lin Xue stared coldly at Su Shuang and demanded, 20 years ago, did you kill a woman named Qilin? Don't recall. Though there was a light elemental superhuman, who nearly killed me back then. Might that be her? Su Shuang met Lin Xue's expressionless gaze, while watching her with provocative eyes. Lin Xue fell silent, grabbed her blade, activated her teleportation, and materialized before Su Shuang. But the instant she appeared, Zero materialized in front of her. His speed was blinding. Zero launched a punch wreathed in flames. Lin Xue raised her blade to block, but the impact sent her flying over a dozen meters backward. She only barely regained her footing after slamming into the wall. Holy hell! Even Lin Xue can't beat him. We're totally screwed. Su Shuang slowly closed the distance. Lin Xue, do you know why I want her dead? Because she stood in my way. And you, Lin Xue, so have you. Idiot! Don't look into his eyes. But the warning came too late. Lin Xue seemed to slip into her mother's perspective, charging wildly toward Su Shuang. Zero's arm morphed into a crystalline spike, lancing straight toward Lin Xue's heart. In an instant, Li Yang was enveloped in crimson light and lunged at Lin Xue, intercepting the fatal strike meant for her. Why? Why did my body move on its own to block the blade? The blade pierced straight through Li Yan's heart. Oh! You broke free from my control to save her. Your bond must be truly special, Su Shuang sneered. But those who stand in my way, perish. He commanded Subject Zero, eliminate them. Lin Xue stared at Li Yang who shielded her, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Yan's consciousness began fading. Am I dying? Forgive me. After I'm gone, please take care of Lin Xue. A voice identical to his own yet gentler echoed in his mind. Who are you? I am also Li Yang. As darkness claimed him, the grievous wound over his heart began miraculously sealing shut. Lin Xue ran with Li Yan's corpse, but the added burden drastically increased her exhaustion. She was captured before covering much distance. Lin Xue propped Li Yang against a tree trunk, ready to make her last stand. Their strikes moved with such ferocious speed that only blurred afterimages remained visible. Abruptly, Zero froze as if paused mid-motion. Seizing this opening, Lin Xue drove her blade through his chest. The killing thrust aimed for his heart, but at the final moment Zero wrenched free, deflecting the blade's trajectory. Tension drained from Lin Xue's body as she allowed herself a fractional breath of relief. A shimmering water blade materialized and struck Zero with crushing force, sending him crashing through the air. Su Sheng materialized beside her. You're hurt. We came too late. EU now LED platoon members in encircling Zero. Though formidable, the combatant's focus remained divided, half his attention still shielding Su Shuang. This split concentration left him perilously vulnerable, trapped in defensive maneuvers. Let's go, this battle is over, Lin Xue said to Su Sheng beside her. Su Sheng possessed formidable time-based abilities, capable of briefly freezing enemies and even reviving the dead to some extent. When they fought together, their combined power transcended simple arithmetic. 1 + 1 became exponentially greater. Their coordination flowed seamlessly, Su Sheng controlling the battlefield while Lin Xue delivered precise strikes, each attack leaving fresh wounds on Zero's body. Find a way to restrain that hydrokinetic. Su Shuang's ears caught the urgent command. Got it. Su Shuang made Zero erupt with sudden power, closing the distance to EU in an instant. Don't meet his gaze. Lin Xue's warning sliced through the air towards EU. Too late. Su Shuang's mental shackles already clamped around EU's consciousness. At that critical moment, Zero lunged forward, absorbing Yu's energy core into his own body. Deprived of his core's power, Yu collapsed weakly before being carelessly tossed aside. What's going on? I didn't control Zero. Su Xuan exclaimed in shock. Of course you didn't, it was me. A purple light shot out from Su Xuan's body and plunged into Zero's form. The instant golden light exploded from Zero. Its aura violently sent the surrounding people flying backward. Zero's eyes shed their hollow emptiness, now burning with boundless joy. Success! Now I lack nothing. Sister Xuan, you're revived? Mistaking the transformation, Su Xuan charged forward to embrace Zero. A palm strike sent him flying. I'm no Sister Xuan, I am a god. You lied to me. Give her back. Maddened by betrayal, Su Xuan lunged at Zero with fists raised. The outcome proved inevitable without Primal Stone enhancement. Zero's fist pierced through his chest. Fool! You were but my tool. Zero casually hurled Su Xuan away. With my purpose fulfilled, you're worthless. Submit, or perish. Zero declared. The immense pressure crushed the crowd, their struggling breaths turning ragged. Lin Xue defied the crushing force, snatching her blade while locking eyes with Su Shen. Su Shen instantly activated her ability, accelerating Lin Xue's temporal flow. This temporal surge drained her stamina mercilessly, a forbidden technique reserved for desperate straits. Lin Xue's body kicked into overdrive, her movements blurring as raw power coursed through her veins. In a phantom dash, she materialized behind Zero, blade slicing toward the nape of his neck. Zero didn't flinch. Inches from impact, Lin Xue's blade froze mid-air, halted by some bizarre force. Swish! Vines erupted from the earth, coiling around both women like serpentine shackles. Amusing insects, Zero sneered, flicking his wrist. The vines hurled them through the air like ragdolls. With casual cruelty, Zero summoned jagged ice spikes poised to transform his prey into human pincushions. Just as the ice spikes were about to pierce their bodies, whoosh, the scene froze instantaneously. Two white-haired elderly women in long robes materialized amidst the battlefield. I told you to hurry, but you insisted on finishing that damn game first. Look how badly the children are hurt. One granny scolded while twisting the other's ear. Oh! Enough already, sis. We've got an audience, save me some dignity. Don't be afraid, children. We're sent by regiment headquarters. I'm Long Yu, and this is my sister Long Xue. Granny Long Yu introduced with grandmotherly warmth, utterly ignoring Zero's existence. You too, dare look down on me? Zero roared furiously, breaking free from restraints to charge at them. Oh! Not completely useless after all. Long Yu casually raised her hand. Zero crashed to the ground as if crushed by a 1,000-pound weight. Little Lin Xue, watch closely. Spatial power isn't just for teleportation. As Long Yu spoke, he severed Zero's left arm with a casual wave. The cut surface gleamed unnaturally smooth, with the eerie absence of blood. Young Su Shen, observe carefully. This is how we wield time. Long Xue raised his hand, and Zero rapidly aged before their eyes. Within a blink, only ashes remained. No! Impossible! How can you be this powerful? The primordial stone burst from Zero's disintegrating form, revealing the pulsating purple crystal within. Curious. Spiritual awakening of primordial stones was forbidden post-liberation. This escaped specimen proves quite the fortunate catch. Long Yu effortlessly drew the violet stone into his palm. After resolving matters, both approached the girls. You show promise. Report to headquarters when recovered. With those words, Long Yu activated his ability, vanishing with his companion. They left behind a stunned crowd struggling to process events. In the hospital ward, Lin Xue found herself sharing a room with Li Yang. After a day of recovery, Li Yang finally regained consciousness. His body was gradually healing with no serious issues, though he could sense the primordial stone within him had fallen into a deep slumber. Li Yang, thank you. Lin Xue gazed at him from the adjacent hospital bed, her expression filled with utmost sincerity. For what? You're my wife. Isn't this what I should do? Though Li Yang didn't fully understand why he'd instinctively sprung into action to take a knife, he found himself content with Lin Xue's gratitude now that it had happened. Only that mysterious voice from that moment remained unexplained. Li Yang, what's on your mind? Lin Xue furrowed her brows in puzzlement for nearly an entire day. She hadn't heard his inner voice. Nothing. Li Yang equally couldn't comprehend why she suddenly asked this. During their hospital stay, they received numerous visitors. The first was Su Yu, who brought a fruit basket for Li Yang. After brief conversation, she went to visit her sister. Later, Hang Yuanman along with classmates from their class also came to see Li Yang. What left the deepest impression on Li Yang was a visitor named Qiaomuo, a fiery red-haired girl with a voluptuous figure dressed in a crop top and jeans, her ample assets threatening to spill out. Qiaomuo initially didn't notice Li Yang when entering the room, until Lin Xue introduced him as her husband. There was something subtly off about the way Qiaomuo looked at her. Though he didn't dwell on it, Li Yang later learned from Lin Xue that despite having many suitors, Qiaomuo showed no interest in men. There were even rumors in the court about her preferring women. A week later, both Li Yang and Lin Xue were back on their feet. That night, Lin Xue suddenly wrapped her arms around Li Yang's waist and whispered, "Let's have a baby." In one swift motion, Lin Xue lifted Li Yang and tossed him onto the bed. Can I be on top? No. Alright folks, go easy on the criticism. The author knows this is trash, but what's written is written, might as well post it. Originally intended to write a high-octane battle story, but ended up producing a colossal mess. The narrative crumbled into a fragmented mess. My deepest apologies, sincere apologies to readers who gave favorable reviews. Readers who've reached this point, please form an orderly queue to slap the author. For those seeking a single female lead narrative, consider this story concluded here. What follows isn't a ride destined for kindergarten. September 1st, Sunny. This is my final year at Huangfei Military Academy. I must build better relationships with classmates and make them stop disliking me. The teacher handling registration seems new. Never saw him before. So handsome. When registering, the teacher said I'm cute. Yay! Yay! First time someone praised me ever. But I was too shy to talk with him. What a pity. 下划线. September 2nd, cloudy turning sunny. The new teacher is our theory instructor. His voice is angelic. But a girl like me would never catch his attention. September 23 RD, sunny. Same old story. No one wants to play with me. They call me daddy's girl. But I didn't choose this. If I were tall and strong like elder sister, maybe they wouldn't hate me. October 2nd, sunny. Got knocked over during lunch. Hot soup splashed on my arm. Ouch. The teacher took my hand and led me to the infirmary. Their hand was so soft, so warm, so comforting. October 10th, sunny. I accidentally discovered that the teacher often plays games in the grove during lunch breaks. I've decided starting today, no more naps. I'm going to watch the teacher instead. October 20th, cloudy. The teacher called me. They even remembered my name. I'm so happy. Hee, the teacher called me cute and ruffled my hair. I asked what game they were playing. The teacher said it's called something like 星号王者荣耀星号 or something. Ugh, I was too flustered to hear clearly. I'll ask again tomorrow. November 1st, cloudy turning to rain. It wasn't raining when I left for school, but it poured on the way home in the afternoon. I didn't bring an umbrella. I ran into the teacher on the road. They let me into their car and offered to drive me home. Hee, the teacher's clothes smelled so nice, so cozy. Sitting so close to the teacher. I really wanted to curl up in their lap. November 25th, sunny. Today, my sister came back home. I told her about school matters, and she said we must find an opportunity to express gratitude to the teacher. She also mentioned that Li Yang is Sister Lin Xue's husband. Well, it's only natural for someone as exceptional as teacher to be married. But why does this make me feel somewhat unsettled? Their bond must be incredibly strong. How I envy Sister Lin Xue. December 3rd, sunny. Someone in class had a fever today. Teacher touched her forehead. After class, teacher personally escorted her to the infirmary. So I'm not special after all. Teacher treats every student with such kindness. I desperately wish teacher's eyes would see only me. December 23 RD, sunny. The street hooligans came demanding money again, in that pitch-black alley. I don't know why teacher came to this out-of-the-way place. I wanted to stop teacher from approaching, terrified they'd harm teacher. The thugs' eyes lit up when they saw teacher. They started making provocative remarks as they advanced. I ran in front of them and said, I'll give you money. Please don't hurt the teacher. The teacher patted my head and told me, "Little Xue, you're quite brave. But next time this happens, learn to fight back. Begging your enemies not to hurt you will only excite them more." As she spoke, the teacher's hands glowed crimson red and she knocked them all down. Teacher is invincible. December 29th, sunny. Winter break has started. So boring. I miss teacher. January 5th, sunny. My sister came back and brought me raw stones, telling me to fuse with them. I seem to have awakened hypnosis abilities. Xue, don't you dare entertain those thoughts. She's your teacher. January 16th, sunny. School finally started again. Saw teacher once more. My heart soared. She looks even more beautiful now. February 2nd, sunny. I couldn't resist. Secretly used my hypnosis ability on her. But teacher showed no reaction at all. Of course. How could someone so powerful ever be controlled by me? But I like teacher so much. February 8th, cloudy. Today I wore my hair in a bun, and the teacher complimented me on being adorable, even pinched my cheeks. I'm blissfully happy. Hee, does teacher have a thing for cute types? March 16th, sunny. After saving up for 2 months, I finally bought the latest gaming console and presented it to teacher. I dashed off too quickly to see whether teacher liked it or not. But since he's such a gaming enthusiast, he must love my gift, right? March 28th, sunny. My psychic ability is getting more refined, yet I still can't control teacher. Xue, what are you thinking? Even if you could control teacher, you mustn't do anything. If you try this, teacher will surely resent you. April 10th, sunny. Lately, whenever I approach teacher, my whole body burns with this irresistible urge to hug him. April 25th, sunny. While teacher was away from the office, I sneaked into his seat. I commanded others in the office to forget my presence. The chair the teacher sat on still carries their scent. I want to take it so badly, but it's too big to carry. The teacher might notice it's missing. I took the portrait photo stuck on the teacher's desk. Hee, teacher, I like you so much. May 26th, sunny. Damn it. Why did I speak to the teacher that way? Please don't hate me. I couldn't bear it if you did. June 16th, sunny. Heard the teacher got injured. Went to visit them and their older sister at the hospital. Lin Xue's older sister kept staring at me. It was terrifying. June 26th, sunny. The teacher came back to teach our class. Seems they've recovered well. Tried it again. This time, it might have worked. June 27th, sunny. Brought the teacher to the rooftop. Their eyes looked hollow. I burrowed into their embrace so warm, so safe. I want to stay like this forever. June 28th, sunny. Summer break approaches. My final vacation before joining the military corps. Don't want to be separated from teacher. June 29th, sunny. Elder sister said she's going to regiment headquarters for special training with sister Lin Xue, and won't return home for a month or 2. Hee, teacher, hee. Li Yang was awakened by the morning alarm clock. He slammed his hand on the clock and burrowed back under the covers. Last night marked the 5th round. In less than a week, Li Yang had been contorted into every conceivable position. The previous night's doctor-patient roleplay had particularly exhausted him. Lin Xue woke to the alarm too. As she sat up, a spring scenery flashed momentarily her enviable figure and fair skin accentuated by crimson marks dotting those peaks, clearly not mosquito bites. Savoring memories of last night's frenzy, Lin Xue smiled at the quilt-wrapped lump that was Li Yang. Ever since their first encounter a week ago, Lin Xue found herself developing an insatiable appetite for these nocturnal activities. Li Yang was starting to feel drained. Lin Xue flipped back the quilt, revealing her long, milky white thighs in their full, rounded glory. After dressing, she went to instruct the maid about breakfast preparations. Still not up. Skipping work today. Lin Xue slapped Li Yan's buttocks. Li Yang wriggled in the quilt, emerging with dark circles that screamed resentment. You remember work today. Ever consider what you did last night? Never could Li Yang imagine the usually aloof Lin Xue turned into such a wildcat after dark. Li Yang rose reluctantly. By the time he finished washing, breakfast already steamed on the table, prepared by servants. My special training at Core HQ starts today. Might be gone 2 months. Lin Xue swallowed her rice, addressing Li Yang. Go ahead. Finally get some peace. Li Yang mumbled through a mouthful of fried egg. Actually, HQ allows family. And summer breaks coming. Lin Xue's gaze held tentative hope. Those eyes made Li Yan's knees turn to jelly. What's with that expectant look in your eyes? Li Yang wondered inwardly, though Lin Xue could no longer hear his thoughts now. I'm not going. I'd rather stay home gaming. Li Yang chugged his milk in one gulp. Done eating. I'm off. Without further ado, Li Yang changed shoes and left, where the driver already waited at the entrance. During the commute, Li Yang realized he'd been spacing out frequently lately. Especially at noon, sometimes he'd zone out and time would leap from 12 p.m. straight to 1 p.m. He initially thought he'd fallen asleep at the office. Must be those intense nightly activities draining my daytime energy. Arriving at the school gate, Li Yang exited the car. At the entrance, he spotted Su Yu running towards him. Good morning, teacher. Su Yu's flushed cheeks glowed, her twin ponytails bouncing. Sweat droplets trailed down her face, with stray strands of hair clinging to her forehead from perspiration, an utterly heart-meltingly adorable sight that should probably be illegal. Wow, little Su Yu's cuteness is absolutely breaking the rules today. Li Yang smiled and patted Su Yu's head. Su Yu, did you run to school? Yes, teacher. I need to exercise. Su Yu nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice. Ever since their first meeting, Li Yang had desperately wanted a sister, and Su Yu perfectly embodied every detail of his ideal little sister fantasy. If asked whether he harbored other thoughts, Li Yang would vehemently deny it. After all, he wasn't some lolicon creep. He simply treated Su Yu as a younger sister. Moreover, Li Yang had already become intimate with Lin Xue. A man who took relationships seriously, he now focused entirely on building a life with the woman who'd accepted him. To Li Yang, Su Yu was just a sister, nothing more. The teacher is so gentle, I really like it, so much. Though Su Yu's face remained calm, her heart was soaring with joy. They walked side by side towards the classroom. By the way, teacher, is Sister Lin Xue departing for special training at the Corps headquarters today? Su Yu looked up at Li Yang with an innocent expression. Yes, how did you know, Su Yu? That. Sister told me herself. Because she's going to. Oh, I see. Li Yang didn't ponder further. Class, this is our final lesson together. Though I've only taught you for a year, we've made tremendous progress together. I hope the knowledge I've imparted will serve you well in the future. As this is the last class, starting tomorrow, students who haven't awakened their abilities will take the college entrance exams, while those with awakened abilities, the stronger ones already recruited by the Corps, can enjoy what might be their last summer vacation before adulthood. As for those with weaker abilities, some continue to develop their skills during summer vacation, as the Corps would hold another social recruitment in September. Others chose to take the college entrance exam and live as ordinary people. In high school, Li Yang always thought teachers' claims of reluctance to part with students were fake. After all, they'd been cycling through 3-year teaching batches repeatedly. How could they develop real affection? But when he actually became a teacher himself, he discovered these vibrant teenagers truly grew on him. Standing at the podium, he spoke from the heart at length. With his approachable nature, witty humor, and remarkably accessible teaching style, not to mention his strikingly handsome looks, Li Yang became universally beloved by students, cutting across gender lines with his charm. Some male students had already begun silently shedding tears, while female classmates' eyes were welling up with emotion. Teacher, we don't want you to go. Hong Yuanman suddenly blurted out with dramatic wailing. Every class indeed has its resident drama queen, though Hong Yuanman took conspicuousness to new heights. His shout successfully amused everyone. The originally somewhat melancholic farewell atmosphere instantly turned cheerful. Hong Yuanman, asking for a beating? Li Yang said to Hong Yuanman with a laughter in his voice. Teacher, I just can't bear to part with you, Hong Yuanman replied with a cheeky grin, though her red-rimmed eyes betrayed her true feelings. No one noticed Su Yu in the corner glaring viciously at Hong Yuanman. What Su Yu envied wasn't the girl's cheerful nature, but her close rapport with the teacher. The teacher is mine. Su Yu murmured, head bowed, fingers whitening as they clutched her clothes, her body trembling like weeping willow branches in the wind. In truth, her trembling came from barely contained excitement. The mere thought of today's plan sent thrilling shivers through her body with dark anticipation. At noon, Hong Yuanman sat across from Li Yang. Teacher, considering how hard I performed in class today, please delete that video. Please. You don't make such disgusting sounds during lunch. Li Yang tapped Hong Yuemon's head with the blunt end of his chopsticks. When you've made a name for yourself in the Corps, then we'll talk. By then, if you order me to delete it, I wouldn't dare refuse. Li Yang teased. Teacher, how could I ever command you? You'll always be my teacher. At noon, Li Yang was discussing summer vacation plans with teachers in the office. Hey Teacher Li Yang, the school's organizing a summer trip. Are you joining? A colleague asked. I'm not going. Li Yang replied without hesitation. Why not? A free trip would be great. Li Yi beside him chimed in, already decided on going. Why exhaust myself traveling when gaming at home is way more comfortable? At that moment, the sensation came again. Before long, Li Yang lost consciousness. I'm going out for a bit, Li Yang said to Li Yi beside him before turning to leave. Strange. Why has Xiao Li been going out every noon recently? Li Yi wondered but didn't press further. Everyone deserves their privacy. On the rooftop, Su Yu was already waiting. Seeing Li Yang arrive, she locked the door and embraced him in one swift motion. Su Yu's face now glowed crimson, her eyes devoid of their usual softness. Arms wrapped around Li Yin's waist, the 1.5-meter-tall Su Yu found her head perfectly nestled against the 1.7-meter-tall man's chin. Su Yu kept nuzzling against Li Yin's chest like an anxious kitten. Gazing at Li Yin's face, Su Yu reached up to caress it. Mr. Li, you're so beautiful. I really like you. Su Yu had been growing bolder recently. What began as innocent gestures like hand-holding had escalated to her boldly nestling into Li Yin's embrace, wriggling against him. Su Yu traced her fingers along Li Yin's jawline, gazing at him with rapt fascination. Don't worry, Professor, she murmured. I'd never use my abilities to coerce you. Her words dissolved as she buried her face against his chest. I simply want your eyes to only have eyes for me. Did I fall asleep again? Li Yang raised his head groggily from the desk, ink stains on his cheek, no recollection of the preceding events. The clock showed 下午1点半. He splashed water on his face, preparing for his 2 afternoon classes. When the final bell rang, students exchanged farewells at the classroom threshold before parting ways at the crossroads. Li Yang was tidying up his office materials when Su Yu's voice froze him mid-step. Professor, I've got questions. She stepped inside, closing the door with a soft click. The empty office now held only 2 souls, teacher and student. Oh, Su Yu, what brings you to see the teacher? Seeing Su Yu lowering her head and twisting her index fingers together, Li Yang assumed she couldn't bear to part with him and wanted to bid farewell again. Well, Su Yu gradually closed the distance between them. When she got close enough, she suddenly snapped her head up and locked eyes with Li Yang. Li Yang only saw a pair of crimson glowing eyes before his consciousness slipped away. I just wanted to ask if teacher could wait for me after everyone leaves so I can kidnap you home, my dear teacher. Su Yu trembled with barely contained excitement seeing her scheme succeed. The driver at the gate grew puzzled as students kept leaving while Li Yang remained absent. The teacher who usually dashed out earlier than anyone, what could detain him today? As she reached for her phone to call him, Li Yang finally emerged. Approaching the car, he instructed, the school organized an impromptu trip departing today. Inform the household staff they needn't come for 2 months. With those words, he turned on his heel and walked back into the school building. Why does young Master Li Yang seem a bit strange today too? Wait, why did I say too? The driver felt puzzled, but being just a chauffeur, she couldn't concern herself too much. Deciding not to dwell on it, she reported to the servants before heading home. With the school now completely empty, Su Yu finally emerged, holding Li Yin's hand as they walked towards her residence. Su Yu deliberately chose a secluded pet home, anxious about encountering classmates. Fortunately, the journey passed without incident. What's happened to me? Li Yang regained consciousness. His last memory was seeing Su Yu's eyes glowing red. In truth, Su Yu didn't need eye contact to control someone, but the effect was less reliable. To ensure success, she deliberately met Li Yin's gaze. Li Yang discovered himself bound spread-eagled on a bed, ropes securing all 4 limbs in a dark character formation. Where is this? Have I been kidnapped? Li Yang struggled violently, but without the enhancement of the primordial stone, he now only possessed the strength of an average man, utterly incapable of breaking free. At this moment, Su Yu pushed the door open and entered. Su Yu now wore only a white spaghetti-strap nightgown printed with tiny yellow flowers. Fresh from the shower, her damp hair clung to her skin, while an unnatural flush colored her cheeks. Though petite in stature, Su Yu's figure blossomed remarkably. The strategic cut of her nightgown revealed a deep, shadowy valley illuminated by the lamplight, a striking contrast of childlike face with an astonishingly voluptuous figure. Su Yu pounced onto the bed, collapsing into Li Yan's embrace. Clutching his neck, she inhaled deeply with intoxicated delight. "Teacher," she murmured, her voice honeyed, "you smell divine." Li Yang felt two marshmallow-like softnesses rubbing against him. Silently reciting the heart-cleansing mantra, he clenched his jaw to suppress his body's instinctive reactions. "Su Yu, have you lost your mind?" Li Yang never imagined he'd be kidnapped, least of all by the usually harmless-looking Su Yu. "Su Yu, get off me this instant. I'm warning you." Li Yan's tone turned stern. His feelings for her had always been brotherly, nothing more. Su Yu rose up, her gaze locking with his. "I love you, teacher. I want to be with you." Li Yan's resolve wavered as he met her wet, glistening eyes and that pathetic expression. But when his gaze inadvertently dipped lower, he nearly choked. Su Yu wasn't wearing anything underneath. The teacher hastily averted his eyes, his crumbling resolve mirroring his slumped shoulders. "At least untie me first. This is unacceptable, Su Yu. Even if you care for me, kidnapping your teacher is no way to express it." Li Yang tried to reason with Su Yu in his current powerless state. He couldn't possibly defeat her, especially in a world where ordinary women possessed 2 to 3 times more physical strength than men, let alone Su Yu who was enhanced by the originium. "But I don't want to leave you, teacher. I want to stay with you forever." Su Yu wouldn't listen, her single-minded determination burning like trapped lightning in a storm cloud. She would keep her teacher bound to her side. Su Yu's parents had died in a car accident when she was 6, leaving her and her sister to rely solely on each other. Yet her sister's relentless busyness left no room for companionship, and school offered only isolation without friends. This loveless upbringing carved hollow spaces in her heart, spaces that Li Yan's arrival unexpectedly filled, pouring light into her emotional voice like sudden sunrise through prison bars. But the affection Su Yu nurtured for Li Yang was now mutating, its vines twisting into dangerous configurations that threatened to strangle them both. Su Yu clutched Li Yang tighter, collapsing into his lap like falling marble, her weight both prison and confession. Li Yang struggled against his bonds, laying standing taut beneath restrained limbs, crushed beneath the gravity of Su Yu's desperate embrace. "Su Yu, look at me like this is not a solution. You restraining the teacher makes me terribly uncomfortable." Li Yang sighed helplessly. "Then promise you won't leave, okay?" Su Yu stared at Li Yang, her eyes red-rimmed, as if she'd burst into tears the instant he refused. Li Yang ultimately relented, though he firmly declined Su Yu's request to share his bed. After securely locking the door, Su Yu let a faint smile surface outside the room. "Teacher is so wonderfully gullible. Mine. Forever mine." It wasn't that Li Yang was gullible. His perception of Su Yu remained frozen at adorable, naive little girl. He simply couldn't conceive her capable of such actions. Watching Su Yu depart, Li Yang rose to test the doorknob. The metallic click confirmed his suspicion. Locked. He drifted to the window. Well-reinforced security bars stared back, their cold steel teeth biting into the frame. Resigned, Li Yang dismissed concerns. Surely this was temporary, just a dependent soul struggling with separation anxiety, he reasoned. A momentary lapse driven by attachment's sharp withdrawal. Tomorrow's psychological counseling would fix everything, he decided. By dawn, reason would prevail and she'd release him. Little did he know this fatal miscalculation would soon plunge him into unimaginable turmoil. The narrow bed embraced Li Yang with Su Yu's signature fragrance, jasmine and inkstone. Her private sanctuary, then. Consciousness surrendered swiftly to exhaustion's tide. Beyond his sleeping perception, shadows shifted. Within the hour, silent footsteps materialized at his bedside, Su Yu's moonlit silhouette hovering like a phantom bride. Su Yu gazed at Li Yan's sleeping face bathed in moonlight, crouching silently by the bedside. An uncanny smile crept across her lips. "Professor, I'll make you fall for me. You're mine." On Su Yu's desk lay quietly a book titled 100 Ways to Make a Man Fall in Love with You. At dawn, Li Yang woke from a nightmare where he'd rejected Su Yu's confession. Her expression twisted as she grinned horrifically. "Then I'll have to preserve you as a specimen. That way Professor won't leave me, belonging solely to me." An ice-cold blade plunged into his heart. Ha! Why such a dream? Su Yu so sweet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh, Professor's awake. Su Yu flew onto the bed the moment she saw Li Yang sitting up, embracing him while nuzzling her head against his abdomen. Su Yu, calm down first. Li Yang felt slightly awkward because little Li Yang was particularly energetic this morning. Su Yu obediently climbed down. Teacher, I just finished cooking when you woke up. Let me bring it to you now. This wasn't coincidence. There was a painting on the wall facing Li Yang containing a pinhole camera. Su Yu had deliberately entered after seeing Li Yang sit up through surveillance. Rule Jinghao, eat to make men fall for you. Be diligent. No man likes a lazy woman who sits around waiting to be served. Thus Su Yu timed her arrival exactly when Li Yang awoke, presenting breakfast to showcase her diligence. Rule Jinghao Shi to make men fall for you. Cook for him. To capture a man's heart, first conquer his stomach. Having cooked since childhood, Su Yu's culinary skills were exceptional. Soon she returned with a tray bearing a heart-shaped fried egg, fresh salad, and a bowl of sea cucumber meat porridge. Professor, eat while it's hot. Su Yu placed the tray before Li Yang. You want me to eat in bed? I just woke up, for crying out loud. At least let me freshen up first. You, Li Yang addressed her. I literally just opened my eyes. Let me get up and wash my face before eating. Alright, whatever you say, Professor. Do feel free to make any other requests though. Rule 20 for making men fall for you. Strive to fulfill men's demands, even unreasonable ones. This demonstrates devotion while showcasing your capability. Why does Su Yu feel different today? Freshly groomed, Li Yang and Su Yu sat facing each other at the dining table. Pushing away his empty bowl, Li Yang broke the silence. We need to talk. The two sat on the living room sofa. Li Yang looked solemnly at Su Yu and said, Su Yu, what you feel for me isn't love. It's dependency, like a child's reliance on their parents. I only see you as a younger sister. We can still keep in touch regularly. Moreover, I already have a family. So Su Yu, there can never be anything between us. But little Su Yu could become my sister. I've always wanted an adorable little sister like you. Let's pretend this never happened. You'll still be the same lovely Su Yu. Su Yu listened silently until Li Yang finished speaking. I understand, Mr. Li. I'm not a child. I know exactly what my feelings for you are. I don't want to just be your sister, she finally responded, her voice trembling. As she spoke, little pearls began to fall from her eyes. Li Yang panicked, awkwardly patting her back in consolation. Article 45 of Making Men Fall for You. Master the art of performance. Become whatever type of woman your target desires. The teacher really fell for this act. Su Yu sobbed with tears streaming like pear blossoms, yet her heart was bursting with joy. I just love you, teacher. Please don't leave me. Li Yang had no choice but to adopt a firm tone. Su Yu, this is impossible between us. I have a wife whom I deeply love. Stop this unreasonable behavior. With these words, he stood up to leave. Behind Li Yan's retreating figure, Su Yu's expression froze as she stared at his back. Just as Li Yan's hand touched the doorknob, his body suddenly stiffened. Teacher, I won't let you leave. Su Yu rushed over and embraced Li Yang from behind. Li Yang found himself trapped, neither able to fight free nor escape physically. It seems Su Yu's psychological state can't be corrected anytime soon. Yet Li Yang couldn't foresee that Su Yu's psyche had already surpassed correction, her inner desire swelling like an unstoppable tide. Over the next 3 days, Su Yu didn't do anything extreme to Li Yang. In fact, she became alarmingly accommodating to his every demand. When he wanted to play video games, Su Yu joined him, even buying the latest PS6. Whatever he craved to eat, she cooked without complaint. She fulfilled nearly all his requests, except permitting him to leave the apartment. Li Yang had repeatedly asked to go outside during these days, but Su Yu consistently refused. On the first day, Li Yang tested boundaries by making outrageous demands, hoping to annoy Su Yu into releasing him. He ordered a PS6, complained about the bed needing replacement, demanded room redecorations, a relentless stream of absurd requests. Su Yu fulfilled every single one. The second day brought new tactics. Li Yang resorted to deliberate sabotage. When Su Yu served breakfast, he dramatically smashed the dishes to the floor, declaring the food disgusting and inedible. Su Yu poured him water, but he said it was too hot to drink. She let it cool before handing it to him again, only for him to complain it was now too cold. Throughout the day, Li Yang either picked fights or tried to provoke Su Yu. To his surprise, she showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, she seemed thoroughly enjoying herself. This made Li Yang wonder if Su Yu had awakened some strange new trait. That night, Su Yu wrote in her journal, "We acted just like a real couple. So happy. I'll definitely make teacher fall for me." After writing, Su Yu hugged the book 100 Ways to Make a Man Fall in Love with You and drifted into sleep. Press 1 to accelerate Su Yu's corruption. On the third day, Li Yang resolved to free Su Yu out. He believed that whether in the original world or this one, no one could withstand the cruelty of emotional neglect. Teacher, breakfast is ready. Early in the morning, Su Yu dashed into Li Yan's room as usual, first diving into his embrace for a playful role. But today, Li Yang wore an icy mask, ignoring her. When Su Yu lunged toward him, he flipped off the bed in one swift motion, leaving her clutching empty air. Li Yang maintained glacial silence, refusing to speak or even glance at Su Yu. At the dining table, Li Yang ate mechanically while Su Yu watched him with nervous side glances. Teacher, does today's breakfast suit your taste? Su Yu gazed at him with hopeful, shimmering eyes. Li Yan's stony face remained impassive. If teacher doesn't like it, I'll make you something else. Panic crept into Su Yu's voice. Still silent, Li Yang continued eating as if dining alone, the clink of cutlery amplifying the suffocating quiet. After finishing the meal, he turned and left without hesitation, plopped down on the sofa, and started playing games with his legs casually propped up. Su Yu cleared the tableware and went to wash the dishes. Watching Su Yu's busy figure from behind, Li Yang actually felt a pang of guilt, but having no alternative, he hardened his resolve. Emerging from the kitchen, Su Yu immediately rushed to Li Yan's side, wrapping her arms around his elbow while coaxing in a sweet tone, "Teacher, what are you playing? Can I join you?" Li Yang felt his arm sink into soft warmth. Without a word, he withdrew his arm and scooted over to create distance. "Are you angry with me, teacher?" Su Yu leaned closer, studying Li Yan's face. Her wide, doe-like eyes glistened with faint redness as she gazed at him. Su Yu was deploying her old ploy, fully aware that Li Yang yielded to vulnerability rather than confrontation. But this time, Li Yang didn't even glance her way. Su Yu deployed coquettish antics and acted cute, exhausting every tactic, even changing into the maid outfit Li Yang loved most. But Li Yang had steeled his resolve to give her the cold shoulder the entire day. Anxious and confused, Su Yu had believed Li Yang had started to accept her. Otherwise, why would he have lashed out so unreasonably these past 2 days? She'd read novels where male leads acted exactly like this toward female leads. Su Yu wouldn't mind if Li Yang heckled her, scolded her, even struck her. She still fretted over whether his hands were hooked. The one thing Su Yu truly feared was Li Yan's silence. Throughout the day, she tried every conceivable approach. At nightfall, Su Yu whispered dejectedly, "Teacher, I'll let you leave tomorrow. Just please don't ignore me anymore." Tears welled as she spoke. Hearing her capitulation and promised release, Li Yang finally dropped the act. He gently patted her head. "Su Yu, this was necessary. I hold no grudge. If you miss me, you know where to find me." Su Yu stopped sobbing upon hearing Li Yan's words and threw herself into his arms. "Really, teacher? Of course it's true. Didn't I say I wanted to adopt Su Yu as my sworn little sister?" Li Yang let her cling to him without resistance. Su Yu wiped her tears, gazing at Li Yang with glistening eyes. "All right then. Good night, teacher." "Good night, Su Yu." It's truly not easy, huh? Returning to her room and closing the door, Su Yu's expression suddenly contorted into a sinister expression as her pupils shifted from black to crimson. Useless trash of a book. She grabbed 100 Ways to Make a Man Fall for You and tore it to shreds. "Teacher, you brought this on yourself." Deep in the night, Li Yang slept soundly. Suddenly, a bowl of water splashed across his face, jolting him awake. Li Yang tried to wipe his face but found his hands bound to the armrests, legs shackled to the chair legs. Seated across from Li Yang was Su Yu. The frail demeanor Su Yu displayed during daylight hours had vanished, replaced by a commanding presence that radiated an aura of authority. With legs crossed in casual dominance, she propped her chin on one hand while loose hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her mocking gaze locked onto Li Yang as her other hand absently twirled an empty bowl. Su Yu set down the bowl and approached Li Yang. "Su Yu, what's the meaning of this? Untie me." Li Yan's rage boiled over, first being doused awake at midnight, now trussed up like livestock. "You promised to let me go tomorrow. Explain this treachery." He glared at her with indignation burning in his eyes. Barefoot and diminutive yet formidable, Su Yu tiptoed closer. She cupped his chin, bringing her lips perilously close to his ear, Professor, you're adorable when naive. Did you truly believe I'd release you? Her tongue flicked against his earlobe in a predatory caress. Li Yang felt a tingling sensation in his ear and quickly sidestepped. Su Yu, Mr. Li is truly angry. Release me immediately. The situation proved the old adage true. When you lack strength, even your anger is seen as coquetry in others' eyes. Su Yu stared at Li Yang with morbid fascination, sending a chill down his spine. Su Yu clamped her hand on Li Yan's jaw, the pressure making his chin ache. Teacher, I can't hold back anymore. Su Yu pressed her lips against his. Li Yang tried to turn away, but her iron grip immobilized his head. The girl's mouth launched frenzied assaults, no technique, only raw emotion. Li Yan's lips went numb from the relentless pressure. When Su Yu's tongue attempted invasion, he barricaded his teeth, desperately warding off her advance. Su Yu pinched his face, forcibly prying Li Yan's mouth open before frantically sucking. After what felt like an eternity, they separated. Su Yu wore an intoxicated expression, still savoring the lingering sensation. Li Yan's lips throbbed with swelling, feeling alien and disconnected from his body. Su Yu, have you gone mad? How will you explain this to your sister? Oh, so the professor's worried about being discovered. Li Yan's rage left him speechless. Su Yu, I'm giving you one last chance. Let me leave now, and I'll pretend none of this happened. Ha ha ha. Professor, you're still so amusing. If I can't have your heart. Her voice dropped to a predatory purr, then I'll just take your body. Su Yu, you. Don't call me Su Yu. She dug her fingers into his cheeks, madness blazing in her eyes. Call me master. Li Yang couldn't comprehend how the Su Yu who'd been perfectly normal during the day had suddenly become this. Su Yu, are you being affected by the origin stone? Li Yang suspected the stone's influence, as cases of hosts being mentally compromised by the origin stone were numerous. Of course not. And teacher should address me as master. This is your final reminder. Next mistake will earn you punishment. Su Yu extended her finger to tease Li Yan's chin. Teacher, do you love me? Tapping Li Yan's face in both hands, Su Yu forced him to meet her gaze. I love you, my ass. Naturally, Li Yang swallowed those words. With Su Yu's current unstable state, he believed she was capable of anything. He simply closed his eyes, ignoring her. Teacher, ignoring your master's questions also warrants punishment. Su Yu smirked eerily and returned with a glass of water. Clenching Li Yan's jaw, she poured the liquid down his throat. What did you make me drink? Dizziness overwhelmed Li Yang as the potion took effect. His consciousness blurred while scorching heat spread through his veins, burning him from within. Su Yu untied the ropes binding Li Yan's hands and feet, settled back into her chair, and gazed at him with barely contained excitement. Professor, the antidote is right in front of you. Li Yang felt his body burning up. Li Yan's thoughts grew muddled. As he tried to stand, his legs gave way beneath him, sending him collapsing to the floor. Su Yu stood directly before him. Su Yu lifted Li Yan's chin with her finger, gazing down at him with half-lidded eyes. If you beg me, Professor, I might relieve your suffering. Li Yang flicked Su Yu's foot away with one hand, pushing himself up on trembling arms. He fought to maintain clarity through the haze. My, what remarkable resolve. Su Yu's smile didn't waver. She could easily hypnotize him into servitude. But she preferred this game. Su Yu seized Li Ying's hand and pressed it against her cheek. How warm your hands are, Professor. Ah! With sudden force, Li Yang shoved her away. Caught off guard, Su Yu staggered back several steps. Rage twisted Su Yu's features as she clenched his collar. Let's see how long your precious resolve lasts. With that, she sat down on the chair and looked down at Li Yang from her commanding position. Su Yu, I'm your teacher. How could you do this? Li Yan's face flushed crimson as he panted heavily. Lin Xue and your sister Su Shen are close friends. Have you considered your sister's feelings by doing this? Li Yang curled into a fetal position on the floor, feeling his resistance crumbling. No! This can't happen. Li Yang clenched his fists, anchoring himself to rationality. Just as his resolve was about to shatter, the primal stone within him flickered. The physical torment eased slightly, though his clothes remained soaked with sweat. Su Yu frowned. Impossible. With the dosage I administered, no man should withstand this. Approaching for inspection, she found Li Yang limp and speechless on the floor. Though drained of strength, his body had inexplicably entered a bearable state. Without ceremony, Su Yu scooped Li Yang up and flung him onto the bed. Teacher, I don't know what method you used to endure it before, but I can't tolerate you being like this now. Wait, Su Yu, how old are you? Teacher really is forgetful. Have you already forgotten I just turned 19? Su Yu stared down at Li Yang beneath her, eyes gleaming with predatory intensity. Completely drained of strength, Li Yang couldn't resist. He simply closed his eyes and turned his head aside. Fine, have it your way. Do whatever you want. With a sharp rip, Su Yu tore open her own clothes. Li Yan's sculpted physique was revealed, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. This wasn't from gym workouts, but rather the enhancement from the primordial stone that had reconstructed his body. Seeing her teacher's vulnerable state, Su Yu's restraint shattered completely. She pinned his head back with both hands, capturing his chin, and devoured his lips with hungry fervor. After prying open Li Yan's lips, Su Yu plunged in like a spear, frantically churning inside his mouth. Li Yang tried pushing her away with his hands but lacked utter strength. He felt his mouth turning into a human blender. Su Yu's small head shifted downward while maintaining relentless oral assault. Su Yu's keen ears caught the muffled groan. She shot Li Yang an excited glance, though he remained eyes clenched with furrowed brows. Li Yan's hands clawed at the bedsheets like desperate talons. After playful moments, Su Yu continued her descent. Her fingers traced lightly over Li Yan's abdominal muscles, venturing toward his lower abdomen. Su Yu's breathing grew rapid as she yanked down the deep blue boxer briefs adorned with cartoon puppies. How does teacher stay this adorable? Su Yu gulped, staring with the intensity of someone beholding a priceless artifact. After the violent storm, Li Yang felt all sensation leave his body as he drifted into a heavy, unconscious sleep. Su Yu also fell asleep with her arm draped over Li Yan's neck. When Li Yang opened his eyes the next morning, he found Su Yu lying sideways beside him, her wide eyes fixed on his face. Had yesterday's events not occurred, he might have mistaken this for the return of her soft and adorable self. They lay facing each other under the same quilt. Li Yan's body ached from head to toe after Su Yu's exhausting ordeal with him the previous night. He didn't know how to face Su Yu, let alone Lin Xue. Though forced into the situation, as a transmigrator, he didn't feel particularly disadvantaged. Yet a heavy discomfort gnawed at Li Yan's conscience. He felt he betrayed Lin Xue. Being deeply sentimental, he had resolved to live earnestly with Lin Xue and abandoned his former playboy tendencies. But this mess left him utterly clueless about how to explain things to Lin Xue. Given Lin Xue's temperament, she'd probably chop Su Yu to pieces. But Su Sheng is her sworn sister, and Su Yu is Su Sheng's younger sister. Ugh, this is so infuriating. Li Yang grew increasingly agitated, turning around to present his back to Su Yu. Su Yu yanked Li Yang over, pulling him into her embrace. Teacher, why turn your back on your master? Li Yang tried to push Su Yu away, but his limbs felt weak and feeble, utterly incapable of breaking free from her hold. Su Yu, let go. Li Yang pinched her waist slender as a willow, with fair and smooth skin that showed not an ounce of excess fat. Su Yu drew a sharp breath, grabbing Li Yan's wrists and pinning them to the bed. Su Yu flipped them over in one fluid motion, straddling Li Yang while pressing his hands above his head, her perfect figure on full display before his eyes. Teacher, didn't I say yesterday what you should call me? Su Yu looked at Li Yang with a teasing half smile. Li Yang turned his face away, refusing to meet Su Yu's gaze or respond. A flash of irritation crossed Su Yu's eyes at his resistance. Her grip tightened painfully around his wrist. What? Did you forget after one night's sleep? She leaned closer until her warm breath fanned across his face. Now, how should I punish my teacher? How should I punish my teacher? Su Yu, don't you cross the line. Su Yu leaned back with triumphant satisfaction. 1 hour later. Su Yu nestled contentedly against Li Yang, whose face showed utter defeat. Teacher, who's better, your master here, or sister Lin Xue? Su Yu prodded Li Yan's cheek with her finger. You're the best, satisfied now. Su Yu grabbed Li Yan's chin. Who am I? Master. Li Yang forced the word through gritted teeth. Su Yu nodded approvingly. I'll make breakfast. Teacher better wait here obediently. Su Yu straightened her clothes and left. Li Yang lay motionless on the bed, empty eyes fixed on the ceiling. What fresh hell is this? I was actually, by my wife's best friend's little sister. Damn this cursed fate. Li Yang couldn't muster the will to move, burrowing deeper into the blankets. Well, might as sleep while I can. Soon after, Su Yu yanked off the covers. Teacher, time to get up and eat. Li Yang shuddered with lingering coldness as he sat up and snatched the blanket. How am I supposed to get up when my clothes were torn to shreds last night? Su Yu tilted her head in contemplation before leaving the room and returning with an armful of garments from another chamber. These belong to my elder sister. You'll have to make do for now. Su Yu tossed the clothes onto the bed and planted herself at the bedside, gaze fixed on Li Yang. Would you mind stepping out for a moment? I need to get dressed, Li Yang addressed the girl before him. Don't dawdle, teacher. The meal will get cold. With those words, Su Yu exited the room. Li Yang struggled into an oversized white tee printed with cartoon kittens. Any sudden movement sent the fabric slipping off one shoulder. His original trousers remained intact, miraculously spared from last night's chaos. Fully dressed, Li Yang emerged from the room. Su Yu's breath caught at the sight of his exposed shoulder and red-rimmed eyes, something inexplicably fluttering in her heart. You really are a fox of a teacher. Su Yu recalled last night's scene where Li Yang had caved into her. Heh, never thought you had this side to you, teacher. Su Yu secretly reveled in her triumph. The breakfast spread was simple eggs, toast, and a large bowl of black rice porridge with goji berries and mulberries. Li Yan's face turned ashen. What the hell is Su Yu playing at? Li Yang found himself trapped whenever he neared the door. His body would disobey him completely. He resolved to secretly contact Su Sheng for rescue today. Why not Lin Xue? Mainly to avoid putting her in awkward position with Su Sheng. After finishing the toast and eggs, Li Yang pushed away the porridge bowl and stood to fetch cola from the fridge. Freeze! Su Yu's voice rang out. You haven't touched the porridge, teacher. Teacher doesn't want to drink this. Li Yang looked uncomfortable. He genuinely disliked black rice porridge, especially with goji berries and mulberries mixed in. Damn Su Yu and her nosy controlling. Just wait till your sister comes back to deal with you. No, you must drink it. Su Yu frowned sternly. With that, she activated her psychic power, forcibly seating Li Yang back at the dining table. He stared at the inky black porridge dotted with crimson goji berries and indigo mulberries. Can I really not drink this? Li Yang pleaded, meeting Su Yu's unwavering serious gaze. Teacher, it's really delicious. Be a good boy. Su Yu picked up the bowl and scooted closer. Here, I'll feed you. She lifted the spoon toward his lips. Triple A against his will, Li Yan's mouth opened obediently. After the first bite, Su Yu patted his head. Good boy. She raised another spoonful, but this time brought it to her own slightly parted lips. Just as Li Yang thought Su Yu was about to eat by herself, Su Yu leaned over, pinched his face, and fed him the porridge. Li Yang felt intensely awkward. Though Su Yu looked adorable, he couldn't accept this intimacy and immediately wanted to spit out the porridge. Swallow it. Su Yu's cold voice hissed into his ear. This is unbearable. Su Yu, I misjudged you completely. I thought you were just a sweet loli. Never imagined you're such a manipulative, 必心好 tch. Li Yang ultimately swallowed it. And so, spoonful by spoonful, Su Yu fed Li Yang the entire bowl of porridge. Li Yang felt he'd be broken by Su Yu's antics if this continued. Seizing the moment when Su Yu was washing dishes in the kitchen, Li Yang secretly took out his phone on the living room sofa, pretending to play games while messaging Su Sheng. Su Sheng, come back now. Your sister she. Before finishing, Li Yan's fingers froze mid-air. His body had gone paralyzed. Teacher, you're being naughty. Su Yu walked up to Li Yang and plucked the phone from his hand. Seeing the content on the screen, she revealed an uncanny smile. Teacher, what exactly were you planning to send to my sister? Su Yu met Li Yan's gaze, arching an eyebrow with a cryptic half smile. Li Yang shuddered under Su Yu's piercing stare, stammering nervously, and nothing special. Oh, nothing? Then why does it say here about what's going to happen to your little sister? And nothing. Just messing around. I meant to say your sister's looking prettier lately. Walk, I can't believe this old six. When teachers misbehave, it puts me in such a difficult position. Su Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Difficult? Then don't fucking do it. Li Yang could only scream internally. In their current power dynamic, he was essentially a fish on the chopping block, completely at her mercy. When Li Yang remained silent, Su Yu gripped his chin forcefully. Didn't you hear your master's question? Su Yu applied a bit more pressure, and Li Yang felt like his jaw was about to dislocate. God damn it, Su Yu, stop pinching my jaw. I was wrong, Li Yang mumbled under his breath. Speak up. I said I was wrong, I was wrong, I was wrong. Happy now? Li Yang was fuming, a surge of anger making him want to slap Su Yu twice. But he restrained himself. Even if he did land a hit which was doubtful, Su Yu would make him pay tenfold afterward. A wise man knows when to retreat. A real man doesn't fight a woman. Stay calm, Li Yang. Stay calm. Li Yang took several deep breaths and managed to calm himself slightly. Is that how you speak to your master? God damn it, I can't take this anymore. The words shattered Li Yan's barely restrained composure. He swung a fist at Su Yu's face, but she blocked it effortlessly with one hand. When he threw another punch, she caught that wrist too with infuriating ease. Su Yu snorted coldly. Teacher, you're really asking for a lesson. She settled onto the sofa and somehow maneuvered Li Yang face down across her lap. Her delicate hands rained smacks on his body, petite yet packing surprising force, each strike drawing pained twitches from him. Stop. Su Yu, don't. Li Yan's face flushed crimson. This is beyond humiliating. Getting disciplined by my own student. What did you call me? Speak. I'm master. Li Yang surrendered through gritted teeth. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Su Yu patted his head approvingly. Should have yielded earlier. She pocketed his phone. Confiscated. She marched to her room, locked the device in a drawer with an audible "xinghao, click xinghao." Watching her retreating figure, Li Yang felt his first true yearning for power. Heaven-defying censorship held me hostage all afternoon. Apparently anything remotely spicy gets axed. P.S. The author's cooking up a new novel. Curious folks can check my homepage. Now Li Yan's phone had been confiscated, completely severing his connection with the outside world. Lin Xue wasn't home, and Lin Mu rarely visited Li Yan's residence anyway. Previously, it had always been Li Yang who initiated their meetings. This essentially meant there was virtually no chance of Li Yang being discovered at Su Yu's place during these 2 months. Though existing in a different reality, Li Yang remained a married man. How could he possibly face Lin Xue under these circumstances? Li Yang shook off his thoughts and grabbed the game controller, ready to immerse himself in gaming. Noticing this, Su Yu strolled over and snatched the controller from his hands. No more games starting now, she declared, pinching his cheek while maintaining intense eye contact. Li Yan's face twisted in confusion. What's this about? You confine me here and now deny me gaming. Teacher, Su Yu purred, stroking his hair as she tried to draw him into an embrace. You're mine now. Be good and obey. Li Yang shoved her away, staring into Su Yu's eyes as he spat coldly. Su Yu, I'm not your plaything. Don't keep compounding your mistakes. Oh, I did give you a chance, teacher. Su Yu's face darkened, a sinister smile twisting her lips. But you failed to seize it. Now you'll have to become my plaything. No. Her voice dropped. Toys that misbehave need repairs. Li Yang felt his consciousness waver, finding himself in an increasingly disheveled state. Su Yu, what do you think you're doing? Teacher keeps forgetting my warnings. Her fingers flexed ominously. Seems you need memory reinforcement. The summer short sleeve offered no protection as Su Yu struck. A searing pain shot through Li Yan's arm. Su Yu, your sister Su Sheng will never forgive you for this. Li Yang desperately invoked her sibling's name. All I need is to conceal you properly, Su Yu purred, her casual tone chilling Li Yang to the bone. Prevent big sister from discovering, indefinitely. You're dragging your sister into disgrace. I'm Lin Xue's husband. His voice cracked with moral outrage. Shut up. When I'm strong enough, I'll hypnotize everyone into forgetting teacher. Then teacher will belong to me alone. Su Yu laughed, her bone-chilling smile piercing the air. Su Yu didn't stop. Teacher, a toy should obey obediently. Don't you dare defy your master. Half an hour passed. Li Yang clenched his jaw, silent as stone, not uttering a sound. Su Yu gazed at his closed eyes glistening with cold sweat, an unexpected pain twisting her heart. Teacher, why? Why won't you yield to me? Su Yu stepped closer. Such admirable backbone you have, enduring all this. But recently I learned some new techniques online. I wonder if teacher can withstand this. Half an hour later. How was that? Sister Lin Xue never treated you like this, did she? Su Yu released Li Yang with triumphant satisfaction. As his feet touched ground, Li Yan's legs buckled. He collapsed into Su Yu's arms. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. I'll make you something delicious tonight. Su Yu looked at Li Yang in her arms, wondering what new thoughts were brewing in his mind. Su Yu laid Li Yang on the bed. Exhausted from both physical and mental torment, he quickly fell into deep slumber. When Li Yang awoke in the afternoon and saw Su Yu watching by his bedside, he abruptly rolled over, turning his back to her. Li Yang had resolved never to yield to Su Yu again, no matter what she did. I'm no delicate little boy who needs cuddling. Noticing Li Yan's turn back, Su Yu's voice chilled. How about dinner tonight, teacher? Su Yu's breath warmed Li Yan's ear as she whispered. The intimate heat sent a shiver through his body. Days passed with Su Yu's relentless games repeating like a broken record, the same torturous pattern cycling endlessly. Li Yang felt his resistance crumbling like sand through trembling fingers. Though Li Yang refused to yield to Su Yu, his body gradually succumbed to the intense exertion. Occasional involuntary moans escaped his lips, each desperate sound only fueling Su Yu's dark fascination. When Li Yang resisted compliance, the control mechanisms activated, forcing his body to move in cruel synchronization with Su Yu's demands. However, on this particular day, Su Sheng's call pierced through their twisted dynamic. Hello? What's wrong, sister? As Su Yu spoke into the phone, Li Yang trapped beneath her tried to cry for help, but Su Yu ruthlessly smothered any chance of rescue. Xiao Yu, the Corps has been calling you repeatedly. They had to contact me when you kept ignoring them. Core business. Have you forgotten? After the college entrance exams, there's a mandatory week-long induction experience for early admitted students. Sis, must I go? In this conversation with Su Sheng, Su Yu's voice regained traces of her former innocence like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. This won't do. Listen, Xiao Yu. Don't be afraid. The Corps maintains strict discipline, no one will bully you. Su Sheng mistakenly thought fear was keeping Su Yu from going. Report tomorrow morning, okay? Big sister has special training tonight. We'll talk later. Beep beep beep. Su Yu set down her phone, glanced at the teacher before her, and resumed her conversation. The next day, Su Yu escorted Li Yang home. My first time visiting a teacher's residence, Su Yu remarked curiously while surveying Li Yan's apartment. Still unable to hypnotize someone over long distances, she decided personal delivery might help build goodwill. Goodwill building failed spectacularly. Li Yang never wanted to see her again. At his doorstep, Su Yu commanded him to plant a kiss on her cheek. Be good and wait for me, teacher. I'll return in a week. Neither noticed the shadowed figure in the opposite residence, secretly recording their entire interaction. My name is Chao Muyo, photo. From childhood I excelled academically, mastered music, chess, calligraphy, painting with effortless brilliance, and wielded weapons with martial prowess. I remained the model child teachers and parents held up as comparison. In first grade, my auntie, my mom, the commander-in-chief of Jingzhou Corps, won Jingzhou's top honor. Over subsequent years, trophies and medals filled entire rooms. Eventually I grew too bored to even bother competing. What was the point when I always took first place? Thanks to my exceptional genes and formidable family background, boys flocked to pursue me since adolescence, yet none ever sparked my interest. High school introduced Lin Xue, an intriguing ice queen. My volcanic enthusiasm melted her reserve, forging our unbreakable bond. While suitors besieged us both, Lin Xue became my pressure valve, shouldering half the attention tsunami. Later I found out that Lin Xue was the sole heir of the Lin family in Jingzhou, one of the few families that could rival our Chao family in status. Pity they lacked political foothold, always remaining slightly beneath our Chao family's shadow. But who cared? Finally having a true friend who didn't fawn over me like others, Lin Xue and I became inseparable companions, glued together day and night. Though Lin Xue could be annoying sometimes, she genuinely accepted me as her closest confidant. Then rumors started spreading in school that I was into girls. People even fabricated stories about me pursuing Lin Xue. I laughed in exasperation. These ship-obsessed fanatics truly outdid themselves. I never clarified the rumors though. Fewer boys bothered me afterwards, while Lin Xue disdained to address such petty gossip. Using my best friend as a shield against suitors. What an innovative approach. Let me be clear though, I harbor no special feelings for Lin Xue. My orientation's perfectly normal. She's just my dearest sister from another mister. Later, both of us joined the Corps. Lin Xue's ability was insane spatial manipulation. Barring accidents, she was destined to become top brass. Though my ability couldn't compare to Lin Xue's, I firmly believe there are no weak abilities, only weak users. When I first awakened, my power merely enhanced sensory perception. This skill was considered worthless in the Corps, but thanks to my mother being the commander-in-chief of Jingzhou Corps with some authority, I naturally got into the elite company, becoming Lin Xue's teammate. Our trio had another member named Su Sheng, also ridiculously overpowered with time manipulation abilities. Alright, so that's how we're playing, huh? Essentially every mission had Lin Xue and Su Sheng carrying hard up front. Fine, I'll admit it, I was the ultimate freeloader. But as I kept developing my Origin Stone abilities, I gradually caught up to their pace. Now I can not only enhance my own perception, but also apply it to others. Moreover, I can amplify different aspects of perception, like boosting teammates' reflexes, cognitive speed, bodily agility, and similar attributes. It can also enhance the enemy's pain perception sensitivity. Of course it can amplify, but also diminish. That's why this ability is formidable. I qualify as an excellent support role. Some bastard leaked our high school rumors to the Corps. Now the whole company looks at me and Lin Xue with these weird expressions. What's worse, it reached the ears of my mother, the commander-in-chief of Jingzhou Corps. Now she keeps arranging blind dates for me every damn day, driving me crazy. But I genuinely feel nothing for them. Not even a shred of desire. Mom's worried sick, being their only child and all. Every match she sets up is some exquisite lady from prominent families, beautiful and accomplished. Yet I remain utterly uninterested. Even if you delivered them naked to my room, I wouldn't glance twice. Frankly, I'm starting to question my own sexual orientation. That day, the Corps decided to give us a vacation, saying we'd performed well on recent missions with high efficiency, and hadn't rested for a long time, hence granting us this extended break. Truth be told, I knew my mom had lined up over a dozen blind dates for me, forcing me to squeeze time for matchmaking. Returning from one such date, Mom informed me Lin Xue got injured during a mission. Walk, how rude. They actually launched an operation without me. Bringing fruits to the hospital, I saw Lin Xue's severe injuries, shocking first for me. Even Su Sheng lay hospitalized with wounds. Rumor has it 2 old monsters from headquarters had to intervene to resolve the situation. Thank goodness I wasn't there. Had I gone, I wouldn't be lying in a hospital bed, I'd be 6 feet under. Entering the ward, I noticed a young man meditating with eyes closed on the bed next to Lin Xue's. He nodded faintly at my entrance, offering a ghost of a smile. My heart quivered. Later Lin Xue introduced him to me, Li Yang, her husband. Oh, you Lin Xue, hiding such a gem in your golden house. You've kept this buried deep. Li Yang exchanged a few polite words with me before falling silent. What's happening? Why does my heart feel this restless itching? Back home, that man's smile from the hospital bed keeps haunting my mind. Am I a pervert? How could I develop feelings for my best friend's husband? I took a cold shower to calm down, but the icy water didn't soothe me. Instead, the mental images grew increasingly vivid. Use my hands. I went to ask Mom, what should I do if I fall for a married man? Mom asked, is it a man or a woman? Of course it's a man. Mom said if you like someone, go after them. Let me tell you, our ancestral grandmother also fancied a married man, yet ended up unifying 3 kingdoms and building an empire. There's no shame in this. With our family's influence, is there any man we can't have? If you want him, chase him. I didn't tell Mom it's someone from the Lin family. Had I revealed that, she probably wouldn't have let me act so recklessly. Through Lin Xue, I learned she's leaving for special training at headquarters. On the very day she departed, I bought the villa directly across from hers. What's going on? Li Yang hasn't returned. I watched Li Yan's driver return home, only to leave again shortly after. When I confronted the driver, she initially refused to disclose Li Yan's whereabouts. I flashed my business card, claiming to be Lin Xue's teammate needing to discuss something with him. She claimed Li Yang went traveling for a school event. My investigation at the school revealed Li Yang never signed up for any such trip. I waited here for 7 days. On the 7th day, I saw Li Yang enter the house with a young girl. Something felt off. Li Yang actually kissed that girl. You scheming bastard, Li Yang. Standing by the window, I pulled out my professional-grade camera and documented the scene. Let me clarify, this professional equipment isn't for spying on Li Yang. Don't get the wrong idea. As a photography enthusiast, carrying a camera everywhere is perfectly reasonable, right? I saved the footage securely and transferred it to my phone. Then I knocked firmly on Li Yan's door. Shortly after Su Yu left, Chao Muyao arrived at Li Yan's doorstep. Ding dong. The chime of a doorbell echoed through the air. Li Yang, who had been contemplating moving out while sitting in the living room, was interrupted by the doorbell. Who is it? Li Yang opened the door. Since this was an upscale residential complex where ordinary people couldn't enter casually, he didn't think much of it. When the door opened, the first thing that caught his eye was her striking physique. Chao Muyao stood tall enough that Li Yan's gaze only reached her neck. She wore a sporty tank top that accentuated her curves, paired with casual trousers. Her vibrant crimson curls cascaded with energetic waves. Mr. Li, hello. I'm Chao Muyao. We met at the hospital before. She extended her right hand in a handshake gesture. Miss Chao, what brings you here? Though uncertain of her purpose, Li Yang politely reciprocated the handshake. Mr. Li, aren't you going to invite me in? Chao Muyao's lips curved with a warm, approachable smile, her eyes twinkling with barely contained excitement. Oh, please, come in. Since Chao Muyao was Lin Xue's teammate and had visited her during hospitalization, Li Yang assumed this concerned Lin Xue. Li Yang handed her a glass of water. Lin Xue's not home, she's training at headquarters. Did you need something, Miss Chao? Who said I came for Lin Xue? Chao Muyao took a sip, her expression deceptively calm. I'm here specifically for you. Yet from the moment Chao Muyao laid eyes on Li Yang, restless stirrings had awakened within her, particularly when remembering this man was her close friend's husband. Her conscience warred with desire. While the Chao family feared no confrontation with the Lins, exposure of such affairs would inevitably breed generational feuds. She couldn't let selfish desires turn an allied family into enemies. Until she captured that moment. Chao Muyao never imagined that Li Yang would cheat on Lin Xue behind her back. This realization gave Chao a psychological fortification. She merely intended to warn him, nothing more. Thus Chao Muyao arrived at Li Yan's residence, but the moment she saw him, the desire simmering within her became utterly uncontrollable. Her gaze traced Li Yan's figure, radiating an aura of mature masculinity. His every movement carried the distinctive poise of a married man, utterly different from the juvenile boys she'd encountered before. Miss Chao, what brings you here? Li Yang asked, perplexed by the woman staring at him in transfixed silence. There was something peculiar about the intensity of Chao Muyao's stare that unsettled him. Ah, forgive me, moisture mishap, Chao blurted, thighs clamping tight as she mentally slapped herself twice. Chao Muyao, where's your self-respect? Mr. Li, I witnessed everything that just happened. Chao Muyao gazed at Li Yang, steadying her breath before speaking with deliberate calmness. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't tell Lin Xue about this, Miss Chao. I'll handle the situation myself. Li Yang responded evenly. Li Yang decided to leave town temporarily. He'd wait until Lin Xue and Su Sheng returned, explain the circumstances to Su Sheng, and let him discipline Su Yu. This way, Lin Xue wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. But Li Yang never anticipated that Chao Muyao had witnessed the earlier scene and now she'd come knocking at his door. Handle it? How exactly? By keeping Lin Xue in the dark. Chao Muyao rose to her feet, her expression hardening like a prosecutor preparing an indictment. Li Yang remained silent. The accusation hit its mark. Li Yang, how dare you betray Lin Xue like this? Chao Muyao advanced, each step tightening the noose of guilt around him. Sweat beaded on Li Yan's brow. The situation defied easy explanation. Though coerced, his actions had indeed crossed the line, a truth that left him cornered and speechless. Chao Muyao pinned Li Yang against the wall, their faces a mere face distance apart. Miss Chao, you're too close. Li Yang also sensed something was a bit off about this proximity. Oh, close. Closer than you were with that girl. Chao Muyao's face nearly pressed against Li Yan's now. The warm breath grazing his skin sent tingling numbness through Li Yan's body. What's happening? Why is my body so hypersensitive now? Li Yang became acutely aware of his body's abnormal reactions. Truth was, Chao Muyao had secretly heightened Li Yan's sensitivity tenfold. Mr. Li, I recorded everything earlier. Chao Muyao produced her phone, playing footage of Li Yang leaning in to kiss Su Yu. I was being controlled. Su Yu can hypnotize people. Li Yang tried to retreat, but Chao Muyao blocked his escape with a decisive wall slam, keep down. Who knows if you're under control or not? Chao Muyo whispered by Li Yan's ear. Mr. Li, you wouldn't want this video reaching Lin Xue's eyes, now would you? The warm breath brushing his earlobe turned Li Yan's legs to jelly, making him collapse into Chao Muyo's embrace. What did you do? Even a fool could tell Chao Muyo was behind this. Li Yang desperately tried to move his paralyzed legs. I did nothing at all. Who would have thought Mr. Li would be so enthusiastic? Chao Muyo's victorious smile widened. Fling yourself into my arms during our second meeting. Chao Muyo's arms snaked around Li Yan's waist as she buried her face in his neck, inhaling deeply with half-lidded eyes. Meeting you is heaven's greatest gift. Her murmur carried ancient cadence. Would the gentleman honor me by sharing my bed tonight? Sweeping him up bridal style, she strode toward the bedroom. Li Yan's struggles proved futile against her steel-like grip. Chao Muya, what are you doing? I'm Lin Xue's husband. How could you betray Lin Xue like this? Li Yang shouted hoarsely. MD Lin Xue, you've really chosen terrible friends. Oh, wasn't it you who seduced me first, Mr. Li? Chao Muyo threw Li Yang onto the bed with force. Chao Muyo's dagger finally emerged from the map scroll. The framed photo of Li Yang and Lin Xue on the bedside table crashed to the floor. Daybreak found Li Yang blinking awake. Memories of the previous night flooded back, burning his cheeks with shame. Whatever supernatural ability Chao Muyo possessed had hypersensitized his body where he normally maintained control. Last night's endless moaning had left his throat ragged. Most perversely, she'd forced him to scream Lin Xue's name throughout their coupling. When Li Yang resisted, she disciplined him relentlessly until dawn. Sensing his awakening, Chao Muyo embraced him from behind, her whisper chilling his spine. Don't turn around. I'm Lin Xue. You Xinhao king bastard, get out. Li Yang finally exploded, unable to contain his rage any longer. Just escaped the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's lair. Li Yang must have committed some celestial crime in his past life. The heavenly gods were truly screwing with him. Is this how you speak to your wife at home? Chao Muyo raised her finger, activating her psychic ability. Chao Muyo's fingers danced across Li Yan's body, making him feel like ants were crawling under his skin. To make matters worse, little Li Yang had risen again after the night's battles. Chao Muyo stood up, gazing down at Li Yang. What indecency! Seems I need to teach you another lesson for Sister Lin Xue's sake. Chao Muyo, do you have some Xinhao king psychological disorder? Li Yang couldn't help roaring. Chao Muyo's ability was even more cruel when used on Li Yang compared to Su Yu's power. At least Su Yu merely controlled him, making him cooperate while allowing some sense of autonomy. But Chao Muyo's ability directly amplified his bodily sensitivity tenfold, and that wasn't even the upper limit. If she wished, she could crank it up to 30 times. Whenever Li Yang resisted, Chao Muyo would escalate the sensitivity. That indescribable agony was something he never wanted to experience again in this lifetime. Thus he had no choice but to comply with all his might. Chao Muyo showed no mercy, roughly yanking Li Yang toward her. An hour later, Li Yang felt like a fish gasping its last breaths. Pale and trembling, he rasped at Chao Muyo. You've known Lin Xue for decades. Have mercy, just leave now, and I swear I won't tell Lin Xue anything. Li Yang pleaded in agony. He truly couldn't endure it anymore. If Chao Muyo had beaten him like Su Yu did, he'd have confidence to withstand it. But this kind of torture, Li Yang felt no one would volunteer to experience it. Chao Muyo was smoking by the bedside, living proof that a post-coital cigarette rivals the bliss of immortality. Chao Muyo now felt supremely satisfied. Having never felt attracted to other men before, last night was actually Chao Muyo's first time engaging in such affairs. Being completely inexperienced, Chao Muyo had made Li Yan's experience thoroughly uncomfortable. Snuffing out her cigarette, she gazed at the weakened Li Yang on the bed, a pang of guilt surfacing in her heart. After dispelling her supernatural restraint, she caressed Li Yan's face and said, Mr. Li, I didn't want this either. But the moment I saw you, sister here simply couldn't control herself. I've wronged you, and sister Lin Xue too. Apologizing now because you've entered the sage's reflective face. Li Yang cursed inwardly, but outwardly smiled at Chao Muyo. It's alright, sister. Just leave now, and I won't tell Lin Xue. Forget this for now. First drive this woman away before moving. Oh, what exactly do you mean by won't tell Lin Xue, Mr. Li? Chao Muyo's eyes suddenly turned sly. I happen to possess compromising footage of you with another woman. Shouldn't that be my line to say? Moreover, The entire court knows Qiao Muyao prefers women. Who do you think Lin Xue would believe? You've got no evidence now. Xin hao, your mother, Xin hao. Li Yang was already roaring curses at Qiao Muyao in his mind. Sister really jokes. A woman of your caliber could have any man. Why cling to a married man like me? Li Yang suppressed violent impulses. He sensed the protolith had regenerated slightly. He could tap into a sliver of the protolith's energy now. Strangely enough, while in the hospital, Li Yang could clearly sense the primal stone was severely damaged. It would take at least 8 to 10 years to recover. But during the subsequent week with Lin Xue, he distinctly felt the primal stone's recovery accelerating dramatically. After another week with Su Yu, Li Yang perceived the stone had nearly fully regenerated, though now it was just an ordinary rock devoid of energy. Yet following a whole night of grinding with Qiao Muyao yesterday, he detected faint energy pulsations within the stone, minuscule but sufficient for a few seconds of enhancement. Thus Li Yang bided his time, waiting for the perfect moment to incapacitate Qiao Muyao with a single strike and escape. But big sister here particularly fancies taken men like you. Qiao Muyao trailed her fingers across Li Yan's body, smirking mischievously. Did your ancestors happen to include someone named Qiao Qiao? Li Yang silently quaked, referencing the ancient warlord notorious for stealing brides. Rest here a while, Mr. Li. This sister will prepare you a meal. Qiao Muyao had never cooked a meal in her life. At home, she hadn't even stepped into the kitchen, so she ordered takeout instead. 20 minutes later, Qiao Muyao transferred the takeout to a plate, pretending it was her own culinary creation. Mr. Li, time to get up and eat, Qiao Muyao called out as she opened Li Ying's bedroom door. Li Yang didn't refuse. After their intense physical exertion, his stomach growled with urgency. Sitting at the dining table, Qiao Muyao watched Li Yang expectantly. Well, Mr. Li, how about sampling my cooking skills? This is obviously takeout. If you're gonna fake cooking, at least throw the packaging further away. Leaving it in the trash under the dining table, you think I'm blind. Li Yang internally facepalmed. How thoughtful of you, Li Yang replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. His courteous facade served a purpose, every polite word carefully calculated to lull Qiao Muyao into complacency. Come, Mr. Li, open wide. Let me feed you. Qiao Muyao held out the food with her chopsticks. Li Yang obediently opened his mouth in cooperation. Hope she won't pull a Su Yu. Fortunately, Qiao Muyao simply used utensils to feed Li Yang, avoiding the extreme behavior Su Yu had exhibited. After the meal, Qiao Muyao went to wash the dishes. Li Yang sprawled on the sofa playing mobile games. Emerging from the kitchen, Qiao Muyao felt a warm sense of domesticity seeing Li Yang lounging on the couch with his phone. What are you playing, Mr. Li? Qiao Muyao settled beside him, wrapping her arm around Li Yang. Sister Muyao, could you stop calling me Mr. Li? Just Li Yang or Xiao Yang is fine. He finally voiced his irritation with the formal address. Call me Mr. Li? After committing such beastly deeds, you dare use that title? Don't you find the formality thrilling? Qiao Muyao's provocative remark left Li Yang utterly speechless. In this world, Mr. Li is addressed similarly to how married women are called madam in Li Yan's original world. What does Lin Xue call you at night? Qiao Muyao leaned into Li Yan's ear and whispered, blowing a soft breath after speaking. Whether due to Qiao Muyao's supernatural ability or Li Yan's recent excessive training, his body had become abnormally sensitive. The electrifying tingle at his ear made Li Yan's hand tremble, causing his in-game character to collapse on the phone screen. Li Yan's face darkened, but he still answered, she calls me Xiao Yang. Then I'll call you Xiao Yang too, Qiao Muyao exclaimed excitedly, squeezing her thighs together. She immediately pounced on Li Yang and began nibbling on his face. Wait, not now. Give me until tonight to recover, please, Sister Muyao. Li Yang feigned shyness while pushing against her, his cheeks flushing crimson. Qiao Muyao also found this reasoning sound. Li Yan's body couldn't handle such high-frequency activities either. Alright, we'll do as Xiao Yang says. Qiao Muyao suppressed her burning desires. She felt Li Yang was already wrapped around her finger. Daytime passed peacefully. Li Yang played games, caught up on sleep, and recharged, preparing to deliver a deadly counterattack to Qiao Muyao tonight. At 8 p.m. after dinner, Qiao Muyao urgently dragged Li Yang toward the bedroom. Sister Muyao, wait, let me shower first. Qiao Muyao swallowed hard while staring at Li Yang. Fine. I'll wait. Li Yang aimed to stall. The later it got, the sleepier she'd become, the lower her guard would drop. Li Yang spent nearly an hour showering before emerging in a bathrobe. Upon entering, he saw Qiao Muyo seated at the vanity beside the bed, dressed in Lin Xue's clothes. How dare you wear Lin Xue's clothes? And use her things? Since we're pursuing thrill, might as well go all the way. Qiao Muyo stood up, locking eyes with Li Yang. Hello? Li Yang nearly blurted out. What? Qiao Muyo's face clouded with confusion. Nothing. I said you look beautiful. Oh. Little Yan's becoming quite the sweet talker. With that, she pushed Li Yang onto the bed. Can you not use your abilities? Li Yang lay on the bed, putting on a pitiful act. Alright, if Xiaoyang doesn't want it, we won't. Qiao Muyo eagerly pounced forward. After half an hour, Li Yang sensed the timing was right and suggested, how about trying some different positions? Qiao Muyo's eyes lit up like stars and she immediately agreed. Like this, you lie face down beneath me. After Li Yang demonstrated the position, they switched places. Now positioned behind, Li Yang stared at Qiao Muyo's vulnerable nape exposed before him as she lay prone on the bed. His hands began glowing faintly crimson, energy coalescing for a knockout strike. Just as he prepared to strike, Qiao Muyo suddenly turned her head, forcing Li Yang to hastily conceal the glowing hand behind his back. Xiaoyang, why is it taking so long? Not ready yet. Qiao Muyo craned her neck to look at him. Ah, Sister Muyo, don't rush me. Still adjusting the angle. Li Yang forced an awkward chuckle. Sister Muyo, don't look back. I'm shy. Li Yang made Qiao Muyo turn her head away so he could execute his plan. Qiao Muyo took it seriously, completely turning her head away from Li Yang. Ha! Good thing I didn't use up all the energy earlier. Saved some reserves. Li Yan's right hand became enveloped in faint red light again, his palm raised and poised to strike when. Xiaoyang, are you asleep? Lin Mu's voice came from outside. Both were startled. Quick, hide. Can't let my dad see this scene. Li Yang urgently shoved Qiao Muyo into the wardrobe. Dad, wait. I'm already in bed. Let me put on clothes. Li Yang hastily grabbed a clean nightshirt and opened the door to find Lin Mu standing there. Dad, why didn't you warn me you were coming? The place is messy, I haven't tidied up yet. I just finished up some work at the company and happened to pass by. Thought I'd stay here tonight instead of going back. Hey, Xiaoyang, why's your face so red? Are you sick? No, I was just working out. Got a bit carried away with the exercise. Li Yang avoided eye contact with Lin Mu, his guilty conscience burning. Thankfully, Lin Mu didn't suspect anything. I thought you might already be asleep. Didn't want to disturb you. Just came to borrow some pajamas. I'll be staying in the guest room next door. Lin Mu walked into Li Yan's room as he spoke. Xiaoyang, even living alone you should keep your room tidy. Look at this messy bedding. Lin Mu reached out to straighten the sheets. Don't bother, Dad. I'll clean it up tomorrow morning myself. Li Yang hurriedly stopped him. Alright then. Lin Mu abandoned the attempt when he saw Li Yan's resistance, moving toward the wardrobe to fetch some sleepwear instead. Li Yang hurriedly dashed to the front of the wardrobe, blocking Lin Mu from opening it. Dad, go back to your room first. I'll bring your pajamas over later. Oh, I get it. You lovebirds are getting frisky. Lin Mu thought there might be some interesting clothes in the wardrobe that Li Yang didn't want him to see, flashing a knowing smirk. Fine. Just bring them over later. With that, Lin Mu returned to the guest room. Phew, that scared me to death. Li Yan's heart still raced as he opened the wardrobe, revealing Qiao Muyo hiding inside completely naked. Come out, but keep quiet. Dad's right next door. Though the house had good soundproofing, better safe than sorry. Yet Qiao Muyo's expression showed not a trace of fear. If anything, there was a hint of excitement. Li Yang fetched a clean set of his own pajamas and delivered them to Lin Mu in the guest room. After returning to the room, Qiao Muyo locked the door and smirked mischievously at Li Yang. What are you planning? Don't do anything rash. My dad's right next door. Li Yang backed away, unease flashing across his face. Qiao Muyo closed in step by step, pinning him against the wall. She wrapped her arms around his waist. Xiaoyang, you wouldn't want Uncle Lin to hear, would you? Leaning close to his ear, she exhaled softly. Li Yan's legs turned to jelly beneath him. Please, don't use your powers. I'll do anything, just don't use them, Li Yang pleaded, collapsing into her embrace. Oh, Xiaoyan's so afraid of Uncle Lin hearing. Qiao Muyo scooped him up and laid him on the bed. Then you'll have to hold back your sounds. With a flick of her fingers, she amplified Li Yan's sensitivity fivefold. Li Yang bit his lip, trembling as he fought to suppress every whimper. Seeing this, Qiao Muyo intensified her efforts, dialing the setting directly to tenfold intensity. Li Yang clamped a hand over his mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. 2 hours later, Qiao Muyo lay contentedly beside Li Yang, her arm draped around him. Li Yang gasped for air in great heaves. Though he desperately tried to suppress his vocal responses, Qiao Muyo's supernatural prowess had ultimately broken through his defenses in waves of exertion. After 2 hours of continuous motion, Li Yang reached his physical limit and plunged into deep sleep. When morning came, Lin Mu had already departed. A handwritten note lay on the dining table. Xiaoyang breakfast is ready. Reheat if it's cold. Don't skip too many takeouts, they're unhealthy. Li Yang stared at the note, sinking into contemplative silence. Overwhelming guilt flooded Li Yan's heart. Though Lin Mu treated him with such kindness, he deceived him completely the previous night. This can't continue. I must leave immediately, find somewhere to stay holed up until Lin Xue returns. At that moment, Qiao Muyo wearing Lin Xue's nightgown grabbed Li Yang from behind, her eyes catching the note clutched in his hand. Dad treats you so well, Qiao Muyo purred, her hands wandering over his body with deliberate slowness. Li Yang violently shoved her away. His right fist clenched with supernatural force before slamming into Qiao Muyo's stomach. Li Yan's fist slammed into Qiao Muyo's abdomen. Neither had Qiao Muyo anticipated Li Yan's resistance, nor suspected he was an awakened one. Without a shred of defense, Qiao Muyo staggered backward from the blow. Half kneeling on the ground, Qiao Muyo braced herself with one palm while clutching her stomach, activating her ability to dull the pain with a faint glow. Yet the throbbing ache still pulsed through her core. Little Yang, you've been hiding your talents well. An awakened one all along. Qiao Muyo stared at him with unconcealed astonishment. My injuries previously blocked my powers. Now I'm fully restored. Li Yang flexed his fist uncertainly, laughing through gritted teeth. In truth, the energy accumulated since yesterday's humiliation only afforded him a handful of uses. Whether this could intimidate her into retreating remained dangerously uncertain. Want to try again? Li Yang strengthened his legs as he spoke. Qiao Muyo had no time to dodge, only managing to cross her arms in defense. In an instant, Li Yang closed the distance and whipped a roundhouse kick at her guarded forearms. Qiao Muyo's arms went numb from the impact. She staggered backward several steps until her back slammed against the wall. Qiao Muyo, I'm not afraid of you now. Li Yang stood steady as an old dog, though cold sweat drenched his pounding heart. His energy reserves were completely drained. If she attacked now, his bluff would be exposed. Xiaoyang truly isn't an ordinary man. No wonder you fascinate me so. Qiao Muyo's tongue flicked across her lips as she gazed at him with a dangerous smile. Those last strikes were just warnings. If you don't leave now. Li Yang raised his fist dramatically, feigning a punch mid-sentence. I'll get serious. Oh, wait. Little Yang, this sister will take her leave. With a light chuckle, Qiao Muyo sauntered toward the doorway. Xiaoyang, aren't you going to see your sister off? Qiao Muyo stared at the motionless Li Yang behind her. Get the hell out. Call your big sister if you feel lonely, Xiaoyang. Qiao Muyo couldn't resist teasing Li Yang one last time before leaving. Li Yang remained silent. Only after Qiao Muyo departed did Li Yang finally relax, his legs instantly giving way as he collapsed to the floor. Thank God she's gone. I couldn't have held on much longer. Li Yang inched his way to the sofa, contemplating his next move. Su Yu would only stay with the Corps for a week. This was already the 3rd day. Li Yang needed to relocate before her return. He decided he'd stay at Lin Mu's place until Lin Xue came back. Though Li Yang wanted to pack and leave immediately, the earlier confrontation had left him completely drained. It's fine. After a day's rest, that Qiao Muyo probably won't come back. Lost in thought, Li Yang hauled his leaden body toward the bedroom and collapsed face down on the bed, asleep before his head hit the pillow. Qiao Muyo retreated to her villa purchased across the street after leaving. Though Li Yan's performance had been masterful, Qiao Muyo caught the telltale flicker of panic in his eyes during their final exchange. From her strategically positioned room, Qiao Muyo maintained perfect visual surveillance of Li Yan's quarters. Despite Li Yan's privacy glass installations, Qiao Muyo's cutting-edge tech prevailed. Slotting a specialized lens onto her telescope, she pierced through the barrier like tissue paper. The sight of Li Yang staggering into his room, every movement screaming exhaustion, vindicated Qiao Muyo's suspicions. This confirmed her theory. Li Yan's psychic abilities came at devastating physical cost. Those two displays earlier had pushed him to the absolute limit. Qiao Muyao's guess wasn't entirely correct. The main reason was that Li Yan's primordial stone hadn't fully recovered. Currently, he could only accumulate energy through mana replenishment. The restoration stone couldn't continuously strengthen Li Yan's physique now, hence his body overloading after just 2 uses. Staring at the sleeping Li Yang, a wicked idea surged through Qiao Muyao's mind like dark ink spreading in water. Qiao Muyao had secretly taken Li Yan's house key before leaving last time. Now she slipped into his residence with practiced ease, the lock clicking open like a submissive whisper. Entering Li Yan's bedroom, the sight of his defenseless sleeping form made Qiao Muyao's restrained desires erupt like magma breaking through volcanic crest. Qiao Muyao's finger traced downward through the air, threads of phosphorescent light weaving around her hand. Instantly, Li Yan's bodily awareness diminished 5-fold under her spell. Now any manipulation of his body would register as faint as moonlight on the sleeper's eyelids, completely undetectable. Xiaoyang, you're truly irresistible. Qiao Muyao's hands moved with predatory speed, fabric tearing as she stripped away his clothes. Gazing at the scene before her, Qiao Muyao felt blood surge to her head as she lunged forward. Qiao Muyao's roughness stirred Li Yang. He let out a soft groan, his brow furrowed as if sensing something. Go away. Don't. Li Yang mumbled in his sleep, likely trapped in a nightmare. My poor little thing, can't even rest peacefully in sleep. Without stopping, Qiao Muyao lifted Li Yang, wrapped her legs around his waist, and cradled him possessively against her chest. She stroked his head as if soothing a child while swaying rhythmically, her movements carrying unsettling intensity. Throughout the afternoon, Li Yang remained oblivious, manipulated into various positions by Qiao Muyao while deep in slumber. When Qiao finally subdued her cravings, she stared at the sleeping figure she'd been molding. The extinguished desire flared anew as she watched his unconscious form. No, no. Xiao Yan's body can't handle this. Suppressing her inner desires, Qiao Muyao clung to Li Yang, holding his arousal until he fell asleep. Li Yang slept for a full day and night, only waking at dawn the next morning. During this time, Qiao Muyao's self-control faltered again. She had researched some techniques online and decided to practice them. When Li Yang opened his eyes, his entire body ached as if he'd been exercising violently all night without rest, his mind foggy with exhaustion. Qiao Muyao's supernatural ability remained active, leaving Li Yang unaware of anyone beside him. Shifting slightly, he suddenly sensed weight pressing on him. Looking down, he saw an arm and leg coiled around his body. Turning sideways, he found Qiao Muyao watching him with sparkling, eager eyes. Startled, Li Yang tried to push her away but lacked strength. Qiao Muyao seized him effortlessly, pulling his limp body into her embrace. Surprise! Xiaoyang, didn't expect me to come back, did you? Qiao Muyao kneaded Li Yang like dough in her embrace. Li Yang focused inward. The primordial stone had accumulated substantial energy reserves. This could only mean one thing: he'd been drained multiple times by Qiao Muyao through the night. No wonder his entire body felt like overcooked noodles upon waking. Without ceremony, Li Yang channeled enhancement into his arms and violently shoved Qiao Muyao away. Qiao Muyao, I warned you I'd stop holding back. Rage burned through Li Yan's veins. She dared exploit his vulnerable sleeping state. This has to be her ability's influence. No way I'd normally sleep through such violations. Qiao Muyao's laughter tinkled like wind chimes. Still posturing? We both know your enhancement has limited uses. Be good and comply. I'll make this enjoyable. Energy surged around Li Yan's fist as he struck. Crimson light simultaneously flashed around Qiao Muyao as she enhanced her reaction speed tenfold, effortlessly evading the blow. With a flick of her finger, Qiao Muyao cast another double consumption effect on Li Yan's upper body. Li Yang felt the primordial stone's energy draining at double the rate. Growing anxious, he decided to resolve the battle quickly. Enhancing his legs, he dashed to Qiao Muyao's front with a leg-lifting feint, then suddenly unleashed an enhanced fist strike. However, Qiao Muyao was after all from the elite core battalion, having completed countless missions. Her combat experience far surpassed Li Yan's. Qiao Muyao instantly saw through Li Yan's intent. With a slight shift of her body, she effortlessly dodged his fist. Seizing the momentum, she grabbed his wrist and twisted it backward, effectively restraining him. Xiaoyang, she purred, you truly refuse the toast only to be forced to drink the forfeit. Let your big sister teach you a proper lesson. Qiao Muyao, let me go. Li Yang struggled with all his might, but the disparity in their strength rendered his efforts futile. Qiao Muyao, are you even a woman? What's the point of bullying a man here? In this world where physical strength disparity between genders was extreme, women observed gentlemanlike propriety similar to men from the original world. Oh, haven't you figured out whether I'm a woman after so many days of experience, Xiaoyang? Qiaomuo spanked Li Yan's buttocks as she pinned him beneath her. Don't worry, Xiaoyang. If you behave obediently, I won't tell Lin Xue about your affair with that girl. Moreover, I can track Lin Xue's whereabouts anytime. I know exactly when she goes on missions. I'll come visit you whenever she's away. Qiaomuo had already started painting vivid mental pictures of their future encounters. I won't interfere with your relationships with other women, just cooperate with me when I come knocking. Qiaomuo's jaw-dropping statement truly left Li Yang thunderstruck and speechless. Qiaomuo, listen to yourself. Are these even words a human would utter? In the following days, Li Yang felt like he was back at Su Yu's house again. The difference was, Qiaomuo didn't try to control him. However, whenever Li Yang disobeyed, Qiaomuo would directly heighten the sensitivity of his body to torment him, forcing Li Yang into compliance. Today marked Su Yu's return. After a week of Qiaomuo's disciplinary measures, Li Yang was already showing signs of mental instability. Qiaomuo particularly enjoyed role-playing games, insisting Li Yang call her Lin Xue to the point where Li Yan's heart had completely numbed to it. Still, through these days, Li Yan's primordial stone was rapidly recovering. He could sense it was nearing complete restoration. Qiaomuo remained unaware that today was Su Yu's return date. Thus she continued toying with Li Yang as usual. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Li, I'm back. Open the door. Su Yu's voice rang out from outside. Su Yu, you finally came back. After enduring Qiaomuo's torment for a week, Li Yang suddenly realized Su Yu was actually quite adorable. Li Yang isn't home. You should leave. Qiaomuo assumed the person calling him teacher was one of his students. A woman's voice. And it's not Sister Lin Xue. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. With a powerful kick, she burst through the door. Her week at the military camp had taught her many skills. She'd also gained better control of the energy core within her. Bam! The door exploded inward under Su Yu's furious kick. Su Yu stormed in, her eyes immediately locking onto the two figures entangled on the sofa. Qiaomuo was straddling Li Yang, their clothes in disarray. Rage ignited in Su Yu's eyes. Who the hell are you? She loomed over the pair. Caught off guard by this violent intrusion, Qiaomuo scrambled off Li Yan's body. Little girl, did no one teach you manners? Just kicking the door open like that? Qiaomuo coldly stared at Su Yu, whose head barely reached her chest, sneering with undisguised disdain. Now recognizing this was the girl who'd been intimate with Li Yang earlier, Qiaomuo's gaze sharpened. Su Yu didn't waste words. Her supernatural ability activated instantly. Those glowing eyes made Qiaomuo realize the danger a heartbeat too late. Darkness swallowed Qiaomuo's consciousness. Mere milliseconds, yet enough for Su Yu to draw the small knife from her pocket and thrust it toward the woman's throat. But a battle-hardened veteran reacts on instinct. As awareness returned, Qiaomuo enhanced her agility through finger movements, leaning slightly left to dodge the lethal strike. You dare harm teacher? You'll die. Su Yu's eyes burned crimson, her entire being radiating murderous intent that thickened the air. Me bullying your teacher? It was your teacher who seduced me first, you know. Qiaomuo taunted Su Yu with a mocking gaze. You're asking for death. Su Yu gripped her dagger and charged at Qiaomuo once again. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters brawl. Armed with a weapon, Su Yu forced Qiaomuo to constantly guard against her slashing blade. However, Qiaomuo's years of unit experience ultimately prevailed. Her combat mastery far surpassed anything Su Yu could master. Furniture was sent crashing in all directions across the cramped living room. Su Yu fought with bloodshot eyes, like a frenzied beast roaring as she slashed with lethal resolve. Qiaomuo moved with panther-like grace, her nimble movements and wealth of combat experience allowing her to narrowly evade each strike while seeking openings for counterattacks. Suddenly, Su Yu lunged forward, the knife tip aimed straight at Qiaomuo's chest. Qiaomuo sidestepped sharply while seizing Su Yu's wrist, twisting it with brutal force. The blade clattered to the ground as Su Yu gasped in pain. Undeterred, Su Yu snapped a kick toward Qiaomuo's abdomen. With fluid grace, Qiaomuo released her grip and sprang backward, evading the strike effortlessly. Is this all you've got? Qiaomuo taunted, eyes glinting with disdain. Su Yu gritted her teeth until veins bulged at her temples. Drawing a shuddering breath, she summoned her psionic power anew. The air around them seemed to congeal into syrup. Glass shards from their earlier clash quivered mid-air, a lethal constellation. This was her true battlefield craft, psychokinesis honed in military camps, power extending far beyond mere human manipulation. Chalmuel staggered under the crushing psychic weight, though her face remained an icy mask. Only the faintest tremor betrayed her alarm. "Seems you still have some moves up your sleeve," Chalmuel muttered through clenched teeth. Su Yu roared as the suspended glass shards around her bulleted towards Chalmuel. The latter twisted sideways in evasion, but a jagged fragment streaked across her cheek, leaving crimson trails in its wake. "Perish now." Su Yu seized the momentary advantage, lunging forward to deliver a thunderous punch aimed at Chalmuel's temple. Chalmuel's forearm shot up in a defensive crossguard, the bone-jarring impact forcing her to stagger back several paces. A predatory smile suddenly played on Chalmuel's lips as she spotted the microscopic flaw in Su Yu's offensive pattern, her eyes glinting with lethal clarity. Timing her counter with split-second precision, Chalmuel dropped into a crouch beneath Su Yu's whizzing fist, simultaneously driving her knee upward in a devastating strike to her opponent's midsection. Su Yu let out a blood-curdling scream as her body was sent flying backward, crashing violently against the wall. Before she could regain her senses, Chalmuel materialized before her, clamping a vice-like grip around her throat and hoisting her mid-air. "Humph, is this all you've got?" Chalmuel sneered icily, her crushing grip intensifying with terrifying force. At that critical moment, Lei Yan's supernatural power erupted. Engulfed in crimson radiance, he teleported behind Chalmuel within the blink of an eye. His palm sharpened into a lethal blade, slicing through the air toward the vulnerable base of Chalmuel's skull. Chalmuel was knocked unconscious by Lei Yan's palm strike, while Su Yu collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. "Let me finish her off." Su Yu's eyes turned icy as she picked up a small knife from the ground and lunged toward Chalmuel. With a swift karate chop, Li Yang rendered Su Yu unconscious too. "Almost forgot to deal with you." Li Yang looked at the two unconscious women, found a coil of rope in the house, and bound them back to back. He deliberately left the knife within arm's reach should they wake after his departure. They'd have means to free themselves without perishing trapped. After completing these preparations, Li Yang dusted off his hands, grabbed his phone, and walked out. On the street, he carried only his mobile device. No luggage needed. Lin Mu's residence would have everything required. Standing roadside, Li Yang summoned a ride-hailing car through his phone. The estimated arrival time blinked on screen, 3 minutes remaining. Leaning against a lamppost, Li Yang scrolled through his phone while awaiting the vehicle's arrival. At that moment, several bleach-blonde girls walked arm in arm towards Li Yang. "Hey boss lady, there's a premium young husband ahead," said a woman with yellow teeth chewing betel nut, dressed in skinny jeans and loafers, nudging her leader. "I've got eyes, you think I'm blind?" The matriarch smacked the woman's head sharply. "Let's check him out." The group encircled Li Yang in a semicircular formation, trapping him against the wall. "Hey pretty boy, all alone. Why not buy us a few drinks?" The betel nut chewer leered through stained teeth. "Mind your manners." The leader's palm cracked against her subordinate's skull again. "Hey handsome, I'm Huang Dachui. Everyone calls me Sister Hammer. Let's get acquainted." This Sister Hammer had a face full of coarse features, burly and thick-set, with a terrifying scar running across her cheek. "Not interested. Also, I'm from the Lin family of Jingzhou. Don't go looking for trouble." Li Yang stared coldly at Huang Dachui. The Lin family's reputation in Jingzhou was such that even street thugs knew better than to mess with them. The mention momentarily froze the women in their tracks. "Big sis, since when does the Lin family have young men? Their only heir is Lin Xue. Remember last time that guy claimed Lin connections? We let him go, then I checked, turns out he was from that pork stall Lin family in the market." The yellow-toothed woman, seeing Sister Hammer's hesitation, quickly sidled up to whisper. "Fair point. Let's do it, girls. Such prime catch doesn't come around often." Sister Hammer's greasy chuckle rolled out, stomach turning to behold. Li Yang was momentarily speechless, never expecting such societal scum still existed in this day and age. Activating his supernatural power, Li Yang threw 2 lightning-fast punches to the women's abdomens, leaving them doubled over in agony. Huang Dachui's eyes widened. A male superhuman. This mammoth never batted a male ability user before. Jackpot, jackpot. Huang Dachui herself possessed supernatural power, the ability to harden her skin into armor. Though his strike connected, Li Yang remained tense as piano wire, eyes locked on Huang Dachui. With a sinister chuckle, Huang Dachui's body became shrouded in a faint ghostly glow. Her skin transformed into steely plates while her muscles bloomed, turning her already brawny frame into something monstrous. Not bad, pretty boy. She sneered, her form becoming a blur of motion. But the real fun starts now. Her charge tore through the air with whooshing wind trails. Li Yang dared not take the blow head-on. He sidestepped sharply while channeling his psychic energy, coalescing it into his right fist that slammed toward Huang Dachui's flank. Yet Huang Dachui's granite-like skin transformed the punch into a dull thud. The strike, though powerful, failed to breach her defenses. Ha! Is this all you've got? Huang Dachui countered with a backhand swing, her palm cutting through the air with a howling gust. Li Yang couldn't dodge in time. The brutal slap catapulted him several meters backward. He crashed to the ground, sprawled across the dirt as a crimson trickle escaped the corner of his mouth. Swaying to his feet, Li Yan's eyes blazed with defiance. Had his core stone fully regenerated, this battle would have ended with one punch. Yet now, his diminished power couldn't even crack Huang's defenses. Gritting his teeth, Li Yang channeled his psychic energy anew. Electric currents danced around his fists as he prepared to launch another assault. Huang Dachui wouldn't give him a moment's respite, striding purposefully forward before leaping high into the air, delivering a ferocious flying kick toward Li Yang with devastating force. Li Yang hastily raised his arms to block, the tremendous impact sending numbing vibrations through his limbs as his feet skidded backward several meters across the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Li Yang felt supernatural energy surge wildly through his veins like ignited gunpowder. Channeling every ounce of power into his fists, he exploded into motion fist after fist blurred into a dizzying storm of attacks aimed at Huang Dachui. Unfazed, Huang Dachui tanked the barrage with his steel height, then exploited a split-second opening to slam a sledgehammer fist toward Li Yan's chest. Caught mid-motion, Li Yang took the full brunt. His body flew like a kite with its string severed, crashing against the wall with such force that the concrete cratered into a human-shaped dent. Li Yang slumped down slowly, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped desperately for air. Every fiber of his body screamed with 撕裂般的疼痛, tearing agony, his strength draining away like sand through clenched fists. Huang Dachui advanced step by step, her gnarled grin splitting her face. Pretty boy, she sneered, you're still wet behind the ears to challenge me. Tonight you'll come quietly let our sisters show you some tender love. The woman closed the distance, calloused hands grabbing him by the collar to hold his limp form upright. His eyes were vacant marbles, body hanging like a broken marionette, all resistance utterly extinguished. The pack of bleach-blonde girls circled like hyenas, their shrill laughter piercing the air. Sis Hammer's the best, they cackled, voices dripping with false flattery. Can I go second, sis? You know I'm a germaphobe, whined one girl, picking at her neon nails. Hoisting Li Yang over her shoulder like a sack of rice, Wang growled, find us somewhere secluded. I'm done waiting. Li Yang felt like his body had been shattered into pieces. If he hadn't expended every ounce of energy to block Huang Dachui's strike moments ago, the blow might have knocked him unconscious outright. But now, this state differed little from being fully unconscious. The group dragged him into a narrow alley, where Huang Dachui leading the pack produced a small packet of pills. Clutching Li Yan's face with vice-like grip, she forced a pill between his lips. Li Yang tried to spit it out, but the tablet dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue. Ha ha ha, pretty boy, she sneered, her voice dripping with perverse anticipation. I can hardly wait to watch you beg me for mercy. Suddenly, razor-sharp blades of water sliced through the air. The yellow-haired thugs barely registered the icy kiss at their throats before collapsing in unison. The water arced through the air, its flow stained crimson by fresh blood. Yu had just extricated herself from a military corps mission. Physically and mentally drained, she'd meant to drive aimlessly to ease her frayed nerves, yet found her car steering unconsciously toward Li Yan's neighborhood. Her heart lurched violently when she witnessed Li Yang being defeated by enemies and hauled away in disgrace. Without conscious thought, she gave chase. In the alleyway, Li Yang felt an inferno raging within his veins. His feverish hands clawed frantically at his clothing, desperate to escape the molten heat clinging to his skin. Huang Dachui's grotesque grinning face haunted his mind. That bastard must have acquired this poison from some hellish source, its potency far exceeding normal bounds. The substance Su Yu had given him before paled in comparison, mere sugar pills against this devouring flame. Just as Li Yang was about to be swallowed by the scorching heat, Yu rushed to his side. Taking in Li Yan's disheveled state, Yu knitted her delicate brows and sighed softly. What happened to you? Without hesitation, she gathered him in her arms. Azure radiance surged from her palms, the energy of her hydrokinetic abilities flowing steadily into Li Yan's body. As the cooling energy permeated his being, The tension gradually melted from Li Yan's furrowed brow, his features relaxing into faint contentment. Yi Yu settled him in the back seat, but the moment she withdrew her touch, Li Yang slid back into agony. Deprived of sustaining energy, his face twisted in torment, anguished moans escaping his lips. Watching Li Yang curl into a fetal position, Yi Yu's anxiety spiked. She slammed the accelerator, the car roaring toward her residence while urgently summoning Aunt Hua, their household healing specialist, through a frantic phone call. At last, the car halted before Yi Manor's gates. Li Yang had completely lost consciousness, his body burning like a furnace. Yi Yu wrenched open the rear door, hauling Li Yan's limp form out with effort. In his delirium, Li Yang sensed feminine presence. His arms shot out instinctively, locking around Yi Yu's neck in a vice grip. He nuzzled his face into the crook of her neck, then pressed feverish lips to her skin. Need, must have. He slurred between ragged breaths, his forehead grinding against her collarbone. Yi Yu's face flamed crimson. She desperately poured energy into his meridians, but this time the golden glow fizzled into nothingness. Stumbling into the chamber with her burden, she found Aunt Hua already waiting. The elderly physician had been standing vigil for hours. Aunt Hua's eyes crinkled with maternal warmth. There's my show you, she cooed, using the childhood nickname. Set him down. Let me handle the healing. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Yu's voice trembled with grateful exhaustion as she relinquished her hold. Yet when she tried to lay Li Yang on the bed, he clung to her neck like a drowning man clutching driftwood, fingers digging into her skin with desperate refusal to let go. Aunt Hua's eyes sparkled with knowing warmth, her lips curving into a motherly smile. Don't fret, Zio. The healing works just as well while you're holding him. A deeper blush bloomed across Yi Yu's cheeks. After a heartbeat's hesitation, she nodded faintly, the movement as delicate as willow leaves brushing water. All right then. She lowered her gaze to the unconscious youth in her arms, a storm of emotions churning within her: worry, embarrassment, and something softer she dared not name. Emerald light flickered like fireflies around Aunt Hua's palms. The healing glow seeped gently into Li Yan's body, the silence punctuated only by his labored breathing and the faint hum of mystical energy weaving through the air. As the green luminescence faded, Aunt Hua lowered her hands with practiced grace. That's about all I can do, she said, wiping her brow. The physical wounds are mended. Yet Li Yan's body remained burning up, his consciousness hazy and delirious, persistently burrowing into Yi Yu's embrace. Yi Yu's hydrokinetic abilities naturally radiated a cool aura around her, which felt like an oasis in a scorching desert to Li Yang, trapped in his personal inferno, making him instinctively drawn to her proximity. Aunt Hua, is there truly no cure for his poison? Though complex emotions swirled within Yi Yu, her rationality warned against taking advantage of his vulnerability. What she craved was to genuinely claim both Li Yan's body and soul, not possess him under such compromised circumstances. Aunt Hua sighed softly. Shall you? I tested this toxin earlier. It's resistant to my healing agents. Go gently later. His freshly healed wounds can't endure rough handling. Aunt Hua, I wasn't. Yi Yu's protest died as the older woman cut her off. Ah, Auntie understands. Aunt Hua replied with a beaming smile, giving Yi Yu's shoulder a pat before turning to exit. She thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Truth be told, Hua Auntie knew this poison wasn't beyond her ability to cure. But witnessing Yi Yu's first genuine investment in a man, she resolved to assist while secretly musing, this counts as solving Xiuyu's major life event, must make her mother treat me to drinks later. Inside the room, Yi Yu gazed at Li Yang nuzzling against her chest, her emotional defenses beginning to crumble. Reason and desire clashed violently within her. A faint voice emerged from her conscience. You can't do this, Yi Yu. Never take advantage of someone's vulnerability. It felt like a tiny angel perched on her shoulder, whispering urgent admonitions. Yet another voice grew increasingly insistent. Screw this. We're detoxing Li Yang. Are you just gonna watch him suffer? Once he's cured and wakes up, he'll thank us. A little demon perched by Yi Yu's ear, kicking away the fluttering angel. Yi Yu's breathing quickened, her eyes swirling with conflict between hesitation and resolve. Li Yan's feverish skin burned hotter, his restless murmurs and movements tangling Yi Yu's thoughts into knots. Finally, gritting her teeth, Yi Yu steeled herself. She gently laid Li Yang on the bed, then leaned closer with deliberate slowness, her gaze brimming with tender determination. The room's temperature climbed steadily, not just from Li Yan's radiating heat, but from the thickening haze of charged intimacy saturating the air. Strands of Yi Yu's hair brushed Li Yan's face as she closed her eyes, her lips inching toward his with aching gradualness. Her trembling fingers undid the buttons of Li Yan's shirt, his scalding skin radiating blistering heat. Yu drew a deep breath and shed her garments, revealing flawless curves. Pressing her cooling form against him, her unique cool aura instantly entwined with Li Yan's burning fever. Li Yang clung to her like a drowning man to salvation, arms vice-locking her frame, lips desperately seeking and sealing against Yu's mouth. Yu closed her eyes, reciprocating the kiss while caressing his back with feather-light touches, attempting to soothe the volcanic heat within him. Their bodies fused with such intensity, they seemed to dissolve boundaries of flesh. When eternity condensed to moments, Li Yan's breathing gradually steadied, the inferno beneath his skin receding like twilight. Yu lay beside him, cheeks flushed crimson, eyes shimmering with tenderness and fulfillment. She gazed wordlessly at Li Yan's sleeping visage, a silent oath taking root in her heart when he awoke. She would conquer him truly and completely. At dawn, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the thin curtain like golden threads, spilling softly across Li Yan's face. Warmth radiated through his skin in delicate threads of heat, gradually coaxing him from the depths of sleep. Blinking groggily, Li Yang felt his head pulse with sledgehammer blows of pain, his brows knitting tightly as fingers instinctively massaged his temples. He strained to recall yesterday's events, but his memories remained shrouded in thick fog. Fragments surfaced after being drugged, as consciousness faded, a woman's silhouette emerging from the haze, seemingly rescuing him. Yet no matter how he racked his brain, everything beyond that moment had vanished like shattered film reel. His hand suddenly froze mid-motion, he realized with a start that he lay completely naked. Oddly enough, the wounds he sustained from scuffling with street thugs now felt almost completely healed. As confusion clouded his mind, his arm shifted slightly and brushed against something inexplicably soft. Ugh! What fresh hell is this? All I wanted was to stay home gaming and coast through summer vacation. I swear to God, if given another chance, I'd absolutely agree to join Lin Xue at the core headquarters. Li Yang screamed internally. Without even guessing, he knew with 90% certainty he'd been screwed over again. But this time felt different. That drug-induced haze meant he'd probably initiated things himself, a realization that left him wanting to bawl his eyes out. You're awake. A gentle voice floated through the air as Yu, sensing Li Yan's movement, broke the silence. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Li Yan's heart jolted, his body instinctively turning around. This sudden rotation brought him face to face with Yu, their eyes locking like drawn swords. A storm of humiliation crashed over Li Yang. A stranger would have been bearable, but this was Yu, an old acquaintance whose past harassment made this encounter excruciating. Yu, thank you for yesterday. Li Yang finally managed to find his voice after a small eternity, the words clinging to his throat like broken glass. Forced to thank someone after being dominated, this is truly adding insult to injury. The bitter aftertaste of his internal monologue twisted Li Yan's features into a complicated mosaic of emotions. TCH, just returning a favor. Yu chuckled darkly, rising from the bed like a panther stretching. But really, how did you let street trash corner you like some helpless kitten? The silk sheets whispered as Yu dressed with deliberate slowness, each button fastened with calculated precision, while his careless interrogation hung in the air like unsheathed steel. The origin stone hadn't fully recovered from last time's injury. I was waiting for a taxi when those guys cornered me. Li Yang didn't hold back, both because there was nothing worth hiding and considering she was his savior. He straightforwardly recounted the incident to Yu. By the way, what happened to those hoodlums? Li Yang suddenly remembered, asking curiously. Killed. Yu's tone remained flat, devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if discussing the most mundane matter as effortless as crushing an ant beneath her foot. Killed? Why you? How can you just kill people like that? Li Yan's eyes bulged instantaneously, disbelief plastered across his face, his voice involuntarily rising several pitches. Didn't expect Yu to be such a badass, casually ending lives like swatting flies, Li Yang marveled inwardly. Of course I didn't kill randomly. Those were fugitives from the regiment's wanted list. They'd already tortured numerous men to death before. When I discovered them this time, naturally I took care of it. Yu seemed to have anticipated Li Ying's reaction, explaining calmly as she adjusted her sleeves. Speaking of which, where's your family driver? Do you actually take taxis when going out? Fully dressed and standing by the bed, Yu regarded Li Yang with curious eyes that sparkled with genuine puzzlement. I gave them time off. Li Yang scratched his head awkwardly, screaming internally. Damn it! If not for those two troublemakers at home, I wouldn't need to take taxis at all. What a considerate employer. The corner of her mouth twitched upward in a smile that carried faint traces of mischief. Smoothly changing the subject, she added, I'll have the servants prepare breakfast. You must be starving too, since we didn't eat all day yesterday. Li Yan's stomach, as if heeding Yu's words, chose that precise moment to emit a series of loud gurgle-gurgle noises. Only then did he realize how utterly empty his belly felt. Thanks. Though Li Yang had previously found Yu irritating, she was now his savior. Considering both her life-saving act and his current position as a guest in her home, his tone naturally adopted more courtesy. Watching Yu exit the room, Li Yang finally released a pent-up breath. He scrambled to put on his clothes, then sat rigidly on the edge of the bed, head buried in his hands, features twisted with distress. Sigh, take one step at a time and see how it goes. Anxiety coiled tightly in Li Yan's chest. The impending conversation with Lin Xue about this matter made his mind feel like a tangled mess, as if an invisible stone pressed relentlessly against his heart, dragging his spirits downward. 20 minutes later, Yu reappeared in the doorway. Dinner's ready, she murmured softly, come eat. Li Yang followed Yu to the dining table. The two sat facing each other, the awkward silence stretching between them like taut threads. The dining room was so quiet that only the wall clock's relentless tick-tock persisted, each mechanical pulse hammering against Li Yan's ribcage. I'm going to my father's house after dinner. Li Yang finally shattered the oppressive atmosphere, the words escaping like trapped birds released. I had Aunt Hua treat your injuries yesterday. The surface wounds have healed, but there's still internal damage. Stay until full recovery. Yu set down her chopsticks, concern etching lines across her forehead as her gaze anchored him. Truth lingered unspoken. Li Yan's injuries had essentially healed. These alleged internal wounds were merely threads Yu wove to keep him tethered. Unnecessary. The Lin family has physicians. Li Yan's refusal fell like a guillotine blade. Every cell in his body screamed for escape from this gilded cage. Then how will you explain this to Uncle Lin? Do you want him to worry? Yu slightly furrowed her brows, speaking with earnest seriousness. That's true. How should I explain this to Dad? Li Yan's heart sank as he recalled his father's concerned gaze, hesitation creeping in again. If he returned home in this state, his father would undoubtedly press for answers upon seeing his condition. What could he possibly say? He couldn't possibly reveal all this messy business to his father. Seeing Li Yang lost in contemplation, Yu sensed an opportunity. Seizing the moment to strike while the iron was hot, she pressed on, stay at my place for a few days. I'll have Aunt Hua come daily for your treatments. It's not too late to leave after you've recovered. As she spoke, she lifted her glass to sip milk, though her eyes subtly betrayed her intentions, surreptitiously peeking through lowered lashes to gauge Li Yan's reaction. This isn't appropriate. After all, I'm married. Staying here. Li Yang shifted uncomfortably, his words laced with hesitation. He knew full well that as a married man, lodging in another woman's home would fuel unpleasant rumors. Moreover, it would be impossible to explain this situation to Lin Xue. It's merely for recuperation. What could possibly be inappropriate? Uncle Lin cares so deeply about you. If he knew you were running around with injuries still unhealed, he'd be terribly worried. Yu set down her teacup, her voice gentle yet firm, carrying an air of finality. Just a few days. Once you're completely recovered, I'll personally escort you back. Sensing Li Yan's wavering resolve, Yu pressed on, rest assured, I won't put you in an awkward position. Li Yang heaved a long sigh. After prolonged contemplation, he finally nodded in reluctant agreement. Very well then. Just a few days. I'll leave once my injuries have fully healed, he relented. On the other side, Qiao Muyo and Su Yu awoke and worked together to retrieve a dagger, slicing through the ropes binding them. The moment they broke free, Su Yu grabbed the dagger and lunged at Qiao Muyo. Qiao Muyo reacted as if anticipating this, delivering a sharp knee strike that sent Su Yu crumpling to the ground, clutching her stomach in agony. You'd better go find where your precious teacher has run off to first. Qiao Muyo glared down at the prostrate Su Yu with icy disdain. With that, she strode out of the room, without another glance at her rival. Standing in the street, Qiao Muyo pondered, where could Li Yang have fled? If he's gone to Lin Mu's house, that could complicate things. She retreated to her residence across the street, deciding to regroup before pursuing the Li Yang situation further. Su Yu remained sprawled on the floor, her face twisted with bitter resentment. Teacher! She hissed through clenched teeth, how disobedient you've been, conspiring with another woman the moment I was away. I'll eliminate that scheming bitch. Though Su Yu longed to eliminate Qiao Muyo immediately, her current capabilities fell tragically short. With Li Yan's whereabouts now unknown, Su Yu had no choice but to retreat home for the night. Steam curled through the bathroom as water cascaded down Chao Muo's fair, delicate skin, pulling at her feet. She remained oblivious to the 3 shadows that had slid into the villa undetected. Emerging from her bath wrapped in a silk robe, Chao Muo patted her skin dry with practiced elegance. The moment she entered her bedroom, an inexplicable tension prickled her senses. Something felt off. Without warning, massive arms burst forth from the darkness, clamping around her torso with vice-like grip. Chao Muo gasped as vital energy surged from her body like water through broken dam, draining with terrifying speed. My mother is Chao Er, commander of the Jingle Corps. She rasped, knees buckling as strength abandoned her limbs. What grievance could you possibly hold? Her captor answered only with tightened embrace, the silence more vicious than any blade. After Chao Muo's body lost every shred of strength, the assailant released their grip. Depleted of energy, Chao Muo collapsed straight to the ground. At this moment, 2 more figures entered the room. Propping herself up with immense effort, Chao Muo gazed at the newcomers. When her eyes met one man's face, her pupils trembled instantaneously. Lin Mu. How did he? Did Li Yang go to Lin Mu's house and tell him everything? The thought exploded in Chao Muo's mind. The truth was, Lin Mu had sensed something amiss since that morning when he discovered the takeout container beneath the dining table. Moreover, he'd noticed the absence of servants during his visit to Li Yan's residence. The note on the takeout box for Ms. Chao immediately conjured images of the prestigious Chao family in Jingzhou within Lin Mu's mind. This realization struck like thunder. Combined with Li Yan's peculiar behavior that night, Lin Mu had pieced together most of the truth. Yet he refrained from confronting Li Yang directly, choosing instead to launch his own investigation. His inquiry spanned from Li Yan's decision not to return home during the holiday, all the way to Chao Muo's purchase of the property opposite Li Yan's apartment. This further convinced Lin Mu that Chao Muo had kidnapped Li Yang and was coercing and threatening him. Being no pushover, Lin Mu immediately spent a fortune to recruit 2 extraordinary individuals with supernatural abilities, promising to relocate their families overseas and provide substantial rewards upon completion. Only then did they agree to help Lin Mu deal with Chao Muo. The first operative possessed formidable physical strength with the supernatural ability to drain energy from others' bodies. The second wielded the power of yin-yang conversion. Uncle Lin, what's the meaning of this? Though uneasy, Chao Muo maintained an innocent facade. Both figures flanking Lin Mu remained masked and hooded, their identities concealed. Don't play dumb. Dare lay hands on our Lin family. Even the sole heir of the Chao family won't escape unscathed. Lin Mu retorted icily, his gaze piercing through Chao Muo like frozen daggers. Uncle Lin, I don't understand what you mean. Though Chao Muo knew Lin Mu must have discovered something, she kept playing dumb, stubbornly insisting on her innocence. She had secretly activated the communication device disguised as a bracelet on her wrist, a piece of cutting-edge tech her mother had given her that could instantly connect to Chao Er. As long as she held out until Chao Er's arrival, Chao Muo would emerge unscathed. Enough talk. Let's do this. Lin Mu's gaze shifted to a tall, slender woman at his side as he saw Chao Muo's denial. The masked woman nodded and stepped toward Chao Muo. I'm wearing a tracking device. If I die, my mother will know instantly. Don't you dare touch me. Chao Muo's confidence wavered. Though she'd alerted Chao Er about the danger, it would still take time for him to arrive. Of course I won't kill you, that'd be letting you off too easy. Lin Mu snorted coldly. The lanky woman placed her hand on Chao Muo's head, activating her psychic ability. Chao Muo felt her body undergoing bizarre changes. The proud peaks that once crowned her chest were gradually flattening into an airstrip. Chao Muo touched her neck, where an Adam's apple had emerged. At this moment, an itchy sensation surged between her legs, as if something were sprouting there. No! Uncle Lin, you can't do this. Chao Muo paled in horror, trying to pry the woman's hands away, but her body felt utterly devoid of strength. Bam! With a thunderous crash, Chao Er smashed through the window, lunged into the room, and kicked the woman flying. She slammed into the wall, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The burly woman, seeing this, turned to flee without sparing a glance for Lin Mu's condition. But Chao Er became a blur of movement, blocking her escape. A single kick sent her crumpling to the ground, unable to rise. Lin Mu knew the tides had turned. Chao Er's alarmingly swift arrival could only mean Chao Muo possessed communication devices unknown to him and had alerted her father right under his nose. I alone commanded these actions. Spare their lives. Though isolated and outnumbered, Lin Mu stood unwavering before the supreme commander of Jingzhou Corps, not a flicker of fear in his bearing. Lin Mu, our families bear no enmity. What madness drove you to brutalize my daughter Chao Er's roar choked mid-sentence as he stared at his child No, the son now revealed before him. The sight of Chao Muyo's transformation ignited volcanic fury, yet facing the Lin dynasty's scion demanded restraint. Crimson-faced but controlled, she ground out through clenched teeth. Explain yourself. Before demanding answers, Commander Chao should first inquire what your precious daughter has wrought. The retort struck like a physical blow. Chao Er's anger momentarily stilled, cold realization dawning whatever had transpired. Her child's actions must have provoked this cataclysm. She walked over to Chao Muyo, pulled him to his feet, and began channeling her inner energy into his body. Chao Muyo felt a surge of relief flood his veins, as if life had been reignited within him. What have you done? Chao Er stared hard at her daughter. Mom, come closer. Chao Muyo leaned into Chao Er's ear, whispering conspiratorially, I slept with Li Yang. Who? Chao Er didn't recognize the name. Li Yang, the Lin family's son-in-law. What? Chao Er's eyes widened instantly, as round as brass bells, overflowing with shock and disbelief. His hand shot out like lightning, yanking Chao Muyo's ear as he growled, You little brat. Can't let me breathe easy for one damn day. So that nonsense you spouted last time. His gaze involuntarily darted toward Lin Mu, the name burning his tongue. Yet he clenched his jaw, swallowing the words back down. His heart sank with exhaustion. He remembered how he'd once pushed Muyo to chase love boldly. Who could have imagined she'd set her sights on a Lin? Regret washed over him like bitter medicine, but what could he do now? Chao Er drew a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within. Turning to face Lin Mu, he clasped his hands in a respectful salute and declared, Master Lin, this failure stems from my inadequate discipline. Since you've already chastised my daughter, let us consider this matter closed. Phew! Have it your way, Commander Chao. Lin Mu retorted with an icy snort, venomously stressing the title commander to vent his simmering displeasure. Though resentment churned within him like stormy seas, Chao Er's superior rank loomed like an insurmountable mountain, a gap so vast it left Lin Mu utterly powerless to resist. If only Lin were still here, our Lin family would never endure such humiliation. Lin Mu's fist clenched in silent fury, his heart a tempest of indignation and helplessness. Chao Er strode forward and hoisted the unconscious slender woman onto his shoulder. As he marched away, his mind echoed with grim resolve. This prisoner held the key to restoring Chao Muyo's true female form. Under Yu's persistent persuasion, Li Yang found himself inexplicably agreeing to stay at her house for a few days, as if possessed by ghosts. But who could have predicted? By the first day, he regretted it to his core. Whether from overdosing on domineering CEO novels or born with the trait, Yu radiated an overwhelming 霸道总裁 aura in every interaction with Li Yang, so greasy it gave Li Yang goosebumps. Every fiber of Li Yang's being screamed discomfort. His mind churned with unease. Had he known this earlier, he would have never set foot here. More suspiciously, he sensed no remaining injuries on his body. Is Yu deceiving me? Li Yang speculated darkly, recalling Aunt Hua's treatment today that left him completely unresponsive. Without the slightest physical change, his suspicions solidified into conviction. Yet when dawn broke the second day, Lin Mu burst into the villa in a flurry of panic. Lin Mu stood at the entrance of Li Yang's home, gazing at the chaotic scene inside. His heart instantly leaped into his throat when he found no trace of Li Yang, anxiety burning through him like wildfire. Without wasting a second, he immediately checked surveillance footage from nearby streets. The footage revealed Yu had rescued Li Yang. Upon learning this, Lin Mu raced to Yu's residence without pause. At that moment, Li Yang and Yu were seated at the dining table sharing breakfast. A servant hurried to Yu's side and respectfully announced, President Yi, Patriarch Lin has arrived. It seems father has already discovered everything. The moment Lin Mu crossed the threshold, he strode in urgent strides toward Li Yang. His eyes and hands moved restlessly as he examined him head to toe, murmuring non-stop, Xiao Yang, are you unharmed? You've suffered greatly. Our Lin family failed to protect you. Dad, I'm fine. Warmth surged through Li Yan's chest as he observed Lin Mu's frantic concern. Lin Mu meticulously inspected every inch, confirming that Li Yang was indeed unharmed, before turning his gaze to Yu. He bowed deeply and respectfully, sincerity resonating in his voice. Yu, Our Lin family owes you an immeasurable debt for saving Xiaoyang. Yu hurried forward, reaching out both hands to steady the bowing Lin Mu. Oh, you mustn't. She insisted repeatedly. Uncle Lin, Li Yang and I have always been close friends. What kind of friend would abandon someone in peril? Please, there's no need for such formality. Ah, but debts must be properly acknowledged. Lin Mu chuckled, gratitude saturating his tone. Now that Xiaoyan's safe, we shouldn't impose further. Won't you stay for dinner? Yu's eyes clung to Li Yang, reluctance pulling in her gaze. No, best we depart now. Waving his hand decisively, Lin Mu grasped Li Yan's palm and strode toward the exit. His heart ached to return home like an arrow yearning for its bowstring. He needed to bring Li Yang back immediately, to compensate with full measure for all the days owed. Yu gazed at Li Yan's retreating figure, her heart heavy with reluctance, yet all she could do was let out a helpless sigh. Li Yang and Lin Mu sat shoulder to shoulder in the back seat. Lin Mu clutched Li Yan's hand tightly. You've suffered, he said, eyes brimming with guilt and heartache as he studied the young man before him. Dad, I'm really fine. Li Yang gently patted Lin Mu's back, his soft reassurance meant to alleviate the older man's self-reproach. After returning home, Lin Mu turned to Li Yang with paternal warmth. You'll stay with us until Xue returns. This place is safe, no one will bully you here anymore. After a waited pause, he squeezed Li Yan's shoulder solemnly. As for that matter, I've already settled the score for you. Li Yang understood this referred to Chen Muyo's incident. What Lin Mu didn't yet realize was that Su Yu and Yi Yu were also part of this tangled web. After the incident involving Yi Yu, the core within Li Yan's body had miraculously fully recovered. Now wielding exponentially increased power, he naturally feared no further provocations from Chen Muyo or Su Yu. For the next month, Li Yang lived a carefree and contented existence at Lin Mu's residence. Each day found him savoring gourmet meals specially prepared by Lin Mu, strolling leisurely through courtyard gardens, immersed in unrestrained relaxation and simple pleasures. One moonlit night, Su Yu arrived at Lin Mu's dwelling with reckless disregard for her own safety, seeking to confront Li Yang. Sensing something amiss, Li Yang sprang into action and apprehended her red-handed during her clandestine approach. Though fury burned within him, memories of their former teacher-student bond stayed his hand. Showing mercy, he merely disciplined her severely before covertly releasing the chastened intruder. As for Chen Muyo, the lanky woman's psychic ability came with strict limitations usable only once yearly. Thus she remained trapped, compelled to continue living in a male form against her will. To keep the secret hidden, Chen Muyo confined herself indoors, shutting herself in her room day after day, heart heavy with gnawing frustration and helplessness. Humbled by Li Ying's reprimand, Su Yu finally awakened to harsh reality. Her chances of manipulating Li Yang had vanished completely, now that his full strength had returned. Stilled by bitter reflection, she resolved to redouble her efforts, plunging into rigorous training with renewed determination. Time raced by. The months slipped away like sand through fingers, until the day of Lin Xue's return drew near. Since being intimate with Li Yang, Lin Xue felt she had grown somewhat addicted to him. Fortunately, within 2 months, Long Yu had taught her everything he could. What remained now was merely the test of time. Lin Xue hadn't told Li Yang about her return today, wanting to surprise him. She arrived home to find it empty but undisturbed, with all previously damaged furniture already replaced by Lin Mu. A pang of disappointment struck Lin Xue when she didn't see her longed-for Li Yang upon returning. She unlocked her phone and dialed Li Yan's number. Hey Xiaoyang, where are you? I'm home already, Lin Xue blurted, her 2 months of agonizing separation feeling urgent need to see him. Oh, at that place? Alright, I'll come pick you up soon. The moment she hung up, Lin Xue activated her supernatural ability and instantly materialized behind Li Yang. At the rustling sound, Li Yang turned around abruptly only to be pulled into a tight embrace by Lin Xue. Shit! You scared me. How did you get here right after we hung up? Why can't I hear Li Yan's thoughts again? Lin Xue glanced at Li Yan's lips, confirming he hadn't spoken. Lin Xue speculated that Li Yan's prime stone must have regenerated, as the previous inability to hear his thoughts was due to severe damage to his stone. But how it recovered so rapidly remained a mystery to her. When did you arrive? Li Yang squirmed uncomfortably in her embrace, wondering if his heightened sensitivity came from intensive summer training sessions. Just got home. Didn't see you here, so I called. As Lin Xue spoke, she activated her ability, teleporting them both directly to their bedroom. Wait a second. Li Yang protested as Lin Xue scooped him up and laid him on the bed. Wait! I've waited 2 months already. Lin Xue showed no restraint, fingers already working at clothing fastenings. 2 hours later, Lin Xue cradled Li Yang with satiated contentment. The Li Yang in her arms felt different from 2 months prior, his body more pliant, his responses more vocal. You see, Li Yang had always been silent before. But this time, with just a touch, he couldn't help but let out a couple of muffled groans. Has Su Yu and Chao Muyo really messed up my body? Yu was just a one-time thing, probably not her fault. Su Yu, Chao Muyo, Yu. Lin Xue lay beside him, still replaying the earlier battle in her mind, when suddenly Li Yan's inner voice pierced through. Chao Muyo probably won't come back. Yu was pure coincidence that day. Now only Su Yu might still appear. But with my regained strength, even Su Yu's no match for me. Listening to these mental murmurs, Lin Xue felt an uneasy prickle at the back of her neck. She abruptly yanked Li Yang closer, demanding, What did Su Yu, Chao Muyo, and Yu do to you? Li Yan's face froze in utter bewilderment. Wait, how does Lin Xue know about them? I can hear. Lin Xue dropped all pretense, laying her cards bare on the table. What? Li Yang was taken aback, unsure what Lin Xue was referring to. What you're thinking in your heart? Seriously? Can Lin Xue actually hear my thoughts? It's true. I can hear them, Lin Xue said. Tell me, what did they do to you? Lin Xue's expression turned icy. She never imagined that after just 2 months away for training, her husband had been mistreated at home. This. Li Yang hesitated whether to tell her, but ultimately resolved to reveal the truth to Lin Xue. After all, Lin Xue was his wife, and since she had already heard something from his mind, further concealment would be unwise. Well, that's how things unfolded. Li Yang watched Lin Xue's increasingly darkened expression, sensing impending trouble. Should I not have told her after all? No, Xiao Yang. You should have told me. Lin Xue embraced him tightly. What kind of woman would I be if I couldn't stand up for my own man? Lin Xue finished dressing and picked up her blade. What are you going to do? Li Yang sensed something was amiss. To avenge you. Lin Xue drew her blade, sliced through the fabric of space with a single strike, and stepped into the rift. Chao Muyo was idly scrolling through her phone in her room, completely oblivious to the spatial distortions warping the air behind her. Thud! Lin Xue's blade pierced clean through Chao Muyo. The wide-eyed victim never saw her killer's face before life left his body. Though Chao Muyo now inhabited a male form, Lin Xue had instantly recognized the soul within. Lin Xue bypassed Yu. The man had saved Li Yang once, and besides, Li Yang had been drugged that night. But Su Yu? Unforgivable. Lin Xue vanished in an eye blink, materializing in Su Yu's bedroom. Su Yu was currently dining in the restaurant with her elder sister Su Shen. Lin Xue's gaze flickered between Su Shen and Su Yu. Jaw tightening, she activated her paranormal ability. In a flash, he materialized behind Su Yu. Just as the blade was about to pierce her, Su Shen activated his time-freezing ability, pausing reality momentarily before tackling her to safety. Time resumed. Lin Xue's blade sliced through empty air, an outcome she'd anticipated. After all, Su Shen still stood guard. Lin Xue, have you gone mad? Su Shen shouted hoarsely, adrenaline pumping through his veins at seeing his sister nearly bisected. Mad? Shouldn't you interrogate your precious sister about her misdeeds? Lin Xue retorted, her blade trembling as it pointed at Su Yu. The accusation froze Su Shen mid-rage. He turned to his sister with burning intensity. What disaster have you wrought now? That is. Su Shen's jaw tightened at her faltering speech. This hesitation confirmed catastrophe. His eyes glowed faintly as he activated his ability. Don't resist. I'll see for myself. Chronoscopic visions unfolded 2 months of Su Yu's life bleeding into his consciousness like spooling film. After finishing reading, he knelt before Lin Xue with a thought. Sister Lin Xue, my sister was wrong in this matter, but she's my only remaining family. I'll bear the consequences of her mistakes. Lin Xue tightened her grip on the knife handle until her knuckles turned white. You'll bear it. How could you possibly bear it? Su Shen didn't respond. Without hesitation, he plunged his hand into his own chest and extracted the primal stone. In Su Shen's blood-soaked hand glowed the radiant primal stone. Su Yu immediately threw herself at her sister, clutching her desperately. Sis, what are you doing? This is my own mess. I was wrong to do those things to our teacher. Even if Sister Lin Xue kills me now, she'd be justified. Clutching the primal stone, Su Sheng began her self-sacrificial ritual. Instantly, the world seemed to freeze in pause. At the military regiment headquarters, an elderly woman paused her video game and shook her head with a sigh. Those 2 months of training, wasted. With a wave of her hand, she preserved Su Sheng's flickering life force. A flash of light swept through as time rewound to before summer vacation. Li Yang was jolted awake by the alarm clock. Groggily rising, he felt like he'd experienced an extraordinarily long dream today, though its contents now escaped him. The pair sat eating breakfast at the dining table. Lin Xue gazed at Li Yang and asked, "Actually, the Corps headquarters allows family members. Would you come with me?" Her eyes shone with anticipation as she waited for his response. "All right." Though initially intending to refuse, Li Yang inexplicably agreed as if compelled by some unseen force. "Great. I'll go request leave from your school then. Pack your luggage, it's the last day anyway, no harm in skipping." Lin Xue beamed with delight at his acceptance. After breakfast, she immediately drove to arrange Li Yan's school leave. Li Yang remained seated at the table, still puzzling over how he'd ended up agreeing. And